And wouldn't you know it, I didn't even know we got this Christmas gift of 1 vintage token. Hope you're having a fine morning out there, in whatever Christmas plans you've got. Alright, it's been quite some time since I've done Limited, but we finally get the chance to do it again. Well, it doesn't appear there's anything too broken in this pack. So without anything else to really go on, my eyes are drawn to Chalice, Rona, and Talisman. I think Talisman in the dark is probably better than Chalice. Rona's a pretty good card too, though. Nothing else really jumps out at me. So I'd rather commit to a colorless ramp spell rather than Rona right off the bat, although this is obviously worse if we don't wind up playing blue, but it is what it is. Alright, what do we got in pack 2? There's Candelabra of Tawnos, Dark Depth, Fetch Land, Lightning Bolt seems fine. Without really knowing where we're going here, I'd rather just take the Fetch Land, have better mana. I'm also not exactly sure what cards are in this cube. If Dark Depths is in here, obviously there's something that pairs with it. I'm not sure what that is, though. Stage, Vampire, Hexmage are the usual suspects. Alright. Well, we've got a Triumph that we can pair with our Fetch Land, as well as a Badlands. There's also another Fetch Land. Outside of that, the best card in the pack is probably Channel, but that only works if we get specific cards with it. So I'm inclined to just have Mana Fixing, and I guess I would rather have an untapped land rather than a tapped land, although this is more colors. It's also in colors that I generally like better than Rakdos. Alright, let's go ahead and take the Endatha Triumph then. Alright, so there's another Triumph. Outside of that, not really much here. Don't know what this card is. Sail into the West. Starting with you, each player votes. If you get more votes on return, each player bounces or returns 2 cards from their graveyard to their hand, then you exile Sail to the West. If the other one gets more votes or the votes tied, each player discards and draws 7. So it's a 4-mana wheel at instant speed. Nothing's really standing out here. Cabal Ritual if we were going to go into Storm, but it doesn't look like that's that likely. And I don't want to commit to that at this point. So yeah, I'll just take another Triumph that I can fetch. Allows our Marsh Flats to find everything except blue. Alright, there's yet another Triumph. Skull Clamp. Deal 2 damage to each opponent, each creature they control. If the spell was cast from exile, it deals 5 damage to each opponent, each creature they control. Well, I'm definitely not an aggro deck, and there's Monomorphos and Rain of Filth for Storm. That doesn't look too likely. I'm just going to take Skull Clamp. Alright, Mystic Forge. There's Mind's Desire for Storm. There's also Questing Druid. Expressive Iteration. Mystic Forge is really good if we get an all-artifact deck, and that's what we've got so far. There are some standout cards in this pack, so Dryad of the Elysian Grove is one of them, Questing Druid's another one, Iteration's another one. I think I'm shaping up to be some kind of weird artifact deck, though, so I'll go ahead and take Mystic Forge. Taiga, there's also Temple Garden and Inti. What is this? Pay 1 life and exile black card rather than pay for this. Distribute 2/2/1 counters among 2 creatures. There's also Fire and Ice. Taiga is not fetchable off this Marsh Flats. Temple Garden is, but Taiga doesn't hurt us. Inti's also really good. I'll just keep taking mana for now. It does suck that we haven't found a blue land yet. Okay. Rexage, Dig Through Time, Flesh Gorger, Canopy, Revoker, Tarmogoyf. Well, we're not really up on spells, and in the absence of anything else that I really want to commit to, Flesh Gorger is a pretty good payoff. It's also an artifact, which keeps us in a artifact theme here. I've never really liked Revoker, although obviously it's an artifact that pairs with Skull Clamp, but I typically don't think that it's that good, so let's just take the Flesh Gorger. Rona wheeled out of our pack, and I think I'm more inclined to take her than I am Shadow Spear, so yeah. There's also Snuff Out, and we do have 2 Swamp Triumphs, but I'm going to go ahead and take Rona. The Dark Depths wheeled and Candelabra wheeled. Interesting. Well, I'm not really sure what we can do with Candelabra, but I am sure that the Dark Depths can be a win condition if we find the other piece for it. And the fact that it wheeled tells me no one else found the other piece. So let's go ahead and take Dark Depths. I was watching the Boggles Popper video and saw you were live. Indeed. We are here to soak in the Christmas spirit, snuggle up by the fireplace and get cozy, get rid of all the constructed salt from our diet. Well, Troll of Cause of Doom's a good threat, and it can also swamp cycle, and we have 2 Triumphs that it can cycle for. So there's that. There's also Sword of the Meek, but I'll just go ahead and take the Troll. Also, were you at DreamHack Atlanta? Can't remember if you said you were going to be or not. I was at DreamHack Atlanta, and I made a stream covering a recap of both DreamHack and the tournament. That video will be going up Sunday. Alright, it's going to be a land here. I'm just not sure which one. Probably Blooming Marsh. Alright, let's take Blooming Marsh. Okay, well, I don't really care about any cards in this pack, but if Monomorphos is this far in, then maybe we can do something Storm-related. So I'll just take that card. Although I guess Porcelain Legionnaire... No, you know what? I'm going to take Porcelain Legionnaire. It's an artifact, and it's also a skull clampable creature. Alright, Questing Druid it is. Mind's Desire is also this far in, but Questing Druid's just the best card out of this pick, so let's take Questing Druid. Usher of the Fallen. Probably not playing that, but we can add it to our deck. Can I change sideboard? Move to sideboard. Where is our sideboard? Ah. Mox Emerald has got to be the pick here. It's not really even close. What are the other best cards in here? There's Leveler if we want to go this route. Sword of the Weak Wield, or it was taken by someone else, so we don't have the Thopter Foundry sword combo. So it wouldn't be that. If the sword didn't wield, I would have taken this. Or I would have taken Mox Emerald, but this would have still been in contention. And then after that, everything else is kind of up in the air. Natural Order is pretty good, but yes, we're obviously taking Mox Emerald. All right, so take the Mox. All right, what does this pack have? We've got a blue land that we can fetch with our Marsh Flats. There's also Echo of Eons, Burgi, so nobody's in Storm, I take it. Knight of the Reliquary, which we do have the Dark Depths, so that's somewhat interesting. There's Show and Tell. We don't have really anything great to Show and Tell, though. It's just Flesh Gorger. The fact that it seems like no one's in Storm means maybe I can just move over to Storm. And there wasn't anything too great Storm-related in Pack 1. So to me, I think it's either this Hallowed Fountain or it's one of these Storm cards. Echo of Aeons is pretty good too. I think I'm just going to take this blue land for now. We also have a Rona in our deck that I probably want to play. And there's 2 different Storm cards in this pack, so we can maybe wheel one of these or Knight. So let's just take the Hallowed Fountain and make sure we have blue mana. Okay, well, there's a High Tide in this pack. What else is in here? There's Polluted Delta. We don't have the mana base for High Tide, though. Polluted Delta fetches every land that we've found so far as well, except Taiga. There's also, Thran Dynamo and Pyrite Spellbomb if we want to keep to the artifact theme. What does this thing do? Makes a 2/2 whenever equipped creature and at least one other creature attack, draw. Well, I'm not taking High Tide, and I don't particularly want either of these cards. Uro's pretty good. We could just take Uro. But I feel like I'm going to take another land here and just solidify our mana base. Atrax is also a pretty good bomb. We passed Show and Tell though, so who knows. Let's take Polluted Delta. Alright, what's in here? We've got Manifold Key, which goes nicely with our Mystic Forge. There's also Shurikai. Shurikai is a nice threat. Cradle. There's Tendrils. Ledger Shredder. I like this card being an artifact. That's also card advantage. It also spews out tokens. Works with our Mystic Forge. The tokens go well with the Skull Clamp. Seems like a pretty nice pick here. Alright, let's take Shurikai. Force of Negation wins. What does this sword do? Whenever equipped creature attacks, create 2 tapped 1/1s with flying. If the creature is legendary, create 2 of those tokens that are tapped and attacking. So this also makes tokens and is an artifact, although it's kind of expensive for what this is doing. We also don't have that many creatures right now. Could take Najeela. She also makes warrior tokens that pair well with the Skull Clamp. I'm not really interested in these lands here. I'm probably not a Thoracle deck. I mean, honestly, nothing in here is that great, but I'll take Najeela. She pairs with a number of things we've got going on, Skull Clamp and Rona. So, yeah, I'll take Najeela. All right, we've got a Scrub land, which is another land that's fetchable off of both of our fetches. There's also a Scalding Tarn, which can fetch... Yeah, you know what? The Scalding Tarn's better than that. It can fetch a lot of this stuff. The rest of the pack is nothing that I really care about. There's Turnabout in the pack, so the Storm player, whoever that is getting paid off real nice. The Scalding Tarn fetches Taiga. It also fetches Savai Triumph, and it also fetches Indatha, I believe. Or is Indatha the one thing it doesn't fetch? No, it doesn't fetch Indatha, but it does fetch Hallowed Fountain. All right, I'll take the Scalding Tarn. So there's Tundra. There's Court of Garenbrig. Tundra is fetchable off of every single one of our fetch lands, and it's blue. I think that wins out over the Garenbrig. What does this guy do? Whenever you attack, you may sack another creature or artifact if you do create a 4/1 with Menace that's tapped and attacking. That is nice for our Skull Clamp, but I'm going to take the Tundra. It just makes our mana better. And at this point, I think after the Tundra, our mana is pretty darn good. So I'm going to stop prioritizing lands as highly. Oh my gosh, Urza. Well, I mean, it's basically either Urza or another land, and we're going to take Urza. There's also Seething Song here for the Storm player. But yeah, it's Urza. Inquisition Sarah. Thopter Foundry wheeled all this way. Unfortunately, Sword of the Meek is already gone. Is it still good even without that? I doubt it. Do I have anything that this pairs with? I have to stack non-tokens, right? I mean, it's either that or what? Sarah Paragon? Sarah Paragon is good, but I do have a lot of 4-drops. Alright, well, we're taking this, I guess. Probably not playing it. Show and Tell, Burgi, and Echo all wheeled. Wow. Well then. I'm kind of just inclined to take this. Alright, if I had more time to think, I might reconsider, but I'm just taking that. Uro wheeled as well. What's going on here? Well, we're taking the Uro. Tendrils also wheeled, eh? So just nobody gives one single butt about Storm in this draft. I mean, I don't care about any of these green cards, so I mean, I'll just, just put this in the sideboard. Sunken Ruins, which I don't particularly care about. There's also Thoracle, I guess. All right, put this in the sideboard. Solvent Caryatid I might play, that's fine. All right, pick that. Prismatic Ending, sure. We have a removal spell. Let's move this over here. All right, well, there's a Mox Ruby in this pack. Oh, there's also Tolarian Academy. Oh, man, that's, wow. It's got to be the Mox, right? I mean, it's got to be the Mox, right? Given the state of these drafts so far, we might actually wield Academy, since no one's taking anything Storm-related. All right, we're going to take Ruby. What does this guy do? Whenever he attacks, target creature defending player controls with power less than Rada, Fire Brand, power, can't block. All right, well, we're taking Mox Ruby. Okay, Paradoxical Outcome, which is quite good with 0 mana artifacts. Oh, but there's also an Opal and a Grim Monolith. We have a lot of artifacts already, and this is yet another 0 mana artifact. I'm probably going to wield this too. There's also Seed Shark, which generates artifacts, and we can Skull Clamp them. Like, this pack is... Man, it generates artifacts for Urza too. There's a lot of good stuff here. How many artifacts do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish, sort of. I'll take Mox Opal. Alright, Savin's Reclamation, Ugin. Mystic Forge is artifacts only, right? Or is it colorless? Oh, it is colorless. There's Bloodstained Mire, which can more good lands, but at this point I'm going to prioritize good cards. So there's Pented Prism, Ugin, Savin's, I don't care about that much. Balance is in the pack. Yeah, I don't know that we can actually make use of this though. Can we? So we've got multiple Mox, so we can afford to lose lands. Yeah, I don't think this is a balanced deck. I think I take this. It's yet another colorless spell that just like wins the game if we get to it. We have a ton of mana with Urza too. There's obviously a lot of good stuff in here. Fable the Mirror Breaker also, like I could play that as well. But I'm gonna take Ugin. All right, well, Bolas' Citadel is an artifact. There's also Chrome Mox. How many black lands do we have? 1, 2, 3, and then all our fetches also find them. So it's not uncastable. It probably has to just be Chrome Mox though, right? There's also like Library. There's a lot of good stuff here. All right, let's take the Chrome Mox. And then how many cards are left in this pack? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, we don't have actually that much for Chrome Mox to work with. Let's just take Citadel because I forgot you can't imprint other artifacts. All right, well, here's Portal to Phyrexia. Another gigantic payoff card. There's also Aetherflux Reservoir, but I don't think I have any way to combo with it. We have some really big mana payoffs, so I'm not sure to what degree this is actually useful. I passed Show and Tell, so we don't have that. So if I'm not taking Portal, what am I taking? Chandra. Do I have a way to discard into my graveyard to make Exhume work? I have Rona. Rona can discard Flesh Gorger. I also have Troll. All right, let's take Exhume. Vampire Hexmage, that works with our Dark Depths. Oh, Fourth Aralingus is also in this pack. Oh, and Thespian Stage. So we're probably not wheeling anything, right? I would rather have Stage than, so Stage and Hexmage were both in the same pack, eh? It's either that or Fourth. Fourth is really good. Actually, so there's what, 10 cards in this pack? So if I take Fourth, there's a chance that I can wheel one of the two of them. I'm fine just not playing Dark Depths if I don't. All right, I'm going to take Fourth and then hope to wheel either Stage or Hexmage. Okay, we've got some lands. Ooh, we got Kappa Cannoneer. Yet another artifact that works with all of our cheap artifacts. Yep, let's take Kappa Cannoneer. Mishra's Factory. Oh, that's Factory, not Workshop. Let's see, what else? Beseech the Mirror sort of works. I don't think there's anything I'm beseeching for, though. Like, I'm not really gonna... Then there's what? Imperial Seal. Imperial Seal works really well with our Forge and Bolas, too. What else? Murktide we can't play. Coveted Jewel, I don't have anything to blink it with. Elspeth makes tokens that are good with Skull Clamp. Let's just take Imperial Seal. We don't really have like an A-B combo, but we do have some good payoffs. All right, Dark Confidant, although our mana values are pretty high. What else we got? Phyrexian Dragon Engine. I mean, there is just Ulamog. We just don't have ramp though, right? We've got like 2 Mox, 3 Mox, and a Talisman. I can get this into my graveyard with Rona. What else? That's pretty much it, right? And it's an artifact that pairs well again with what we're doing with artifacts. All right, we'll take that. Paradoxical Wield. I don't think I'm actually taking it though. We don't have enough things that work with it. Whereas Coalition Relic helps fix our mana, helps us jump from 3 to 4. It's an artifact. We'll take Coalition Relic. All right, Showdown of the Scalds is probably the best thing here. There's also Saheeli, which does make artifact servos that work with Skull Clamp, so that's potentially in contention. I don't know. Probably my curve is too high for Showdown to be really that viable. I'm probably not playing Saheeli either, though, but we can try it. All right, Talisman of Conviction, that's fine. Oh, there's also Crop Rotation for Dark Depths if we manage to wheel Stage or Vampire Hexmage. I think it's unlikely that we do. Let's just take the Talisman. All right, well, I'm not playing these. I'm probably not playing Reservoir either, though. Do I have anything that combos with it? I might want Wall of Roots depending on what this deck looks like. Yeah. All right. Well, we didn't. So probably not playing either of these either. Let's just move this to the sideboard, and then Helm of Awakening we're not playing. Okay. So we're at 39 cards minus the lands. So let's just take these out for right now. So this is 28 cards, and then the Moxen are partially lands. So we've got to cut some amount of cards. Okay, so first of all, let's fix this curve. So Fourth Aerolingus is a 3-drop, and Prismatic is, I mean, it depends on what you're targeting, but let's say it's like 2 mana. Okay. And then everything else here is actually good. So the only card I'm really in contention on is like Citadel, because we have so many things that cost a lot, but I mean, it's fine. We also have like Uro to gain life, although it doesn't gain that much life, but you know, it can gain life. What's our creature, non-creature breakdown? How many creatures do we have? We have 12 creatures and 16 non-creatures. Usher of the Fallen is also actually good with Skull Clamp, but I think I'm not going to play that. Boy, do I wish I would have taken Sword of the Meek now, but I didn't. All right, so we're not playing Dark Depths. Okay. I am going to have to cut some cards. What those cards are, though, I'm not sure. So let's see. We're probably playing all these lands, right? What do we have a color? Do we not have a color? We have every color, right? Blue, green, red, black, white. Yeah, we have every color in our deck. So I'm going to play all of these lands. But that's only 10 lands. We got to play at least 15 with our Moxen, so we got to cut 3 cards. All right, what 3 cards are the worst cards in the deck? Honestly, Imperial Seal might be one of them. There's nothing that we like absolutely want to draw because we don't have any AB combos. We just have like generically good value cards. But I would rather not cut that if I don't have to. So then what is the other stuff? Prismatic Ending is our only removal spell, right? So we're not getting rid of that. Phyrexian Dragon Engine might be kind of bad. The only way we have to get it into our graveyard is Rona. And when we're casting it normally outside of unearthing it, it's just really bad. We also don't have any like welding effects. We've got 1 Exhume to get it back, and that's it. We're also very low on creatures too, although the creatures we do have are incredibly good. Would cut the Legionnaire. Yeah, we're not an aggro deck. All right, let's cut Legionnaire. I'm going to cut Dragon Engine as well. And then we got to cut one more thing. So the amount of turn 2 ramp that we have is... We've got 2 Talismans, we've got Wall of Roots and Sylvan Caryatid, which is probably, given how expensive some of our cards are, ramp that we do want. Najeela might be kind of bad. Do we have any other warriors in this deck? So like there's no way that we can play Najeela and immediately attack and trigger it. So nothing else is a warrior. Okay, the Kappa Cannoneer is a warrior. Citadel seems tough. Citadel's just like so unbelievably busted. So if we don't have Najeela, the only source of 1/1s we have is Saheeli, which is actually enough, I think, probably. I think I'm inclined to cut Najeela. All right, so then we play every land here except Dark Depths, and then let's do a color sort. All right, so we've got 2, I mean, Saheeli's not really red, but we've got 2 red spells, sort of. We've got 5 to 6 blue spells. We've got 4 black spells with potentially Flesh Gorger being another black spell. We've got 4 green spells, and we've got 3 white spells. So we're kind of all over the place. And then we got a bunch of colorless cards. Okay, so then, if I just fix these lands up, so we've got this, this, this. Then the fetch lands are kind of just like, they find everything. There's Ndotha, here's Hallowed Fountain, Blooming Marsh. And then the fetch lands, can all the fetch lands find every color? All the fetch lands find all the triomes, which is just missing blue. And then Delta, Flat, and Tarn can all find Hallowed Fountain and Tundra. So all the fetch lands can find every color. And only Tarn can find Taiga. So we're going to add 5 lands to this deck. So green is important early on for these guys. We also have triple black for Citadel, double blue/red for Saheeli, double blue for Urza. We have double blue and green for Uro. The color we need the least is probably white. Oh, and also Emerald and Ruby are in here too. So let's see. What basics are we adding? We're definitely adding a forest. I'm not going to add a mountain. So Tarn can find Taiga, which is an untapped red source. And then the other ones can't find an untapped red source, so there's no reason to add a mountain. Then Swamp is findable off of 2 of our fetch lands, so we want that. Island is also findable off of 2 of our fetch lands, and white is findable off of marsh flats. So maybe something like this, 2 forests, and then 1 of each of the other ones except a mountain. So let's add these basics. Actually, now that I think about it, how many artifacts do I have for opal? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then that's all of the artifacts at 3 mana and lower. So opal probably just isn't online a lot of the time. We also don't really need plains because we can fetch Tundra and Hallowed Fountain. All right, let's maybe add another forest because these are important. Saheeli's basically an artifact. I mean, it kind of is. That's still not a lot. I just don't know that I particularly value any of these other cards over an opal. All right, what is the actual makeup of our lands here? We've got how many green sources? So the fetch lands are free rolls. So we've got 3. Let's just add another one here, right? So if we're not counting opal in that mix, fetch lands are wild cards that are every color. So then white is 7 lands. Blue is 7 lands. We might need more blue. Black is 7 lands. That's really rough with the Citadel. Red is 6 or 7. And then green is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we don't need as much green. We can cut green and we can play more blue or black. Wait, how much is green? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 8's enough. So let's add 1 island, 1 swamp. All right, I think that looks fine. So we're basically a value / like win the game deck. We don't have any straight up just kill condition combos, but we got a fair amount of value. So we're also missing interaction. The only real piece of interaction we have is prismatic ending, right? I guess Ugin technically is like interaction, although that's 8 mana. So presumably the plan of this deck is to just ramp out really fast with Moxen and whatnot and just try to overwhelm our opponent before they can do anything. All right, let's go with that. All right, so this is our deck. Play match. If you're just tuning in, this is apparently the ASMR stream. We're here on a cozy Friday, playing some Magic Vintage Cube. Modern got you down? Why not try Limited? Time to see if this soup tastes good. Indeed. Indeed, Owen. Alright, it's currently round 1 of our first Vintage Cube of the day, and we are on the draw. Let's go ahead and see what we're playing against. Alright, well, this hand is not that great, but we do have a turn 2 Saheeli into a turn 3 Urza, so I think we'll keep it. Let's go ahead and keep this hand, and see what we get. Opponent plays a Blooming Marsh into a Hex Drinker. Very well. Alright, so I probably need to fetch for... It has to be a blue source or a red source. No, it has to be a blue source for Urza. So it can't be one of the Triomes. Is there a reason to play Mox Emerald right now? I don't think so. Let's just play this and pass. Alright, we are taking 2 damage from the Hex Drinker, putting us to 18. Hex Drinker level up, and Hex Drinker level up. Alright, end of turn we'll fetch. Okay then, it has to be a blue source. So I guess we grab Hallowed Fountain tapped. Yeah, that seems like it, although we are missing 2 of our colors if we do that, but it is what it is. Oh wait, no we're not, because I have Mox Emerald, so we're just missing red if I do that. Alright, so we'll grab that. Alright, unfortunately this can level up to a 4-4, although that is not big enough to kill Saheeli. But we just drew Coalition Relic, so I'm actually going to play that instead. Alright, so Island, Mox Emerald, cast Coalition Relic. And then I don't think I actually want to Imperial Seal for anything. I think we can just level this up. So back to them. It's the final mode on this. It basically becomes Progenitus. Alright, it's a 4-4 and it's pro instant, which is fine. Tear Asunder on our Coalition Relic. Well, that's a shame. There it goes. Well, we got Urza next turn. Hopefully that's good enough. Costs them another 4 mana to level this up to maximum. Ooh, we drew Mox Ruby, you say. We drew Mox Ruby, you say. So we're going to play Urza, and then we've got 1 mana remaining. So it's not Saheeli time yet. Although technically I could Imperial Seal if I pay Ruby first. At this point I probably do want to play Imperial Seal. So let's cast Ruby. Let's play the Swamp. Let's play Urza. Trigger Urza. And then I don't know what I'm sealing for, but let's just do that. Okay, so I could grab Prismatic Ending, which would be a way to get rid of this thing, as it is a threat I do need to deal with. What are the other options? Ugin, I am 2 mana away from being able to cast, so not Ugin. Flesh Gorger, I'm 1 mana away from being able to cast, but again, I can't rely on untapping with that. So it's probably better to just grab the Prismatic Ending and have a way to kill this, right? It has 3 counters on it, so they can't level it up to max next turn. So let's just grab Prismatic. All right, back over to them. Swings with the Hex Drinker. We will take it. We are down a lot of life, so we're at 7, and hopefully we can stabilize next turn. Tear Asunder our Urza. That is unfortunate, or Bitter Triumph our Urza, rather. All right, well, let's play Saheeli, and then let's Prismatic the Hex Drinker, triggering Saheeli. Oh no, they have an answer. They have a response. Miscalculation, and we're 1 short of being able to pay for it. Well, that's a shame. I guess I could have exhumed Urza too earlier, and that would have given me more mana. So in the meantime, let's attack them with this thing and then just block with the servo token. I actually may not even block with the servo, because we can survive at 3, and then... Yeah, we can survive at 3, and then we have more artifacts for this Karnstruct next turn, and for Urza. So yeah, no blocks. We go to 3. Pumps Hex Drinker, pumps Hex Drinker, pumps, or doesn't pump it. Fortunately, this does get pro everything, so we will just die to it next turn. Rona, you say? That doesn't really help. I think we're just going to die to this Hex Drinker. Can Saheeli only make artifacts into copies of non-artifacts? It makes artifacts into copies of artifacts or creatures. But unfortunately, I just don't think we have any way of dealing with this. So they got rid of Prismatic Ending, so I think we're kind of just dead to this thing. All right, let's exhume. I guess we can wheel into Ugin, right? That's the only out. So let's exhume, trigger Saheeli, then resolve exhume to bring Urza back. And then we've got to specifically wheel into... We have to wheel into Ugin. Yep. So activate. So let's tap this. Let's tap this. Let's tap this. Let's tap this. Let's tap. And then let's tap this. And let's spin the Urza. Gotta find Ugin. Actually, hang on. If we do find Ugin, I want to attack. So let's tap this and this. All right. Urza spin. Found Wall of Roots. That ain't gonna cut it. And we're one short of killing them because I can turn this servo into a Karnstruct. Oh, could I have actually killed them here? I could have turned Emerald into a Karnstruct. Oh, I actually could have killed them like that. Target artifact you control becomes another copy. All right. We went for the gambling line, missing the actually winning line. All right, I don't think I changed anything, right? I mean, they're just like Sultai value as far as I can tell. So let's just run the same thing back. So yeah, I could have, instead of spinning, just turned one of the Moxen into a Karnstruct and then attacked for 13 and won the game. All right, we'll be on the play. This hand looks pretty good. There's actually a turn 1 Rona with this hand, so let's keep this. All right, so let's play Mox Ruby, play Island, play Rona. The gambling line is always alluring, indeed. That's why you shouldn't gamble, kids. All right, well, we're definitely looting. Loot. Imperial Seal, you say? Sounds pretty good. Well, we're not discarding that, so what am I fetching for? I've got Endotha Triumph for all of my other colors here. I can't play anything else this turn anyway, so which fetch land do I need less? By the way, can you look at your deck somehow? All right, I believe Tarn fetches more things than Delta does, so change deck does it. Gotcha. All right, so what do I want to fetch next? I want it to be untapped, and I want it to be probably green. No, actually, I have green. I want it to be another blue source, right? So the only untapped blue source is Tundra. Either fetch land finds it, so that's fine. All right, so we'll discard Delta. And then we want to cycle first. No, because I'm going to play Triumph here, right? So I'm just going to cast nothing. Yeah, all right, let's play the Triumph. I guess I am cycling probably regardless of what happens. But who knows, maybe I'm not. I want to play the Swamp. They do have Miscalc mana up. All right, I'm going to hold on to this roll for now. We drew Marsh Flats. All right, so, I mean, first things first. I guess I'm going to make sure that I have the land first before I loot. So let's go grab Tundra, and let's loot with Rona. A Taiga, you say. Let's see, I'm missing triple black for Bolas the Citadel if I want that. All right, so let's just get rid of Taiga. And then let's cast Urza. They'll probably counter it, but that's fine. Untap the Rona. All right, does Urza resolve or not? It does resolve. All right. Well, I'm just going to loot again, so let's just pass to them. There's nothing I would play here that if I drew it, I would loot. Because the only things are 0 mana artifacts that I have no reason to play right now. I'm also not going to cycle away this troll because I actually can play it next turn, presumably. Retrofitter Foundry. Actually, do I have an untapped black land that I can get with Tarn? I don't think I do. So this is 2 mana to make a servo. Oh, I forgot to loot. All right. I have 2 swamps, and then, yeah, just the 2 swamps, right? I don't have any other untapped black source, so I can't actually cast Troll this turn. I could flip Rona over, though. Start beating them. All they can do is make a 1/1. I think this Tarn is actually out of things that it can fetch other than basic islands. That are untapped, rather. So this is 5 mana to flip. All right, so transform Rona and play this. Go to combat. Whenever a source deals damage to Rona, source's controller exiles a card from their hand at random. If it's a land, you may put it onto the battlefield. Otherwise, you may cast it without paying for it. Attack with Urza and Rona. Opponent makes a servo, and then they're just gonna... I mean, this has trample, so like... I don't have an untapped black source that I can fetch for, so I can't seal for anything right now. So let's just pass, and then I'm gonna Tarn for the other Triumph. My lands have been pretty awkward this game, although I probably could have deployed them in a different way so that I could have cast more of this stuff on curve. Trinket Mage, fetching. Oh, they failed to find. I guess this is their only 1 mana artifact. Ooh, they have Gaia's Cradle. All right, end of turn fetch. So Savai Triumph, and we untap, drew a Swamp. All right, I don't have a way of drawing a card right now, and Urza shuffles the deck, so I can't Imperial Seal and then Urza anything. I could just cast this troll though, so let's go to combat and attack with Rona and the Urza. No, I guess not the Urza, I guess just Rona and this Construct token. And then we'll just play Troll. Then I'm 1 mana short of playing Troll and Imperial Seal, so instead let's just attack with Rona. Alright, so go to combat. 5, 6, 7, yeah. Attack with Rona. Alright, Swamp, cast this Troll, and then let's Imperial Seal. Double green, make a servo. Okay, yeah. I'm probably just fetching 4th Aerolingus, right? I mean, I can play that or I can play Ugin. 4th Aerolingus, I think, will probably just win the game if they don't have a counter for it. Alright, let's put 4th Aerolingus on top and pass to them. They are getting a worrisome amount of mana here, though. They have 7, and they haven't really been doing anything. So that tells me they got something big cooking. They're what? They're 1 short of Crater Hoof. Another land? All right. They are not doing anything? Okay, well, I mean, if this resolves, they lose. So X is 5 or 6 if I shock in Hallowed Fountain. All right. Shock in Hallowed Fountain, cast 4th. Red, white, tap, 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 tap. Tap Construct. X is 6. Does this resolve? It did. We have won the game. So we're moving on to game 3. I still don't really think I have anything to sideboard, so we'll just run the same thing back. All right, we've got a Opal that doesn't do anything, but we have turn 2 Caryatid into potentially other things with a potential 4th Aerolingus, so I will keep this. So I need to fetch a green Triumph first, so I need to fetch Indotha, and then I need to fetch an untapped land, right? So if I'm fetching Indotha, I want to fetch red-blue after that, which I can't. Oh, well, there's Savai Triumph. All right, what are my untapped duels? I've got, it has to be green. So Savai into Taiga or Indotha into Tundra. And then I'm just missing red. So Indotha into Tundra, and then I have Savai Triumph in my hand. Indotha into Tundra seems like the best move. In which case, either fetch does it either way. All right, let's go Flats pass. Valakut. No attacks. All right, well, fetch end of turn. Grab Indotha. Then untap. Then we drew Citadel. All right, play Polluted Delta, fetch. Grab Tundra. Play Caryatid. 2 just mid-range value piles staring at each other. Once upon a time, found a swamp. All right, plays the swamp. Plays Questing Beast. All right, good for them, but we can still beat this. It's gonna make this 4th Aerolingus real bad. All right, I probably need to deploy Mystic Forge immediately. So, I mean, I guess I could cast 4th Aerolingus for 2 2/2s, and then I can't block the Questing Beast, and they steal the Monarch back, so that seems bad. So, yeah, let's get Mystic Forge out. What's on top of my deck? Talisman is on top of my deck. So what does that represent next turn? It's draw, play Talisman, play Opal. I have 3 mana. I'm going to 9 off of this thing, but if I use this, I'm taking even more damage. I just need to draw something that isn't Talisman though, right? Like I don't need the Citadel in my hand anymore. Technically I can play this Troll, but like there's an off chance that Moxes are on top of my deck. So all right, let's activate the Forge. Questing Druid's on top. All right, let's not cast Opal right now. Let's just pass back to them. So 3-turn clock with the Questing Beast. No, it's actually even more than that, right? Because this Ignoble pumps it. Well, it's still a 3-turn clock, but it means we can't activate Forge multiple times. Oof, grief us too. Well, now I wish I'd played Opal. So we're going to 7 here, and then this is 7 power right here for next turn. Do I have to cycle on my upkeep in order to try to find something? Possibly. I very likely have to cycle and get this off the top of my deck. Yeah, they take Opal, because this Druid's just not going to cut it. All right, we go to 7. So let's Swamp Cycle this, grab a Swamp. Top card's Ruby. All right, well, at least we're drawing it. So then drew, cast Ruby. So if I Aerolingus for 3, I guess I can technically block the grief and I'm not dead. I can also play Swamp Citadel here, but then there's only so many things I can cast with the Citadel. All right, let's use the Forge because I'll still survive by 1. Swamp's on top. All right, well, we got a Aerolingus here. So 4th Aerolingus, tap, tap, white, tap, tap. X is 3, and then we're just not going to attack. Sword of the Meek, which they can equip to Questing Beast, and then we're dead. Yep. Oh, well. What would our next draw have been? So we would have drawn Swamp, and then this would have been on top, and then I couldn't have activated Forge, so yeah, we would have just been dead. All right. Well, punted that match. Could have won the first game. Maybe I need to be more committed to a specific archetype when I'm drafting. I usually just kind of draft soup. I go with just finding lands first because I don't know what to commit to, and then I just draft soup. By the way, for those of you who saw this post earlier, any disagreements? All right, we're on the play. We've got only one land, but we can swamp cycle to find another one, and then we can go Talisman into the Skull Clamp, I guess. And then we can, or no, we can just Exhume Troll next turn. All right, this looks fine, keep. We've got a turn to Exhume on the Troll, so I think we're good. So Marsh Flats, over to them. All right, and a turn fetch, let's grab Tundra, Swamp Cycle, grab a Swamp, and then let's Exhume. Back to them. So Zavai into Mountain plays Earthshaker Kenra. Not too great here against our Troll. So aggro deck, but they have a Triome. All right, well, let's just attack them because we're winning this race. Swing. Oh, they can't even block this, right? Yeah. You have to triple block in order to block it. So then play Talisman, play Skull Clamp, over to them. So Garda's 8 is the problem in Hammer IMO. The Cascade decks would be fine in Modern without Outburst, so they can't protect with Force and such, as long as Urza Saga's legal Force of Vigor needs to be legal. Even without Saga, it keeps Artifact BS in check. Claimer, attack us. We take 2, we go to 17. I'm probably clamping my Troll. I could also just play Flesh Gorger as a 3-3. Caryatid I can't play. So my options are either clamp the Troll and keep hitting them, and then play Rona, or Flesh Gorger. I think it's Flesh Gorger, or I think it's Rona. So let's Skull Clamp here, go to combat, swing, and then we'll play Rona. I disagree. I think the other cheaty cards like Pure Steel still make it a problem, and so it's either ban all the cheat cards or it's ban just Hammer itself. The Cascade decks are still going to be an issue with Violent Outburst, although if you wanted to hinder those decks without totally getting rid of them, then Outburst would be the card to ban for the reasons you specified. But I think the mechanic in general is just always going to be a problem. Those decks, even if you banned Outburst, then they'll just expand their mana to play Ardent Plea, and then they'll still have 8 Cascaders on turn 3, which will still be miserable. And then Urza Saga and Force should just both go. All right, so they can triple block, and then we kill everything on their board and draw 2 cards. I guess I'm going to loot with Rona regardless of what happens, right? So loot. What am I getting rid of? I can't even play either of these green spells, right? I guess I'm just going to get rid of Wall of Roots. If I draw Forest, all right, let's get rid of Wall of Roots. And then let's go to combat and trade everything. Swing. They have to block this, and then we kill everything on their board, and we draw 2 cards. The worst thing right now is Titan, though. It is so much more explosive than anything else. I assume you're talking about Primeval Titan. 1, 3, 6, yeah. I do think Amulet Titan needs a ban as well, and if I were to ban a card, it would be Dryad. That leaves Valakut in the format, so you can still do Scape Shift stuff with it, but it means that Titan has to go back to actually killing you with Sun Home and whatnot. So let's see, I can play Urza, can't do anything after that, or I can just play Shorakai. Urza is also the best thing for following up next turn with just more mana, right? And it puts a threat into play. Yeah, so let's just play Urza. Also, it untaps Rona and allows me to spend Skull Clamp to move the Skull Clamp onto a creature. All right, I guess I will loot here. All right, get rid of Caryatid, and then tap this for blue, and then move it to Construct. So they are at 5 life and have 5 lands in play. So I guess they're not strictly an aggro deck, because they do have like other mid-rangey-ish things. And double Triomes is like kind of bad in aggro. All right, well, they didn't play anything. So let's try to kill them, question mark. I could flip Rona over, and that presents them with multiple lethal threats. Or, let's see, that's probably worse than just attacking with these 2 and seeing what they do in response. I'm assuming they have removal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I actually could play Flesh Gorger this turn if I'm willing to tap my Construct. Or I can go like Saheeli Mystic Forge. All right, tap this for blue, tap this for blue, play Saheeli. Oh, I should have looted first. Whatever, it's fine. And then shock this in. Then this, cast Mystic Forge. Or I guess just Shorakai. Either one's fine. I should loot before I do that. Loot. Oh, Uro into the graveyard. All right, Shorakai. Trigger both of these. So then Shorakai enters. And then we can tap the Servo to activate this dude. Draw 2, discard Island. All right, Rona activate, discard land, cast Ruby, make another Servo. Then I have 2 mana with Urza, and I can cast Questing Druid. Jesus. All right, go to combat. Attack with Urza. Endurance. Sure. Targeting me, obviously, because Uro's in my graveyard. All right. And they can just bump here. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so end of their turn, we'll cast Seek the Beast. The One Ring. Well, it buys them a turn. They draw a card. All right, cast Seek the Beast. Red. Tap this Servo. Trigger Saheeli, make another Servo. We exiled 2 lands. All right. Well, I've got multiple islands. We don't have any green, so let's play Forest. Then let's play Mystic Forge. So let's tap all these servos down because the servos are Not do anything here this turn. Tap Skull Clamp. Trigger Saheeli, make a servo, resolve Mystic Forge. Top card is a land. Let's get rid of that. Actually, I guess I can loot with Rona, right? Yeah. Loot with Rona. Get rid of this land. I haven't fetched yet, right? Yeah. We've got 22 cards left in our deck. Oh, no, I've played a land this turn. Activate Forge. Exile the Swamp. Prismatic Ending. Well, I can Ending the Ring. Oh, no, but I can't draw it. Oh, wait, I can draw it with Shurikai. Draw some cards. Tap this servo. I'm discarding a land. Top card is Coalition Relic. So let's see. Cast Coalition Relic. Tap, tap, and tap. Make another servo. Fourth Erlingus on top, you say. All right. Urza. Tap the servo. And then green, black, red. Prismatic Ring. Oh, I didn't tap for white. Tap this, tap for white, tap this. Prismatic the Ring. Make another servo. I can also just move Skull Clamp around. Like, that's kind of nuts. Tap this dude. Equip Skull Clamp to one of these tapped servos. Draw some cards. Where's Skull Clamp right now? Move it here. Draw some cards. All right. I think we're pretty well set up. Let's just pass. All right. So obviously we win that game. And then sideboarding, again, we just like don't have anything really to sideboard. So run back the same deck. I guess there's always the possibility that we like draw our whole deck and then Oracle, but if we're drawing our whole deck, we should be winning the game. 2 Moxes. So this hand just needs a land to be good. Actually, I can get Saheeli out on turn 2 and then play Mox Opal and have Opal online. All right, keep that. So we go Triome, and then we go Emerald, Hallowed Fountain, Saheeli, Opal, make a servo. Soulscar Mage. All right, place of Triome. Back to them. Rogren Triome tapped, and then I guess we're taking one from the Soulscar Mage. All right, so Spire Bluff, Emerald, cast Saheeli, cast Opal, trigger Saheeli, and then we can't do anything with that mana, but that's fine. We'll just pass and do crazy nutso stuff next turn. Cycles Oliphant, getting a Blood Crypt. Territorial Kavu, and then they can Blood Crypt and have it be a 5/5. All right, and I guess they get 1 free attacking with this Soulscar Mage. Attacking Saheeli, that's fine, no blocks. Saheeli goes to 4 loyalty. Oh my gosh, we drew Urza. Okay, how much mana do I have? So I go Hallowed Fountain, cast Urza, and then I have 3 mana and I can't do anything else. But it does make a Construct token. That's a 4/4. Oh wait, no, I have 1 more mana because, no, I have, I cast Urza and then I have an untapped land, right? Yeah, okay, so Urza, blue, blue, tap, tap, make a Construct. And then I've got 2 mana here, 1 here, can't play anything else. So play this tapped, and then I guess we'll just pass. And if they want to kill Saheeli off, I guess they will, or I can maybe block with the Construct, I'm not sure. Or I can double block servo plus Construct token on Kavu. I feel like keeping Saheeli around is probably very important, so let's do that. Earthshaker Kenra can make the servo or Urza not able to block. I can't cast Citadel because I only have 2 black mana, so it's probably Shurikai / Mystic Forge next turn. Okay, servo cannot block. They're attacking Saheeli, and this is also going at Saheeli. Do they have Bone Crusher Giant so that if I block with Urza, they're just going to trade? Discard a card, draw a card. Well, I could just block with the Construct on the Earthshaker. Like, that's fine. They discarded Loam. I think it's too important to make sure that Urza lives to block here. So then the only option is, do I want to trade this Construct to leave Saheeli at 1 counter? She's so good with Urza in play, though. If I block here, she goes to 1. If they have Bone Crusher Giant, they'll just Bone Crusher it, though, which I guess is okay. All right, I'll absorb the damage. I guess if they have Bone Crusher, they'll just Bone Crusher the servo, and then this will die and Saheeli will still die. But if they have if they have removal, then what can I do? Oh, did I miscalculate the amount of damage? I thought she was supposed to be at 1. Oh, this doesn't have trample. I thought this had trample. Prismatic Omen. Lands are all types. Oh, they have Valakut, so that makes sense. Okay, what am I doing now? Shurikai lets me immediately draw 2 cards, but it costs most of my mana to do it. Or I can go Mystic Forge, but then I'm at the mercy of whatever is on the top. All right, so Shurikai. So let's tap this. So then it's blue, white, this one. Trigger Saheeli. We make a servo, then the Shurikai enters the battlefield, then we tap the servo, activate Shurikai, we make a pilot, we drew 2 lands, let's discard. If I keep Delta, it means that I get black mana next turn. What else am I doing? I have 2 mana available right now, so I can Questing Druid, nothing else, so let's just ditch Taiga, then Delta, and then we'll just pass to them. So we're going to fetch the other Triome out of our deck and cast Seek the Beast, and then untap and play Citadel, and go ham. Cycles Savai Triome. That's a good sign for us. They've got nothing better to do than that. Plays a Mountain. Plays DRC. They only have 1 card left. I mean, I guess this is a free attack here. We just chump it with a pilot token. Oh, and they're attacking with Earthshaker. discard a card, discarding a land. So their card is just a random card, so I'll block with Urza. So block here, block here. So it was just a complete bluff last turn. All right, Earthshaker's dead. All right, end of turn. Fetch first to make sure that the Triumph is out of our deck. Then Seek the Beast, red. Urza taps for blue here. Trigger Saheeli, make another servo. Resolve Seek the Beast. Ugin and Uro. Well, if I Ugin and name 2, I keep everything on my board and they lose everything on their board. Seems good to me. Tap a servo. Tap a servo. Tap a servo. Tap, 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 tap. That is 7. I'm 1 short. Ugin. Oh, I guess I wasn't short. Back all that up. Tap, tap. Let's just make sure we're casting Ugin correctly. Cast Ugin, spend this mana, spend this, spend this, spend this, spend this, spend this. All right, trigger Saheeli, make a servo. Ugin hits the board. X is 2. Lose everything on their side. I can technically play Mystic Forge right now. Yeah, all right, so play this. I guess I should play Uro to get it out of here, right? So Uro, blue, green, tap down, Shorakai, triggers, put land into play, it dies, and then go to combat, attack with Urza. Well, they're drawing 1 card. I don't see how they get out of this. Ren and 6. Yeah, they're not getting out of this. Gets a Triumph and plays it. All right, let's cast the Questing Druid. So let's spend this. Actually, hang on. Spend this and this. Then I'm going to have Saheeli. Oh, I can't actually activate Saheeli. Never mind. So let's play Citadel. So black, black, black. Then this one, and this one. Cast Citadel. We trigger the Druid. Make a servo. Bolus the Citadel hits the board. Play this land. Fetch with this land. Grab Tundra. Skull Clamp, cast it for free. Trigger Saheeli. Resolve that. Can I cast Prismatic for 0 targeting nothing? I guess I have to target something, right? But it doesn't matter what I target. If its value is blah, blah, blah. So if I can just target something and not have it die, right? Done. Triggers. Cast Wall Roots. Troll is 6 mana. That's fine. Cast Troll. Trigger the Questing Druid. That's 6, 7. All right, that's enough. So, oh wait, no, I still have to pay life to cast these things. It's fine. Cast this. Rona on top. All right, so I can animate Shorakai. So crew with these 2 here. Then go to combat. Attack them. I guess I technically could have equipped Skull Clamp. It doesn't matter. They're going to lose. Activate the Citadel. Sack 10 permanents. Sack all the servos. All right. We've officially done soup things in our soup deck. All right, we are on the draw for our 3rd round. This hand is, I mean, it's fine. We've got a turn 3 Urza with Skull Clamp. So it seems decent enough. So we go Hallowed Fountain and then 2 fast lands. Fast land number 2 plays Talisman into Skull Clamp, and then we play Urza the next turn. Opponent plays a Triumph. All right, Scalding Tarn, pass. Let me know if the cozy fireplace music in the background is a nice touch. Botanical Sanctum, and then no actions from them. All right, so we're going to fetch a Hallowed Fountain tapped. Then let's play Spire Bluff, Talisman of Conviction, cast Skull Clamp, and back to them. An island from our opponent. Narset Parter of Veil, revealing a Talisman of Curiosity. Well, I can spend my whole turn prismaticing this, or I can just slam Urza. Slamming Urza seems better. Let's slam Urza. Urza has been slammed. And then let's Skull Clamp the Urza, I guess. So tap this, equip here, and over to them. I guess technically I don't draw more than 1 card or no cards with this Narset in play, but I can try to kill Narset next turn. Plays a Boseiju. We can hopefully untap and prismatic. Ooh, a Jace. All right, we can kill both of these now. Bounces our Construct. So we can attack here, prismatic the Narset, Cryptic Command into their hand. Okay, well, let's go ahead and attack Jace to death. Attack Jace. Narset is trying to spill salt into the soup. Fortunately for us, it will not work. All right, so I guess I don't technically have to prismatic this turn. So let's just Questing Beast, Druid, whatever, and see what we hit. So tap this, play, let's tap the red source. I guess it's better if I do this at instant speed, right? So tap the Skull Clamp, then we're gonna cast Coalition Relic, tap here, tap here, tap here, then Taiga, because until the next end step, right? I guess I want to stop on my own end step to do it before they have Cryptic Command mana open. So let's go to the end step and then Seek the Beast. Well, it is what it is. Back to them. So they're just going to pass with Cryptic up. All right, so tap this for the charge counter. Then back to our turn. Always yield to this. Let's add blue question mark. All right, blue. Blue it is. So let's cast Wall of Roots, then activate this, tap Urza Skull Clamp, cast the Questing Druid. Cryptic Command, counter tap all my creatures. Yeah, that's fine. All right, play Tundra from Exile. I could spin the Urza, or I can just play Rona here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. Spinning the Urza seems like a lot higher EV than just putting Rona into play. There's some really good hits I could hit. All right, let's spin Urza. Exhume. All right, well, cast Exhume. And then over to them. Opponent plays Deeproot Wayfinder. When it hits me, surveil 1, then you can return a land from grave to the battlefield. Plays their Talisman. All right, charge it up. Then back to us. Imperial Seal. All right, so this is removed. I'm probably just going to spin again. Actually, no, I'm going to kill the Deeproot Wayfinder and then just attack Narset to death. So let's add white. Then let's tap Skull Clamp. Let's Prismatic this dude. Grow the Questing Druid. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. All right, spin Urza. Tap, 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 tap. We spun into Ugin. Cast Ugin. 3 to them. Go to combat. Oh, I should have played Rona first. Oh, whatever. Attack Narset. Attack them. Okay, Swamp minus here. Play Rona. Play Imperial Seal. Let's put Aerolingus on top of our deck. And charge this up. Over to them. Time Warp. All right. They take another turn. Gruuf Triplets. Make 3 3/3s. All right, well, this one, 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 this one. Tap this one. Aerolingus. X is 9. Blast one of these dudes out of the way. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. They're still dead, right? They block 2 creatures and they die. This has to be lethal, right? All right. I mean, we just played like a bunch of just mid-rangey soup decks, and there's nothing here that I think I need to change based on that, so let's just run it back. See, gambling always pays off. Wow, double Mox hand. We can play a turn 1 Uro. Oh, actually, no, we can't. We don't have blue mana, but, you know, double Mox hand we're keeping. Zagoth Triome. All right, never mind, we can. Spire Bluff, Emerald, Ruby, cast Uro, trigger, put this into play. Then he dies, then we'll cast Skull Clamp. Over to them. So we're just missing Escape Fodder now, and the second blue, but we have the second blue off of Talisman. Once Upon a Time, finds Beseiju. All right. Okay, well, Talisman. Let's play a Swamp, and we can't do anything else, so over to them. Plays a Forest. Back to us. Okay, Shurikai. So these ones, oh, am I missing white mana? Oh, I'm missing white mana. Well, back to them, I guess. That started off so impressively. Vendilion Click, targeting us. They can just choose not to make us put anything back. Yep, they have chosen not to put anything back. So we do need to draw either white mana or like something to cast, but we've got a lot of mana here. So we have a lot of really good draws we could hit. Questing Beast. Well, we're on a clock. Taking 7, go to 16. Well, there's a card that can't even block what they're doing, but it does give us white mana next turn. I guess I may as well clamp this. Over to them. They played their Beseiju. All right, we can't block. We go to 9. So let's see, I can what? Prismatic the Questing Beast. Time Warp. Well, I feel like we've gotten outrageously unlucky. We had like the best start possible and then drew nothing that we could do. And our opponent has a curve with Time Walk in it. So, I mean, Nissa, which does what? Makes an XX or destroys an artifact or enchantment. Blows up our Skull Clamp, sure. We drew Wall of Roots. That is still not useful. So I can't survive by just killing one of these guys. So I have to Shurikai and then use 5 mana and somehow not die to this. All right, white and then blue. This one and the green source. Cast Shurikai. And then activate, spending Ruby. All right, we drew a bunch of nothing. So I can't play any of this, and then we're just dead. All right. The pilot can't block either. Yeah, all right, we're dead. So, yeah, game number 3. Okay, pretty good hand. Keep. Play Ndatha, play Emerald, play Clamp. Over to them. And we're missing just red. So I can Delta. Okay, well, I might actually need that. Savai's the only one I can fetch with Delta, right? That makes a red mana. Yeah, so, all right, let's play Savai and pass. Opponent plays Wall of Roots, and they get a follow-up. Nature's Claim our Mox Emerald. Well, that's not very nice. All right, Talisman, Island, go. Questing Beast on turn 3, and we're on the clock again. All right, one sec, guys. All right, I guess I can technically play Kappa Cannoneer here, right? And that can trade with the Questing Beast. I think it's better than playing Mystic Forge in this position. So let's Kappa, because we just need to stop the beats. Because I can probably win the long game with Mystic Forge. Nissa, who shakes the world. Yikes. Well, that changes the equation a little. Well, I can't even kill... I guess I can kill this next turn, but then I'm still taking an onslaught. I have to get Nissa off the board, right? I guess they can just block with a land or block with Wall of Roots, though. Oh, no, it makes it unblockable. Yeah, all right, we'll take the hit. All right, let's play Mystic. Fourth Aerolingus is on top. All right, yield to the Kappa Cannoneer. I guess Fourth Aerolingus is a good draw, but not necessarily in this position. So we kill Nissa, and then... So drawing Fourth Aerolingus here means I have X is 4. That's not that great, because I'm still getting beaten down by the Questing Beast. I don't know. I guess it's okay. I kind of just want to run Caryatid out this turn, though. All right, let's fetch. Let's grab. We're one short of triple black for Bolas' Citadel, although I don't think I can use Citadel for much, even if I draw it. The alternative is to grab Tundra, which I don't really need either. I guess I'm missing a second blue source, right? So if I find Urza... Well, no, Caryatid can just find whatever I need, right? Yeah, so Tundra, Questing Beast, Questing Druid's on top. All right, so play this. And then we go to combat, attack Nissa. So Nissa dies, and then we're back to this position. We're going to take 7 this turn and go to 8. It's also, by taking so much damage, we're getting taxed on our Mystic Forge, but I can at least block the Questing Beast now. They also have Cryptic Mana open, so things are not looking great, but we can get out of this. 5 mana, Time Warp. God damn. This freaking Time Warp. Alright, we're basically priced into blocking the island now. Alright, block the island. So I Questing Beast, and then I can cast it. Man, I really don't want to go to 3 here. Alright, so draw. I really need that not to be here, I guess. So let's go Seek the Beast. So that's red and this colorless one. If they have Cryptic, we're just dead. They can actually Cryptic our Kappa and pay the ward, can't they? Oh, no, they can't pay the ward. So I have this as a blocker regardless. Land, Talisman. All right, we need to get this off the top of our deck. We also need another blocker for this island, though, if we fetch here. All right, play Scalding Tarn, fetch, grab Taiga. Top card is Shurikai, which does not block, but it makes a pilot that blocks. I only have 5 mana left, so I can't play Questing Druid plus Shurikai. If I play the Talisman, I can't activate Shurikai. I mean, yeah, if they've got Cryptic, we're dead, so cast this. All right, they didn't. Is there any reason to do this now as opposed to later? I guess if I draw Moxes, I would be able to play them, or if Moxes are on the top, rather. All right, so activate this, draw 2, ditch 1. All right, discard this. Ugin's on top. All right, cast Mox Ruby. Trigger this again. I'm not going to Skull Clamp my Kappa. Actually, no, I will Skull Clamp my Kappa, right? Because I'm going to trade with it. So Skull Clamp the Kappa. All right, we have to hope they don't have a way to get either creature off the board. They didn't cast anything. I guess that's a good sign. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We do have enough to play Ugin. Sacks the Wall of Roots. Mystic Confluence, and they're going to bounce this dude. Wait, they targeted the Kappa Cannoneer, so the ward prevents them from resolving this? If they had just targeted the pilot token, they would have won. All right, block here, block here. So trigger Skull Clamp. Back to us. Flesh Gorger on top. Well, we're probably just playing Ugin and bolting this, right? How does this go wrong for me? I have 8 mana, so instead of playing Ugin, I could run out Questing Druid plus Wall of Roots and still have Shurikai active to put multiple blockers into play. Whereas if Ugin comes out and tries to shoot this, if they have any like Spell Pierce or whatever, Ugin just bites the dust. All right, so let's Shurikai. We'll discard. I have 7 mana remaining, which is enough to go Druid, Wall of Roots, nothing else. Druid, Wall of Roots, equip Skull Clamp. I can also play Flesh Gorger as a 3/3. So Flesh Gorger, Questing Druid, Wall of Roots, equip Skull Clamp. All right, so I don't need the Swamp. So Wall, then Questing Druid, then Prototype this guy. Trigger this, and then let's Clamp here. All right, back to them. So 4 blockers, and we got Lifelink out. Mox Jet for our opponent. Deeproot Wayfinder. All right, so now let's try to resolve Ugin. Cast Ugin. Ugin resolved. All right, try to blow this land up. Go to combat. Attack with Flesh Gorger only. All right, let's just pass. So we're at 7. Our board's really good. Talisman of Curiosity. All right, I guess they just don't have anything. Activate Shurikai. Discarding Citadel. I'm not going to use at this point. All right, well, we got a massive 4th Aerolingus that we can cast. That seems pretty good. Let's try to bolt this first. Bolt that guy. All right, so I mean, I can technically, I guess I can Prismatic their Mox Jet and see if they tap it in response. So Prismatic that. It also grows the Questing Druid. All right, they just allowed it to go. So 4th Aerolingus, all the mana. Let's make sure we spend this. X is 6. Go to combat. Swing. All right, we got there. 2-1. It could have been 3-0 if I'd not punted the first match. Overall, this deck was pretty nice. All right, well, we've got, let's see, A lot of lands and exploration. I know libraries here. I think library is actually highly overrated. It's actually pretty difficult to deploy enough threats that you are keeping up while still having library active. So I'm honestly more inclined to just go for Underground Sea. Like, it can be good, but your deck has to be built a very specific way. And I've seen plenty of games where the library just sits in play and it never draws cards. Exploration's also pretty good, but it also depends on you having a fast start with multiple lands. If Underground Sea wasn't here, I would take Exploration. All right, there's a Scrub land. There's what else? Troll, Mystic Forge, Ugin, Baleful Strix, Natural Order, Showdown. So at the beginning of these, if there's not a card that like really jumps out to me as being super powerful, I tend to just take dual lands because usually no matter what deck you build, you're going to need duals. So they're just a safe pick early on. So like the Troll, without knowing that I'm specifically going to have some kind of reanimation strategy with the Troll, I guess the Troll is sort of a fetch land and it finds the Underground Sea, so maybe it's fine to take that instead. And the fact that I already have a black land and this one's black and white is maybe a knock against it. I'm not sure exactly, but I tend to just prioritize lands early. Like none of the cards in this pack are specifically like combo pieces that I'm going to need for later. None of them are like super powerful on the level of Moxen or other really, really high power cards. So just take lands. It was between those two, really. Okay, Tropical Island, one of the best lands you can get. What else is in here? True Name. Don't know what this thing is. 5 mana, 3/3 flying, lifelink, haste. Whenever it attacks, you get an experience counter, then create a 2/2 tapped attacker for each experience counter you have. Tapped and untapped rebel. Return it from your graveyard to the battlefield. So this is pretty good, but it's also 2 different colors, expensive. So yeah, let's just take Trop. The other best cards in the pack are like True Name, Preordain, Watery Grave. Yeah, it's pretty much those. All right, take Trop. All right, we've got Karakas, Verdant Catacombs, which is a very good pick because it finds all the fetch lands we drafted already. Yogg-Will is only good in Storm decks. Yeah, we passed Yogg-Will. Yeah, so it's going to be Verdant. It fetches every single one of these dual lands, which means the Verdant Catacombs alone is 4 different colors, actually. The only thing it doesn't fetch is red. If the Verdant wasn't here, then the pick would probably be maybe like Worm Coil. I'm looking at like these 4 cards over here are the best cards in the pack, aside from Verdant. Yeah, so let's take Verdant. Okay, Trinket Mage. Citadel is just so unbelievably busted. So there's like Citadel, Beseech, and Time Warp are the big picks here. Citadel is expensive, but if you get it down and your life total's high enough, it just runs away with the game in a way that the other cards in this pack don't. If Citadel wasn't here, I'd take Time Warp, I think. All right, Citadel it is. Okay, BTL, what else? Leyline, we can sort of cast well. Inferno Titan's a big payoff, although we don't have any red lands yet. So BTL is kind of hit or miss. Like, there's decks where it just doesn't find anything that good. It's also expensive, and a lot of times you're not finding a 5-drop, you're finding like a 4-drop. So Leyline Binding, I do like as just a generic answer to stuff. And one thing that can happen is that, like the last draft, you can prioritize taking threats and then wind up with almost no answers. So I will take Leyline Binding here. All right, so we've got Bayou, which is yet another dual land in our colors, and it's fetchable off of Verdant. And there's nothing really else that I want in the pack. I guess Stomping Ground actually is a red source that I can fetch with Verdant. So yeah, I guess Stomping Ground gives me the red source, even though Bayou doesn't shock me, but I'm missing red right now for fetchables. Outside of that, I don't really care about any of the cards in this pack. So yeah, let's just take Stomping Ground. All right, Beseiju, Murktide. Let's see. I'm not taking any of this stuff. Mosswood. Mosswood's okay. I mean, nothing here is that great. I'm probably, given what I have right now, not going to be a Murktide deck, but you never know. But Beseiju can just go into my deck pretty much for free in a lot of cases and just be an answer that's also a land. It's between those two, so I'm just going to take Beseiju. All right, there's what? Intuition, Battlesphere, Skyclave. This only works if we're in combo territory. I'm kind of satisfied with the lands that I have right now, and without knowing really what colors I'm going to be in, I don't really want to take more. Although if I were going to take them, I guess it would probably be Blooming Marsh to pair with this Citadel. I'll just take Intuition, I guess. All right, are we doing the Mystic Forge thing again? We're probably doing the Mystic Forge thing again. Ewit is also fine. We're not going to wheel Time Warp, right? So Showdown's also decent. All right, what do we got here? Nettle Cyst, Yogg-Will. I guess if Yogg-Will's this late, we might be able to get into Storm, although I don't think I've really seen much else besides that. There's also like Dismember as a removal spell. Probably the highest upside card is Yogg-Will, though. Like, if we actually wind up being Storm, then Yogg-Will is the card we want, as opposed to any of this stuff. All right, What does currency converter do? Whenever you discard, you may exile it. Tap 2 mana to loot, and then put a card exiled with currency converter into your graveyard. It's a land, create a treasure. If it's a non-land, create a 2/2 black rogue creature. Yeah, sure. All right, Beseech the Mirror. So between Intuition, Yogg-Will, and Bolas' Citadel, and Mystic Forge to some extent, we're pretty well set up for a Storm deck. Aether Spellbomb over Monastery Swiftspear, and I guess this dude. Let's open our sideboard and drop Weathered Wayfarer in here because we're probably not taking that. All right, what's in here? We got Urza, we've got some lands. What does Tarn fetch out? It fetches out Trop and Stomping Ground, which is decent. We also yet again have a bunch of things for artifacts. Well, not a bunch, but some. Some artifacts. We got Forge, we've got Beseech the Mirror, which can find Urza. Like, there's also Noble Hierarch is a good early game fixing card, ramp card. We probably do need to ramp, given this expensive stuff is going to happen, and it fixes our mana. We also have a decent amount of green lands. All right, I'm going to take... It's really close. I don't even know that I'm going to be green, though. Although I actually have green lands, so yeah, I'm probably going to be green. I'll take Noble. There's 4th Aerlingus. Ooh, Mox Diamond as well. All right, Mox Diamond. 4th Aerlingus is really good, but there's tons of really good threats that you can wind up with and not as much fast mana. And again, given how expensive some of our payoffs here are going to be, we want Mox Diamond. I would probably take Mox Diamond almost regardless of what deck I was building given this pack. The next best card is Aerlingus, though. So take Mox Diamond. What's here? Guy's Cradle is really good, although we have almost no creatures. What else we got? A land that's not as good as Cradle. Gix Probe for Storm. I'm really not seeing much Storm, though. Like, there have been these cards, but other than that, there's also Dig Through Time. There's also DRC, which is really good in Storm. It's also just good for fixing our draws. We only have 1 red land so far, though, and 1 land that fetches it. I think DRC is just generically good, whereas this, we need like a ton of creatures in order to make it good. But again, it's very close. I'll take DRC. All right, what do we got? Well, there's Turnabout. There's the Storm card. There's Imperial Seal also. Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to take Imperial Seal. Also Third Path Iconoclast, which works really well in both Storm and like with a high spell deck count. But having just a tutor that can go find whatever you need has been proven to be pretty good. All right, take Seal. So this we really need some kind of graveyard interaction to make it really good. Okay, there's Burgi, which tells me Storm is just super open. Burgi's also just decent, even outside of a Storm deck. You can just play it and draw cards. There's also Shredder. What else? And this Triumph. I'm going to take Burgi, I guess. Yeah, let's take Burgi. High Tide. We're not a High Tide deck. We don't have anywhere near enough blue lands for that. There's also Sneak Attack. We have no big creatures for Sneak Attack. There's Thopter Foundry, which we could get. We passed Urza already, though, and we're probably not getting it back. I do also need red lands for DRC and Burgi, so I'm inclined to just take Spire Bluff. All right, let's take Spire Bluff. Goblin Engineer. What else we got? Monomorphose, Exhume. Well, if we are on the Storm route, Monomorphose is the card. Pented Prism's also really good for, like, turboing us into Bolas' Citadel. Actually, yeah. All right, let's take Pented. We do need a Storm payoff, like a Tendrils, if we're going to go this route, though. Grief, Memory Jar. Ooh. Lands, a bunch of stuff I don't care about. So there's Kappa again. We don't have as many artifacts as last time, but we are a Mystic Forge deck, maybe. Memory Jar also just, like, finds us our win, potentially. It also draws our opponent a bunch of stuff, though. It's also expensive. I think between these three, though, I'm more inclined to take Memory Jar. All right, Memory Jar it is. What's next? Fury, some lands. There's what? Haunted Ridge, which is red and black. We barely have any red cards to pitch to Fury. All right, just take the mana fixing. We have like we have multiple triple black pip cards, so let's just take the mana fixing. Black Cleave Cliffs for more mana fixing. Yeah, all right, take that. Copperline Gorge is more mana fixing. Ophiomancer's maybe a consideration. But if I'm going to be storming, I just want more mana fixing, and this card's not good enough, I think, to convince me not to just take Copperline. Well, Turnabout Wield, so I guess let's take that. We only have one single blue land in... No, we've got Trop as well. Okay, Turnabout. Thought Scour, I guess. Probably not playing this, though. High Tide and Thopter Foundry Wield. Holy crap. Well, I can't High Tide. I just don't... I guess I can High Tide if I find Dryad, right? And I'm probably not... Yeah, Exhume I'm probably not doing either. So yeah, this only works if I find Dryad of the Elysian Grove. Jace, Mana Vault for sure. Yeah, all right. Well, there's Wheel of Fortune as well, but we're 100% taking Mana Vault. What's my artifact count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sort of 6, 7, 8. But the backside of this is the artifact, so it doesn't work off Forge. So we're not going to wheel. almost certainly. We probably are not wheeling Jace. So what's the next card we're taking from here? Sai, Fairy Mastermind, Tezzeret, Manifold Key, Channel, Echo of Eons, Chariot, Dark Confidant, a land that can find a lot of stuff. We just don't have a way of turboing mana right now, right? We've got Turnabout and Pented Prism, and we've got one Mana Dork here, Mox Diamond and Mana Vault. Manifold Key also goes really well with a bunch of stuff in our deck, but there's multiple things I want from this pack. I want Echo, I want Manifold Key, I want this land, I want this land. This is not a channel deck, so we're not doing that. I think it's more likely that we wheel any of the other 3 cards than we wheel Echo. Echo's also kind of okay with Intuition, right? All right, what do we got? Balance. There's the Tendrils. There's also an Urza's Saga. Wow. I think if we pass the Tendrils here, we're not getting it back. So if we are on the Storm route, we got to take this. So cards we're hoping to wheel from this pack. Saga, Talisman, what else? Pretty much that's it. Rite of Flame's okay. All right, Tendrils it is. We're Storm. Badlands, Underworld Breach. Okay, well, how many spells do I actually have? Not that much, right? I can't possibly pass that if I'm Storm, right? Yeah, I need a bunch of cheap spells, though. We probably will wind up playing Thought Scour. All right, Breach it is. So what do we got? Taiga, fetchable off Verdant, and it's another red-green land, although only have 1 green card in our whole deck. What else we got? Sylvan Caryatid. Oh, Brainstorm. I don't have enough creatures for Yawgmoth, so Brainstorm it is. Okay, we've got Blood Crypt, we've got Through the Breach, which we can't breach on anything. We've got Devoted Druid, there's Spell Pierce. Blood Crypt seems like the most important card to take. All right, what do we got? Rankle, Displacer Kitten, Mind's Desire. I'm just thinking, like, how much can I actually storm here? Displacer Kitten's really good with stuff like Mana Vault, but not so great with anything else. It blinks Mana Vault, and then it doesn't do really jack after that, so Mind's Desire it is. Flesh Gorger, Coveted... Oh, man, we just passed the cat, and then there's Coveted Jewel. Okay, let's see. Shallow Grave, don't do anything. Lorien Revealed, I guess, fixes us and draws more cards. That seems fine. Although the only actual island in the deck is Trop. Okay, Tezzeret. How good is Tezzeret in here? It doesn't fetch anything of worth except Mana Vault. I guess it, untaps? It untaps Vault and it untaps Mystic Forge. I'm not probably taking anything else from this pack. I guess Shieldred's Edict would be a removal spell I could take. I don't have any actual interaction. All right, let's take Edict. I doubt I'm going to play Tezzeret. Bob with really high mana value stuff, but I mean, I'm not playing any other card. So Bob. Balance Wield. I'm not playing this, but let's see. Rite of Flame. I guess Rite of Flame, right? All right, Rite of Flame. But Healy. Yawgmoth Wield. But I'm not playing Yawgmoth because I have just only a few creatures, so let's just play this as a removal spell if I need it. Just sideboard that. Vindicate, sure. Sideboard that. And sideboard that. All right. Didn't manage to pick up what we needed for High Tide, and I'm not going to be able to shove enough islands into this deck to make High Tide work. So we're at 39 cards, 11 of which are lands, which leaves us with 28 cards, which means I got to cut 5 cards. I don't think I actually have enough artifacts for Mystic Forge to work. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... That's it pretty much. Okay, so Mystic Forge comes out. What else we got? Currency Converter. What are we discarding? I guess I'm discarding to Memory Jar and Echo of Eons. So that seems decent. I guess Shieldred's Edict is the one card in the deck that doesn't directly contribute to anything that we're doing. Although without it, I have almost no removal. I just have 1 Aether Spellbomb. I guess I have Leyline Binding too. But Leyline Binding is worse than Edict because I need spells to 1, storm off, and 2, to get into my graveyard for Yawgwill and Breach and whatnot. This technically gives me 2 removal though, which is somewhat relevant. I guess I can shave a land if Lorien Revealed counts, so maybe I only need to cut 2 more, although I do want lands for Mox Diamond, so not exactly. There's also potentially Noble Hierarch, so it doesn't contribute to Storm in any way, and I'm probably only going to wind up with 4 green lands in my deck, or I guess 5, right? There's 1 fetch, and then there's 4 green lands: Beseiju, Copperline, Stomping, Trop. So it's like, this is not good after turn 1 or 2. So if I don't have one of these green lands in my first opening hand, then the Noble doesn't work anymore, so it's probably better just not to have Noble. And if I'm not playing Noble, that means I don't actually have any green mana, so I can get rid of Copperline, probably Beseiju, but not the duels, because the duels are fetchable off of Verdant and provide domain for Leyline, but these go. So I have 26 non-lands in my deck right now. At least 2, if not 3 of them have to get cut. Oh, so let's see. What are the things I'm most likely to cut? Sheoldred's Edict, Leyline Binding, Bob, because the mana value of the deck is so high that it's liable to get me killed. There's 8 cards that cost 4+. Yeah, let's cut Bob. How likely is it that I have Domain online? It's pretty unlikely, right? I've got 5 dual lands and only 1 fetch to find them. All right, let's get rid of Binding. Also, yeah, so if Binding is gone, then that means I don't want to play Scrubland anymore because I don't have anything in my deck that's white. So then this is 24 non-lands, including Lorien. I think I'll sideboard this in as needed and not main deck it. So let's just get rid of that so that we can be at 17 lands in the deck. All right, so then let's color sort. So we need a pretty even spread of blue and of Grixis. So this is the distribution. The Verdant is all colors, so that's a free. So we've got 6 red, 4 blue, and 5 black. So we need to add, so if I want at least 8 of each, right? So 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 8 of each. All right, well, this is either going to be great or a train wreck. So let's go for it. What is my actual plan here? It's just delay until I find tendrils and then have a big storm turn where I go off with tendrils. And if that doesn't function, I can also win by triggering Saheeli a whole bunch of times to put tons of servos into play, maybe get final damages in with DRC. But it's basically tendrils or bust for the most part with this deck. All right. One of the reasons I like drafting soup piles instead of specific synergy decks like this is because there's just so many ways this can go wrong, including while you're drafting it. Like if you start drafting Storm and you just never find a Storm payoff, then your whole deck doesn't work. So, all right, let's do this. All right, we're on the draw for round 1, and this hand has, I mean, it's got stuff. It definitely has stuff in it. I'll keep it. Mostly on the back of Brainstorm plus Lorien to shuffle things away. Okay, so I'm nowhere near being able to go off, so let's just play Spire Bluff, pass, and then Brainstorm Lorien. Let's just do that. So set a stop on my own upkeep. Opponent plays 2 swamps and does nothing. All right, Brainstorm. Okay, so let's see. I mean, there's like kind of a lot of stuff I just don't want here, at least not yet. So let's put Tendrils back for the time being, and let's put back a land. Then go to my upkeep and cycle Lorien Revealed. So I'll just grab an island, and then probably best to play Imperial Seal now, although I don't know what I'm sealing for. Okay, so we've got 4 total mana, and none of the cards in our hand do anything at the moment. So it's too early to grab Citadel. So therefore, I want to probably grab either Saheeli or Birgie's another thing I could grab. I'm probably casting Intuition next turn anyway. Let's just grab Saheeli, I guess. So triple Swamp into Gix. Well, that's a problem because we don't have an answer to that. I mean, if I put Saheeli down, it means all spells following that up can block this. So I guess let's just play Saheeli. I think a problem I have with this deck is I just don't have a lot of ways of generating a ton of mana really quickly. So will they attack me or Saheeli? I assume they'll just hit me. Yeah, all right. 15, they draw. Plays Flesh Gorger. Okay, so it's mono black aggro, I guess. And they just didn't have anything to play in the first 2 turns. Or they had removal open. Okay, so what am I intuitioning for? I don't even know. I'll at least block one of these. Yeah, I just don't have the mana to go off right now, so let's just pass. I really needed more rituals, like Dark Ritual, Monomorphos, etc. All right, back to them. Bone Shards, discarding a guy, kill Saheeli. All right, well, let's respond to that with Intuition. Trigger Saheeli, make a servo. And then what am I even selecting here? I guess Citadel would be good if we find another black source. Although I'm going to be too low on life by the time I even get it, right? Yeah, that's a problem. I guess I can Beseech the Mirror, the servo token, and then do what with it? I just need more mana. That's the problem. I guess let's grab, man, I don't know. Birgie can help me generate mana, but only red mana. So assuming I block here, I'm taking 3 this turn, going to 12, and then I'm dead in 2 hits, right? Like at this point, we really just need a bunch of mana. So Rite of Flame, Echo. How do I get Echo into my graveyard if they just give it to me? Currency Converter? I don't have to exile the card, right? And I guess Mana Vault. All right. I assume they'll just give me Currency Converter. Oh, wait, no. The other 2 go to the graveyard, right? So they can just give me Echo, and then I don't have a way of discarding it. Can you tell I'm not a Storm player? They gave me Mana Vault, of all things. All right. Well, Saheeli dies. Attacking. Doesn't matter which one I block. So we're at 12. They get to draw a card. They're also gaining life, which means the Storm count has to be higher. Evolved Sleeper. All right. So I can potentially survive one more turn, so I don't have to go off right now. right? Because I'm going to take 6 here. This can evolve up and be 9, so I can go to 3. Play Mono Vault. What happens if I try to go off right now? I go Vault, blue, blue, turnabout, float 2 mana. I have 3 mana floating. All of my 5 lands are untapped. Then Breach, I have 1 floating. Then I can cast Turnabout again, and then have 2 floating. Turnabout resolves. I untap this. I have 6 mana, right? Because I have... So it's Breach, 2 floats. Turnabout, float this mana. Breach, 2 floats. Tap this. I have black, float the black, untap, 6 mana. Escape Turnabout, 2 floating, 7 total. Tap all that. And then Turnabout doesn't have enough room to escape any more cards after that because I need to cast Echo. Because these 3 are gone. No, these 3 are gone, and then these 3 are gone. So I can Turnabout 1 more time after that. Then I can cast Tendrils, and then I can cast Tendrils again, I think. So can I win right now? I think I can win right now. All right, let's go for it. Mono Vault, Underworld Breach. Then float this, blue, blue, Turnabout me, land, untap. Then blue, blue, black, black, blue, Turnabout me, exiling Saheeli, Currency Converter, and Lorien. Then we pick land, untap, and then I got another 3, right? Oh, actually, no. So if I cast Tendrils right now, I need to have enough in my graveyard to storm, right? So I go Tendrils. I'm actually 1 short of Tendrilsing twice, right? So I have to Turnabout again. Yeah, so blue, blue. I guess I'll float red, this one. Turnabout, me, black. Got enough black. I guess I don't need red floating. All right, so exile the ones that are not Echo. So land, untap. So now I've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I can go Tendrils you, cast Echo, but then I only have 1 mana floating. Like, I'm going to lose the Tendrils anyway if I Echo here. So let's just go Tendrils, spend this one, Storm, same targets on everything. So resolve all of that. Then we flash Echoes back. I probably need Spire Bluff open. All right, Echoes, new hand. Yeah, there's DRC. So Darcy, we don't win this turn, but we bought ourselves some time. Although, holy crap, that was a bad Echoes. 5 lands. So we're taking between 7 and 9 here at least because we're not blocking. And then I'm untapping and taking another damage from the Mono Vault, playing the Horn, and then trying to go off 2 turns from now. All right, no blocks. So yeah, maybe I did need to wait another turn because I would have been able to float 1 more mana for every turnabout. But that still only would have left me with 3 afterwards. Although maybe it would have left me with enough to double Tendrils instead of... Yeah. So they didn't level this guy up at all. Bone Shards, killer dude. Evolve sleeper levels. Evolve sleeper levels. All right. Yeah. So yield to this. We're not paying for it. Wow. That's just friggin' awful. All right. I can only cast the spell until my end of turn, right? You can play those cards this turn. So we're going to play the Horn, and then we're going to play, I guess, Haunted Ridge. And then I'm not going to do anything with that. I'm just going to pass back to them, and then next turn we're going to try to win. Evolve Sleeper levels up again. So this is 10 damage. They get 3 Gix triggers, and they're just opting not to do it, so that I have to get my... No, they're opting to do it once, so that I have to get Tendrils up to 1 more Storm. All right. Mono Vault, no pay. We're at 5. We've drawn all lands. That's fine. We're going to Horn everything. So Horn, pitch an island. Mind's Desire, Bolus's Citadel. Well, we don't have enough life to actually make use of this Citadel. So Horn, pitch an island. Blood Crypt, Thought Scour. Horn, pitch a mountain. I can't even really Mind's Desire if I'm losing everything in my deck. So Horn, pitch a Trop. Well, there's Rite of Flame at the very least. So Breach is in our graveyard, and we can't get it back because Echoes is gone. So I can play lands, right? Pitch a mountain. I mean, it doesn't matter if I play a Shockland, I guess, unless they specifically have Lightning Bolt. So, all right, we got Turnabout. I think we can do it. So we've got this one, cast Rite of Flame. Then we go, I don't want to shock myself, so we're going to float everything. Blue, black, black, black. I really should just play this first then, right? Yeah. Turnabout, target me. Spend this, the Storm count too. Choose lands, choose to untap. Then we can cast Aether Spellbomb. Then I'm going to Thought Scour and mill them. They're responding with Bowmasters. All right, that's fine. So we're going to go to 3. Yeah, all right. And then Thought Scour resolves. Emberclave, Bone Crusher. All right, that resolves. Then we Yogwill and just kill them, right? Yogwill, Storm count 6, then just cast stuff and then Tendrils again. All right, so I can just Tendrils right now and then Yogwill, right? So Yogwill, recast Rite of Flame, recast. So then let's float everything. Blue, blue, Turnabout me, land, untap, Storm counts 8. Tendrils should be enough to kill them now, right? It's 16 damage, 18 damage. Tendrils. Storm trigger, same targets. All right. So they had a kind of a slow start there, but they do have like actual small creatures, which makes Shieldred's Edict not even that good, like especially when they have Bowmasters. Makes Bloodchief's Thirst also not very good when they've got 3 drops. Luminar or Leyline I'm not bringing in. I guess I could technically run Vindicate, like I can bring in Scrubland and play Vindicate. That doesn't even seem that good either. I think I'm just supposed to race them. So let's just run back the same thing. Only 1 land, but we've got Monavolt and Brainstorm. So I'm inclined to keep it. Ziatora's Proving Ground. All right. I probably Brainstorm now, right? Because they have Bowmasters. So Brainstorm. All right, there's another land. What am I not wanting to draw? I want to draw Citadel. I don't really want to draw Beseech. So my plan is I guess I'm going to upkeep Thought Scour myself. So let's put Mind's Desire and Beseech back. There's Robber of the Rich. So they're going to exile Beseech off the top of my deck, sure. Well, I'm still going to Thought Scour myself. So Thought Scour, we milled Memory Jar. Underground Sea is a good draw. So if I Imperial Seal, it doesn't matter because they just steal whatever's on top, right? So Imperial Seal's a dead card. So just play this and go. It's if I have more cards than they do, right? Bowmasters, target us. So now we have more cards than they do. Exile an island. Okay. So all yield to Monavolt. C. So they get to keep exiling stuff with this thing. Even if I cast Seal, then they're just going to play another card and then they'll still hit me anyway. Draw spells are now worthless because of Bowmasters. So, geez. I have another black source I can fetch with Lorien, or do I not? It's just Underground Sea, right? I can't fetch another one. Well, this clock is just going to kill me, and then the Citadel's not going to be online. If I can get 1 more black source, then I can cast Citadel via Turnabout. So I can go 3, 6, Turnabout. I have 2 mana left. This is here. I can spend the 2 mana to cast Breach, and then I'm short of being able to escape Turnabout again, so I have to wait. I guess I could Imperial Seal something I don't care about, but then I'm just taking 2 damage for no reason. All right. Man, if they ever hit Tendrils, we're also just dead. All right, back to them. Robber the Rich trigger, exiles Rite of Flame. Let me take 4, go to 11. DRC, okay. All right, end of turn, island cycle this. And I guess grab Trop, whatever, doesn't matter. Untap. This thing triggers, don't pay anything. Yogg will. We already have Breach. If I wait, I'm taking 4, 5, and potentially more, and then the Citadel's just offline and useless. But I can't generate triple black. Okay, so I go 7, Turnabout, down to 3, back up to 7. Cast Breach, down to 5. Escape Turnabout, floating a black mana. Down to 1, back up to 5. And then I don't even have enough mana for Citadel anymore. I guess I wait 1 more turn. And then just try to go for a Mind's Desire kill. That's the only way I can think to win. All right, let's pass to them. Trigger the Robber. Exile Swamp. All right, we're at 6. Phyrexian Flesh Gorger, that's fine. All right, we got to win this turn or we're dead. Burgi. Burgi is actually, that changes the equation on this, right? Because I get a lot more mana, although it's all red. All right, so if I go Monavolt here, float, Turnabout, untap my lands, have a red mana floating. It's got to be Burgi, right? Okay, so Burgi here and here. Then blue, 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 black. Turnabout on me, spending colorless and blue. Trigger Burgi, always yield. Then land, untap. And I'm going to be short on Breach if I do this, right? So I'm netting 2 mana per Turnabout because of Burgi in the 5th land. But I can only Breach once. All right, well, I guess Breach is cheaper than Yogg will anyway. So tap this, play Breach. So resolve Breach. Then let's flashback Turnabout. Well, let's make sure to float everything. Blue, blue, black, blue, Turnabout me, red, blue, 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 exile Lorien, Thought Scour, Memory Jar, trigger, resolve this, untap my lands, and Mind's Desire is at 4. I could cast Imperial Seal to get more mana, right? Yeah, but I can't draw the card, but I can put a card on top and then Mind's Desire it. Okay, so Imperial Seal, trigger, what do I need to put on top to win the game? I guess if I Tendrils, then Mind's Desire casts a bunch of stuff, and then I can Tendrils again, presumably, is the only shot at hitting, right? Oh, Mind's Desire shuffles, right? So it doesn't matter what I put on top. Yeah, all right, so just grab anything at random. Doesn't matter. I just need to get Storm up. All right, so if I Turnabout again, then I need to cast Yogg Will to Mind's Desire. Or I can just cast Yogg Will now and then cast Turnabout and then cast Mind's Desire. That seems fine. Okay, cast Yogg Will. Trigger, float, 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 blue, black. Cast Turnabout on me. Cast it with just normally. Target me. blue, blue, red, blue, triggers, resolve this, choose land, untap lands, then can't brainstorm. Well, I guess I can technically brainstorm. I'm not dead if I do that, but storm count 7. Let's get the storm count 1 higher. I guess I'm dead to bolt if I do that. All right. Mind's Desire. So this one, this one, this one, this one. All right, Mind's Desire triggers. What do I exile? Land, 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 Pented Prism, Currency Converter, Intuition, Tendrils. All right, we got there. Oh, I've played a land this turn. Oh, I'm short. So Pented Prism, cast this one. Oh, for 0? It's for 0. Oh, but then, oh no, I spent my black mana. So cast this. How do I get the next black mana to actually win? Cast Intuition. Oh wait, no, everything's free. I have Tendrils, right. Storm count is 10. I don't know. Intuition, doesn't matter. I'm just making sure that I have this. All right, Diamond, this one, other thing, doesn't matter. Can you tell I haven't played Storm before? All right, cast this. Tendrils, triggers, resolve, same target. All right, resolve all these triggers. We still have another game to play, right? I'm gonna lose to the clock. Oh no, that was it. So after the expert skill demonstrated in that match, we get to get another 2 matches of this. How'd you get Breach and Yogwill? People got no respect for Storm this season. Yeah, no one was taking Storm cards in the last draft either. How many cards were left in the pack when we got Yogwill? Like 4 or something? All right, we're on the play. Man, we're missing the triple black here, so I can Imperial Seal for what? I guess I can Imperial Seal for Pented Prism, and then we can play at Bolas' Citadel on turn 3. That seems great. All right, keep this. All right, Black Cleave, Imperial Seal. Let's grab Pented. Over to them. Tap land. Mox Emerald. All right, play Pented Prism. All right, as long as this doesn't die, then no, they're just passing. All right, well, hopefully this resolves. Black, black, tap, tap, black. Oh, I'm short. I don't know why I thought I had it on turn 3. I'm 1 short. All right, back to them. Man, do not give me a deck that requires math. Apparently, I'm awful at it. Endurance. Very well. They put Imperial Seal back in my deck, huh? All right, take 3 from Endurance. We go to 15. Opponent plays True Name. All right, well, hopefully this does it. So land, black, 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 land on land, Citadel. Daze. Well, we're dead. Can't cast this. I guess I'm cycling Aether Spellbomb. I don't know. Questing Beast. Jeez. Well, we're dead in literally 1 turn. I don't know what I could possibly draw to not lose this. Spellbomb. Draw a card. Yeah, we're dead. I'm gonna cut Currency Converter and put Shieldred's Edict in here. Am I supposed to have High Tide in this list even though only like 6 or 7 of my lands are actually islands? Maybe. All right, keep. Play this. I guess I'm just gonna brainstorm now. I don't know. Okay. We definitely don't want Beseech, but I guess I'm drawing all of this regardless. So put that back and then, I don't know, that back. Tap land. All right, have to play around freaking Days forever. So Monovault, over to them. So I guess the plan is to play Saheeli and then try to just storm off the next turn. And then even if we brick, we just put a bunch of servos into play. That seems decent. Time Walk. All right. Rex Sage blowing up our Monovault. Well, they just kind of have everything, don't they? Well, there's our horrible Beseech the Mirror. Man, I'd have to Rite of Flame in order to play around Days, which is awful. I'm not doing that. I'm just going to play Saheeli. And if they have Days, then they literally have every answer, and we were going to lose this game anyway. All right, they don't have Days. I guess if they just untap and Questing Beast us, then we lose Saheeli, and then we're just completely out of this game. How do I even not lose this? I can go right into Turnabout and make 2 servos, and then we're just bricked. So Saheeli takes some damage. All right, here's a land. Back to them. I need to get to the mono where I can cast Mind's Desire, so for now we'll just pass. If they just flash in Endurance, yeah, there's Endurance. So I guess I can technically Rite of Flame and Turnabout tapping their guys down, because I don't see me winning this game if Saheeli's dead. I don't know, maybe I go Rite of Flame, Turnabout. I'm only 1 mana up, so if I don't draw another land, then the Mind's Desire does nothing. So if I just let Saheeli die, I can try to draw a land and then go right, Turnabout, Mind's Desire, and try to get there. Because alternatively, it's just make servos, tap their guys down, and like that's terrible. Yeah, let's just... Saheeli's gonna die. They didn't attack with Rex Sage. Oh, because if we flash a spell and we can just trade with it. Sure. All right, Saheeli dies. Back to us. There's a land. All right, Shock the Sin, cast Rite of Flame. So blue, 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 black. Turnabout, lands, untap, and we're just forced to play this. This one, and then what do I need to hold up potentially more? Probably this land, so tap this one. All right, Mind's Desire, trigger. Card number 1 is Memory Jar. Card number 2 is Verdant Catacombs. Card number 3 is So I have to cast these this turn, right? Or I lose them? Yeah, so Memory Jar, cast, and then I can't play these lands, and then we're just back over to them. All right. Well, we get a rebuy next turn. Otawara, come on, really? So if I pop this now, I just lose my stuff on their end step, so there's no reason to do it. Okay, fine. So I've got to take 5 or more, play Memory Jar through a daze, and then try to get it to it next turn. This is just not going well, is it? Third Path Iconoclast. Take 5, go to 13. Okay. Play around days, play around days, play around days. Force of Will. Okay, well, they just literally have everything, so we're done. We're done here. All right, we're on the play for round 3. This hand looks fine. We'll keep this. So Black Cleave, Darcy, pass. Once upon a time, revealing Bloodstained Mire. Imperial Seal and Monovault. All right, well, let's Monovault. Trigger this. Healy's okay, but I don't really want it in this position, so let's just bin that. Then Imperial Seal. All right, don't need a land. So bin that, and then Imperial Seal resolves. Okay, what do I want? I guess Citadel, right? Yeah, Citadel. So put Citadel on top, and then go to combat. Attack. Opponent fetches. Gets another Jund land. Scrub land. And then pass back to us. All right, so Vault, no payment. Reduce Citadel. All right, well, it's time to attempt to resolve Citadel. They don't have blue mana. Shock this in. Citadel. Darcy trigger. Aether Spellbomb's on top. That's fine. We'll leave that on top. Citadel. Casts Aether Spellbomb. Trigger. Put this land in the graveyard. Tendrils is on top. Well, I'm going to cast it. Target you with Tendrils. Triggers. We're going to keep this here. Then we're going to resolve the Tendril trigger. Same targets. I guess I could have responded to the Storm trigger by casting Brainstorm. All right. Cast Brainstorm. Put this land in the graveyard. Mind's Desire is on top. All right. So resolve Brainstorm, and then we will put back a land that we don't need, and then Mind's Desire, right? Then we cast Mind's Desire, trigger. Oh, I meant to order that differently. All right. Currency Converter's on top. Let's just leave that on top, I guess. It doesn't matter because the Mind's Desire is going to resolve, right? Yeah, so graveyard that. Mind's Desire, shuffle. Okay. Rite of Flame is on top, and we can cast all of these for free. So let's cast Rite of Flame. Trigger, put this in the graveyard. Turnabout. Excellent. So resolve this. Cast Turnabout targeting me. Trigger, put that in the graveyard. Then resolve this and name land, untap the land. Then I've already played a land this turn, right? Yeah, so then we get to cast Thought Scour targeting me. Trigger Darcy, mill that. Resolve this. Breach is here. Cool. All right. Yogg will. Leave that there. Then we get to cast Bergie out of our graveyard. Rite of Flame. Oh, I screwed myself off black mana, didn't I? All right, Rite of Flame. How do I get out of this? Can you tell I don't play Storm? I guess I can, no, if I cast Pented Prism off the top, then I guess I can bin Pented Prism and then fix it. Yeah, so graveyard this, resolve Rite of Flame. I can cast Saheeli for free, or not for free, but for this. So trigger, resolve this, put this in the graveyard. Memory Jar is on top, can't cast that. So Saheeli resolve. Oh, I have Pented Prism in my hand. I'm dumb. But I don't have enough mana to cast Tendrils, right? So I guess I get to Beseech the Mirror, right? So Beseech, bargain away the Spell Bomb or the Vault that I'm not going to untap. All right, so trigger all this, bin that, resolve this. Let's cast a Mox Diamond for free. Cast it, triggers. All right, I didn't lose. Top that. Resolve Mox Diamond, discard this, Tendrils. Ba-bamf, triggers. All right, I have no idea what they're playing, and so I'm not going to change anything. Run it back. If any of you are just tuning in, you may be wondering what I got in math in school, and it may either surprise or not surprise you to learn that I got mostly B's in math. This hand doesn't seem keepable at all. 5 lands with a cantrip and a turnabout. Maybe that's good enough, though. It depends on what I draw. Thought Scour, I guess. I think I can do better. Well, that's pretty rough. I've got 1 redraw with the Aether Spellbomb. Yeah, that's not going to cut it. All right, well, we're forced to keep this. What am I putting away? Currency Converter and Yogg will? Okay, let's run out DRC. Gruul Turf bouncing this, floating a black, and then doing what? Killing this guy, presumably? No, just floating a black for no reason. All right. Let's Brainstorm first so we can put back something I don't want, and then Monovault and Surveil it. So Brainstorm, trigger, Turnabout I do want. So top that, then resolve Brainstorm, putting back land Stomping Ground. Actually, I can't even cast Beseech in this hand. Let's put Beseech back. So let's go land Beseech, then cast Monovault, put that in my graveyard, and attack with this guy. Once upon a time, revealing Titania, all the colors. Ophiomancer. Well, each upkeep if you don't snake. All's yield to this, all's yield to this. All right, no pay. So yeah, we really don't have much going on here, so let's just play this tapped, and back to them. Life from the loam for nothing. Play a land. No attacks even, not even with the snake? Okay. Bolas' Citadel, which we also can't play. All right, land, go. Maybe I need more black sources in my deck. Loam Dredges, land, Lanor Elves, Fire Covenant. Plays Titania. Yeah, we seem pretty screwed here. I don't understand why they're not attacking with the snake or Ophiomancer. Well, there's a swamp. Back to them. So then they make an elemental, and then they can loam make another elemental. So we're probably dead in 2 turns, which means I need to draw another black land so that I can float black mana off the turnabout. Field of the Dead. Primeval Titan. Okay, so they got Strip Mine and Thespian Stage. Then the fields make zombies. All right, so I need to win next turn, basically. Attacks with these guys, sure. Please, why not attack with Ophiomancer? Or the snake. All right, draw black land. No, Lorien revealed. Well, I mean, I kind of have to do this. So black, blue. I can't turnabout unless I draw specific. Yeah, I have to cast turnabout now. Yeah, so float this. Red, blue, blue. Or red. And then we have to turnabout ourselves first. Because if I cast Lorien first, then I have to play this land to cast turnabout. And then I don't have the black mana for Citadel anymore. So, oh right, I can use Lorien to cycle for C. Okay. Do I still have the mana to cast Citadel after that? I think I do, right? Yeah, so Island cycle this, grab Underground Sea, play Underground Sea, then we go black, black, this one, red, blue, red, or blue. Then turnabout ourselves, spending the colorless mana, trigger Delirium, what's on top? Or trigger Darcy. Aether Spellbomb is on top. I can't really afford to waste time casting nothing that matters, so I guess for 1 mana, it fixes the next draw off the top of my deck, or it fixes the next 2 draws. All right, so I'll leave that on top. Then resolve turnabout, name land, untap my lands. Then we'll cast Bolas' Citadel, red, blue, and then I guess I'm tapping Stomping Ground. So trigger, leave it on top. So Citadel resolves, cast this. All right, I guess I want Rite of Flame. So do I want Rite of Flame? It gets the storm count up and only costs me 1. And it deliriums again. All right, so top that. Then resolve Aether Spellbomb, then cast this, trigger, put that in the graveyard. All right, so Rite of Flame resolves, then we draw a card off of this. Currency Converter, cast, trigger. Mox Diamond is a free cycle, so leave it on top. Then cast this, trigger, Imperial Seal. All right, so Imperial Seal, I go to 5, the storm count is 6. So top that, then Mox Diamond, trigger, discard a land. Currency Converter triggers. So exile that, so I can make a treasure. Okay, so cast this, bin this, doesn't really matter. Resolve Imperial Seal, and then Storm is going to be 8, so it's 16, so I'm 1 spell short of being able to do it. So as long as I can draw the tendrils off the Currency Converter, cast another spell, and then tendrils them. All right, so let's put tendrils on top. Right, this is loot. Yeah. If the next spell after the tendrils is a spell, then I win. Is there any reason to grab anything else? If I grab Breach, I can breach back, what? Turnabout again, and then untap, and then filter more? Or if I grab Yogwill, I can turnabout again, and then that digs me more. So if I grab Tendrils here, I'm gambling on the top card being a spell, whereas if I just grab Yogwill or Breach, I can continue. I don't have triple black for Beseech out of the graveyard, though, so I can't cast it. No, but I can cast it if I turnabout. Okay. So let's grab Yogwill. All right, so grab Yogwill, cast Yogwill. The top is Tendrils anyway. So if I just put this in my graveyard, then I get to bring it back, right? Yeah, so put that in my graveyard. Then Yogwill resolves. Then my graveyard is Rite of Flame. So resolve that. And then turnabout. So blue, black, blue, blue, black. And then I can just Tendrils them and win the game, right? Yeah. This, then that. Then resolve the storm count. Same targets. All right, we got there. 2 and 1, stormed. So I guess what? The lesson is we don't even need removal, because the only main deck removal I even had was Aether Spellbomb, which we never used. All right, let's go again. All right, what do we got? Mind Twist, Reanimate, 4th Aerolingus. So Mind Twist can be really, really good if you have like a fast mock start or something, but it also can just be a dead card. But it's the card with like the highest ceiling out of any of the cards here, I think. It's like that, 4th, and Reanimate are the best cards. All right, well, we want to take Mono Ramp anyway, probably, so let's take Mind Twist. Okay, second pack. What do we got? Avacyn's Pilgrim, Mystic Dispute, Mystic Tutor, Verdant, Monomorphose, Thespian Stage if we find Dark Depths at any point. I've been pretty boring up till now just taking fetch lands, and I think I'm going to break that cycle and just take Thespian Stage. I don't know. This is only good if we find Dark Depths, whereas this is good generically if we find any duels. Yeah, I'll take Thespian Stage. All right, Grief, Mox Opal, some lands. What does this thing do? When it enters, create 2 tokens that are copies of target non-creature permanent except they're 3/3 flyers, and it's 8 mana? Yeah, no. So, what, we got Delighted Halfling as a ramp card. We got Mox Opal if we have an artifact ramp stuff. But we need to be really, really heavily into the artifact ramp. We got Grief. That Reanimate is not going to wheel, right? Like, there's no way. All right, let's take Grief. Apparently, we're playing Scam this cube. Titan, Portal Phyrexia, Loam. What else? Loam is really good if we get depths, because then we can keep getting depths back over and over. But Primeval Titan is also really good to just find depths plus Thespian Stage. Also Renin 6. Huh. There's also a Blooming Marsh in this pack. Nissa is also surprisingly really good. I think I'm just taking Titan, though. Man, Yoggle and Reservoir are here, too. All right, I'm taking Titan. Library, Uro, a bunch of lands, including Ancient Tomb, which is good with our Mind Twist. It's just got to be Ancient Tomb, right? Ancient Tomb's so good. All right, Ancient Tomb. All right, this is already looking like it's coming together nicely. So Mind Twist means we want ramp. Titan means we want ramp, and it ramps us. And the Grief also means we kind of want ramp because we want to be able to not pitch cast it normally. So this is going all right. Okay, Talisman, Crater Hoof. There's also a Worm Coil in here. I think the Talisman, it's really good off Ancient Tomb, although it's in the wrong colors, but Crater Hoof and Worm Coil are also both really good. I'm gonna take Worm Coil because I feel like I can grab any like random 2-mana rocks, whereas not all threats are made equal. All right, what do we got here? Terra Sunder, Courser, Rona. Rona's all right. Courser's all right. Terra's all right. I mean, we don't have any fixing yet, but Rona I think is like better than all the rest of these cards, so I'm just gonna take that. Okay, Gix, Ramanov Excavator. Man, we also passed Crucible. There have been multiple land-related things. We're not finding any fixing at this point, though. So let's see. I can grab Gix and just try to aggro people with the Gix. Gix is also just like generically good. I don't have any fetch lands or like wastelands or anything to combine with Ramanov Excavator yet. All right, we're taking Gix. It's also in black. Omnath, but no fetches. None of these lands are lands that I actually want to fix with, given what I've taken so far. I guess Sakura Tribe Elder is a ramp card. There's also Valakut, but this only works if we find Dryad. But this is the only time we're going to find Valakut. So if we don't take this now, we don't have it for the rest of the game. And again, I think I can find other ramp sources. So we'll take this and then hope to find Dryad. There's Hexmage. So, I mean, if we ever find Dark Depths, we're set. All right, we're playing the Rock this game, this league. I'm more likely to play this card than anything else. So sideboard that. Oh, Nissa? There's Loam too, but Nissa? Nissa? I'm gonna take Nissa. Damn, Ulvenwald Oddity, Valky. Let's take Valky. All right, we gotta find ramp spells and we gotta find some kind of fixing. I am severely doubting I'm gonna play either of these, but I'm more likely to play Embercleave. All right, what goodies can we get next pack? Mox Ruby it is. Oh my god, Ancestral Recall's in here too. Oh man, I'm gonna take Ruby. We may not even wind up being blue, and the cards that we've taken so far lend more towards just ramping. Is that correct? Recall's so good. I mean, they're both so good. The only blue card I have so far is Rona, and I have no blue fixing. I'm gonna take Ruby. I know it's hard. They're both power, but I think the Ruby in this deck, at least so far with what we've drafted, is the better card. Okay, pack number 2. Well, there's Emrakul. Not that I think I'm actually going to be able to play that. What else is in here? Zeotora's Proving Ground is okay. I mean, it is a green-black land. What else? Elvish Reclaimer, if we ever find Dark Depths. It also finds our Valakut, so that is something to take note of. This only works if we find Channel or like Show and Tell or something. But why be boring? Let's take Spaghetti. The correct pick is probably Elvish Reclaimer. or the land. But let's take spaghetti. All right, we've got Grave to... Oh, crop rotation too. We still haven't found Dark Depths. Fire Covenant. Fire Covenant's great in EDH. I'm not sure how good it is in Cube. All right, I think I'm set for like gigantic threats. So Bob's not good in this deck because of how high our mana values are. Virtue of Persistence is a removal spell, sort of. That's like a high-end payoff card. There's also a Tali. We just still have not found the Depth or Dryad. I want this, I think, because it's just a removal spell that I can play on 2, and then later in the game it's a big payoff card if we are going the ramp route, although we need to find ramp. We're just not finding it. But there's like that, and then there's crop rotation are like the considerations here, so I'm just taking Virtue. Okay, we've got... what? This pack's not very good for what we're trying to do. Flesh Gorger is a card that we can either play later or play earlier. It's like just decent as a 3 mana card. Roaming Throne only combos with what? We can name Gix. We can name the Rona creature type so that we get double untaps. Double Titan, but if we're resolving Titan, that's probably good enough anyway. There's what? Jewel. Jewel is also ramp, but we're never ramping to Emrakul. We're cheating Emrakul. Yeah, let's take Flesh Gorger. All right, here's a ramp spell. Oh, Show and Tell, never mind. So we're at least 3 different colors and have 0 fixing. All right. So we need to highly prioritize ramp and fixing at this point. We got all the payoffs we could need. Ramp and fixing. Here's ramp. What else is in this pack? Strix, no. Bitter Triumph, no. Yeah, it's just the Talisman, although it's in an off color. But we're taking the ramp and the blue fixing. Vamp Tutor. Yeah, I don't think anything else is really in contention. There's Torok and Lily here, which go well with our Mind Twist shenanigans, but, you know, Vamp Tutor. Okay, we got Chalice. And nothing else is really in consideration. We just need to ramp. So Chalice it is. Sucks that it's not a colored rock, but what can you do? Take the Chalice. Okay, we've got this thing, I guess. Scape Shift only works if we have Dryad. I guess it also works if we find depths, but we're just not finding depths. So this guy's like reasonable. But why be boring? Let's take the Scape Shift. There's also Ophiomancer. Okay, there's Elvish Reclaimer wheeling. We're going to take that. There's also Wall of Roots. Wall of Roots is just better if we don't find depth. And we're down to almost down to pack 3. So unless depth is in pack 3, it's arguable whether this is even better than Wall of Roots, even if we find depth. Take Wall. Well, there's crop rotation anyway, so it didn't matter. Take crop rotation. Take, I'm going to take this thing, I guess. Probably not playing it, but whatever. Sideboard to that. This dude is actually good in our deck. Take that. We're not playing either of these, so sayboard. Oh man, Torok Wield. All right, I mean, even if none of our combo shenanigan plans come together with the whole Scape Shift depths thing, we have Mox Emerald. We have a decent Golgari deck here. There's Field of the Dead too. So it's Mox Emerald. Nothing else is even close. The next best card for our deck is Field of the Dead because Titan, Scape Shift. That might wheel, especially consider we already have this. The next best card in the pack is, after that, what? Fixing, so like Gruul Turf. Animate Dead, so we can animate our grief. All right, take the Emerald. What do we got here? Wheel of Fortune, Raphelos. We're not going to be able to run enough forests for that, I don't think. So then it's just fetch lands, and we really, really need fixing. So Wooded Foothills is probably going to be in more of our colors, although Tarn is also in our colors. 7 mountains in the deck, you can Scape Shift for lethal. Yeah, but we're not going to be able to play 7 mountains in our deck. There's no way, given what we have to play already. Actually, Tarn might be better than Foothills. It's close. It really depends on what we find. I guess more people have taken blue lands by this point, so Wooded Foothills is probably better. Fast Bond? Okay. The only... Oh, no, there's the Dryad. Oh, we can't take the Fast Bond, but there's the Dryad. So our Valakut plans have come together. Cannot pass the Dryad here. Taking the Dryad. All right, what's here? We've got Indotha, GSC, Chandra, Upheaval. This is not an Upheaval deck. Chandra, it's doubtful that we're going to even have red cards in our deck. So the Indotha Triumph is a black land that is fetchable off of the Wooded Foothills and is therefore the best card in the pack, question? Yeah, it's green and black, and we need green and black. So take this. Okay, what do we got? Taiga, Candelabra. I know there's combos with this. What does this combo with exactly, other than just like untapping bounce lands to get more mana? I mean, the only red card we have is Molten Collapse, so it's very unlikely that I'm actually going to splash that. But Tundra, if we find other fetches that can then fetch the Tundra to have blue mana, I don't know. Is it better to just take the Tundra on the off chance we find a fetch land that can fetch blue and then we can have Show and Tell in our deck? I think so. All right, let's take that. There's the Dark Depths. We did it, boys. Pack 3 with 10 cards remaining. We got the Dark Depths. Oh, we're taking that. All right, what's left? Bayou, Ritual. We're not playing Ritual, although it's really good with Mind Twist and stuff. But Bayou is fetchable off of Foothills, which means the Foothills can find black mana. And our deck is primarily black and green, so we cannot possibly take anything in this pack other than Bayou. Bayou it is. Let's see. Gaia's Cradle? I don't think we have enough creatures to make that work, but maybe we do. I don't think I care about anything else here, though. Garruk? Garruk's a ramp spell. Garruk finds us, gets us to Titan and whatnot. How many creatures do I have? 13? That's not very much. And some of these are creatures that we're not casting until later, like Torok and Valky. Oh man, it's close. I can also crop rotate for it, though. All right, I'll take Cradle. Okay, Field of the Dead Wield. We're taking that. Although, if I take Sparas, that means I have a blue land that Wooded Foothills can fetch. But I feel like Field of the Dead is probably overall better. All right, we're taking Field. Waterlogged Grove is green and blue. Nurturing Peatland is green and black. I'm probably going to wind up playing a lot of swamps and forests, and therefore I want off-color stuff more so I can play Show and Tell. So the Waterlogged Grove it is. Ewit, oh, BTL for Valky. Man, everything's just coming together, isn't it? GSC, I'm not playing Upheaval. Am I playing Upheaval in this deck? How good's Upheaval in this deck? I'm not going to get double blue unless I have Dryad. GSC finds, I guess, Titan if I have a lot of mana, or Yawgmoth. Yawgmoth's also just generically really good. I'm going to take Yawgmoth. Temple Garden. We don't have any white cards, although we do have BTL, but the BTL, like, it's another color for BTL, although it's also a shock land. I'm going to use Candelabra. I doubt I'm going to use anything here, so let's just take Temple. And then this thing, sideboard this. What does this guy do? Trample Haste. Pay 3 to give him +2/0. Whenever he deals damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to target planeswalker the player controls or battle. So it's the red questing beast. All right, put this away. We have 39 cards. Some of that is lands. Dark Depths doesn't count, so it's 11 lands. So we have 28 non-mana sources in our deck, but then the Emerald, the Moxes count towards that, so we have 26, so we have to cut 3 cards. So Splashing Blue for Show and Tell is great. Splashing Blue for Rona is not so great. And with only 2 blue lands in the entire deck, it's very unlikely that I even find this kind of stuff. 2 blue lands plus crop rotation to find other blue lands plus Dryad of the Elysian Grove to fix. So I'm almost never casting Rona on curve. So let's get rid of Rona. Let's get rid of Molten Collapse. We've got Valakut in our deck, and then we don't have any other red lands. So in order to even cast this, I guess we have Mox Ruby, right? So it's very unlikely that we're even able to cast this as well. So cut that. We're going to leave Temple Garden in here so it can fix for Bring to Light. And then I've got one more card that has to go, potentially more. Deeproot Wayfinder is not that good, although he can maybe get back Horizon Land or Fetch Land, but none of that's that great to begin with. I probably can't count Cradle towards that count either because it doesn't make mana when I don't have creatures in play. So I probably need to cut 2 more cards. Grief is not great, and I didn't pick up any sort of reanimation for it, so that can go. Give me a moment. What does Gix do? Never read it before. He is a card draw engine, so whenever you hit your opponent with him or any other creature, you can draw 1, lose 1, and then for 7 mana, you can discard X, exile the top X of your opponent's deck, and cast everything for free. So it's 36 minus, let's say, 10, so 26 cards, minus the Moxes, so 24, but this is also a ramp deck, so I don't want to go down on lands too much, so I need to cut between 1 and 2 cards. Realistically, Mind Twist needs to be cast for at least 4. I potentially could cut one of these threats, but I feel like they're all good. And realistically, you're never playing Valky on 2. He's just kind of over here ready to get BTL'd. And realistically, Torok's a 4-drop. So the worst cards in the deck are probably Virtue and Flesh Gorger, because they're worse than the other threats, although not by like a lot or anything. I also don't have that many creatures, so Yawgmoth doesn't have too much sacrifice fodder. And realistically, a lot of these creatures you don't want to sacrifice. All right, let's cut Yawg. We just don't have enough creatures for Gaia's Cradle to do anything, do we? Like, only 11. So a lot of the time, it's either not going to tap for mana or it's just going to tap for 1. And if it's ever one of the lands in our opening hand, that's so bad. But the ability to tutor for it when we do have more creatures and like cast Emrakul off the mana maybe is something to think about. I don't know. We just don't have that many creatures, and like the creatures we do have are mostly more expensive, right? Okay, I don't think we can play Cradle. So Depths doesn't count, everything else counts. So this is basically 13 if you include the Moxen. So that means this is 21 cards, so we actually went under. Am I correct on that? 11, 12, 13. Minus here is 21, so we can actually put some cards back in the deck. All right, let's figure out what the land count is. So mana value, or not mana value, color sort. So we mostly need green and black, but with a little bit of blue splash for these cards. And then, so then all of this is colorless, with Flesh Gorger sometimes being black. So then, oh, and this is colorless. So there's this one. Depths doesn't count. Field of the Dead doesn't count. Ancient Tomb doesn't count. Thespian Stage doesn't count. And Valakut doesn't count. That's a lot of lands that aren't in our primary colors. So Indotha is also black and green. This is green. This is blue. This is green and blue. Then the emerald is green. The ruby is also another one that doesn't count. Foothills is all the colors. So let's just say, no, Foothills isn't blue. So Foothills is black and green. And then this one is blue, but it's not a land. So we have this many sources for the deck. So we realistically need at least, so this is 6 green sources. I'm probably not playing any more islands, right? So it's 6 green sources and 3 black sources. Man, that's just, we're just not going to be able to, between all of these, we're just not going to have it, right? So add basics. We at most need 2 more forests and then swamps, right? So black, green, black and green, green, blue. Let's just say green because I'm not counting the blue part of this. Foothills is both green. So that's 7 and 6. That's just not enough. Oh, Bayou. So it's 8 and 7. I'd really like to get that number up. And Dark Depths doesn't count. So this is 5, 9, 14, 17, 18. If you count the Moxen, so it's 18 mana sources. It's kind of a crappy mana base, but it might do well enough. It's 8 here, 7 here. I have more double black early than double green, but the double green matters more later. The main one that matters is like Hexmage and Gix, and then double green on the Titans doesn't matter until later on. Torok is realistically a 4-drop, so how does it work out mana value-wise by color? So this is 4, this is not applicable, this is at least 4. All right, I don't think it's really going to get much better than that. So let's go with this. So our win conditions are, we can either just beat people to death with big bomb creatures like Titan, Wormcoil, Nissa, and Flesh Gorger. We can show and tell in Emrakul or just another threat, but hopefully Emrakul. We can Titan into our Depths combo, or we can Titan into Valakut or Titan into Field of the Dead, with Dryad enabling the Valakut kills. We can also Scape Shift into our Valakut kills when we have Dryad. We've got the Depths combo that either comes with Thespian Stage or Hexmage, and we can fetch it out with Scape Shift Titan and Crop Rotation, or just Vamp Tutor for whatever we need. And we can also hand disrupt our opponent via Mind Twist and Torok being a bunch of discard outlets. We can also get ahead on cards with Gix. If I don't have Cradle in my deck, it means I'm never ever going to have enough mana to actually cast Emrakul, probably in all likelihood. But the Cradle I just think doesn't have a place. I don't want to really cut anything for it. So, all right, let's go with this. So far we have played 5-color Soup, Storm, and now the Rock with other combos in it. I don't know, this isn't so much the Rock as it is like Ramp combo. So this dude's basically a Panharmonicon, but only for 1 creature in your deck in all likelihood. All right, we are on the play for round 1. All right, this hand is, well, we have a Ramp and we've got Vampiric Tutor to find what we need. So I don't have the second black source, so I can't Hexmage. I also have no green mana at all. What in the world can I Vamp for with this hand? So I'm going to have 4 mana on turn 2, so I can... Torok doesn't work because he needs triple black. I guess I can Vamp for... No, I can't Vamp for BTL because that also requires green. I think this hand is good enough not to chuck, though. I guess I just don't Vamp until I know what I'm doing. All right, I'm going to keep this, and I'm going to go Valakut, Ruby, pass, and then figure out what I'm doing next turn. Valakut, Ruby, pass. Concealed Courtyard into Inquisition. Well, I'm very glad I cast this Ruby. I'm now not glad that I didn't play a Swamp, but I don't know that I really had anything to Vamp Tutor for anyway. Flesh Gorger, you say. All right, Swamp, go. Evolved Sleeper, and level it up. All right, Escape Shift. Well, that's not helpful, so let's play Ancient Tomb, and we still can't cast anything, so back to them. We're 2 mana away from Flesh Gorgering, so we take 2, and then they're just passing. Ooh, we can drop Wormcoil. Wormcoil. Reprieve the Wormcoil back to our hand. Gotta be honest, I was not expecting an answer. Now they have Dothy. Oh my god, are you serious? Dothy into Grief? Steal our best card, which I assume is going to be Wormcoil. What the exile? Damnation. I mean, just take the Wormcoil and then I can't play anything on my next turn unless I draw a land. And then they just get to play Wormcoil. Oh, man. All right. This thing's a 3/3 with Death Touch. All right, land. All right, there's a land. Flesh Gorger. So they got one unknown card, and they can Dothy Wormcoil Engine into play. I mean, I don't know what they have, but that feels like the move, right? Put Wormcoil into play, level this up. I have to trade with this if I don't want them to draw a card. So here comes Wormcoil. Balance. Really, this is just like, yeah, all right. Level this up. I guess I have to trade with this, right? I can't allow them to just keep drawing cards. Yeah, all right, trade here. Can we cast Valky? We're one short, right? No, we can cast Valky. So if I minus it on one of these things, though, then it just dies. So I'm going to... So Tybalt, and then we just exile the top cards of each player's deck. Torok and Emrakul. So I must have... Wait, so whose is whose? I don't know whose is whose. It doesn't matter. Back to them. All right, everything goes at Valky. Valky goes to 1 loyalty. Graveyard Trespasser, eating something. I don't know. Eats Scapeshift out of our yard, sure. How do you have more to do after all that? Tide Hollow Sculler. Okay. And we drew a land. All right. Plus Valky, or Tybalt. Try to find something. Gix, Swamp. Play the Swamp. Torok's no good at this point. I guess Gix, black. And then I can't play Torok and I can't play Emrakul, so... I'm not protecting Valky, so I might actually just pitch cards to Gix, although I need triple black to do it, so I do have to play this Bayou next turn, but we're just like way too behind on the board. So what's going where? If everything's going at Valky, then or at Tybalt rather, then I'm just not blocking. So these two at Tybalt, so just these two at Tybalt. So I can't save Tybalt and it's not worth trading here, so yeah, Tybalt dies. All right, nothing. This flips over to Knight. Wall of Roots. Well, it's definitely better to gamble on hitting something off the top of their deck than it is to play Wall of Roots plus Torok. Although, how much mana do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're still 5 away from Emrakul, so that's way too far away. So, yeah, let's just try to find some good stuff using Gix. Discard Wall of Roots. What do we hit? Lotus Petal. Cool. All right, cast that. If I cast Torok here, paying the Ancient Tomb, then this flips back. And I can at least block Tide Hollow. I'm never blocking with Gix. So I'm taking 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, all right, back to them. Swings with everything except Tide Hollow. We're not blocking any of this. They'll exile 2 creatures from the yard to drain 2. No blocks. We go to 4. All right, it's a Waterlogged Grove. We can't do anything with that, so let's just spin the wheel. Him to Torok. All right, cast that. I guess I at least see what they had in their hand. 2 lands. All right, we're dead. Okay, so they're black-white, like, they're a balanced deck. They've also just got, like, a bunch of generic good mid-range stuff. I don't think I change anything as a result of that. There's, like, Edict, which is not great against them. Yawgmoth, which is also not great against them. All right, run back the same thing. Okay, we've got Ramp, and then we only have green. So Gix is a dead card in my hand. Emrakul's a dead card in my hand. So the best I can do is go... land Ruby Chalice, land, and then just hope to draw 2 more mana sources for Wormcoil Engine. That's just not good enough. Mult. Man, what is happening? We're just getting mana screwed. All right, I can't keep this hand either. So Mult. 2 lands, and they're both red. So we literally can't play anything. All right, Mold to 4. All right, keep this. What am I putting back? I'm putting back 3 cards. So I'm going to put back, I don't know, Scapeshift. No, Scapeshift. So I'm going to keep Scapeshift, Hexmage, black. So let's put back Temple, Wall of Roots, Swamp, and just hope we can get to the Dark Depths combo, because that's the only way I'm winning this game. So Indotha, go. And then we'll run out Hexmage and just try to find mana sources so we can cast Scapeshift. Maybe it would have been better not to keep Hexmage and just to keep lands, because I have to get to Scapeshift to win anyway, so Scapeshift can find me stage depths. All right, well, play Hexmage. Damn our guy. All right, well, that's gone. Playing Torok here doesn't seem good, so let's just pass. Opponent Lotus Petals into blue. No. 3rd black sword. Oh, come on. Are you freaking kidding me? All right, well, we just cannot possibly win. Kill this. So we're 5 cards behind our opponent. All right, well, back to them with Vamp Tutor. What am I even tutoring? I can't think of anything that I would tutor at this point. Yeah, resolved. Level up their dude, sure. I have 3 mana, 2 of it's black, 1's colorless. What can I grab? I can grab Flesh Gorger and prototype it in. That seems bad. I don't have any lands in my graveyard, so Deep Root Wayfinder's irrelevant. I can grab Dryad. That doesn't matter. I can grab Gix and play Gix and hope they don't have removal, and then it just trades with this thing, so that doesn't work. Let's see. Mind Twist, and then only hit them for 2, so that doesn't work. I can grab Ramp and play Ramp, or I can grab Ancient Tomb. Just nothing here is, like, actually helpful. I guess Ancient Tomb gives me the best... Now, I should just not cast it. and just see what I get next turn. Not just blind cast it. All right, there's that. I guess Ancient Tomb gets me pretty close to casting Virtue, so it is potentially worth doing it for Ancient Tomb next turn or this turn. And if I like draw Wormcoil Engine, it's a lot. No, I'm not going to draw Wormcoil Engine because I'm going to draw Ancient Tomb. Levels their dude up. So we just keep waiting. All right, back to us. What do we draw? Crop Rotation. All right, the Depths combo it is. Back to them. Take some damage. 4 mana for Grief. All right, well, it's time to pitch everything. So I guess I'm getting rid of this Forest and not the Field of the Dead. So let's go Crop Rotate, grabbing Thespian Stage, and then Vamp Tutor, grabbing Dark Depths. And then Grief takes nothing. I'm going to stage the Swamp on the off chance that they have Wasteland in their deck. All right, Depths, go. Monastery Mentor. Okay, that's irrelevant. Sure. Neither of these have lifelink, so yeah, sure, they hit me. Okay, end step. Thespian Stage, copy Dark Depths. Then we keep this one. Then this triggers Merit Lage. Do they have any way of gaining life at instant speed? Combat. Swing. All right, no, they don't. They're at 0. Game number 3. I mean, yeah, just keep it the same. Edict. Nah, they have like many creatures in their deck, including Mentor that makes tokens. It's just terrible against them. Okay, we've got Hexmage, Crop Rotation. We don't have the double black, but the rest of the hand's all right, and we've got Dryad to fix, so I'm going to keep. Okay, it's better to play Swamp first in case we have the second black source on turn 2 for the Hexmage. So back to them. Hymn to Torok. We discard Chalice and a land. Well, I guess it could have been worse, but like not by a lot. No, actually, that's pretty bad. If I Crop Rotate and Vamp Tutor, I'm 1 mana short of being able to actually copy, right? Or I can Vamp Tutor for... I can Crop Rotate for a black land, play Hexmage, and then Vamp Tutor Dark Depths. Or I can go end of turn, Crop Rotate, put Dark Depths into play, Vamp Tutor for a black land, untap, cast Hexmage, pass the turn. That seems better because it doesn't expose Hexmage to removal. All right, so let's do that. Monastery Mentor, All right, so Crop Rotate. Actually, so let's grab Indotha Triumph because it's the same deal. So Indotha, then we'll cast Vamp Tutor. Let's go grab Depth. Then we'll untap, play Depth, play Hexmage, and pass. And then if they don't have an answer to this, we just Depths them out. All right, they have an Urborg on their side. Totally missed that. Well, hopefully this is still enough to kill them anyway. So if they attack, I just don't block because if they're trying to bait me into blocking to kill their guy so that they can cast Balance, I need their guy to survive. So yeah, no blocking on the Mentor. Also, they can potentially cast a spell in combat, which would make our Hexmage die, and then have an answer at sorcery speed for the Depths. Beseech the Mirror. You cast the spell, right? So it's not a land, so I don't have to respond for Strip Mine or anything. All right, yeah, that resolves. Well, actually, they can't even cast it, right? Because they didn't bargain anything. So they're just grabbing a face down card. All right, end step, remove all the counters. Merit Lage. I guess they could have grabbed Solitude and put Solitude in their hand, right? So combat, attack. Nope. Merit Lage wins the day. All right, round 2, we're on the play. This hand is acceptable-ish, kind of. All right, I'll keep. So Field of the Dead, go. Plains. All right, play this, and then let's play Deep Root Dude, and back to them. Second Plains into 3-1 that you can make it indestructible by discarding. Okay. Well, Show and Tell is a great draw. I guess I'm fine trading this for them discarding a card, right? And then I get to Surveil. So let's go to combat. Oh, no, I don't get to Surveil if I don't hit them. It's still fine. Attack. They are not... No, they are blocking. Okay. What are they pitching? Discarding Inquisition. Sure. So play Wall of Roots, then Dark Depths, and over to them. And then we can Show and Tell in Virtue? Hangerback Walker for 1. Well... Like, I'm not doing anything if I don't just Show and Tell in Virtue. So, not that Virtue is even that great on this board anyway. But I'm just, like, straight up doing nothing unless I do that. All right. Blue, green, colorless, Show and Tell. Enlightened Tutor in response. This seems like it's going to go badly for me. They're finding Parallax Wave. Well, all right then. All right, put this into play. The Ring. Seems like it's going really badly for me. Oh, man. All right, well... Yeah, that was a disaster. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why you take mana fixing early. Okay, well, I return this dude to play. What can this get rid of? Exile target creature. All right, I literally can't play anything. So, pass to them. I guess I could draw with this Grove, but that doesn't even seem good either. Ring, they draw a whole bunch of more cards. Mom, Kithian. So they're Orzhov aggro, but they just have like insane pay off the ring and Parallax Wave, I guess. Okay, I don't even know what I could draw at this point. A forest. Well, I can cast Nissa, and then I can make a 3/3, which doesn't seem very good, or I can blow this thing up and get back 2 creatures. Man, it's going to cost me a lot of life to do that, right? It costs me 5 life to do that. All right, well, I'm not doing anything else. Oh, wait, no, I can't even cast it. Depths doesn't make mana. So we're just dead, right? 3, 5, 7, 8. All right, well, draw a card. Now we're dead. Let's just go to game 2. No changes. So we've yet to actually show and tell or Valakut or Mind Twist anybody. We have depth. All right, this is way better. We've got turn 1 Wall of Roots or turn 1 Deep Root. Actually, turn 1 Wall of Roots into turn 2 Torok. Yeah, that's great. All right, keep this. Oh, I don't have another black source that I can fetch with Wooded Foothills, right? It's Bayou, and then that's it, right? So Bayou, Emerald. Oh, it's triple black anyway. All right, let's just play Deep Root first. Plains into Esper Sentinel, okay? Talisman. So let's go Foothills, fetch, so we have a guaranteed land that we can bring back. What am I grabbing? It comes back tapped, right? Yeah. So I don't want to allow them to draw a card here, so I could just go Wall of Roots. Yeah, all right, so put this in tapped, then go to combat, attack. Obviously no blocks, trigger, yield. It's all part of the same ability, right? So I get the land back before Emrakul shuffles. All right, so put this into my graveyard, put the land back into play, then Emrakul shuffles back into my deck, then Wall of Roots. Giver of Runes, and nothing on their side. All right. I guess I can use this to put Endotha directly into play if they don't block me. So combat, attack, Path to Exile, sure. So let's grab Swamp. And I still need triple black, so I do need to play this. Play this, and then we can pay for the Esper Sentinel trigger. So this and this, pay it, and over to them. Swamp, Tide Hollow. Oh, come on. 1 turn away. All right, well, wait, what? Yeah, all right. I don't want to draw any more lands, so let's fetch, grab a forest. Dark Depths. I mean, all right. Play Depths. Back to them. Elite Spellbinder. All right, I have a land in my hand. Attacks. Block here. Okay, activate Depths. Activate Depths. Oh, we're going to get there. Play Tundra. Back to them. We'll get there eventually. Staff of the Storyteller. Blech. Yeah, What's the condition on this? Token equals counter, counter equals draw. Ballista. All right, we'll block here. Okay, activate Depths. Activate Depths. -1. Activate Depths. Scape Shift, you say. Oh, I can Scape Shift for Field of the Dead. Mana, mana, mana. Mana. Scape Shift. Babamf. Pay the Esper cost. Sack everything that isn't Depth. Go. Babamf. All right, let's grab this. 2 more left. Swamp and Swamp. Field of the Dead triggers. Make a bunch of zombies. All right, and then I guess I still have some floating mana, so let's take another counter off here. Why not? Draws a card with the staff. All right, well, we got 14 power, toughness, and defense, plus another 4 defense, and we can get stage off next turn. We also get a redraw with this Waterlog Grove. I mean, they at least attack with these flyers, right? Yeah, all right, we can't block. So this represents 4 Graveyard Trespasser, eats a thing. I may actually have to pop Merit Lage to block. All right, so sack this thing, draw a new card, Mox Ruby. All right, well, yeah, I'll pay that. It's fine. Ancient Tomb seems like not great, so I go stage this. So the Ballista can get up to 2 counters. The Graveyard Trespasser can trigger in attack step. Although, actually, no, there's no creatures in the graveyard right now. All right, well, if I attack right now, they get a free block with Trespasser, and they get potentially another free block by protecting Tide Hollow Sculler. And I can't attack with too much because I need defense, so it's probably better to just pass the turn. So this represents 4 damage here, and another 5, 6, 7 maybe, depending on Ballista Pumps and Graveyard Trespasser triggers. Parallax Wave, cool. So we can't get Merit Lage anymore because they can just exile it. Literally the perfect draw to counter us. Oh, should have played the land for the zombie. Yeah, you're right. They're just shooting us. Very well. Eats Wall of Roots. Giver of Runes make this unblockable, I guess. Okay. And then they swing here, and if we make Merit Lage, they just eat it with Parallax, and then we're dead. Cool. They literally drew the 1 card to completely negate everything we were doing. All right, we're dead. All right, then. So this deck seemingly has a lot of cool things in it, but man, it just does not come together. It is so clunky. All right, on the play for match 3. This hand's unkeepable, Mull. This hand is also really bad. We've got Vamp Tutor, and we can do what with that? Not really anything in this hand. Mull, we have no lands, so let's go to 4. Jesus Christ. All right, so keep this, put back Emrakul, put back... I guess the only thing I can really do here is like Torok them, so put back Deep Root and put back Ancient Tomb. All right, play this, go. Library of Alexandria. All right, what a great first draw. Foothills, back to them. Plains, plays this dude. All right, well, we got to get something going, so fetch, grab Bayou, play this, prototype this guy out. So normally Library is overrated because you have to actually interact with your opponent, but if your opponent mulls to 4 and has no pressure, then you don't. So we just really need to draw another land right now so that I can Torok kick and then follow it up with Mind Twist. Wedding Announcement. All right, land. Yeah, there we go. All right, combat. Attack with Flesh Gorger. Block, yeah, all right. Why? Yeah, okay, that's fine. They lose their dudes. Then we kick Torok. Babamf, lose some cards. Flicker Wisp and whatever this thing is. Make a 2/2 that if it and another creature attack, draw. All right, Library's offline. Oh, they have Council's Judgment, the one white removal spell that can kill Torok. Very cool. All right, let's just Mind Twist the rest of their hand. Staff, Timeless Dragon, which can actually come back from the graveyard for 4. Parallax Wave, Luminarch. Oh, and they have Jite and Wedding Announcement. So we're still going to lose this despite ripping our opponent's entire hand apart. So Jite trigger, then they Wedding. All right, well, the only thing I can do is kill this thing. Actually, I can't even kill it because Jite can just pump it. I guess I reduce 1 counter on the Jite. That's just awful. I guess I kill 1 token. All right, I kill 1 token. They can actually kill their own token in response so that I don't get the adventure, but I guess they just didn't do that. Urza Saga, off the top. Cool. And then this Timeless Dragon comes back. I can't believe we made our opponent discard 6 cards and we're still going to lose the game. Like, handily lose the game. Am I dead next turn? 2, 7, 9, 11. Not quite. Play Dryad and pass. So I cannot block this or it dies. No blocks. We take a whole bunch. They actually can just make Jite 4 counters and then kill Dryad off. No, they're just pumping their guy. All right, well, plays another land. Worm Coil that we can't play. All right, great game. Once again, I'm changing nothing. Submit. So I've learned to trust my instincts and not go for random wacky stuff because then you wind up with a land base that's awful and doesn't allow you to actually play anything. All right, we're on the play. We have a hand that is like, okay, so I'll keep it. Play this Triumph. Go. Oh, a turn 1 Library again. Very cool. All right. Wall of Roots. So 4 mana next turn. We can't actually do anything with it though, other than I guess cast this thing. This card is surprisingly bad, isn't it? The removal side of it is not very good, and then the other side is just too darn expensive, and it requires big creatures to be in the graveyard. He's playing Urza Saga. Oh, and Sol Ring. All right, then. Sure. Literally can't do anything, and they can still draw with Library. I guess Thespian Stage can copy Saga, right? Or I can copy Library, but I can't actually activate it right now, so it's better to copy Saga. All right, so tap this, copy the Saga, then back to us. They actually have to clean up. Discards a land. All right. Valakut tapped, still can't do anything, so back to them. I forget, when do you have to activate stage to make it not die? Drawing a card, and they can make a token. Is it on in response to the 3rd mode, or do you have to do it before that? So they make another construct, and then fetch what? Soul Guide Lantern, sure. And can't block this thing anymore, so we just take the chunk of damage. All right, we're just way behind on the board. They have 8 power. We're not going to be able to do anything. Oh, now they play stuff that I can actually hit. All right, well... Ticks up. I don't have time to use this. I think I just play Titan, right? Play Titan, go grab Field of the Dead plus Depth. Or, yeah, Field of the Dead plus Depths, make 2 zombies. You've got to be kidding me. Yeah, okay. I am under a voodoo curse, right? Like, we've established this by now. So this is 10. I guess I can block this thing, right? It's not even worth it to make the construct, right? I just have to play Titan, so block here. Jesus Christ, they still have 7 cards in their hand and can activate Library. They actually have more mana than me, right? Wow. Draw with Library, Giver. Okay. Do I even have a 1 thing that I can fetch? I don't think I do, right? So I can't afford to even use this. I have to just play Titan again. So float the mana. I believe I have nothing to get with this, right? Oh, I can grab Moxen. So grab Emerald, then play land. So if I play Titan, I grab Field of the Dead plus... What's Field of the Dead say exactly? Whenever Field or another land enters, if you control 7 or more lands with different names. All right, so it does trigger that. So I go Titan... field plus another land, trigger, make 2 zombies. Then they can like pro-green one of these constructs, and then I can just chump. I have 3 blockers, so that should work. The alternative is just play Flesh Gorger, but then if they have any way of getting rid of it, we're screwed. All right, so Titan, trigger. So field for sure, and then depth. No, then depths is actually not useful because Thespian stage is gone. So it's better to grab, what, the fetch land so we can make more zombies next turn? Yeah, all right. So field plus wooded foothills. Triggers. I can actually Virtue the Giver of Runes. Yeah, let's do that. So kill this. Wallroot's still bugged. All right, kill this. End of turn. Wandering Emperor. Make a samurai. All right. So I believe I've turned the corner here, but they do still have 7 cards in their hand, so they're going to have a lot of gas to keep up with what we're doing. Setting a stop on my upkeep because 1, I don't want to draw land here, and 2, I want to fetch Bayou because that's the only land I can fetch with the foothills at this point. That still triggers Field of the Dead. So if I happen to draw Bayou, then the only land left to fetch is the other forest. Library, draw a card. So if I send Titan at Wandering Emperor, they can double block it, but then I still get to find 2 more lands and make 2 more field triggers. I at least trade with 1 creature as opposed to just sitting here, thin my deck of lands, and get more mana for next turn. So almost certainly it's correct to attack a Titan. I also can just reanimate it if they block in a way that it dies. Solitude. Cool. Exiling Ranger Captain, getting rid of Titan. Now I have no good blocks anymore. It took them that long to think of that. Flicker Wisp, they can flicker out, what, a zombie? Yeah, so I have absolutely no good blocks anymore. Now I'm just taking a gigantic chunk of damage. Oh, they still have more to play. All right, then. This doesn't trigger until upkeep, so if I cast it, I don't even do anything with it. So I guess if they attack, I'm trading with one of these guys. Make him a 3/3 first strike, can't even block anything. All right, I guess I just block this dude and take 11 and go to 5, and then I'm almost just straight up dead to the Flyers alone, much less everything else on their field. Oh no, I am dead, straight up dead to the Flyers alone. Oh, right, I forgot. Staff of the Storyteller made these even bigger. All right, well, we're still fetching. Grab Bayou, trigger, make a zombie, draw. Okay, we're dead. I literally can't do anything. This Flicker Wisp alone kills me, so I have no way of blocking that. None of my cards do anything. Yeah, we're dead. Unbelievable. All right. Okay, we still got our seasonal chips here. Let's cash them in. All right, well, Mox Ruby right off the bat. Obvious first pick. The other best cards in the pack are Library, Rona, Breach, and Ugin's a good top end. Troll's good. But obviously it is going to be Mox. All right, we've got, let's see, a lot of things. Cradle, Ketria Triumph, Crater Hoof, Bob, Lorien Revealed. Ketria Triumph is a really good combination of colors. At the same time, if I take Cradle now, I can build around it. There's also Lorien Revealed to cycle for stuff. I'm not sure. I'm going to take Cradle. All right, so there's a Trop, and then there's also Urza Saga and Tendrils. So passing Tendrils here is pretty much going to mean Storm is off. There's also a Welder, but I feel like Trop is just the in a vacuum best card in the pack. Urza Saga is pretty good too, though. Maybe I just take Urza Saga. Yeah, I'm going to take Urza Saga. It can basically just show up in any deck that we wind up playing, and we've already got the Mox to fetch with it. Let's take Saga. Dark Depths in this pack. Other best card in the pack is Underground Sea. There's also an Exploration, but I'm not going to pass on Dark Depths, although Dark Depths and Gaia's Cradle kind of conflict with each other. Like, they don't exactly go in the same decks, but it's pretty close. We're also passing a lot of good fixing. We're passing Trop, Underground Sea, so we're probably not going to be able to be a soup deck. All right, we'll take Depths. Force of Wolves, Citadel. Well, there's Stage, so we're not passing Stage up. Yep. Well, we got the Stage going, so Stage it is. Engineer, Batterskull, Memory Jar, Brainstorm. What does this thing do? Search your library for a basic, put it into play tapped, create a 1/1. Target creature you control gets +X and trample where X is domain. I feel like without any more context, it's Brainstorm. But Brainstorm decks and Gaia's Cradle decks are not typically the same thing, but I still don't exactly know what I'm doing with this deck, so let's just take Brainstorm. All right, Bayou is good fixing. We also have Scape Shift, which I'm not going to take over Bayou. There's also a Steam Vents here. Steam Vents is better colors. Like, I'm not strapped into Gaia's Cradle. All right, let's take the Steam Vents. Tundra in this pack. I'm definitely taking that over anything else here. There's 2 Storm cards, Cabal Ritual and Monomorphose, which I'm going to pass. Also, Oliphant is pretty good fixing, but we're just going to take Tundra. All right, well, the Troll is still here. The Troll cannot fetch any of the lands we already have, but if we do pick up more lands... There's also Shark Typhoon, which can just be a win condition, or just a way to cycle for more things. This is basically fixing. I'm going to prioritize fixing over the Shark Typhoon, so we'll take this. Fixing, there's Manifold Key, Chandra, and then some other cards I don't care about. Maybe Chandra, actually. Given where this deck is seemingly going, I'm thinking I'm probably not going to use a peatland, whereas this actually represents a decent threat. All right, take Chandra. Goblin Welder is still here, so maybe we can do something with artifacts. All right, take Welder. Bomat, Dothy, Voidwalker, Exploration's still here too. Trinket Mage. We only have the one Mox. I'm going to take the Exploration. It's looking increasingly unlikely that we're going to run Cradle. All right, Dig Through Time looks pretty good. Oh, Goblin Engineer and Goblin Welder. And then Scapeshift Wield. All right, let's see. Recall, and nothing else in the pack is even close. So what else is here that's relevant? Reanimate, Misty, Dak Faden, Vamp Tutor, Field of the Dead, which matters if we're going to go the Scapeshift route. All right, take the Recall. High Tide Taiga, Channel, additional dual lands. And we're going to take Tech. Oko's also really good. But again, you can't really pick up more fixing as easily as you can just other threats. So we also have a little artifact synergy stuff going on in this deck, so I would like to find some artifacts to weld. So in the meantime, we'll just take the Taiga. Titan, which is good with what we've got. Savannah, we don't have any white spells yet. Bloodstained Mire can fetch Taiga and Steam Vents. Fourth Aralingus is also really good. But again, I feel like it's just better to prioritize fixing. We've got a fetch land here that can fetch 3 different colors, which is probably the colors we're going to be. Therefore, I want to take that. All right, what can Marsh Flats get? It can get Tundra, but that's it. We also have a Dotha Triumph, which is also 2 colors we're probably not playing. But after that, there's really not much else, right? There's Questing Druid, that's good. There's also Faithless Looting, but we haven't found any big artifacts to bin yet. There's also Chrome Mox. All right, I'm inclined to take Chrome Mox. It imprints everything in here except for Ruby, and it goes well with Urza's Saga, etc. So let's take the Chrome Mox. Dryad of the Elysian Grove, which if we manage to find Valakut is a good payoff. There's also Ancient Tomb, although the cards we've picked up so far are not really tombable. There's Rogran Triumph, which is fetchable off of Bloodstained, which allows Bloodstained to find red and blue, although it can already find that with Steam Vents. There's also Through the Breach, which depending on if we pick up some big bombs, that could be good. So this is basically only good if we find Valakut. So I'm inclined to just take Ancient Tomb here. Bone Crusher, Echo, Imperial Seal, Kappa, Smuggler's Copter. I don't think we're an Echo deck. Kappa Cannoneer is a big artifact. We don't have that many artifacts at present though, but taking it is how we get there. And I do want artifacts for these welders. Copter also helps bin stuff, but we don't have that many creatures to begin with. All right, I'll take Kappa. Cityscape Leveler. Now there's a big artifact payoff. All right. Yeah, we're taking that. Emery for more artifact stuff. There's also a Jetmir's Garden, which is red and green, fetchable off of Bloodstained. We just don't have that many artifacts right now, right? But if we're going the artifact route with the double engineers, the double welders, then it makes sense to take it. The only other cards in contention here is what? Escape to the Wilds and Jetmir's Garden. And I'll take this. I don't know that I'm necessarily even going to be in this position. Field of the Dead is great with Scapeshift. All right, there's a Blood Crypt to fix, and the only other card really of any contention is Shorekai, which is an artifact that also draws and discards. We have 2 white mana in the deck. Actually, we don't even have black, right? So I guess I'm more inclined to take Shorekai. Savannah, also Staff of the Storyteller, which is an artifact. I'll take Savannah. Just want to have better mana. All right, Questing Druid Wield, so we're going to take that. Don't really want any of this, so I guess the card I'm probably not playing any of that, so let's just sideboard Ranger Captain, let's sideboard Lauren, and Glorybringer I might actually play. Okay, well, Time Walk is in the pack, so we're taking Time Walk. Minskenboo is also extremely good. There's almost no chance this is going to wheel. Outside of that, I would not really look for any specific card here. All right, let's take Time Walk. Mishra's Factory, Mox Opal, Court of Garenbrig, which we can use to get ahead really fast. There's also Fable the Mirror Breaker. Double green might be pretty rough in this deck. Fable lets me fix, discard big artifacts in my graveyard. It's just like a decent 3-drop. I'm taking Fable. All right, what do we got here? Bolt. There's also Treachery, which is all right. All right, I'll take Treachery. Mystic Confluence. There's Elvish Reclaimer to find the lands that we need. There's also Tinker. I probably can't pass Tinker, right? Tinkering in a Cityscape Leveler seems really good. I do need to find some more artifacts. All right, take the Tinker. Urza, Dragon Engine, which is also great with the welders. Coveted Jewel, which is probably too expensive for what we're trying to do. All right, let's take Dragon Engine. Okay, This dude. There's also like Flame Tongue Kavu's fine. I'll take Carnosaur. JVP, there's also some fixing mana with Spire Bluff Canal. JVP's alright. We barely have any spells to actually get back with him, though. I think I'm far more likely to want Spire Bluff in the deck. Saheeli, Mystic Forge. We don't have enough artifacts for that to count. Scrubland is fetchable off of Bloodstained, which gives us another white mana, but we don't need black mana. So then that leaves what? Just Saheeli? How many creatures we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Not that much. And we can use the tokens to tinker, or we can, what else? Copy Glorybringers. There's also Retrofitter Foundry to find with the Urza Saga, but that doesn't seem great. But yeah, I didn't have enough time to think about that. I'll just grab the Retrofitter. All right, there's Mightstone, Weakstone, and these lands are all in the wrong combinations because we're not playing black, except for, I guess we have Troll in the deck. I'm probably going to wind up just cutting that, though. So let's add the Mightstone, Weakstone. All right, let's cut Troll, move that to the sideboard, because we don't have a single black land in the deck, or any other black cards. All right, kind of don't care about any of this. What does Brea's Apprentice do? ETB, create a 1/1 colorless Thopter. Sack an artifact, exile the top until your end. You may play that card. I guess it's good with Foundry. It's also an artifact. It's better than anything else here. So yeah, we'll take this. Seal of Removal. Like, nothing here is actually good. Sideboard that. Scrap Workma is probably pretty good in this deck. And then we are never casting Tibalt in this deck. So let's grab Temple Garden, and Flame Tongue Kavu, and what's the last card? This thing that we're not playing. All right, so 39. 13 of those are lands minus Dark Depths is 12 lands plus a Mox, so that's 13. So we have 26 non-mana sources in the deck, so 3 cuts. All right, how much stuff can I get in my graveyard? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or so spells that actually like legitimately go to the graveyard or discard cards for dig through time, which is not a lot, plus any creatures that die, which is okay. So the Scape Shift can obviously combine with Field of the Dead later in the game. Outside of that, it really doesn't do anything. So this is more like a 7-drop, and this is more like a 4-drop or lower. How many artifacts do I have for Kappa? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with the treasure tokens, 8, 9. It's not a lot. So the main thing we're tinkering in is the Leveler. But it's not terrible to like tinker a Servo or like a random token into a Mightstone or something. The rest of these cards are decent. I feel like although yes, Scape Shift can go grab the Field of the Dead and a bunch of other lands, there's just going to be a lot of times where it's rotting in your hand, as we saw in the last league, where a lot of times I would just have Scape Shift and nothing to do with it. Although we also do have the Depths combo, so we can cast it earlier for the Depths combo. I'm just kind of in this position again where it's like I don't want to cut anything. I guess Dig. I'm going to say, despite being an artifact deck, that we just don't have enough artifacts for Kappa and cut Kappa. And then this card feels like the worst next card, although it is also an artifact that's engineerable. There's also like Questing Druid when so many of our cards are expensive. There's also just Exploration because green is one of the least colors in our deck. So I'm probably not going to play any more green lands than the lands that I already have, meaning that the odds of having an untapped green land with Exploration and multiple lands in the opening hand is pretty slim. So what if I cut that? And then we go Color Sort, and then this doesn't need to come early, and then this is basically a de facto red card. So then these are colorless or don't count. There's all of these. This is also colorless. So then this is green, and this is green and red. And that's 3 lands for white already. And then these are blue and red. Then this is green and red. Then this is blue. And then the Bloodstained can fetch red, blue, and green. So it's all colors. So all colors have, except for white, right? It can't fetch white, but it can fetch everything else. So we're only missing 4 lands from this deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Plus 4 plus the Mox Ruby. So I'm not going to add any more green to this. So then I just need to add blue and red. So the blue count is 4. And the red count is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if we add like this, then for red mana, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And for blue, we also have 6 plus Tundra. Oh, Taiga is another red source. So red is 7 and blue is 7. Then green is 3, white is 3. Boy, that is awkward. All right, let's try this. And what's creatures and spells separate? We have 10 creatures. All right, let's try this. All right, we've got 2 mana. We've got Tinker, nothing to tinker into, but we also have Welder. We've got Questing Druid to rebuy into more stuff. I will keep this. A Plains into an Aether Spellbomb. All right. We drew Chrome Mox. So what's the best use of my mana? It's probably get Welder out and Chrome Mox in another card. What am I Chrome Moxing? I guess the fact that I have Tinker, Welder, plus the Scrapwork Mutt means I don't want that. If they spend their turn bouncing Welder, that's fine too. So let's Spire Bluff, let's Chrome Mox, let's imprint Tinker. Let's play Welder, and then Retrofitter. Force of Negation, the Retrofitter, getting rid of Lorien revealed. Well, it's better to do Questing Druid first, so we'll do this at the end step. So play Field of the Dead, and then I'm not going to res anything, so let's just hit them. And at the end of their turn, we'll cast Seek the Beast. Monastery Mentor, All right, Seek the Beast into 2 lands. All right. Oh, I can dump anything I want into the graveyard and then weld it. Fantastic. All right, so Goblin Engineer, trigger. Let's grab... So they have this to bounce the leveler, so we need something that can get immediate value, right? I guess I probably want to kill Mentor before they can start going crazy with it. So let's put Mightstone in the graveyard. Then we will Shock and Steam Vents, play Mutt. So use this ability to ditch Savannah, then weld the Mutt and the Mightstone, and kill Mentor. Windswept Heath, fetch. Plays Spellseeker, spell-seeking for Ancestral Recall. Well, yeah. So let's see, I weld the Mightstone, get back Scrapwork, so let's... I mean, if I start putting counters on this guy, then they can just bounce it, but that's fine, because then we get Seek the Beast again, so... Actually, I don't have green mana, right? Yeah. Alright. Brainstorm. Wow. Well, we're definitely getting Urza Saga down this turn, so... Let's put back Island Dark Depths. No, let's put back Temple Garden Dark Depths. Then weld the Scrapwork back into play. Yeah, all right. So this goes back and this goes back. Then we weld these. This triggers, we ditch the island. So Urza Saga, and we'll pass. And they'll recall and draw a bunch, but what can we do? Obviously, I should have welded differently. All right, recall. We will start making a lot of really big constructs coming up. Aether Spellbomb, bounce this guy, sure. Plays Talisman. Plays Wedding Announcement. All right. So then they make a token, then it's back to us. So we draw Dark Depths, this goes up. So shock that in, cast Questing Druid, then Welder, trigger the Druid, and then we'll just hold up Construct making, back to them. Hero of Bladehold. Steel Seraph prototyped. Give a creature flying, vigilance, lifelink. All right. Let's just make a Construct now so we can just F6 through the rest of this. All right. Make another guy. This levels up Cityscape Leveler. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're short. So make a Construct. Then this resolves and goes and grabs Mox Ruby. Oh, right. Yeah, I was going to grab Mox Ruby. I would have actually had exactly enough. All right. So weld the Mutt and the Mightstone. Then we're going to kill Hero. Actually, does the Hero even have any good attacks? I guess we were going to kill... Yeah, we'll kill Hero. And they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, float this, weld this guy, sack the Mightstone, bring the Mutt back, trigger the Mutt, discard the... At this point, I can just cast the Leveler next turn. I'm going to discard Dark Depths. All right, cast this dude. So grows the Questing Druid, trigger this guy, make another artifact, go to combat, attack with the Construct, jump blocks with a human, damage, back to them. And then next turn, we cast Leveler. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, game 1 down. So they're just like blue, white, just stuff. Don't really see a reason to change anything. I guess Lauren is a little good against them, but there's nothing like have to kill on their side with Lauren. All right, submit. Well, we only have 1 land, but we have recall to draw more, so I'm gonna keep. Opponent mulls to 5. Windswept Heath, fetch. Spara's Headquarters. All right, well, we drew another land anyway. I'm gonna stop in their upkeep so that I can play around Force Negation. Let's actually fetch now. Steam Vents, and over to them, and then recall. All right, they play their own recall. Land number 2, library. All right, land number 2 for us, and then... So anything I play right now, I'm going to be oversized, and then I'm going to have to discard. So I also need to find more lands. So I guess I can engineer and put something in the graveyard, or I can scrap work to discard. It's probably engineer is better to have in play than anything else. And then I'll discard like leveler or something. I'm not sure. Anyway, play engineer, trigger, so go grab maybe Mox Ruby, because then I get guaranteed another mana next turn. Or I can just grab Dragon Engine, but I have to discard my hand, right, to do that? Yeah. So let's just grab Mox Ruby. And then over to them, and we'll pitch Leveler. Draws a card with Library. Plays a Tundra. Talisman of Conviction. Back to us. All right, we drew a land. So what am I discarding to Scrapwork Mutt? Probably Scape Shift. So land. I guess I can copy Library, but then I can't even do anything with it this turn. All right, let's just go Scrapwork Mutt. Ditch Scape Shift. Draw another card. Then we can weld this into a Ruby and then cast Retrofitter and have Brainstorm open. All right, so... Oh, wait, no. Then I have to spend mana on this, so I have to do it now. So get the Ruby back. Pay red. Sack this thing. Ruby comes back. Cast Retrofitter. Over to them. Library, go up to 8 cards. Play another land. Cast Hero Bladehold. All right, we got to kill that. I really was hoping I would have drawn a land there. This is 3 damage. Okay, I guess I can Flame Tongue Kavu it. Kill the hero. And then we're attacking with Engineer. Library again. Go up another card. Pest Infestation, killing Retrofitter and Ruby, making a bunch of tokens. That's just awful. And then we just lost our artifact, so we can't tinker anything, even if we wanted to. Okay, I guess I play Fable. Or I can Brainstorm into more lands, probably. All right, Brainstorm. Yeah, so what am I putting back? Tinker and Treachery, I guess. Play land, play Fable the Mirror Breaker. And then we're not attacking into this, so back to them. Oh, I should have changed the order that I put those back, because I'm going to want to discard Tinker, but I'm not going to be able to now. Lion Sash, and it can eat all these things out of my graveyard. So the welders are now off, so this welder's basically dead, as well as this welder. Oh, I mean, I can kill it with Glorybringer / Carnosaur, I guess. They have 3 open white mana, so there's no way I can respond in any way that gets rid of it before they are able to take something. All right, this triggers. I guess I'm discarding Welder. Yeah, all right. I don't even have the second blue for Treachery right now, nor is there even anything I really want to take. So I guess I'll just get rid of both of these. All right, land. So I can play Glorybringer and kill this thing. And then in response, they'll just eat everything. Or I can channel the Carnosaur to kill it, and then in response, they'll eat, and then the last thing I can bring back, but the last thing they'll get rid of Leveler, and they'll get rid of one other thing. I actually don't even have any artifacts in play, unless I'm going to weld a treasure. All right, let's just play Glorybringer. Go to combat. Oh, Leyline Binding. Yep, takes Glorybringer out of the equation. Well, we get an attack with the Shaman at least, and this thing, swing, make a treasure. So they can dual block this, keep their Lion Sash alive. And all these triggers go off, and then in turn, they'll assumedly eat my Cityscape Leveler. We're just going to fall way too behind on cards here. They've got Library to keep drawing them more. I guess not at the moment, but there are multiple cards ahead of us. They're eating all of our graveyards, so we can't weld anything. This thing's getting out of hand. So 6/6 means that the Might Stone doesn't kill it anymore. Yeah, no blocks. Plays Batterskull. All right, so this flips over. So I can cast Shurikai, or I can cast Might Stone to kill the Germ token, but then they're just going to move Batterskull over. All right, well, we have to try this. So cast this dude. We got to hit something good. Discover trigger. Chrome Mox. Well, I'm casting it. I guess I'm just not imprinting anything. Or maybe I am. No, I'm just not going to imprint anything. All right, so we're going to take a lot. Actually, do I have to chump block this? They can... I guess I do, right? Yeah. So if we can get these 2 to live, I can start making copies of Carnosaur. Lorien revealed to draw more cards. Draws another card with Library. Plays another land. So attacks with this guy. They can pump it 2 more times, so I can technically trade with the Carnosaur, but then I'm just way behind. So I'll just take it. We're at 7. Back to us. All right. So if I can resolve Might Stone, Weak Stone, although they've got Force of Negation mana, and they've drawn a bunch of cards, so I wouldn't count on that. What else can I do? I can Tinker, get rid of the Chrome Mox, put Might Stone, Weak Stone into play, killing this Germ, or just drawing more cards, which I really need to do. All right, Tinker, tap this, eat Chrome Mox, Mana Leak. All right. I guess let's go to the end step and then copy the Carnosaur. All right, copy here on end step. Trigger, cast this, and resolve that ability. Eating another spell out of our graveyard, sure. It's Library to draw. They have 8 mana plus whatever land drop they have this turn. So 9 mana. Steal Seraph on the prototype so that they can pump this thing. It doesn't get trampled though, right? So we can still block it with the Thopter token. Brazen Borrower or Thopter. Well, I guess I'm going to try to switcheroo these. It at least makes them so they don't have Borrower anymore. All right, they eat it in response. So then they can jump the Lion Sash and get in, and then we're dead. Yeah. All right. I guess Lauren is actually really good against them. They've shown me enough things to where it is actually really good. So what am I cutting for it? This has felt like way too slow so far, so maybe that. All right, let's do that. This hand's okay. All right, I'll keep it. Let's play Jet Mirrors, go. All right, back to us. Ooh, Mox Ruby. All right, well, play Mox Ruby. Play Engineer. Trigger, use the ability. Let's put Dragon Engine in the graveyard. Play this tapped. Back to them. Land, go. Well, I can try to resolve Chandra, although I doubt that that's going to work, given they have just 2 open blue mana. So Island. All right, let's play Scrap Work and discard nothing. Scrap Work, no discard. I'm going to hit them with Engineer. And then on the end of their turn, I'll Seek the Beast. Cycles Lorien, gets a Tundra. Talisman of Conviction. All right, with that on the stack, I'm going to Seek the Beast so that if they have Mana Leak, they don't have the mana for it right now. We milled over, or we've exiled land plus Glorybringer, so that's pretty good. All right, shock this in, cast Glorybringer. So they do in fact have the Mana Leak. And then we will just attack with these guys. Narset. They bricked on Narset. I have 6 mana. All right, let's go to combat and try to kill Narset. Petty Theft, Scrap Work. All right, sure. Narset takes 1. Then let's go Questing Druid. Then play a land. Then play Chandra. Put a counter on the Druid. Chandra resolve, add some mana. Play the Scrap Work Mutt. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, so I can get rid of Savannah. So discard Savannah. All right, Narset. Goddamn. Well, that's entirely my fault. Completely forgot Narset. I kind of wish static effects like that just had some gigantic graphic on the screen that just said, remember, you can't do this thing. Same way with like the ring fog. We're on the draw for round number 2. Okay, well, all we've got is Ancient Tomb and no other mana, so we're going to mull that. This is also definitely not great, especially since Chrome Mox, the only thing can imprint is Trumpeting. I don't want to go to 5 though, so let's keep and let's put away... I need Chrome Mox to get going faster, so let's put away Retrofitter Foundry. Yeah, let's put away Retrofitter. Okay. Misty Rainforest. Gets a tap, Ketria Triumph. All right. We immediately drew Ancient Tomb, so I can play Dragon Engine on turn 1. Or I can just wait. Although I don't have double red for this anyway. All right. Let's go Chrome Mox, imprint this dude, Tomb, cast Dragon Engine. Another tap land. All right. Well, before we do anything else, let's just attack them. All right. Damage. Then we'll play Brea's Apprentice. Trigger this. Field of the Dead. Over to them. 3, 4. 3 lands not doing anything. Draw step. Click us? Sure. We have been clicked. Would you like to take my Flame Tongue, Kavu? Yeah. All right. So Welder. Go to combat. Attack with everything. Blocks there. All right. Trade. They take a bunch of damage. Then we will play Scrap Work. Trigger. Discard Temple Garden. Play Welder. Over to them. Land number 4. Plays Jace, Wielder of Mysteries. Mills themselves, milling over Force, Time Spiral. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. All right, let's just make sure Jace is dead, so go to combat. This attacks Jace, this attacks Jace, this attacks them. So Jace dies, they're at 7, and then I think I'm just going to weld Dragon Engine and Breas on their turn. So let's just wait. Chrome Mox, imprinting Lorien revealed. Tameo, spells and abilities can't cause you to discard or sack, okay? Return Time Spiral to your hand, okay? End of turn, weld 4, 5, weld Thopter into the Breas. So if I just attack them, if they stop this guy, they take 2, 3, 5, 6 damage and survive. So go to combat. This attacks them. This attacks Tameo. 4, 5, no, I should just make them have it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess if they have an answer for this, I want to try to find Time Walk, so I'm going to leave this back. So let's just attack them here, see if they have the answer. Malcolm, Alluring Scoundrel. All right, so then they block here. So damage, they're at 4. All right, let's try to find blue mana for Time Walk. So let's sacrifice Scrap Work, Escape Shift. Well, that ain't helping. All right, so now let's weld the Thopter token and the Scrap Work Mutt. So then this triggers, let's ditch Treachery. Man, we still didn't find it? Jeez. All right, Thespian Stage. Well, I'm out of actions, so yeah, they'll get to Time Spiral. It's until the end of your next turn. LED. Yikes. Yep, cracks LED in response. Time Spiral, we can't do anything about that, so that resolves. We have no instant speed actions, so Tameo pluses and names, I don't know, Upheaval, and bricked on it. Pented Prism. They still have 9 mana. Wow. They also have a Mana Crypt in their deck. Cycles Rogren. All right, their hand must be really bad. Or they just don't have an answer at all. All right, yeah. So considering all the artifacts that I saw out of them, I definitely want Lauren. And let's cut Retrofitter. All right, we got recall and we've got the mana to find it and ramp, so we'll keep. Tapped Ketria. All right, play land, play Mox Ruby. Do I do it now that I'm at 5 and then I can Chrome Mox and potentially play something? Yeah, I definitely do it now. So fetch, grab Steam Vents, recall. Huh. Well, I'm going to have to discard if I don't Chrome Mox. So let's just Chrome Mox the Treachery and then we'll be ready for next turn. Chrome Mox, imprint this, over to them. So we get to run out Shurikai next turn at least. Fast Bond, land number 3. Raise and Borrower the Chrome Mox. Wow. All right. So that takes me off of my curve. So let's play Jetmirs and back to them. At least they seem to be on low resources, right? They fast bonded and only had 1 more land to play. No actions from them. All right. Vendilion, click us. Yep. Honestly, the draw step just shouldn't exist. You should either draw at the end of your upkeep or during your main, because all the draw step really does is allow people to do stupid stuff like this, where you go like, oh, Vendilion click, or I plus Teferi, and then flash Thought Season at your draw step, or Kolaghan's Command, or whatever. They took Glorybringer. All right. They didn't have any problem with me just resolving Shurikai here, because that's what I'm going to do. So let's play Shurikai. I can't imprint artifacts, right? Yeah. So back to them. Like, I don't see one legitimate reason why the draw step is a separate step that allows your opponent to interact with you before you can cast anything. So we take a hit from Vendilion. At least they have these like X1 flyers, and I can just Breas to put Thopters into play. Now let's play Breas. So trigger this to make a Thopter. And then I think I don't know if it's better to run out Engineer here or to just have this activation. But I think it is actually better to have Engineer in play so we can start cycling stuff next turn. So let's play Engineer. Trigger, use the ability, put Dragon Engine into the graveyard, or Scrapwork into the graveyard. Dragon Engine into the graveyard, and then over to them. So flash out Borrower. Trinket Mage goes and finds Black Lotus. Man, their deck is stacked, eh? Fetch a Forest. So their hand is Lotus plus 1 other card. Oh, so it's just mana. Their hand's all mana. All right, block click. Plays Lotus. All right, well, there's that. So let's see. Definitely playing Stage. This is ditch your hand, right? Yeah. So let's cast Chrome Mox, imprinting nothing. Let's cast Mightstone, Weakstone. I don't even particularly need to kill these. Let's just draw some cards. A Welder, you say. All right, combat, attack here. Yeah, let's just get Welder into play. Over to them. Just drew a land. Swing, activate Shurikai, discarding, escape shift, make a pilot. I don't even think I block here. They just have no lands, right? Or no, they're just dealing 5. I guess I probably should trade with the Trinket Mage. Block here, block here. Just don't take damage, I don't need to. So we take 3, and then Engineer dies, their guy dies. All right, well, I can just play Depths and then get ready to stage them next turn. So here's Depths, combat, attack, attack. All right, Brainstorm. Do I even want to lure in their Black Lotus? Like, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, how bad can this be? All right, let's put these 2 back. And then we've got this here pays for Dark Depths. So then, this pays for Dark Depths. So then Lauren, blow up Lotus, and then we'll just pass. All right, I'll make a Depths in response to this. That's fine. And if they have an answer, whatever. Copy Depths. All right, round 3, we're on the draw. Huh, so this hand has no blue mana in it, but we do have turn 2 Fable to try to find blue mana, so I'll keep it. Forest into Birds. All right, well, now we have blue mana. So, I mean, I could Time Walk here. That seems fine. So, Bloodstained, fetch, grab the Steam Vents, play Mox Ruby, cast Time Walk. All right, play Savannah, play Fable. Opponent plays Outland Liberator, which they can use to kill Fable at any time, although they're not doing that now, so apparently they're going to allow me to draw first. Okay, let's respond by Brainstorming, I think, or I can just... If I run out Shurikai here, it's just going to get killed, although that's fine too. What do I not want? I guess I kind of want everything. Field of the Dead might be too slow for how this match is going to wind up, though. All right, let's resolve this ability and discard Field. All right, ditch Field, drew a land. All right, let's go to combat. Swing, make a treasure. No blocks. All right. So land, play Shurikai, and over to them. They fetch. They tap land. Augur of Autumn. Attacking with this dude. So we go to 15. Sacks it to kill Shurikai. All right, that's fine. Back to us, then Reflection flips. So let's go Mightstone, kill this dude. Then we can attack with the Shaman to make a treasure. Then post-combat, let's cast Scrapwork Mutt and discard the Triome. All right, back over to them. Ojer, what does this guy do? Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, reveal that many cards from the top of your library. You may put a creature or land onto the battlefield. And when he dies, it's a thing. Okay, so don't let him hit me, basically. Oh, I can just steal it. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Treachery. Huzzah. Untap these. Let's brainstorm. There's the Carnosaur. There's Welder, too. All right, so put back Spire Bluff. What am I casting? I'm casting Welder, and then I have Retrofitter Foundry that I can make a token with. So put these back and play Welder. Play this. Go to combat. Attack here, here, and that's it. And then pass to them. All right, game 1 down. Didn't see a lot. There's some kind of green, like, value rampy deck, so not really needing to change much here. Just run it back. All right, hand is okay. We got Brainstorm to try to fix stuff with it. Seems fine to me. Blooming Marsh, Soul Ring. Yeah. All right, Island, Brainstorm. Okay, I want to keep Ancient Tomb, so I need to put back Temple, Thespian Stage. I guess let's just put back 2 cards in case they have, like, Thoughtseize or something. So let's put back this and this. All right, over to them. Wall of Roots, Deep Root Wayfinder. Well, yeah, that's not too bad. All right, well, let's just shock this in. So I played my lands wrong. I should have Steam Ventsed first so that if I drew Ancient Tomb, I could then immediately play Brea's Apprentice. Augur of Autumn. Attack, no blocks. Then they're Vista-ing. And then this thing gets the Vista back. Or it doesn't. Huh. What? All right, play this, play Brea's. So they got a lot of mana. They still have a lot of mana. 3. Rex Sage. All right, you definitely do not want to target Brea's. Yeah, okay, so targeting the Thopter. Last card in their hand is what? Minsk and Boo. Yikes. Yeah. All right, we take 4 from this thing. What's the control on this? The condition on this? You may create a hamster on upkeep. All right, so how do we get out of this? Because they get to fling it and then draw a bunch of cards. Like, I can technically treachery it and take the hamster, and then they can just make a new hamster. But it prevents them from doing it for a turn. But then what? Then what is the question? All right, Ancient Tomb, tap, 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 treachery, take your hamster, then trigger, resolve, untap these lands. So I still can't kill the Minsk and Boo. Like, I don't have any good attacks. I guess I can tinker in eating Brea's Apprentice, the Mightstone, Weakstone, kill one of their guys, and then weld this stuff back. I mean, I can sack himself, right? So I don't have to do that, but doing that means I don't have to tap Ancient Tomb this turn, because this is representing 7 damage. No, 8 damage. All right, Tinker, this, and this. Sack this dude. So what's the best thing to grab here? Leveler doesn't trigger immediately, but it triggers next turn. And there's nothing really else that's going to work too well. So yeah, okay, let's just grab the Leveler. And then this at least can kill Minsk and Boo off. And this, like, is the best blocker against their whole field. So puts the counters here. Territorial Kavu. Wait, how do they have another card? I thought they were out of cards last turn. Oh, they cast this off the top of their deck because they have Minsk and Boo. Titan. So this is getting to be a problem. Well, at least it's just 2 regular old lands. Man, they cast that off the top of their deck too. They didn't even have to cast it from their hand. Jesus. Oh my god. All right. Well, what am I doing? So Minsk and Boo has to die. So I attack and make a Power Stone. They don't even have to block. If I only attack here and kill, like, Titan, then they can just multi-block the Leveler, and then Minsk and Boo still sticks around. Time Walk sure was a good spell to draw right there. An excellent spell to draw. All right. So now I can potentially just try to get max damage in on them. So let's go combat, attack them, trigger, blow up Titan. So multi-block here, and then multi-block here. All right. Yeah, that's fine. Let's move. Okay, kill this one off. So then damage, those die, one of these dies. All right. If I play Mightstone, I don't have enough mana to cast Time Walk, so I can only cast Time Walk plus Fable, right? Yeah. So Time Walk, Fable, trigger, play this tapped, and then I don't have any artifacts to weld, so back to me. Fable triggers. What does Glorybringer do? It doesn't kill this. So I go, actually, I don't even have double red for it, right? So yeah, let's discard. Definitely discarding Glorybringer. Am I discarding the Mightstone? So Mightstone kill this guy. Shaman attacks. Then we're dead on the crackback. 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, not quite. I can also weld the treasure token. So let's discard Glorybringer. Engineer, you say? All right. Tap, tap. Cast Mightstone, Weakstone. Kill this guy. Go to combat. Swing at Minsk and Boo. Make a treasure. Trade here. And then if I play engineer, I can weld these back. So engineer, trigger, let's go put dragon engine in the graveyard. So over to them. Minsk and Boo, sack a creature. All right, so I assume they're gonna sack Boo targeting welder. No, they're targeting me. All right, we go to 5. Plays Raphellos, plays Dryad. All right, let's just weld these now. Mightstone, Leveler. So this flips over into Reflection, and then we go combat, attack them. Actually, if I attack and blow up Dryad, they have only 3 toughness, so the Minsk and Boo definitely dies. So let's attack Minsk and Boo, trigger, blow up Dryad. So Minsk and Boo dies. Now let's play land, then let's weld the Dragon Engine out of the yard, sacking this dude. So Dragon Engine triggers, we draw a bunch. Recall, you say. Ancestral Recall. Okay, so I can weld whenever I want. So let's play Retrofitter, Chrome Mox. I guess I don't have to play Chrome Mox, right? I probably want to weld it. Cast Chrome Mox, imprint nothing, and then we'll just pass. Outland Liberator. So they can do this in response to whatever, right? All right, yeah, sure, that resolves. I guess I'm going to force them to pop Chrome Mox. All right, target Chrome Mox, target Leveler. No, they just allowed it. All right, make a servo. All right, attempt to go to combat. All right, in response, copy Leveler. All right, finally went 3-0. I have this nice little trophy and some tokens. So that was a pretty nice time. All right, well, Mox Ruby to begin with. What else is in this pack? Library, Show and Tell. Those are the big ones. Also some nice cards, Brainstorm, Entomb, Flooded Strand, but we're taking the Mox. All right, Volcanic Island is quite a good landing pickup at this point. And although there are some other good cards in here like Mystic Confluence, Stoneforge, Life Death, it's basically like Volcanic and Botanical, or some really good land fixing. Far and away better than everything else. So let's go ahead and take Volcanic. Okay, what do we got here? So let's see, there's True Name, there's Chandra, there's what else? Talisman, Ignoble. I think I'm fine taking True Name. To me, the pick is between True Name and Chandra. Chandra is a little bit better in terms of it can like dig you into more cards. Like it does multiple things, whereas the True Name doesn't. It's just a blocker / unblockable creature, but at the same time, it's cheaper than Chandra. Chandra also goes in more decks, right? Like this specifically pits you. I'm not sure. I'm going to take True Name. A Brazen Borrower along with land fixing, so probably Misty. It's a fetch land. It fetches Volcanic. Brazen Borrower's fine, but it's not like amazing or anything, so definitely pick up the land fixing. There's also a Cradle, but I don't know that I'm going to be a Cradle deck yet, so just take the Misty. Okay, what do we got? We've got Ketria Triumph, another fetchable land here, and it's in rug colors. There's also Dig Through Time. And really, it's those two. So in this pack, it's basically just a pick between these two cards, and I'm just going to take the fixing. So take the Triumph. All right, Rona's a pretty good pickup. Aside from Rona, there's like some other good cards like Loam, Questing Beast, Omnath, but I'm in sort of rug colors right now, and with all those cards, I feel like Rona is just cheapest, loots, transforms into a big creature. Let's go ahead and take Rona. Zagoth Triumph or Glorybringer. This allows my Misty to fetch black. I'll take Zagoth. Okay, we've got Goldspan Dragon, Dark Slick Shores, and really nothing else that I care about that much. There's like this guy who's fine. I'm far more inclined to take Goldspan at this point, though. I don't have any black cards. Like, I actually don't have many cards at all, so Dark Slick is kind of iffy. I will take the Goldspan. If I was not taking Goldspan, I'd be taking Dark Slick. Okay, we've got Brainstorm, and that seems pretty good. Just all around, always decent card. So take that. Hex Drinker. And what else? Territorial Kavu. We have 4 land types. I definitely like creatures that I can just play and I don't have to keep paying for them. All right, we'll take Kavu. So let's see. There's Yawgmoth. There's Prismatic Omen, which only matters if we hit Valakut. Wall of Roots is fine. We're probably not going to be a Yawg deck. But at the same time, the ceiling on this is higher than Wall of Roots, so I'm going to take Yawgmoth, even though probably Wall of Roots is the best bet here. All right, there's Ndotha Triumph, which is yet another Triumph that is all the types that I need for Kavu. It's also white, which I'm missing, and it's fetchable off Misty. But the other cards in the pack were also good. All right, Molten Collapse, I'll take that. Questing Beast. And the last card is Ulvenwald Oddity, which I probably won't play, but could. So we've just got a bunch of mid-range beaters. Well, Monocrypt is far and away the best card in the pack, like by a substantial amount. Other good cards in this pack are what? There are no fetch lands. The only fixing is Jetmir's. The only fetchable fixing is Jetmir's. There's the Valakut. There's Ballista. We're not a High Tide deck. Spellseeker can't even find anything in our... I guess it can find Brainstorm actually, but that's it. Torsten is like the big bomb card. All right, well, we're just going to take Monocrypt. What do I want to wheel in this pack? I mean, not anything in particular. So take the Monocrypt. All right, so let's see. There's Imperial Seal. There's what else? Tarmogoyf, which depends. I mean, I think it's just Imperial Seal. All the other threats are kind of mid. Yeah, let's take Imperial Seal. Okay, Shieldred. There's also Blooming Marsh to fix. There's Oliphant to fix. Oliphant can find one of the Triomes. I don't really want to get any more Triomes than I already have, because this is a lot of lands to be entering tapped. Okay, I'm just going to take Shieldred, and then hope that I get this Blooming Marsh back. Or Oliphant, that would also work. Alright, there's a Tundra, which I don't have any white cards, but I do have a Kavu that cares about that. There's also Once Upon a Time, which seeming how many creatures I have is probably important. It's also fetchable off Misty. There's also an Ancient Tomb, which, considering all of these double colorless drops here, is perhaps very important. All right, let's take Ancient Tomb. Okay, it's definitely a fetch land. The only question is which one is it? So Delta can fetch all the... both of them can fetch all the Triomes, and Delta can fetch Volcanic, whereas Verdant can't. So it's Delta. All right, we've got Halfling with only 2 legendary... Oh, there's 4 legendary creatures. There's also Caryatid, which helps us jump from 2 to 4, and it's better fixing than Delighted Halfling. And then after that, nothing really here that I want. So probably just take Caryatid. Yeah. All right, take Caryatid. Intuition, there's some lands. What matters here? There's this guy, which is basically a red questing beast. There's also, what, Colligan's Command, Greaves. I don't really need Greaves. A bunch of my creatures have haste already anyway. All right, I'll take this Raptor as the red questing beast. Okay, I'm not taking Engineer in this deck, so that leaves me with what? Grist, Endurance. I don't have, let's see, the only removal I have so far is Molten Collapse. Grist is decent, Endurance is also decent. Grist makes more fodder for Yawgmoth. I don't think I have any graveyard synergies at the moment, but I could maybe get them. Basically between these two, and I'm going to pick Grist. So we're Jund something or other, so Haunted Ridge is a good pickup for fixing. What does this guy do? Whenever you attack, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, create a 4/1 with Menace that's tapped and attacking. I think I prefer just fixing over that. So grab the fixing. The Tarmogoyf Wield, and I am going to take it. So at this point, I have like really good threats. So the only thing I'm missing is either just a combo or just better fixing or like card advantage or just more removal. So I don't need to prioritize threats anymore, like at all. All right, the Blooming Marsh also came around, so we're going to take that. Exploration. There's also Once Upon a Time. In this deck, I don't think I'm going to have a lot of turn 1 untapped green, but who knows. But Once Upon a Time is also just a solid pick, so let's take that. Court of Garenbrig is super good. Let's take Court of Garenbrig. And then between these two, I guess I'll take Click. It is a creature that's aggressive, that's also able to like disrupt our opponent. So let's take Click. And then this is a solid 2-drop, I guess. We have 2 fetch lands. All right, what's in this pack? Actually, not a lot. I guess Renin 6 is in the pack. There's what else? Ponder, Tribal Flames. I would really love if Beseiju wheeled, but I doubt it. I don't think if either one of these I take, I don't think the other one will wheel. So the Renin 6 is, if I can pick up more fetch lands, quite good. There's Grim Monolith, which is another way of jumping from 2 to 4. I could also just take Beseiju and hope Ren wheels, but I doubt it. I guess between the two, Ren's more likely to wheel. And I'm more likely to just play the Beseiju in my deck than I am to pick up enough fetch lands to where Renin 6 is good. So I guess I'm taking Beseiju. All right, what do we got? Library, Godless Shrine, and Watery Grave, which I can fetch. There's also Fable. Watery Grave is fetchable off of both of my fetch lands. And I do need black/blue. Although, yeah, okay, I do need black/blue. Especially with double blue pips here. There's also only so much damage I can take between Monocrypt, Seal, Ancient Tomb, and then we're adding Library on top of that. Although the Library with Shieldred's really good. I still think I prioritize fixing here. So let's take Watergrave. All right, we've got what? Ewit, I'm not really that interested. Craterhoof, not in this deck. Bauble, no. Toxic Deluge. This is the one way that I have of actually sweeping anything, and I think a lot of my creatures can survive it because my creatures are pretty big. There's Savai Triumph, which I don't care that much about, and I definitely don't care about Vantage, so Yeah, let's take Deluge. Okay, we've got what? Honestly, nothing here really appeals to me. If Emrakul or some other big thing wheels, I could see playing Breach, but other than that, I don't care that much about these cards. I guess Titania is okay, but I have so many threats already anyway. All right, let's put this in my sideboard, and if like Emrakul wheels or something. Well, there's Inferno Titan. There's also Waterlog Grove. There's also, I'm not going to Beseech in this deck, so there's Gix. Gix is a great follow-up to any like 2-drop, and we do need a way to draw cards. And between the two, I'm just going to pick the card that's cheaper. So then after that, it's just Vista, which I doubt I'm going to have that many basics in the deck to begin with, and then it's Waterlog Grove, which is fine. But here, I'm just going to take Gix. Okay, we've got Bob. We do have a kind of a curve here with like a lot of 3, 4, and then 1 5-drop, but at the same time, there's also Neshoba Brawler, which is also just like a big creature similar to Territorial Kavu. We're not a Raphaelos deck, despite the fact that all 3 of our Triomes are Forest. All right, I'll take Brawler. Titan of Industry. There's also Escape to the Wilds. I'm potentially, like, I'm not going to play Breach for the Titan. There's Ramonok Excavator. I don't know. I'm more likely to play this than I am Titan. There's also Tenacious Underdog, but I think I have enough 2-drops. All right, Escape to the Wilds. Liliana Najila. I don't think I have that many warriors, right? I've got, that's a warrior, and not that, not that, not that, not that. There's also, I guess, Questing Druid is just like good. Sneak Attack, or not a Sneak Attack deck. How many of these things are warriors? It's just like Brawler, right? And that's it. Yeah, all right, we'll take Questing Druid. Renin 6 Wield, which I didn't manage to pick up any more fetches, but I'm still going to take Renin 6. There's also Tribal Flames to consider. Maybe Tribal Flames is actually better, right? I've got only 1 removal spell and 1 sweeper, and this can also go to the face. If you're playing Renin 6 on turn 2 and not getting a fetch land back, he's so bad. So, all right, I'll just take Tribal Flames. Okay, what does this thing do? I guess I would rather just have Pest Infestation in the sideboard if I play against a deck that has a lot of artifacts and enchantments. So sideboard that. Ewit, I'm not going to run Craterhoof here. Probably not running Ewit either. All right, sideboard that. Titania, probably not playing either, but I'm not taking anything else in the pack. So Deep Forest Hermit is make a bunch of stuff. And then it has Vanishing. So you get 9 power on the board. All right. Nissa and Avacyn. All right. Okay, that's 11 lands and a Mox Ruby. So Monocrypt also counts to some degree, but let's just say that's 12. So 28, I got to cut 5 cards roughly. So starting from the top end, I think Titania is worse than any of these other cards. And then the 4-drops are all pretty good, although I think I can get rid of Oddity. It's the worst of the 4-drops. And then how much blue do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's actually a lot of blue, although the double blue pips is still kind of difficult. I might not care about Rona just because this deck is so much more aggressive. And then Deeproot Wayfinder is, I think, probably the worst 2-drop here after that. Caryatid jumps you to 4. Questing Druid draws cards. Neshoba Brawler, Molten, or Territorial Kavu, and Tarmogoyf are all big. So get rid of this guy. I would say that my mana is better if I just cut the blue cards, but I'm already running 2 Triomes that are blue, plus fetch lands that can fetch blue, plus other blue duels. So it's like kind of fine. It's just awkward that we have double blue pips on 3. I think I like Goldspan Dragon less than these guys. So what is it? When it attacks or gets targeted, you make a treasure and then treasures tap for double. But at the same time, these just cost less. I'm gonna say I don't need Click, but I'm not too sure about that. Actually, I don't need to cut anymore after that, right? This is 12, so that's 23. Also notice that Questing Druid is just really slow a lot of the time. Or yeah, he's just really slow a lot of the time. Especially, like, he's better in decks that have low curves, so you have the ability to play out all the stuff you get off of him. And he takes kind of a long time to build up the +1 counters once you cast him on his green side. So let's bring that in. And then do I like Deep Forest Hermit more than just like Ulvenwald Oddity? Ulvenwald's cheaper, it immediately attacks. How many types do I have for Goyf? So I've got fetch lands, I've got creatures that are probably going to die, like at least one of them will. And then I've got one of these spells. So I'm going to get maybe 2 to 3 types in the yard. Plus there's whatever my opponent is casting. So it'll probably be a 3-4 or a 4-5 in most games. All right, so let's color sort this. So I can add 5 basics to this deck. So the Monocrypt and the Ancient Tomb do not count. Then we've got, so the fetch lands fetch every single color. So they're gimmies. And then all of these other lands are duals, so... Oh, this is going to be so difficult to figure out. Okay, yeah, the duals fetch every color because of the triomes and because of... Yeah, because of the triomes. So we need the most green, the second most black, or I guess these are black, so this is 7 cards in black and 5 cards in red. So it goes green, black, red, blue. Okay, so the white count is 1 plus the fetches, so it's 3, and we don't actually have anything that's white. We just want that for domain, for Kavu and Tribal Flames. Then we've got blue, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So maybe one more island. We've got black, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So one more swamp. Red is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So another red. And then green is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we want another green. So we want one of every basic, except for plains. So add these to the deck. So green has 3 double pips. Red has 1 double pip. Black has 3 double pips. Blue has 2 double pips. And we can add 1 more basic to our deck. So blue, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's probably enough. Black, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Probably enough. Red, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Also probably enough. And then green, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's basically, do I want red to have 7 pips or do I want green to have 9 pips? I think I would rather have green have 9 pips. All right, let's try this crazy mishmash. So our plan at pretty much every game is just play out 2 drops / ramp to the 3 and 4 drops and just try to aggro our opponent out before they win. Because we don't really have ways of disrupting combos, right? We've just got Tribal Flames, Molten Collapse, Toxic Deluge, and we've got 1 click. Those are our only, like, interaction pieces. What does Garenbrig do exactly? Monarch, upkeep, distribute 2+1 counters on 2 creatures. If you're the Monarch, double the counters on them. On everything. Do we have counters on anything normally outside of that? No. All right, we're on the play for round 1. Let's see. We've got turn 2 Guy, but then nothing else after that. We also don't have any black mana in this hand, so if this dude dies, the whole hand kind of just falls apart. We can do better than this. All right, this is much better. So keep this, putting back, honestly, Goyf probably. Yeah, let's put Goyf back. All right, cast Once Upon a Time. Questing Beast, Kavu. If I can play Kavu on turn 1 and then get it up to a 4/4 and start looting. I can also go turn 1, land Mox, Caryatid, turn 2, Questing Beast. But I think I'm going to get Kavu first. All right, grab Kavu. Then we go Forest, Ruby, Kavu. And then he can start rummaging. Island into Spellbomb. All right, let's play this tapped. Combat, swing, discard a mountain. No, I want mountain. Discard forest. Drawing a delta, sure. So then play Caryatid. And then we can fetch the Endotha Triumph out of our deck next turn. Although I assume they'll just bounce this guy. All right, delta. Okay, didn't mean to click that. I assume they're just going to bounce him anyway, though. At this point, I don't even need Mana Crypt anymore. So combat. I can't believe they didn't bounce this before I attacked. All right, well, discard Mana Crypt. True name. No, they're not going to block before I hit them? Or bounce it before I hit them? All right, true name. Blue, this one, this one. End of turn, bounce it? No, just drawing a card. All right. 3 islands, Helm of Awakening. So they're 100% a storm deck. All right, delta, fetch. So let's grab the white land. And then I'm going to cycle this. Deeproot Wayfinder. I don't really want that either. So go to combat, attack, trigger, discard, and draw. So discard this guy. Yeah, I would much rather have Escape to the Wilds. All right, they're at 5. They have to win this turn pretty much or will they lose. So, I mean, they could do it. They got 7 cards in hand and everything costs less. All right, we got game 1. So there's some kind of storm deck. There's not really anything I can do about that, though. Like maybe Pest Infestation, depending on how many artifacts they're running. So that being the case, I could run this over, what's my slowest thing? Just Molten Collapse can destroy certain things. Depends. What else? Toxic Deluge, I probably can cut for this. All right, let's do that. Okay, we've got a Mana Crypt and a Mox. So, although we can't actually play any of the threats in our hand, but this is a lot of really fast ramp. So I'm going to keep this based on just like if we draw anything of relevance. Island into Mana Vault. All right, well, we're going to kill that. All All right, what untapped green sources do I have in this deck? I need to grab one right now. So there's basic forest and is that it? Just basic forest? Yeah, all right. So yeah, we're definitely blowing that up. So fetch, grab a forest, play Monocrypt. I guess I'll play around days, cast Mox Ruby, pest infestation, target this, done. All right, we have 2 pests. Retrofitter Foundry, then passes. All right, so yield to this. We won the flip. Beseiju. All right, so Polluted Delta, fetch. Let's grab Watery Grave so that we have double blue in case that comes up. So shock this in. Then we're going to cast Grist, so black-green, this thing. Plus, make a token. Milling over a land. All right, combat, attack with the pest. Well, if we ever find the second black for Yawgmoth, this board's going to get really good. Spellseeker, finding High Tide. All right, I can kill this, but to what end, really? Heads, won the flip. All right, can't play that. Can't play Yawgmoth. I guess I just hold Beseiju open. I don't really care that this is a 1/1. Go to combat. Attack with these 3. Like, if they're going to win, it's going to be via Storm, not by hitting me with this guy. Yeah, all right. Trade here. Gain some life off the pest. Second, plus this. Milling over. Court of Garenbrig. All right. Well, I can't play anything, so go. Candelabra of Tawnos. So they're going to have a really, really good High Tide turn next turn. I guess I can Beseiju this, but then they just go and grab another island. But I probably should, right? It's the difference between High Tide triple or quadruple islands, so 8 mana versus plays another island, High Tide 6, untap. These go to 2 mana, then go up to 10. So I should Beseiju it. All right, yeah. So more islands. Monocrypt, we won the flip again. All right, once upon a time. Well, there's some black lands finally. So Zagoth, play this. Mill myself, milled over true name. All right, go to combat, attack. Makes a dude, doesn't block though. All right, we just cross our fingers that they don't have it again. Well, there's High Tide, 6 mana. Time Spiral, all right. I can technically flash in Vendilion Click right now, so I'm gonna wait. So I have to wait until they do their next thing. So they untap, and then I can flash click in. 8 mana, Upheaval. All right, so float, float, float. All right, mine produced double as well. All right, Upheaval, everything bounces. And they play another island. Talisman of Progress. All right, I'll flash and click in response to this. And I should probably just target them. Brain Freeze in response. What's the storm count? It's really high, right? Well, we're not dead. We're just going to mill a bunch. Milling, 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 milling. That wasn't too bad. Let's target them. Make sure we keep them off of whatever they're doing next. Their hand is just a bunch of like crappy artifacts that barely even matter. Yeah, they can keep all of that. I have to beat them in 7 turns, basically. Yeah, no follow-up. So the Talisman resolves, then they'll play Retrofitter, yeah. Then our mana empties, and then it's back to us. So we redeploy Crypt, redeploy Mox Ruby. Oh, I guess I didn't need to deploy Crypt this turn because I actually can't play anything, as awkward as it is. No, I can play, I didn't mill over Volcanic Island, right? So I still have Volcanic Island in my deck, so I can fetch it. All right. And then I can play Raptor and start hitting them. So Delta, fetch, grab Volcanic, cast the Raptor. So then go to combat, attack, and then we'll just discard a bunch of lands. So Forest. I've milled over my double black spells, therefore I don't need Watery Grave anymore. I'm not going to have time to even play these cyclers, right? So let's just get rid of that. Watery Grave. Okay. Well, they're at 6, and we've got 3 in the air plus 4 trampling. So they can keep me off of hitting them for 1 turn with Aether Spell Bomb and then still die the next turn. Yield the Monocrypt. Lost the flip. All right. We drew Tribal Flames. That's awesome. All right. Well, they're going to bounce this, and then I'm 1 short of killing. No, I'm exactly killing them, right? Vendilion Click hits them, and then this is 3. So combat, attack, Spell Bomb bounces this. Damage. So Forest, Tribal Flames. They have a counter spell. Well, okay, it's Spell Pierce, so I can just pay for that. All right. 1 down, 2 to go. On the play for round 2. And we only have 1 land, so let's mull that. So we can Delta for a red Triome and then go, which is just Ketria. Then we go Forest, Neshoba Brawler. It's a 3/3, and then we're still kind of behind, although I don't want to mulligan anymore, so I'll keep this. Put back, not a land, not Neshoba Brawler, not Escape. These guys are, I guess, somewhat redundant. It's going to be, either one of them is kind of the same thing, so I guess Ulvenwald can go back. All right. I guess if I grab Zagoth, I don't need to grab Ndotha, right? I grab Zagoth, and then that's going to be... No, any one that I grab is 1/3 green, so the forest doesn't work with that. All right, so Delta, pass. Mountain, Mock Sapphire. All right, fetch. So let's just make sure we have double red. So Ketria Triumph. All right, Neshoba Brawler. Opponent has a Braid. All right. So there's 3 types in the yard now. So Tarmogoyf's a 3/4. Plays Pyromancer and discards 2 lands. All right. Ooh, we can get Grist into play. All right. Well, I guess I'm playing Grist. Plus, mill the land over. Back to them. Sunbaked, Grim Monolith. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sacks the Sunbaked. Attacking Grist, that's fine. No blocks. Grist goes to 2. Deep Root. All right. Well, I was hoping to draw a land by this point, but oh well. Tis what it is. So, plus, milled True Name. All right, I'm going to play this guy. It's better than Tarmogoyf on this board. And let's attack with this insect token. So they're untapping with quite a lot of mana, which is concerning, but we can't do anything about that. Land, instant, creature. They are conceding. Very, very confused. So the pest infestation continues to like kind of just be better than Deluge. On the draw, we've got Ancient Tomb Ruby, but then we don't have any other colored mana and can't play anything, so mull that. Okay, we've got Imperial Seal, which I can use to grab Mana Crypt, and then I can play turn 2 Questing Beast / Yawgmoth. So keep and put back. I have to keep Misty, so let's put back Watery Grave. Putrid Imp. Okay, so they're Reanimator. Blooming Marsh, Seal, grabbing Mana Crypt, then over to them. Mountain. So we take 1. So I don't need to fetch black mana anymore because Urborg is fixing everything. So this, I could play Yawgmoth, but I kind of want to just play Questing Beast first. So fetch. So Volcanic, it has to be another green source. So if I don't take Watery Grave, then I don't have blue, which could be relevant. But then I'm taking a lot of damage that I don't need to be taking. I'm just going to grab the Forest. All right, Mana Crypt, Questing Beast. Try to go to combat with Questing Beast. All right, opponent's at 16. End of turn, Bowmasters. All right. A Mountain. Plays Coalition Relic and charges it. Okay. I mean, they should just attack with Putrid Imp, right? Like, I can't block it, and they can't block me, so they should just attack with it. Heads. We lost. We're at 12. All right. Polluted Delta. Go to combat. Attack with the Questing Beast. So play this. Play Yawgmoth. Over to them. Definitely we're fetching a Triumph. It should be a red Triumph, so Ketria. They add a red mana with Relic. 5 Fury. All right, if all they do is target Yawg, then I just let it die. They're targeting Questing Beast. All right, so I probably have to reduce Fury's power. So first things first, let's fetch. Make sure we're actually fetching this instead of drawing it. So grab Ketria Triumph. Second thing, I guess I got to kill Bowmasters, though, because I'm just going to take damage every time I activate Yawgmoth. All right, activate, shoot the Bowmasters, sack the Questing Beast. They do get to trigger it, right, based on the wording. Yeah, even though their guy dies, they still get the trigger. All right, this is a very timely pest infestation. Coalition Relic, charging. Okay, Mana Crypt, won the flip. Pest infestation, blow this up. I guess I may actually want to blow up my own Mana Crypt because I'm not going to need the mana that much anymore, and it puts a bunch of 1/1s in play, which lets me sack them, and they also gain life. Okay, so let's 2 here, and then let's go Pest Infestation, target this and this. And then I have to spend all my mana to do this, unless I play Ancient Tomb first, and then I can play Deep Root. And then I'm taking 2 more damage, but that's okay. Hang on. Tap, green, Pest Infestation here, here. So X is 2, blow these up, play Deep Root. I can instant speed kill stuff, so I actually can attack here, because there's no way that they can block me to where I don't just kill everything. So go to combat, swing. Blocks there. All right, so activate, pay 1, shoot this, sack a pest, so yield, then, all right, we win. Actually, hang on, I want to make one change. So this Pest Infestation has just come in handy a lot, to the point where I actually think Deluge should be the sideboard card, and this should be the main deck card. All right, that's fine. So let's save that, and now let's play. It just turns out like our opponents have a lot of artifacts and enchantments that matter in Cube. The pest tokens are good with Yawgmoth. They're good with Grist as sack fodder. They're good to have life gain when we're paying life with Yawg and Crypt and Ancient Tomb. All right, on the play for round 3, we've got Ancient Tomb, Blooming Marsh, but nothing else. Can't cast anything given our opening hand, so mult. All right, Mana Crypt. We are still not able to do anything, although we can brainstorm. So I will keep this, and I will put back... We don't have a second green source for Questing Beast, so let's put back the Questing Beast. All right, shock this. Brainstorm. Oh, man, we're brainstorm locked? That's awful. It's going to be 3 turns before we have a shot at finding anything useful. All right, well, I'm going to put, I guess, True Name and Garenbrig back. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Well, we're officially brain locked. Strip Mine. Yikes. Bobble us. All right, so they know we're drawing Garenbrig. So they draw with their Bobble. Swamp. Pass. Plains, and we can't do anything. Back to them. Another Plains. They are playing Figure of Destiny and I assume Porcelain Legionnaire based on their life total drain there. No? All right, there's a forest. So I can play Grist or Deeproot Wayfinder. I'm just going to play Deeproot, I think. There's not a huge difference between the two. I also want to get more lands back into play via the Deeproot, and this also means I don't take damage from Monocrypt, so... Also, this blocks this thing, whereas Grist's token doesn't. Figure levels... What's level 2? It's 3 mana, and it becomes a 4/4. Lurrus. All right. Flashes in Solitude, exiling Esper Sentinel to kill our guy. That's mean. All right, we got to draw pretty well here. They're getting to draw an extra card every turn off Lurrus. Another forest, so now that's too late for Garenbrig because they just hit us and take the Monarch back. So we just play Grist and make a token, and then we're forced to chump block. Or actually, they can just kill Grist off if they actually have to chump Figure of Destiny. All right. Play this. I mean, I have nothing else to do. I have to play this. So make a guy, null over a mountain, back to them. Replays the Bobble. Parallax Wave. All right, well, there goes Grist. So Grist is dead. They get to draw another card. We can't do anything. Back to them. Oh, man. So Return of the Bobble. So they can level this up to a 4/4 if they want. They're not even doing that? Oh, no, they are doing that. 4/4. So what's the final form? It's 6 mana. It's an 8/8 flyer first strike. And they're 1 land away from doing that. Porcelain Legionnaire. All right. Well, we can't do anything. We're dead. Totally and utterly mono-screwed. Pest Infestation. Actually, Toxic Deluge is good in this match, so bring that in. And then Vendilion Click seems pretty not good. I feel like we're going to be trading a lot. E-Witness seems decent. This also seems perhaps decent. Same thing with Titania. So I want a more grindy game set here. So therefore, I'm going to get rid of... Let's sort by... mana value. All right, so all the cheap stuff is still good, but the more expensive stuff is perhaps a problem. Let's get rid of Ulvenwald. I feel like they're the aggro deck, and therefore I want to be on defense. So this, True Name's still good for that purpose. All right, that's probably fine. I think I might want Rona more than Brainstorm, actually, but I'm not sure. All right, this is fine. We'll submit this. Okay, we have no green mana and all green cards, so Mull. Okay, well, I can Once Upon a Time and hopefully find a blocker that I can then Garenbrig for. So I don't think this is an Ancient Tomb hand, and putting Ancient Tomb back allows me to have the most color diversity. Double black here, double green here. So keep this, put back Ancient Tomb. There's nothing that I would Once Upon a Time for right now, right? I'm going to play Ketria Trom 100% no matter what. And then there's nothing I'm going to play on turn 1, so let's just play this pass and then Once Upon a Time next turn. Plains. Black Lotus. Turn 1 Adeline, all right? And Figure of Destiny. All right, Once Upon a Time. I need to find some kind of creature to block with. That is not a creature to block with. Oh my god. All right, well, I guess I'm grabbing this and grabbing a Triome. So play that over to them. Jesus Christ, we're taking at least 5 damage here, and then we, like, I guess I could draw Toxic Deluge. Like, that's always an out. Mother of Runes. They skipped their attack step. I'm assuming by accident. All right. Fetch, grab, and Dotha. Levels Figure Destiny up. Okay. Toxic Deluge, come on. Nope. I can't play Court, so back to them. This has just been insanely unlucky. There was no creature in the top 7 cards of our deck. Level up. Figure of Destiny. We're literally going to die in 1 hit. After, like, 1 more turn, we're dead. So I have to find Toxic Deluge or bust. Rampaging Raptor. So I can block Adeline and take 5, or not block Adeline. Yeah, all right. Play the Raptor, and obviously no attacks. Skyclave. Oh, they have that too. All right, yep. No creatures in the top 11 cards of our deck. Insane. Well, I guess that was a creature, but they had the answer for it. That was miserable. What a terrible way to end that league. So the main problem with that deck was just that it was stretched too thin in terms of the colors. I probably really just needed to jettison blue, or like be more committed to the colors while I was drafting it. Let's do another one. Cash in them tokens. Alrighty. What do we got? Black Lotus. The next best card in the pack is Urza Saga. Alright. Oh my god. Time Walk and Mox Sapphire. Well, we're taking Mox Sapphire. What in the world was in this pack? Pick 1. That these are still here. Sol Ring, maybe? What else is here? So Sapphire, Time Walk. There's like Tundra is a really good land. Cradle, LED, Doomsday. Okay, so let's see. I mean, this lends us pretty well to Storm, so Time Spiral is a great card. And the thing is, nothing else in the pack is really jumping out at me as being incredibly good. So I'm very happy to just take Time Spiral. All right, put this in my deck. What is next? We've got some crappy lands. We've got Court of Garenbrig, which if we turn one this off a Lotus is incredibly good. And nothing else here really stands out. It's basically like Llanowar Elves and Dismember are the next best cards here. So yeah, let's take Court. High Tide. Also, there's a Time Warp and Aetherflux Reservoir as the Storm payoff. There's also Oliphant to fix, but if we're getting High Tide this early, then it might just be correct to just slam into the Storm archetype as fast as possible. All right, let's take High Tide. Okay, what we got? Mind's Desire and then a bunch of just whatever. Looks good to me. Take Mind's Desire. Okay, there's Rite of Flame, there's Fallen Shinobi, which is like a pretty good creature. It's a lot better than it looks. So yes, there's Rite of Flame, but we don't even need Rite of Flame in this type of Storm deck. So I'm gonna take Fallen Shinobi. Okay, we've got lands. So Bayou's the better land of the two, or we take Third Path, but Third Path is good when we're storming off as well. Like, it is just good to have a guy sitting around triggering on every single spell that we're casting, so even if we don't storm off and win, we just generate a ton of value. But we don't even have red. We might not even be in red. We're probably going to be in red, but who knows. But I think the safer pick is just Bayou, and we have Fixing. Although, man, if we're High Tide deck, how much off-color stuff can I even play? All right, I'm going to take this thing. Thought Scour? What does this do? 2 damage to each opponent and each creature they control. If you cast it from exile, it deals 5 damage to each opponent and each creature they control. Huh. Yeah, I'm still going to just take Thought Scour. Doomsday's Wield? Well, I'm going to take Doomsday, although I don't know if I'm actually going to play it, but it'll be an option. So let's sideboard Doomsday. Prismatic Reality, Tameshi. Turn a land, return an artifact or enchantment. So this can get back Lotus, so that seems pretty good. IS Sonatica says, love your YouTube content. I'm glad you enjoy it, IS Sonatica. And welcome to the stream for the first time. So we take Tameshi, and then I'm not going to play Gruul Turf for either of these green creatures, so let's grab this thing. And then I don't know if I'll play this either, so let's sideboard that. Aetherflux Reservoir is our payoff. That wield, so take that. We're not a Valakut deck. I doubt we're this thing either, though. So I'll just sideboard the Valakut if somehow that winds up being the thing. All right, sideboard that guy. Pack number 2. The iffy cards here are like Fallen Shinobi, Third Path. We might not be a Court of Garenbrig deck either. So Candelabra of Tawnos has to be the pick, right? We're a High Tide deck. 100% has to be the pick. And none of the other cards in the pack are Storm cards except debatably Tinker. Oh, what are other good cards here? So there's this, there's Tinker, there's, I guess Lotus Petal's a Storm card, but we're taking Candelabra. So Candelabra, there's Petal, there's Tinker, there's Shieldred's good, Wormcoil's good, Dreddy's pretty good, Talismans are good for just getting more mana. Monolith is a card we would play if we drafted it. So let's take Candelabra. All right, Paradoxical Outcome. There's also Steam Vents, Force of Will. Monastery Mentor is also a card that could work in this archetype. Steam Vents is a blue-red land that's also an island, so it can help us play our Third Path. Although I don't think I would splash red just for this guy unless I had a significant amount of red fixing. I guess the Steam Vents is more likely. Like I would need more cheap things for the Paradoxical. Like we've got Lotus and Sapphire, and then like Candelabra is a cheap thing we can pick up. I would need more than that, and I think Paradoxical is a card that's liable to wheel, whereas Steam Vents isn't. So let's just take Steam Vents. Badlands is also a pretty good card for the deck. Storm is usually Grixis colors. There's also Gix Probe. So this deck looks like it's basically never ever blocking. So even if I play Garenbrig like on the mana, I'm probably never actually going to be able to use it, or like it'll be too vulnerable. So there's this one and there's Gix Probe, and it's like, which one do I want essentially? I only have 1 black card and 1 red card. We might actually just wind up being mono blue. Will Gix wheel? Because Badlands won't. There's too many cards in these colors that we want, like Yogg Will, Breach, etc. I think I'm just taking Badlands. Okay, what do we got here? Turnabout. So we've got Aetherflux as our win con. We've got High Tide. We've got tons of ramp. All right, yeah, so taking Turnabout. Okay, what do we got here? Cabal Ritual. Oh, Vamp. There's also Vamp Tutor. Yeah, Vamp Tutor's probably the best card, right? I was thinking like there's Cabal Ritual and there's Fire and Ice, but Vamp Tutor's just got to be better than everything else. So take Vamp Tutor. All right, there's a blue-red land. Oh, there's an Imperial Seal as well, though. Oh, there's also Tendrils. I guess we don't technically need 2 different win conditions. Tendrils is the better win condition, though, because there's times when it's going to be your last spell versus Reservoir being your last spell. And there's an Imperial Seal. Like, geez. So we already have the win condition. That's the thing, which leads me to want Imperial Seal more. We're not wheeling the Tendrils, but we don't need it. Okay, Show and Tell is an alternate win con if we find, like, another thing. Because if I'm not taking Show and Tell, then the other card in the pack that I would take is what? Like, Charter Course, which is okay. I'll sideboard this, and then if we find, like, an Emrakul or something, we'll play it. All right, so let's sideboard that. Liliana, all right, there's Beseech the Mirror, although triple black is going to be kind of hard. Also, we can't beseech Time Spiral or Mind's Desire. We can beseech Aetherflux. I guess we can beseech High Tide as well, right? Like, although that's really awkward. But I'm not taking anything. I guess Monomorphose would be the other thing to take here. I think triple black's going to be really hard. So let's take Monomorphose. All right, Duretti Rummages. What's his exact ability? Discard up to 2, then draw that many. Sack an artifact to res an artifact. Valakut Exploration is landfall impulse draw. I mean, I might play Duretti or Worm Coil. Actually, I'm more likely to play Worm Coil, I think. Paradoxical Outcome Wield, as did Haunted Ridge. I still don't have enough cards where I think that the Paradoxical can work, but at the same time, man, I can't play too many lands that aren't islands is the thing, so I don't really want the Haunted Ridge. It would be better if I found fetch lands. All right, let's take Paradoxical. I guess Ulamog's a payoff, and it's also a way to recycle our deck if we like fizzle on the combo. It's also just like a big good payoff card. All right, well, I'm not taking Temple Garden or these other cards, so Aether Spellbomb. This hand, I'm not taking anything. I don't care about anything here. I guess Tribal Flames, sideboard. Tendrils Wield. All right, what do we got here? Chrome Mox, Yogg-Will. Let's just take Yogg-Will and secure our position as one of the best Storm decks ever, and I would be fine wheeling Chrome Mox, Chrome Sea, Chrome Shark, or Xander's Lounge, as it's a black land that's also an island. Fabled Mirror Breaker would also be acceptable. All right, so let's take Yogg. Okay, what do we got? Monocrypt, and yeah, Monocrypt. All right, then. There's also other good cards here, like Jace is another win condition that's a draw spell. Ugin's a good payoff. Trinket Mage can find Lotus and Sapphire and Candelabra. Brainstorm's good. I don't know how I'm going to play enough black sources while still having High Tide active. That's one of the issues. But I'm definitely taking Monocrypt. All right, what do we got? We're not doing the Depths thing. So there's Arid Mesa, which can fetch Steam Vents and Badlands. And then nothing else I really care about. Memory Jar is fine in this deck, but this just gives me another land that is black/red/blue, which means I just can't afford to pass that up, or else I'm not going to have enough black sources for the tutors and whatnot. All right, grab that. Time Spiral Narset. Yeah, that's good too, but like I just need, Volcanic Island. I just need fixing. Like Volcanic Island, one of the best cards we can have here. It's a red source that's also a blue source that's an island. Outside of that, the only card I would take is... also, there's Lorien Revealed, which is a draw spell that's also fixing. There's actually a good argument for either one. Treachery also untaps all of our lands, and is a removal spell that can also help us storm off. There's a lot of good stuff here. I don't technically think I even need more than one red source, because Third Path Iconoclast is the only red source in the deck. So that leads me to want to play either Treachery or Lorien, and Lorien can only find Steam Vents and not Badlands. So I think I'm going to play Treachery, and I'm going to, because like the deck just doesn't have removal, so Treachery's fine. And it's another way to combo on High Tide turns. All right, we've got Jace, Dryad. There's also Mystical Tutor. So Dryad will turn non-islands into islands. Oh wait, but I have to play green to play this. Yeah, so we're not playing that. So it's Mystical Tutor or Jace. And we already have 2 tutors, but they're black. And our deck is trash at being able to actually defend Planeswalkers. Although turn 1 Jace off the Lotus is kind of nuts. We also don't have just like a regular draw engine. So Mystical Tutor finds Turnabout, Time Spiral, Mind's Desire, Paradox. Yeah, I'll take Jace. Okay, what do we got? Citadel, which I'm probably never going to be able to cast. There's also Thoracle and Recurring Nightmare. Sack a creature, return a creature. This is really good with Worm Coil. What else we have? Helm of Awakening, which is also really good in this deck. Jeez. All right, we're more all in on the Storm package than I think I am doing the recurring Nightmare thing, so that makes Helm better than recurring in this instance. And then Thoracle is a way to win with Doomsday, but I don't think I can even play Doomsday. I'm not going to have triple black, so let's just grab Helm of Awakening. Okay, what do we got? Intuition, and then I don't care about any of these other cards. What am I intuitioning? I have no graveyard shenanigans. I guess I have Yogg-Will, right? So I can grab like Yogg-Will, 2 other things, and then they bin Yogg-Will, bin one other thing, and then what? Like I don't have redundant pieces, right? That's the problem. There's also what? Like Metamorph can be a copy of either their best creature, or I can like copy my Candelabra or something, or I can like copy my Wormcoil. All right, we'll take Metamorph. Well, there's Emrakul, so we do have a Show and Tell. There's also Dark Ritual and Mystic Confluence. All right, I'm gonna take Emrakul. All right, what do we have here? Uro, which I'm not playing because I don't have green. There's, Xander's Lounge is black and blue and an island. Black, blue, and an island. The only color card even remotely up for consideration is Snap, but black, blue, and an island. All right, Trinket Mage Wield and Toxic Deluge Wield. I think I go for the, like, just try to win the game mode more than the, like, save myself from a board. Trinket Mage can find Candelabra in particular, which is so good in High Tide. So we'll take Trinket Mage. It can also just find, like, Sapphire and a bunch of other things. Let's see. Memory Jar, Thran Dynamo, no. All right, Memory Jar. I'm not playing any of these cards. I guess there's like a remote possibility that I would run Lavamancer. Sideboard that. BTL, what does this guy do? Whenever you cast your first spell, deal damage to an opponent at random. I'm not casting any of this, so just sideboard this thing. Thoracle, all right, sideboard Thoracle. And a counterspell, sideboard that. All right, and then I want Show and Tell in the deck. So we've got 4 lands, 30 non-lands, -1 for the Sapphire, so we need to cut like 6 cards. So probably the Fallen Shinobi's going. What else? I don't need double Eldrazi Titans, so let's just Emrakul. It's the better one to Show and Tell, and if we do generate a bajillion mana, it's the better one to cast. So there's that. Third Path Iconoclast. We have 4 pieces of red fixing for it, so it is playable in our deck, and it's really good with what we're doing. Can Paradox pick up tokens? No, it can't. What else we got? So I don't know that we need 2 different win conditions. So Reservoir is easier to interact with because the opponent can just counterspell this, whereas they can't just counterspell Tendrils. They can also, if you don't have the life, you can play Reservoir, and then when you cast the spell that triggers your life gain, they can, if they have instant speed artifact removal or bounce or whatever, get rid of it before you gain the life. And there's also the times when you'll be like chaining a bunch of spells together, and the last spell you cast will be Tendrils, as opposed to if the last spell you cast is Reservoir, then you haven't accomplished anything. So we can cut this, and that's fine because we have alternate win conditions besides Tendrils, which is like other big bomb payoffs. So Tameshi requires white mana to activate, and we don't have white mana outside of Lotus, which means it goes away, or like Monomorphose fixing us, but that's not viable. And then what else can go? I don't know how good Paradoxical is because I don't have that many cheap permanents, right? I've got Lotus, Monocrypt, Mox Sapphire, and then I've got Spellbomb, Candelabra. So that's 5 non-land permanents that cost 1 or less. And then everything else after that, like I don't want to bounce my Third Path or Helm, but I could. But then that's it basically. And there's no more to bounce after that point, which leads me to believe that I can't afford to run this. Then also Wormcoil Engine is suspicious. So the idea here is it's colorless, which means I can play it off of whatever mana I have. And it's 6 mana, which means there are times when I can like High Tide it out, even if I'm not comboing. And it's just like a good big threat, but it's not like a game-winning threat. So that can probably go. And then Thought Scour is just like a random cantrip that can probably go. So then that's 23, including the Mox and 4 lands, right? I'm sort of inclined to play this Fallen Shinobi or Wormcoil as just like the deck kind of just needs things to do if you're not in the middle of a combo. Like Wormcoil is just a really good blocker that stabilizes you. There's also this thing, but I don't have that many black spells that I can pitch to it. And in fact, all the black spells in my deck are things I don't want to pitch to it. And we can't have triple black for Doomsday, and we're going to win off of Tendrils and not Thoracle. Although we are in a bit of an awkward jam where we're not always going to have double black for Tendrils because only 2 lands in our deck actually produce black mana, and then after that it's just Lotus and Monomorphose to fix for black. So if we're ever in a position where we're storming off a whole bunch, but we don't have Turnabout to untap our lands or Lotus, then we can't cast Tendrils, although we can cast Tendrils off Mind's Desire. And we also have Time Spiral to untap, so that's probably, and Treachery to untap, so that's probably plenty. All right, so let's sort by color. And then I assume I just want all islands, right? There's these, and then we just want all islands after that. So add basics, just a bunch of islands, because we are a High Tide deck. Monomorphos is red. We can't just cast it unless we have one of our other 3 lands in the deck. We're probably not able to attack our opponents very well, which means I don't think this is that good. So we've got one counter spell we can bring in matchups where we need to counter stuff. We've got some removal in like Contagion. Oracle can just be a blocker that scries. There's 16 lands plus Mox Sapphire plus Monocrypt and whatnot. All right. I think this is what we want to do. All right, let's go. All right, this is on its way to being something. We can use Spellbomb to redraw. We've got Helm of Awakening. We've got Candelabra. We've got all of our colors. So we just need to find like tutors or whatever. So I'm going to keep. So let's just go Island, Aether Spellbomb, pass. And I want to avoid playing Helm of Awakening until like either the turn we go off or right before the turn we go off. Because we don't want to just make our opponent stuff free, or cheaper rather. All right, Candelabra. Play this tapped over to them. Swamp. All right. I don't think I would play any... I guess I would play Third Path, maybe, if I drew it. The one thing I'm thinking with double black is, like, Dothy Voidwalker is a problem for this deck if they play it, but I kind of just need to draw more cards, so let's draw another island. All right, play the island, and then just keep passing. So they're Grixis. Baleful Strix. Yeah, that's fine. Drew Emrakul. All right, well, let's play Badlands, and then... I think I'm going to try to maybe go off next turn with Memory Jar, but I'm not sure. So I think I can keep holding Helm of Awakening for now. They're not really putting any pressure on me yet, so I just don't think I do anything here. I think I just pass back to them. And then maybe next turn we just play Memory Jar pass. The only reason I played this land out instead of an island is because since they're a black deck, they could have random discard effects like Hymn to Torok and Torok himself, which if they play one of those and I discard my one black land and then draw tutors next turn, is a problem. They're playing Mox Pearl. Grief Us. All right. Well, I assume they're just going to take Memory Jar now and then... So maybe I should have played Helm of Awakening 2 turns ago and then played Memory Jar. I don't know. Because 100% they just take Memory Jar now. They took Emrakul? They took Emrakul. Maybe they're afraid of like Through the Breach off the top or something? I don't know. All right. Island. Play Memory Jar. Over to them. Vamp Tutor on upkeep. Okay. If they just have, what, Shieldred in their deck? Polluted Delta. Oh, man, yeah. If this is Shieldred and then we can't pop Memory Jar anymore. When do we lose the cards? On the end step, right? So even if I pop this now, I can't use any of the cards. I'm just giving them cards to have. This is 14 damage if I activate it during my turn. So I'm actually dead if I activate it during my turn, right? Because I'm going to take 4 here, go to 15. Draw step. I go to 13, and then I lose. Drew Yogwill. That doesn't help. All right, well, 4, 7, 8, 10... We go to 1 next turn. All right, so I got to play Helm now. Plays a tap land, and yeah, we're going to 1 here. So, oh, was I wrong? Did I miscount? I thought I was going to 1. Well, we're drawing nothing, so we're dead. All right, well, I can never win with... I can probably never win with Shieldred in play, so I probably have to bring in this counter spell. And then cut what exactly? I guess Ulamog is also an answer to Shieldred. Yeah, to Shieldred. Although, in that game, I wouldn't have even able to play it anyway. But I don't think Wormcoil is going to be too effective here. I don't know. They've got, like, Flying Menace. It's probably fine. What do I cut for this? Actually, I have Jace to bounce it, right? I can bounce it with Jace. I can Metamorph it and have my own Shieldred. I can Spellbomb to bounce it. I have ways of getting her. I can steal it with Treachery. Yeah, I've got ways of dealing with it. Okay, let's just run it back. All right, we've got the High Tide in our hand. Let's keep and play Spellbomb. Spellbomb, Swamp. All right, we'll just play this tapped. Back to them. Darkslick Shores, no action on their part. All right, I'm going to draw with the Spellbomb. Drew another island. Helm of Awakening. All right, I guess I get to play Jace next turn, so iffy. I don't really want to play that. All right, let's just play this back to them. Spire Bluff. Dothy Voidwalker. All right, so I'm going to play Jace and bounce it. They're still holding mana up. Huh. All right, so I can Treachery it next turn. So Jace, bounce the Dothy. Trumpeting Carnosaur, channel to kill Jace. Well, I was guessing they were going to replay Dothy there, but I guess not. So I think this turn I play Helm, and then they do whatever they're going to do, and then I try to win on my turn. If Monomorphos finds me something good, I don't know. Let's play Helm. They're already at 4 lands, so I think they're at the point where they basically are going to be able to play whatever it is that they're playing. They didn't fetch on end step either. We really, really do need to find something. Exhume this thing. Triggers. What do they cascade into? Mox Pearl. All right, that's not so bad. We can steal it. So we have a treachery target now. Although if they play Dothy, I'm going to steal that. If they play Shieldred, I'm definitely stealing that. Mountain. There's Shieldred. All right, we need to draw something pretty good this turn so that we don't have to high tide into nothing. Man, like I can't high tide when I don't even know what my draw is going to be. All right, treachery on Shieldred. I'll tap this and then resolve this trigger. I guess I'll Monomorphose with this. So Monomorphose, and then let's choose black and red. All right, well, we drew Wormcoil, which is pretty good. So let's cast Wormcoil and back to them. Man, we got so much mana too. Just need to find some kind of draw spell. Dothy. All right, I will... Man, so the Dothy makes me have to trade Wormcoil, and then I don't gain any life. I guess I can just race them, right? Yeah, all right. I'll take 7. 4 cards in hand. We don't know what they're doing. There's Third Path. Not that it helps here. All right, let's just attack them. Attack. 4 mana. Shark Typhoon. All right, that's fine. They lose life. They have, what, enough... They only have 1 blocker? Yeah, right? Because Dothy can't block. So they're chumping Wormcoil. That's fine. Land. Cast Third Path. Then Shieldred takes them to 9. Frantic Search. Cool. Take some more damage. Discarding this thing. Necromancy on this. So they can create copies of Treachery and steal their Shieldred back, right? Oy. Yeah. So we're taking 10 here, going to 11, which means any kind of wheeling effect that I draw doesn't even matter because Shieldred will be under their control. I can't believe how much we're just fizzling. Like, we're just not drawing any draw spells. All right. That dies, and then they get to steal both of our creatures and hit us for 10. And still untap all their lands. And then they have 2 more cards still. I think this is probably like the worst possible matchup we could have faced. They're like Grixis Control with main deck Shieldred, Dothy Voidwalkers to shut off our Yogg-Wills. They reanimate huge things and have a quick clock along with a bunch of interaction. Shouldn't the tokens have been generated? I don't understand what just happened. Well, we're still drawing absolutely nothing. All right, can't attack with Shieldred anymore. I can attack with Wormcoil. So they have to chump with this thing? Okay. Well, combat. I guess technically I can attack with Shieldred if they're forced to block here. If they're not forced to block here, that means they have removal, which means we're just going to lose the game anyway. So let's just swing. What happened to the things? Triggered ability Astral Dragon onto the stack targeting Treachery. Creates 2 Treacheries, but then the Treacheries just didn't happen? I don't understand. They had Hull Breacher to flash in. All right, well, we're still going to gain the life off the Wormcoil. So these trade, the Hull Breacher dies, we gain 6. Here is yet another island. Proceed. So I controlled the Shieldred, but it's not dying to the Voidwalker. Okay, I'm so confused. Animate Dead on Shieldred. Why is Shieldred not exiled? Shouldn't it be exiled because of Dothy? An opponent's graveyard. All right. How have we drawn just a bunch of lands in a row? Are you freaking kidding me? All right, play a land, pass. We're 17 cards into our deck, and we've drawn 9 lands. Mind's Desire. All right, well, let's go to combat and attack with... Like, I'm going to lose if I don't try to go off this turn. So let's just attack with Wormcoil so we can gain some life. Yeah, all right, trade here. We lose this because of Dothy. We still gain the life. High Tide, Mind's Desire, trigger. Exiling Monocrypt. Exiling Memory Jar. I can technically jar and survive. Okay, cast Memory Jar. I'll be at 1, but I will survive. Jar. Bam, a bunch of Shieldred triggers. We actually drew nothing. I guess I can... Oh, I can't Yogg-Will because I don't have black mana. Oh, I can Black Lotus and then Yogg-Will. Okay, so damage. We're at 1. All right, Black Lotus. So I can get Jace. Oh, actually, no, I can't draw any more cards. I can get Jace, bounce this, and then I have Aether Spellbomb and Monomorphose to draw cards. All right, so... And everything's exiling because of Dothy. So... F's sake. All right. I see more cards with Jace, so I should bring Aether Spellbomb back and use that to bounce the Shieldred and then get Jace out and draw. So crack this for black. Then cast Yogg-Will. Okay. So then float, cast the Spellbomb, bounce Shieldred back to their hand. What are they possibly flashing in response to this? Otawara, the Animate Dead? Okay, sure. Trigger, Shieldred dies. They've already binned Necromancy. All right, red, Cast Monomorphos. Shallow Grave. Jesus. They even had answers to this. Yeah. So what was I supposed to do? Play Jace, bounce it with Jace first, and then, or play Jace and then play Aether Spellbomb so I could bounce it in response to the Monomorphos draw? Then I still would have been left with this, right? Or my next 3 draws if I actually had. All right, I would have gotten there if I actually been able to get there. The more I play against Sheoldred, the more I realize how not okay that card is. And it's a card that's like, it looks like it should be fine, right? Because it's 4 mana, it doesn't have like an ETB trigger, it doesn't draw a card and replace itself like Omnath. It's not a Planeswalker that just like pluses and draws a card every turn. It doesn't spew tokens out onto the board. But the damage not only racks up quickly, but it prevents you from finding answers to it. Because it basically just says, do you have an answer? If not, then you can't even draw your answer because any draw spells you play are punishing you. It's the same thing with like Bowmasters and all of those draw punish effects. Narset Parter Avails, all of those draw punish effects are just awful. All right, this hand's not good enough. I don't have any way to actually like ramp out super quickly or anything. I guess I can show and tell Memory Jar into play, but that's not helpful either. So I'm going to mull this. Like, I guess I can go third path, and then I have to draw 2 lands for this hand to be any use. You know what? I will keep it. Because I've got a turn 2 play. I've got potentially a turn 3 play. Mountain. All right. There's it. There's High Tide. That's pretty good. So, Arid Mesa, and then we're going to fetch Sanders Lounge. They have their own third path. Well, I assume the moment I play my third path, they're just going to kill it, which is incredibly unfortunate, but I can't just not play it. All 3 basics. Chrome Shark. Mox Jet double triggers. And they attack. No blocks on our end? Question. Black Lotus. Okay. So I can go Lotus, pop for blue, cast High Tide. Then I've got double blue floating, and then I can generate another 6 mana to go to 8 mana. I can cast Treachery, going to 3 mana, steal their Iconoclast, untap again. I get another 6 mana, so I go to 9 mana. Then I can cast Jar. I can also Yogwill the High Tide back to generate even more mana. All right, so let's go. I'm just going to go for it. So Lotus, trigger, pop for blue, cast High Tide. Then is it better to Yogg now or do it later? So if I Yogg now, I cast High Tide again. This makes 3. That's not good enough. I have to Treachery first no matter what, right? So tap, black, cast Treachery, targeting this dude. So we make another token, we steal this guy, we untap our lands, then more of this, and let's cast. All right, if I cast Yogwill now, hang on, so let me back up. So if I cast Yogwill now, I High Tide, I get Lotus out of my graveyard, so we go, yeah, so Yogwill, trigger, resolve this, cast Lotus, trigger, resolve this, then blue, cast High Tide, trigger, High Tide resolves, these now make triple. So tap this, cast Memory Jar, trigger, then I guess I can actually cast Show and Tell, hold priority, and then sack the jar, right? So this one, cast Show and Tell, hold priority, sack jar, boom, Emrakul, resolve Show and Tell, put Emrakul into play. They put Glorybringer into play. We've played a land, right? So I can't make double black, Trinket Mage, trigger, use the ability. We're actually out of mana. If I had enough mana, I could have Candelabra'd here. So let's just grab Aether Spellbomb, I guess. All right, I'd say that was a pretty good turn 3. What do you think? All right, we lose everything. I forgot about that part. Well, we have a bunch of tokens and an Emrakul in play. That seems pretty good to me. All right, we win. They are Jeskai, like Spell Matters, Spellslinger deck. So until I have more information, I'm not changing anything. All right, this hand is missing red mana. It's also missing black mana. It basically actually doesn't have anything to do, even though it has a bunch of ramp. It doesn't have anything to ramp into, which is a problem. So let's mull. This hand actually does have things to do. We'll keep this, not putting back any lands. I'm not putting back Jace. I'm not putting back Time Spiral or Helm. I guess I'm putting back Monomorphos. All right, put back Monomorphos. Mountain. Plays Retrofitter. Okay. Plays Anders Lounge. Back to them. I think I do just run out Helm of Awakening on turn 2. Island, nothing. Ooh, Lotus. I think I still just run out Awakening on turn 2. Makes a servo. Back to them. Mountain plays the Seed Shark. Has 1 mana open. I can go Jace, bounce the Seed Shark, and then still have a Jace presumably next turn. All right, so Jace. I want more mana before I start Time Spiraling. So Bounce this dude. Makes a Thopter. Sure. Replays the Seed Shark. Burst Lightning. All right, well, there goes Jace. Hallowed Fountain tapped. All right. I don't know that I'm gonna get a much better opportunity than Vamp Tutor. Oof. They only have 3 cards in their hand and they barely have any pressure. But if I don't do things now, they get to untap, have potentially answers up. All right, so the Time Spiral costs me 5 mana, so I do need to pop Lotus to cast it. So I pop the Lotus, I tap 2 of my lands, then I float 2 mana. The Time Spiral resolves, and I untap with 4 mana and a new hand, but they have a new hand. It's kind of risky. I'm giving them an entirely new hand, and then I'm only untapping with 4 mana available, which is not really a lot. All right, I say we Vamp Tutor for High Tide, and then try to go off next turn. So play this tapped over to them. Makes a 4/4, sure. What's the last mode on it? That's it, right? Plays another land. Take 6 from these dudes. So end of turn Vamp Tutor. So we're definitely grabbing High Tide, right? Yeah, let's grab High Tide and tap. All right, so Black Lotus, pop for blue, cast High Tide, and then if this Time Spiral gets countered, we lose the game. I guess I may as well play this Badlands now. Yeah, all right, so play this, and then this one, black, red, black. Time Spiral. No, not paying costs. Seething Song in response, okay. Pyrokinesis their own dudes so they can make another incubator token. All right, what'd they exile to that? They exiled Chain Lightning. Okay, Seething Song resolves, Time Spiral resolves. Untap all these lands. Oh, this is awkward. So my one redraw is with Monomorphose. So I guess I should cast Trinket Mage first to get a card out of the deck so that I don't draw it off of the Monomorphose. Yeah, so Trinket Mage, trigger, use the ability, grabbing Lotus. Cast Monomorphose. We have 2 draws. We've got Monomorphose and Aether Spellbomb. So Monomorphose, generate red and black. We drew Imperial Seal. All right, Imperial Seal. I can cast Emrakul here, right? So I have how much mana? I have a lot. I've played a land this turn. This is High Tide, 3, 6, 9, 10, 13, 16, Candelabra, a bunch more. Yeah, so I can Emrakul, take an extra turn, attack. They sack, I don't know, Retrofitter. They flip all of these guys over, and then they sack Retrofitter and like all their lands, and then they can win on the backswing. So the Emrakul actually doesn't get me out of it. So I actually need to play Mind's Desire, right? Yeah, so let's put, or Tendril. No, I can just Tendrils them, right? Yeah, I can just Tendrils them. All right, so put Tendrils on the top. Then we go Lotus, then we cast High Tide, then we float, cast Candelabra, cast Aether Spellbomb, draw a card, and then Tendrils, Storm 12. Resolve the Storm trigger. Same targets. All right, we got there. On to round number 3, and the final round of the night. Round 3 on the play, let's go. Final round of the night. Definitely not gonna cut it, Mull. Also not gonna cut it. Mull this. All right, I keep this and put back Third Path and a land. Put back the bad lands. All right, done. Play this over to them. Swamp, Mox Jet, Talisman of Conviction. All right, their start's better than mine. Fetch Grixis Triumph. Play this tapped. Over to them. And then we're gonna Trinket Mage for Mana Crypt probably. Another Mox, Scrapwork Mutt, Binning, Balance. Gotta keep that in mind. Zeatora's Proving Ground. We drew Tendrils. All right, so land, Trinket Mage, trigger, go and get, yeah, it's gonna be Mana Crypt. So grab Mana Crypt, over to them. Minsk and Boo. All right, we're on quite the clock. Pumps it up. So playing Jason, bouncing that is not really helpful. I guess I'm trading with this guy. Yeah, so trade here. I don't need Trinket Mage. 15, plays another land. Even if I play Jason, bounce this, then there's still just, oh, I can Aether Spellbomb it. Sacrifice a creature. When you do, Timeless Heroes deals X damage to any target. Okay, so I can play Jace and Aether Spell. Well, no, I can't, because I can't hold up the bounce for it. I guess I can. No, I'm just playing Aether Spellbomb and bouncing this to save a turn. That's so bad. All right, play Aether Spellbomb and pass. Fetches. Unearth Scrapwork Mutt. Yeah, that's resolves. Corpse Dance into the graveyard. Puts the counters onto this dude. So bounce Boo. Let me take 5, go to 10. Treachery. Perfect. Right on time. All right. Mana Crypt, Jace, Brainstorm. All right. I don't need tendrils in my hand at the moment. So put that back and a land back. Then play a land and then back to them. So pumps the boo up. I assume Jace is dying. Yeah, Jace is dead. Monocrypt trigger. We lost the flip. Okay, we're at 7. Play land. Tap, 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 tap. Float black. I guess I treachery this first. I don't know. Does it matter? All right, treachery this thing. Trigger the treachery. Untap these lands. And then tap, 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 tap. Cast time spiral. All right, untap all of this. Now what? I can't draw any cards, so I just have to set up for next turn. We're taking 4 minimum from Minsk and Boo. So I could just be dead to the Monocrypt trigger next turn. I guess I can block to some degree if I cast Third Path. All right, red, blue, Third Path. Candelabra. Okay, I meant to tap blue for that, but all right, make that guy. I've played a land already this turn, so I don't know what I'm Vamp Tutoring for. I could technically black here, untap with Candelabra, tutor again, but then I'm losing more life, so like it's not helping me in terms of making tokens to block with. Yeah, Minsk and Boo makes another boo, pumps the boo up, fetches. I just refilled their hand too, so whatever they've got. Sneak attack, that sounds bad. Putting in Titan of Industry, well, we're dead. This has trample. This is 11 power of trample, so we can't block in any way. I don't have the mana open for turnabout, so yeah, we're dead. All right. Sideboarding. They are a deck that seems to rely on like a lot of ramp into very specific things, which means that perhaps counter spells can be effective. I feel like Wormcoil Engine is okay at blocking Minsk and Boo, but is bad at blocking everything else. I don't know. Third Path seems horrible in this matchup. They're really fast and their threats are gigantic. So get rid of this, bring in Lose Focus, and I think that's the only change. All right, let's do that. On the play, we've got no mana. Well, we've got Black Lotus, but we otherwise have no mana. So Molt. Okay, we have a hand of 5 lands and 2 spells we can't cast. So Molt. All right, that's better. So keep and toss away what exactly? Show and Tell and Mind's Desire? Show and Tell and Fino. I think it is Mind's Desire. All right, Island, go. Prismatic Vista. Island, go. Vista for a forest. Plays Urza's Saga. Monocrypt. Yep. Cool. Essica's Chariot. All right, we're on a really tight clock now. Xander's Lounge. Go. So we're getting hit for 4. Then they make a Construct. They can make a Construct and they can copy the Construct. Are we actually dead next turn? Animates Essica's Chariot. Oh, they didn't make a Construct. All right, they make a cat. All right, what's the math here? Construct, untap. Construct, find another artifact. There's 4 artifacts in play. There are 4 4s. The one that's summoning sick activates Essica's Chariot. The Chariot plus the 3 cats plus the Construct is 4, 8, 10, 14. So we are dead to them being able to play another 2 artifacts or having a burn spell or something. Right? Construct. Oh, and the Chariot makes a copy when it attacks, right? So it's Construct right now, untap, Construct, fetch a card. If it's Shadow Spear, we're dead. So I kind of have to go off right now. All right. Lotus, blue, 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 black, Time Spiral, untap these. I guess I can play Wormcoil. I can't actually, yeah, I can't win this turn, but I can play Wormcoil, which is a really good blocker here. So Wormcoil. So Construct, yeah, untap, Monocrypt trigger. They have a fully like restocked hand as well, which is terrible for us. So, man, if they don't make a Construct here, that's even worse. Okay, they are. So 4/4. Oh, right, the Essica's. Oh, right, these are 5/5s. I forgot Chariot's an artifact, so that counts too. So these are 5/5s, and then the Chariot, when it attacks, can copy one of them. So they will have 6 power, and then I can block the Chariot. They got Jet. Okay, Mox Pearl, another land. All right, so these Constructs alone are 6/6s right now. My God, through the breach. All right, Triplicate Titan. We're dead, right? We actually just lose here. So I have to, the biggest thing I can block is, this is flying. So the biggest thing I can block is this, and then we're still losing, right? We're almost dead. Okay, well, we're dead. We're actually dead now. So I go block here, gain 3. We're dead. Yep. Our opponent has double Mox, Monocrypt, and like every cheaty card in the universe. Jesus. We're back for more cuddly Christmas vintage cubes, snuggled up by the fireplace, listening to our Christmas music. So let's go ahead and play another one and see what we get this time. Okay, so No power. I'm defaulting to Volcanic Island. What else we got in here? True Name's fine. Chandra's fine. Fast Bond's really good. Bergie and LED are the best picks if we're going to try to force Storm. But generally, I don't like playing Storm that much, even though I admit it's one of the best decks in Cube. It's also Lorien revealed. Fast Bond's another one of those cards where like it can be completely broken if you have a bunch of lands in your opening hand, but a lot of times it just doesn't wind up doing anything. So I think the general rule of thumb is you pick mana fixing in the absence of anything truly heinously busted, at least early. And the blue lands in particular, or anything in the Sultai combinations, tends to be the best ones. So Volcanic Island's a good first pick. All right, what do we got? Dark Depths. I mean, other cards in this pack are good, like Ragavan, but Dark Depths is just one of the best win conditions you can have. There's not a lot that answers it, and it's one of the ways that you can easily win the game, especially early. If Depths wasn't here, I would pick Ragavan. All right, what do we got in this pack? Field of the Dead, Turnabout. I'm not going down the Storm route so far. There's Goblin Engineer, who's decent. Triome, Indotha Triome is decent. It's also every color that Volcanic isn't, so it fixes our domain up if we take that one. I'm usually not thrilled with Field of the Dead. It tends to be really slow. There's like that. There's Temple Garden as well, which isn't tapped. There's also looting if we get to some kind of reanimator shenanigans. It's also unlikely that we're going to play two duels that are like triomes that are in radically different colors. I'm going to take fluting because it gives us the best bet on hitting like reanimator stuff, which is also one of the other busted things you can do. All right, what do we got here? Skull Clamp, and then two different hierarchs. There's also Monastery Mentor and Dark Slick Shores. Skull Clamp's really, really good if we get any sort of token synergies with it or like cheap mana creatures. I'm not specifically in any combination that would lead me to be green, although Depths usually pairs well with all of the crop rotation style cards, so green could be a good payoff for that. Skull Clamp is just so unbelievably good if you get it going, though. I feel like Monodorks are more replaceable, and with both of them in the pack, maybe it'll wheel. All right, we've got Rite of Flame, so Storm's wide open. Bolus's Citadel is also just... So the problem with this card is that oftentimes it just comes down too late, like you take a bunch of damage before you even get it online. Although it's one of the best Tinker targets that you can grab. So there's that, there's Urza. It's really between those two. Those are the main ones I'm looking at. Triple Black also tends to be really tough. All right, I'm going to take Urza. Even though I love me the Citadel. There's also Life Death over here, which is a reanimator card, but without knowing that I'm specifically going down that route. All right, so there's a bunch of mana fixing and Lotus Petal. Lotus Petal, more of a Storm card. I'll just take Watery Grave. Gives us another fetchable duel in the Grixis colors. All right, what do we got here? Thopter Foundry. So if we take that, all we got to find is Sword of the Meek, and we've got the Urza combo. And the only other cards in here, there's... Okay, so aside from that, the other considerations are Exhume, which pairs with Reanimation, which we have the looting for, and Night of the Reliquary, which pairs with the Dark Depths. But I feel like from what I've taken so far, I'm probably not going to be a Night deck. And I'm still not that inclined to take this Reanimation when I don't have any sort of a late game payoff, although it is pretty close between these two. But I'm just going to take Thopter Foundry. Petal's also a bit more nice with Urza, a bit Magic Christmas Land perhaps. Well, we are in the season. Tundra. There's also Tarn. It's definitely one of these two lands. I guess it has to be this, right? The fetch land fetches both of these, whereas this is only one-off thing, and we're not even going to necessarily be white. Yeah, all right. Take Scalding Tarn. Okay, what do we got? Bergie Wield and Mind's Desire Wield, so we could still be Storm, I guess. I'm not taking anything else in this pack. I guess there's, what, Troll of Khazad Doom, which is like a decent reanimator card that we can reanimate really quickly, and it fetches the Watery Grave. Yeah, okay, I'll take Troll. So there's Saheeli and Questing Druid. Saheeli makes servos, which pair well with Urza. Neither of them are like that great, though. Definitely not going to be an Omnac deck. It's too many colors. Sheoldred's Edict's okay. I tend to prioritize threats over answers. Field of the Dead Wield and Engineer Wield. Well, we're definitely taking Engineer, because if we find Sword of the Meek, we can bin it. And we can also loop back like Skull Clamps and Thopter Foundries and whatnot. Hello, I hope you all have a great holiday season. Hope you too as well, Hot Cross. All right, take the Engineer. What's in this pack? Zerda, question mark? That aren't mana abilities cost 2 less, even if they're not creature abilities. But it can't reduce them to less than 1, right? Yeah. Mentor's okay. I don't even know if I'm going to be in white, though. I don't know. I'm going to take Mentor. Crucible of Worlds can maybe come up if we have to loop Dark Depths. Also Life Death if we wind up being Reanimator. I guess Life Death. Crucible of Worlds tends to be just unbelievably slow. Like, these effects look good, but they hardly ever actually play out that way. Well, I'm not taking Usher, so Epicure is fine, I guess. It's probably not making the cut. Vindicate, also probably not making the cut. All right, we got Trop, we got Emrakul, Bowmasters, Hull Breacher. There's a lot of good stuff here. I'm probably not being green. I also probably don't have a need for the Emrakul. Without a way to reanimate it at instant speed, there's no reason to really take it. So that leaves me with Bowmasters, which is just an always good card. Also, the token pairs well with Skull Clamp. There's Jace. There's a lot of good stuff here. Strip Mine. Fire Covenant's good. Aether Spellbomb's also decent in our deck. I'm just going to take Bowmasters, though. I think it's the most generically useful card here that's also the cheapest one. Hull Breacher is also very good. If I had wheels, I would take Hull Breacher, but I don't. So yeah, take Bowmasters. All right, what do we got? High Tide, not taking that. There's some dual lands. So nothing specifically combo-ish here. We've got what? I'm going to relegate this to the sideboard until I know I have white mana. We don't have green mana either, so it's not library. So Stormcarved Coast is blue and red, which is fine in our deck. And then everything else is just like speculation. We are obviously have some artifacts, but not enough to justify taking Mystic Forge at this point. There's Plateau, which I guess is white fixing for Mentor if we wind up playing Mentor. And it's also fetchable off Tarn. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna take Plateau and I'm gonna move this back to the main. So that gives us a white source for Mentor. That's also red and fetchable off Tarn. Okay, what do we got? Emery. There's Memory Jar. Not taking that. There's Mightstone, Weakstone, Yogwill. So Storm is just... We've passed too much Storm to take it now, I think, though. So we're looking to be an artifact deck, in which case Emery's good. And there's nothing else here that I really want. There's what? Like Talisman is okay. Mightstone, Weakstone's okay. Flame Tongue Kavu's okay. What can we loop with Emery right now? Not really anything, right? I guess we can technically sack stuff to the Thopter Foundry and bring it back, but that's not really helpful. But if we pick up more artifacts, it's going to be better off. What's the EV for the Vintage Cube? I mean, it's like any other draft. You know, decent amount of wins is fine. All right, well, here's a Reanimate. There's also green dual lands, which I don't want. There's Upheaval. Blightsteel Colossus is unfortunately one of those cards that doesn't allow us to reanimate it. So in the absence of anything else here, I'm just going to take Reanimate, and that gives us Reanimate plus Life Death plus Faithless Looting as ways to reanimate things. And Reanimate's just like decently good, even if you're just reanimating like an Orcish Bowmasters or whatever. So what's the EV for the Vintage Cube? My Moto account is empty other than free-to-play stuff because I sold everything. What if we read me bum out because I suck at Vintage Cube? Well, I mean, if you're just really bad at it and you care about, like, getting a rebuy, then yeah, don't. All right, there's Hexmage to pair with the Depths. What else we got here? Talarian Academy. Oh, man. And Welder. Jeez. All right, double black's kind of hard, especially in this deck, so I don't think it's that. So I think it's between Academy and Welder. This deck definitely wants me to pick up more artifacts. Oh, there's also Mishra's Bauble, too, to pair with Emery. There's so much good stuff in this pack. Holy crap. We're only going to wheel one thing and may not even wheel that. I guess I'm taking Academy, but you could make solid arguments for any of those cards. Jite. There's also Hallowed Fountain and Ballista. Jite is an artifact. The only consideration is Hallowed Fountain because it gives me a second white dual that taps for Monastery Mentor. If we're playing a bunch of cheap creatures for Skull Clamp, then that makes Jite better. Also, Jite is just really good. Done a in real life vintage plus silly stuff like Unset Booster Tutor, Cube Beer Nights, which have been some of the most fun Magic I've ever done. So yesterday I wasn't streaming because I was out to play a real, not vintage cube, but it was a different kind of a cube in real life, which I just played all day. All right, well, Recurring Nightmares here. There's also Psy. There's also Pyrite Spellbomb. There's like... So the thing is, Recurring Nightmare is like unbelievably good if you find reanimation for it, and we already have 3 reanimations. So even though solid contentions in this pack are Lion Sash, Psy, and Pirate Spellbomb, which are all cards. So the other 3 cards are artifact themed, which is obviously good in our deck, but Recurring Nightmare is just so unbelievably busted if you get it to work. We only need to find one thing that's good as a reanimation payoff. Sarah Paragon, there's Scrapwork Mutt. Well, Scrapwork Mutt is an artifact that's also a rummager and allows us to put potentially something into the graveyard to reanimate. So I'm going to take that. This is also double white, which is not going to be so great with what we've got going. You could also make an argument for maybe Damnation or something, but no, let's just take Scrapwork. Best thing I've done in this cube is make like 15, 12, 12 Gruff triplets with Nightmare. Okay, so Emrakul came around, but I still don't think we can take it. All of our reanimation is sorcery speed, so none of it gets around Emrakul's trigger. And we don't have like, I mean, Urza aside, we don't have crazy ramp. I mean, even with Urza in play, usually don't have enough mana to cast Emrakul. So I guess it's just Aether Spellbomb, which is an artifact. It's also just decent. It also pairs well with Emry, so let's just take Aether Spellbomb. All right, Mystic Forge might be takeable now. It depends. How much artifacts do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're probably still not going to wind up with enough, so I'll just take Fixing. Oh, wait, there's Ashen Rider. Okay, yeah, never mind. We're taking Ashen Rider as the reanimation target. Okay, it's Graveyard or Talisman. Graveyard is a solid threat that pairs absolutely in no way with any synergies we're doing. Talisman is another artifact that can ramp us to Urza, but like other than that, it's a mono rock that does nothing. So I'm usually not too inclined to just take these unless I have a lot of things that it ramps into. Okay, Blightsteel is still not a payoff. There's what? Concealed Courtyard is another white fixing land for Mentor, although it's in black, which we don't want that much, but I'll take a land over like Thran Dynamo because I'm not going to play Thran Dynamo. I don't think this deck wants any of these cards, right? This is Dwarf becomes tapped, Treasure. I mean, I'm probably not playing any of this, so let's just take this thing on the off chance. Walking Ballista came around, eh? All right. I don't even know how good that is in this deck, though, but, you know, let's sideboard that. Pirate Spellbomb into the deck. Mox Sapphire it is. What else what else is in this pack? We've got Storm Payoff and Brain Freeze. We've got Doomsday, there's Wheel of Fortune, there's also Mox Diamond, and there's 2 land fixing cards. But obviously Mox Sapphire is the pick. Holy moly, you're playing Draft. I didn't know you got me a Christmas gift. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it, Joey Gadbeer. Glorybringer is not the worst reanimate target. It's not great. So if Sapphire wasn't in this pack, almost certainly the next pick would be Mox Diamond. Aside from those, Wheel of Fortune is not going to come around, but it obviously pairs amazingly well with Bowmasters. But there's just no way we can take anything but Mox Sapphire out of this pack. All right, what do we got? Minsk and Boo's insane. Oh, Sol Ring? Wait, what? How is Sol Ring still here? Excuse me? Excuse me? What? What's the plan on the deck so far? My quality is due to on my phone. So what's the plan here? Well, we still haven't found Sword of the Meek, so we're not doing that. So the rest of it is we're just like playing a bunch of good stuff and then hoping we can win the game either by reanimating Ashen Rider or getting into like Emry loops or just spewing tokens with Mentor. Like we got a lot of things we can do. Yeah, there's the Tinker for the Blightsteel as well. Okay, so here's the secret sauce, guys. Sol Ring is the best card in the entire game. So you don't take anything over Sol Ring. So I don't understand how it's still here. Okay, what do we got in this pack? We've got, let's see, Rona, Toxic Deluge, I'm not taking that. There's Blood Crypt, which is a dual land for our deck that we probably want. We're not Beseeching. We don't want Revoker. Shadow Spear's fine. Rona is a way to bin cards, which we can use Ashen Rider with. And it's like always just generically good as a looter. But I'm just going to go ahead and take the Blood Crypt so that we have more fixing. We're looking like we're going to be a 4-color deck, so we're going to need as much fixing as we can get. You can just loop Urza ETBs with Nightmare. Yeah, that's another thing we can do too. Or loop Ashen Rider, or, you know, Bowmasters alone infinitely loops with Nightmare, although it's not that efficient, but I just shrugged my shoulders as though any of you can see that. All right. Not taking Thoughtseize. Cal Talisman's fine. There's what? Shark Typhoon. Oliphant can find Plateau and Volcanic Island and Blood Crypt. So the Oliphant can find every single color. It's also a creature that we can bin and then reanimate. Yeah, let's go ahead and take Oliphant. Okay, Bob, which is not too bad in this deck. We've got Lurrus as well. What can Lurrus... Oh, there's Vamp Tutor also. Lurrus can loop Spell Bombs, and that's it, right? Lurrus loops Spell Bombs. Yeah, well, we're taking Vamp Tutor. If I didn't take Vamp Tutor, I would take Lurrus. Do we actually have any interaction? I guess we've got the Spell Bombs and Jite, right? And Orcish Bowmasters can pick off X1s. Ashen Riders is, I guess, technically interaction. All right, what do we got? Treachery, Gruff Triplets is a reanimation payoff, although I don't think I particularly want it, but it's fine. We can also loop them. There's also Chrome Mox. This pack's pretty good. So I think even if I don't pick up any, man, there's also Seed Shark for more artifacts, which is good with Urza. Okay, no. So I think that I'm fine with the amount of reanimation we have already. And so I would rather take this interaction piece that's basically a 0 mana steal an opponent's creature. All right, what do we got? Batter Skull. I don't really want that. Embercleave, no. Currency Converter, probably not. What do we discard to? Looting. Chart of Course is fine. I'll just take Gix Probe, I guess. I don't really want any of these, actually. Yeah, Gix Probe's fine. It's just like a free cycle. Okay, Murktide. How many spells do we have? Oh, wait, there's also Displace. Okay, hang on. I have to think about this really fast. There's also Godless Shrine. Is there anything we can blink super insanely with Displacer Kitten? What does ETB triggers? Epicure, Bowmasters. Okay, there's good things to blink. How do we go off infinitely? We've got Recurring Nightmare that we can bounce and replay over and over. We can blink Soul Ring. So it's this thing, which is mana fixing. And then there's like Murktide, which I could probably not playing. All right, I'm just going to take the land. I don't know that there's actually enough that this does to warrant playing it. So in the absence of that, let's just take all the Shrine and have better fixing. All right, Sacred Foundry is more fixing, and it's better than anything else here. The only card I would even really consider is Boat, which is okay, but not great. So we're just going to, again, take the fixing. Make sure that we just have good mana. Okay, Breeding Pool is one of the few pieces of fixing that we don't care about. This deck is not really a Rampaging Raptor deck, so that just leaves Tenacious Underdog and Cathar Commando, neither of which I care about that much. Between the two of them, I would rather have Cathar Commando as an answer to problematic permanents on our opponent's side of the board. This card also pairs better with Looting because we can discard it and still have it like value sort of, but I'll take Cathar. Shadow Spear. All right, 2 lands I'm not going to play. Shadow Spear, Prismatic Ending. So it's that or Prismatic Ending. Weathered Wayfarer finds depths. We're not going to be able to depths, unfortunately. So, I mean, that leaves the Shadow Spear. Take Ending. I probably don't want Shadow Spear that much. So take Prismatic. What's here? What does this do? Whenever creature attacks, create 2 1/1 flyers. All right. Probably not playing this, but Bob came around. Although we do have some high value stuff, which can potentially be a problem. There's also Fallen Shinobi. I would rather have Fallen Shinobi, even though it's more expensive. Fallen Shinobi is just like actually really good. All right, well, I'm not playing Growth Chamber like ever. So sideboard that, sideboard that. Oust is actually decent. Okay, so we got to cut a bunch. So I'm not sure what we have to cut, like how many cards we have to cut right now, but what are the initial things? So we did not get the Dark Depths package, so that's unfortunately gone. Let's see what else. If I'm cutting cards, I'm cutting Gix Probe because it's not really doing anything in our deck. You really want Gix Probe in like Storm or something. I've got probably more removal than I need. So Oust. I guess Cathar Commando I'm not going to main board until I know that it's actually useful. So this will be a sideboard card. So we've got Oust, Jite to some degree, but let's not count that. It's Oust Ending, and I thought I had one more thing. I guess Treachery, right? Treachery counts, and then we also have Spell Bombs. So Oust is more mana efficient than Ending, but Ending hits more things, but usually most of the things you want to hit are either creatures or it's artifacts and enchantments that are more expensive, so I will not play the Ending because I need to cut stuff. All right, so this is 9 lands. That means that this count here is actually 27, minus the Sapphire, so that's 26, so 3 cuts. Graveyard Trespasser is just like a generic creature that we don't really need. What else we got? Voldaren Epicure. Like, yeah, sure, it makes a blood token, but who cares? We're very, very low on creatures, right? We never found Sword of the Meek either, which makes Thopter Foundry way worse. Like, there's nothing I actually want to sack for it. Okay, so are any of these 3, or Ballista, what does this thing do exactly? It makes 2, whenever equipped creature attacks, create 2 tapped 1/1 flyers. If that creature is legendary, instead create 2 of those tokens that are tapped in. Okay, so it makes the same tokens, but they're also attacking. Gotcha. Yeah, we're not playing that. So the only question is, are any of the cards in our deck, I guess technically we can also play Vindicate, right? Yeah, so are any of the cards that we're running here worse than any of these cards? So what are our worst cards? Our worst cards are, how much does Skull Clamp work in this deck? We've got Bowmasters. We have like barely any creatures, right? We've got Bowmasters, Scrapwork Mutt. Scrapwork Mutt does work with it. Engineer, Mentor that makes tokens that work with it. So that's really good. Emery, Saheeli that also makes tokens. Yeah, so definitely we got Skull Clampable stuff. There's Urza, and then we've got all of these expensive guys over here. We also have 3 different reanimation spells. I kind of like them all because it allows us to reanimate Shinobi and Ashen Rider. Ballista's good with Academy. Yeah, but that's only if we have like a ton of artifacts already. What's our artifact count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 with the Saheeli tokens, sort of. 9. Yeah, that's not much. It's enough to still want Academy, I think. So what are just straight up our worst cards? I guess, okay, what does Engineer do? So I never found the sword, right? So he bins Mutt, which is like, okay. I guess if we need to reanimate something, a roundabout way of doing it is engineer for the mutt and then either unearth the mutt or weld the mutt in to discard. Outside of that, I don't really care about welding anything else, although the Saheeli making free servos that you can weld into other good stuff like spell bombs over and over is potentially a synergy that matters. We've also got Engineer plus Emery, so the Emery can like grab back whatever we've been with this. Probably worth keeping this. Then I'm keeping looting, then I'm keeping the spell bombs. So we're not getting rid of any of this stuff. So one of our worst cards is actually probably Urza, but I think he's better than any of these cards. And I'm not cutting these guys. So I think that's pretty much the deck then. All right, so what is the color sort here? And we actually have a lot of really good sideboard cards this time around. We've got Cathar, Prismatic Ending, and Vindicate, depending on what we need to answer. We also have Graveyard Trespasser as just like a generic threat, if that matters, or if we need Graveyard Hate. Yeah, okay. So color sort this. I guess let's separate these. Wow, that is quite the separation. So our colors are kind of just wanting to be like even all over the place. I guess it's a little awkward that we only have like discounting Ashen Rider because we're probably never casting this. Only 2 white spells in the whole deck, so that makes Oust a little awkward. So I might cut this just because of its color and play something else instead. Yeah, let's cut that and let's play Grave Trespasser. Okay, so this is red/blue. This is these colors. This is black. And then all of this stuff is colorless. So then we've got this is blue, this is blue, this is all colors, these are black and white, this is red and white, this is red and white, this is blue and black, this is red and blue, and this is black and red. Ami not draft Urza challenge, impossible. So Academy, I think we have a decent amount of artifacts to where most of the time this is going to be able to be activated. So Tarn can fetch everything, right? It fetches Blood Crypt is red-black, Sacred Foundry is white, and Volcanic/Water Grave is blue. So it can fetch all of our colors. So this is a gimme. So blue count is 2, 3, 4, 5. White count is 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's enough white already for how much white we have in the deck. Then black count is 2, 3, 4, 5. And red count is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So I want to up the amount of every color but white, and we've got 7 slots to do it. Also, the Troll and the Oliphant all fixed. So let's add at least 2 of each of these and then reevaluate, right? So what colors do I actually need the most? Probably black. We have the most black cards. I guess this over here is red/blue, and this is both of these. So blue is 5, 6, or 4, 5. Red is 4, and black is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we'll add another swamp, and that makes our land plus Mock Sapphire count 17 plus the 2 cyclers. And then we should have 7 of every color. We have 5 white, 7 blue, 7 red, 8 black, right? Black, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Red is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Blue is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, and then white is 5. So that's a little under the amount that I would want, but at the same time, we've got the Oliphant and Troll to cycle. The Troll can find Grave, Island. Oh, no, it can't find Island. It can find Grave and Godless Shrine and Blood Crypt. So it can find every color. And the Oliphant can find the Blood Crypt, the Sacred Foundry, and the Volcanic Island and the Plateau. So it can also find everything. All right. Well, this is looking pretty good, I would say. There's maybe an argument that you can also cut the amount of lands based on having the 2 cyclers as well. But there's nothing in here that I want so badly that I want to go down another land slot. So I think that's fine. All right, let's run it. All right, round 1, and we are on the draw. Okay, well, we have Soul Ring and Vamp Tutor and Skull Clamp, and we've got all of our colors except white. Seems pretty good. Keep. Opponent plays an island and passes. All right, let's go. We drew Mentor. I'm inclined to just get Soul Ring out right now. All right, Swamp, Soul Ring, tap this, play Skull Clamp, and over to them. So if I Vamp Tutor for a white source, I can play Mentor this turn and then pass. Or alternatively, I can Vamp Tutor for Ashen Rider and loot that, And then if I find any creature, what can I Vamp Tutor for? That would be really good here. I feel like I should Vamp Tutor and not just draw randomly. So, okay, let's upkeep Vamp Tutor. So the options are white source to play Mentor. That doesn't seem like an amazing use of a Vamp Tutor. Or it's grab like the Ashen Rider and then bin it with looting immediately and then try to go off next turn. Or I guess not bin it with looting, I can just cast. So the problem is I can't do anything with this Volcanic Island other than cast looting this turn. Maybe it is just grab a white source, play Mentor. Or do I just set up for next turn and try to like go off like crazy? All right, you know what? Let's grab the Ashen Rider. Let's maximize. Yeah, I could have also grabbed like Oliphant to get Foundry and then had a creature in my yard. And I know we got to trigger the Ledger Shredder. Oh well. So Ledger Shredder trigger. They've been to land. All right, looting. Ditch Ashen Rider, ditch. We still don't have a white source, so let's just ditch Mentor and then pass to them. Talisman of Creativity. And then they're attacking with Ledger Shredder. Fallen Shinobi. All right, well, we can't play that. So let's just run out Graveyard Trespasser and then recur a Nightmare next turn. So tap this, cast Trespasser. I can also Ninja this as well. So that's another option. Trigger and then exile, I don't know, your swamp. Let's clamp this. Responding to that. Dismember, trigger ward. Discards Virtue. All right, well, there goes our creature. Well, we're just 1 mana away from casting Shinobi or Treachery. That seems pretty good. Scrapwork Mutt. All right. What am I discarding if I play this? Or am I discarding nothing? I kind of need to discard something, right? If I discard either of these and find a land, then I can go land Recurring Nightmare, which is really good. I can also just Skull Clamp the guy. All right, so let's cast the Mutt. So I'm definitely discarding. No, not a response. Subtlety. All right. Yeah, I'll put it back on top. We're not under like a ton of pressure, so I can make this work. Vista fetch. They fetched a mountain and then we're being attacked for 4. Okay. Well, try to cast Scrapwork Mode again. Trigger, I'm going to discard Shinobi. Saheeli. All right, I don't think I can afford to do nothing. So let's Skull Clamp our Mutt. All right, draw 2 cards. All right, so we play Watery Grave tapped and then try to do stuff next turn. They're not doing anything either. So just take another hit back to us. All right, so tap this, tap blue, this one to Treachery the Shredder. Oh, more counters. And they're expensive counters too, eh? Cryptic Command. Counter and do what else? Draw a card. Yeah, man, our hand's great and we just can't do anything. 3-6 next turn. So I can go Saheeli, Nightmare, bounce or make a servo, eat the servo if they don't have more interaction here. Murktide, make a big Murktide. All right. Also Rona. All right, well, they shouldn't have interaction at this point. I think we actually still die though, right? Because we go to 4, I reanimate the Ashen Rider, kill this. Ashen Rider blocks here. They can flip the Rona and we still lose. Just crazy. Tap this, then we need red, blue. Cast Saheeli. Then we use the last of our mana to cast Recurring Nightmare. So it triggers Shredder. They loot. Discards Kaido. All right. Servo. Resolve Nightmare. Activate. Bring back Ashen Rider. Sack the servo. This triggers. Eat Murktide. This. Oh. And so, I mean, I can make this a copy of Ashen Rider, but that does nothing. So just pass. I mean, the problem is we're still dead on the board, right? Because they flip this over, it's lethal, and then we block here and we still take 4 and die. Oh, they just have removal. This is when it dies, not leaves. Yeah, all right. Copying Ashen doesn't do anything. It's only an Ashen Rider until the end of turn, and then it reverts back to an artifact. So, man, so I could have won that game if I'd played Concealed Courtyard last turn. So I played the untapped land so that if Treachery came in, it would untap that as well. But if I just played Concealed Courtyard the previous turn, then I would have had more mana this turn. Although I think I still had to use all my colors, so I wouldn't have been able to play Emery, but I would have been able to turn Soul Ring into a copy of Ashen Rider and then clamp the Soul Ring to exile another one of their creatures, although they just had the removal anyway, so I still would have lost. All right, I don't think I'm changing anything. All right, run back the same thing. I feel like we just got unbelievably unlucky there. They had the answer to all of our spells every turn and then just tempoed us out. And by the time we actually were able to resolve anything, we just were taking lethal. We got Subtletied into Cryptic, and then they just put a bunch of power on the board. Murktide is fun to play against as always. It wasn't even the Murktide that was the problem. Actually, the bigger problem in that matchup was Subtlety, being a creature that adds to the board while putting your thing back on top. Like, what else could I have done in that game? Instead of putting Ashen Rider in the bin, I could have vamp tutored for Oliphant, cycled Oliphant for the white mana, and then put Mentor into play. And then I would have been able to, like, get the tokens going with Skull Clamp and whatnot. So maybe that's where I went wrong. I should have just not been focused on getting Ashen Rider reanimated. All right, on the play, this hand has another Soul Ring in it. Yeah, we're keeping. We've got Soul Ring into Jite turn 1 and then turn 2. So shock this in, cast Soul Ring the Jite, and then next turn we've got Graveyard Trespasser, and we can equip it with Jite. Opponent Concealing Curtains. All right, there's nothing in the graveyard, but that's irrelevant. Yeah, okay. Cast Trespasser. Subtlety Evoked. Exiling Treachery. Yeah, all right. I'm going to put it back on top. Seems like a good play next turn. Play this tapped, go. Shocks in, Blood Crypt. Plays Talisman of Curiosity. Back to us. All right, tap this, tap for black, cast Trespasser, trigger, eat the Subtlety. And then instead of equipping Jite, I can actually flash in Bowmasters here or play Engineer. What can I engineer out? Spell Bombs, Mutt, not much. I guess I can grab Skull Clamp. So this is 2/3 mana, so I can't do 2 things here. I say I just flash Bowmasters in. All right, end step, flash in Bowmasters. Target you. A Vamp Tutor, you say. Oh, this thing flipped over because they didn't play a spell? I mean, they're going to remove this, right? Like, they've got to. So the most logical choice to put Jite on is the Orc Army token because it's the most expendable card. All right, move this here. All right, well, they're just conceding this game, apparently. Yeah, just run back the same thing. So let's see, we've got Recurring... I would really love it if we had, like, a giant artifact bin with this thing, but we just don't. So this hand's not... I guess this hand, we can go turn 1, Vamp Tutor for a big threat. Turn 2, play the Engineer. Turn 3, Nightmare, eat this guy, bring back the threat. So it's like a decent enough hand if it doesn't get countered. All right, plays Tar Pit. Fallen Shinobi, that's actually a really good reanimation target. So I think it's actually better to Faithless Looting here because now I don't have to tutor for Ashen Rider. All right, so let's go Mountain, Loot, ditch Shinobi, and ditch, I guess, a land. Yeah, all right, ditch these, back to them. Bloodstain Mire, Crypt into Ledger Shredder. We drew Ashen Rider. All right, well, I'm just gonna run out Engineer. Trigger. What am I putting in the yard? Probably just the Mutt. Yeah, put Mutt in the yard. Back to them. All right, so if they have no interaction, no counterspells, no removal, we can Nightmare and bring back Shinobi, which is also not like anything amazing, but it's fine. Well, Chain Lightning, there goes our guy. So now I'm going to unearth Mutt, and then... No, I'm not going to unearth Mutt. I'm going to play Nightmare, then I'm going to unearth Mutt. All right, play Nightmare. No, not the counter. Okay. Oh, let's see. I can Vamp Tutor for what? A Reanimate spell and just get it back anyway? So stop on my upkeep. Like, I need to get something going. Man, if I reanimate this and they just kill it and we're down 5 life, or no, 7 life because of Vamp Tutor, and they get to connive, that's going to be rough. I kind of just have to do it, though. Vamp Tutor. So I guess I'm going to spend all my mana this turn, so let's just grab... I guess I should play around days. All right, so let's grab Reanimate. All right, Reanimate on Fallen Shinobi. Actually, no, I can unearth the Mutt and then reanimate. Right, I can unearth Mutt, discard Ashen Rider, and then do it. Okay, I'm taking a ton of damage doing that, though, but it's fine, I guess. So, unearth this. Trigger, ditch the Ashen Rider. Okay, and then combat, attack. All right, Blood Crypt, shock, reanimate. Taking so much damage here. Connive, yep. Snapcaster, the leak. Oh, come on. They just have like every counter spell, every single piece of instant speed interaction imaginable. All right, well, our opponent has literally answered every single card we've played so far. So, I mean, what can we do? Everything we play gets countered, and they have flash threats. Yeah, all right, this goes away. So our hand is Saheeli and an island, so we're dead. Concealing Curtains, which they can flip over immediately and take our Saheeli if they want, although I imagine they'll just leave us with it. No, they took it. Oh, they gave us Treachery. This has Menace. Oh, I don't have double blue for the Treachery. God damn it. Well, man, what am I doing instead then? So I can loot Faithless from the graveyard. And then... All right, so option 1. Pyrite Spellbomb this, and then I'm still taking 5 or more with Tar Pit. Option number 2. Draw a card off of the Pyrite Spellbomb. Option number 3. Flashback Faithless looting, and then if I find Life Death, I can Life Death Ashen Rider into play and then still die to the Tar Pit. So that doesn't work. I think we're dead. I don't think there's any sequence of draws I can get here where we don't lose the game. Oh, I see more cards with looting, so let's loot. Clamp, Pirate Spellbomb, Urza Treachery. All right, well, I don't have double blue for either of the blue spells. I could draw into it, but we're still taking actually lethal, right? 3, 5, 3, 5, 7, 10 damage right now. So my only option is Pirate Spellbomb, kill Snapcaster, have it open to kill Tar Pit, kill Snapcaster, take 5, try to reevaluate next turn. So let's see. So I have to get rid of 2 of these, and I have to keep the island right now, and I have to keep the Spellbomb right now. So the options are Treachery, Skullclamp, Urza. If I don't keep Treachery, I'm going to lose to the Shredder. But if I don't keep Urza, I don't have guaranteed double blue. Oh, man. Actually, I'm going to spend the Spellbomb, right? So I have to draw double... Well, I have to draw double blue regardless, right? So definitely get rid of Skullclamp, and then let's get rid of Urza. All right, land, Pyrite. They discarded Cryptic. So Ledger Shred... So we're taking 6 damage this turn. So they attack. We have to kill Snapcaster. I mean, I guess I don't have to pop this, but I should. And then this flies, this has menace, and this is unblockable, so we're dead next turn. There's just nothing we can draw to get out of this island. All right. Treachery this guy. Doesn't matter. We're still going to lose. Oh, they have an answer anyway. Cool. All right. Their deck is literally hand disruption, counter spells, removal, flash threats. I can't believe we lost. We had multiple games with a Soul Ring start, and they just always had the answer for everything we were playing. And a clock. All right. Round 2, we're on the draw. Well, Soul Ring with a bunch of good stuff. We're only missing the second blue source for Urza, but otherwise this hand's great. So we'll keep this. I guess I should shock and Watery Grave first in case we draw into the second. Yeah, all right, so the second blue source. So shock this in, play Soul Ring, tap this, play Skull Clamp, play Pyrite Spellbomb. Over to them. Okay, well, I want to try to draw the blue source. Although if I activate the Soul Ring right now, then I can't play Urza. But I actually can't do anything at all anyway, so I may as well just pop the Spellbomb to draw a card. All right, draw a card. All right, cast Recurring Nightmare. Opponent plays Grim Monolith, and they're all islands, so I'm assuming they're Storm. I'm assuming they're High Tide Storm. All right, well, literally the only thing we can do is play Looting, so shock this in, cast Looting. Saheeli, okay, so if I bin the 2 lands, I can't even play Saheeli this turn. So I bin Urza, Swamp, and then I Life Death the Urza back, and then I play Saheeli. Yeah, all right, so Urza, Swamp, then Death, Urza back, black Soul Ring, Urza triggers, then we can play Saheeli, and I'm not sure what we're doing after that. So tap this, cast Saheeli. So I mean, I can clamp one of these, but it doesn't draw a card. I can also copy, I can turn, actually copying either of these doesn't matter. Yeah, so let's just clamp, I don't know, this one, or Urza if they somehow kill Urza. All right, let's just hope that we don't lose to Storm next turn. Upheaval. Well, that's actually not so bad. So this, Soul Ring, tap, Skull Clamp. Yeah, all right. So then they replay Grim. No, they didn't. Cast Mox Sapphire. So let's shock in Watery Grave. Then tap, blue, blue, play Urza. Non-leak. All right. We can get it back with Nightmare, so I think we're fine. I mean, obviously they were going to have some kind of answer. Otherwise, they would have just run out Grim Monolith again. 3 mana, Narset. No activations. Okay, so I have 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can go Saheeli, Nightmare, eat the Servo, bring Urza back. All right, blue, red, colorless. I'm going to play this anyway. So let's play Courtyard. Let's go, yeah, this one, cast Saheeli, and then cast Nightmare, trigger Saheeli, make a Servo. Nightmare enters. Nightmare gets back Urza, sacking the Servo, trigger, and then I can turn the Skull Clamp into a Construct and hit Narset to 1 so they can't use it. So make this. Target artifact you can open as a copy of another. Okay, become a copy of the Construct, and then go to combat, attack Narset. All right, Narset's at 1, and we redeployed everything. Grim Monolith into Golos. Golos fetches Temple Garden. All right, so I can't do anything great here, although I guess I could flash Looting back. Let's see, I can play the Troll and then make something a copy of the Troll and immediately attack with that copy, but I'm not lethaling them this turn, so I think the best bet I'm going to have is to Looting into, like, Ashen Rider. So let's do that. So flashback Looting, trigger Saheeli, make a Servo. All right, resolve Looting. All right, I can't draw. God damn it. God damn Narset. I keep forgetting that this is here. All right, so get rid of the Troll and Graveyard Trespasser, I guess. So tap the Servo and black, tap this thing. Recurring Nightmare, trigger, get back, Graveyard Trespasser, eat this, trigger this, I don't know, let's get rid of Monolith. And then tap this guy, this, Recurring Nightmare, bring back a Troll, sack the Servo, this tapped, and then go to combat, attack Narset. All right, Spellseeker into Ancestral Recall. That's pretty good. Recall. Plays Emery, milling over Bauble, Leveler, Monastery Mentor. Is there any way I can lethal them? I can reanimate the Mentor or Leveler, but I'm then going down really low. It's only from my graveyard, right? Yeah. Okay, let's turn the Servo into a Trespasser and then attack them and exile both creatures out of their yard. That sounds decent. Or I could just reanimate Mentor. I don't know. So, okay, let's go to combat. Attack here, attack here, attack here. Trespasser trigger, eat Leveler. So if they block Trespasser, I get to get it back with Recurring Nightmare, which is the good part. And then I can do everything else just post-combat so that they don't know what the correct blocks are at least. All right, damage, then post-combat. I guess I can also reanimate Spellseeker now that they blocked with that. Is there anything that I want to grab with that? I can grab Vamp Tutor and Vamp for whatever I want and then play that next turn. Alternatively, it's kind of not much to get with it though. So let's just keep on reanimating Mentor. Trigger Saheeli. All right, that comes back. Then let's block here. Recurring Nightmare triggers Brainstorms in response. Okay, so resolve that, resolve that, resolve that. Recurring Nightmare resolves. All right, so tap one of these for blue, and then reanimate my Trespasser, eating the one that's tapped. Gets this back, get rid of the Bauble so they can't recycle that. And then let's tap this one, clamp it, draw some cards. Let's tap this one, clamp it, draw some more cards. All right, I guess let's clamp the Monk token. All right, clamp the Monk token, draw some more cards. So there's my own Mentor. I can also Treachery their Emery or Golos. That sounds pretty freaking good. 1, 2, 3, 4. I haven't played a land yet. Tap this, tap this. Treachery on Golos. Triggers go on the stack. Steal that. Resolve this ability. Untap all these lands. Then tap the Servo. All right, yeah, they're conceding to this. Okay. So they're... Oh, what? We won the match. All right, then. I guess they did not want to play against our deck. We are on the play for round 3. All right, we don't have any insane starts like our last games, but this hand does have a curve. We do have like Jite or Mutt into Mentor, so I will keep. Although arguably, given the fact that we have a Sol Ring and a Sapphire, there's like better hands I could mull into, but let's just keep this for now. Once upon a time, Rough Triplets. Monocrypt. Well, their start's better than ours. Devoted Druid. All right, let's play, I guess, Scrapwork Mutt and discard Shinobi. Trigger, ditch this dude. Well, we drew the reanimate spell immediately. Monocrypt trigger. They lose the flip. They do have 5 mana right off of this. All right, they can play Gruff Triplets literally this turn, which is pretty bad for us. So turn 2, put 9 power of trample into play. Seems pretty good. No, they're not doing that. Elf. Crop rotation for Gaia's Cradle. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, they still have it, even after playing Elf. All right. Noble Hierarch. Untap. Yeah, and then there's the Gruff Triplets. Okay, then. Well, this is going to take quite the draw to come back from this. So just reanimating Fallen Shinobi won't do it. And that actually puts us further behind on life. So that's not a viable option. So one option is to play Mentor and try to make like a bajillion tokens. Maybe. So I guess let's try that. So fetch. Let's grab the Volcanic and play Mentor. And we'll pass here. So here we'll just take the 9 and then try to like maybe chain some spells back to back next turn. All right, they attack with all the Gruffs. We don't block. We're at 10. Okay, so I can play Island, and then I can go Jite, equip, attack, and then with the Jites I can gain some life, maybe? Or kill their guys, I don't know. They still have a ton of mana even if I kill their guys, so that doesn't seem great. All right, let's go Jite, trigger Mentor. They're mono green, so I assume they don't really have instant speed interaction, probably. I don't know. I mean, there's stuff they could have, like Dismember, but I'm not going to play around that. They only got 1 card in their hand. Equip to Mentor. I mean, if they have removal for Mentor, we're going to lose the game anyway. So, go to combat. Swing. Trading with the Mutt, that's fine. We don't need the Mutt. It's actually better if the Mutt's in our graveyard. Trigger Jite. Alright, go to them. Monocrypt trigger. They did not lose the flip. 5 mana, 6 mana. Alright, they drew Wormcoil. Okay. That's not too bad. We can at least chump that with the Monk tokens, but it does mean we can't really Jite attack them anymore. Wait, what? Oh, okay. So I don't have any reason to activate right now because we're going to 1. So I can always activate next turn. I mean, I can kill these guys, but the problem is then they just grow. Yeah, all right, we take 9, go to 1. Oh, Wormcoil is one of the few creatures we cannot attack into. So what do I do here? Chump, 9 power of trample. I can gain 4 life to be at 5, and then I have to have enough left over to still win the game. Engineer can do what? These are tokens, so I can engineer for what? Aether Spellbomb and try to weld that next turn. How do I even survive this turn? If I want to play 2 things, I have to shock, which means I have to gain life here now. And then I think I'm still too low. I can also unearth the Mutt and what? That doesn't help. I really want to get another monk token into play as well, but I don't know how much help that is either. I probably need to go Trespasser to eat their elf to gain a life. And then... So what happens if I do that? What if I just do that and I don't play Engineer, right? So then I'm at 2 de facto 6 life, right? Then I can chump the Worm Coil. This guy trades with one of the triplets. And I can also have Mentor, block and kill one of them. That only works if I double minus, and then I'm still losing to one of these guys, right? So if I go gain, 5, this plus this, 6, 4, chump, trade, double block, go to 1. My math is right on that, right? 4, 5, 6 life, shock in, 4 life. Play both of these. If I do play the engineer, though, they just kill the engineer. I guess they can't kill both of them, so they kill either mentor or engineer. And then it's block, block, double block, go to 1. All right. And then I lose everything except for one, and either the engineer or the mentor survives. Probably just the engineer. I don't really see a way out of this. All right. Remove to gain life. Shock this in. Cast Graveyard Trespasser. Trigger, eat the elf, gain a life. Oh, wait, no, oh, yeah, okay. So then engineer, trigger, and let's go put Aether Spellbomb in the grave. Yeah, Aether Spellbomb in the grave, and then back to them. I'll zeal do this. They're at 7. But the Worm Coil is going to gain all their life back. Oh, well. Swing. Clear blocks. This goes here. This goes here. This goes here. This goes here. Those are the blocks. Before damage, gain life. All right. So we go to 1. They go to 13. And we lose everything on our board except for GT Engineer. And then unfortunately we had to block in such a way where we can't kill this in response. So this becomes gigantic. But then we can... It's a token, so we can just Aether Spellbomb it to their hand. Rofellos. Okay. Troll, which we can't play. So let's see. So the reanimation here is completely useless. So my move has to be, I'm not going to play the troll. I could cycle the troll, I guess, but I kind of need it for next turn. So my play here has to be equip GT, chump block, Worm Coil, and then before damage, I guess if I have to weld the GT, then there's no point in paying to equip it. So I have to bounce this. Because I can go chump, weld, bounce this. I guess it depends. So if I'm not going to equip it anyway, then I may as well bring back the Scrapwork Mutt. And then if I find something else to do, change my plan. Okay, so Scrapwork Mutt, red, and I guess the black source. And I'm going to discard life death because I'm not going to be able to use that. So trigger, ditch this. We drew a mountain. I still need a blocker on my turn so I don't die to Worm Coil, right? So I guess that's technically not true because I can GT here attack. And then this will have 4 counters on it, so that I can gain 8 life and not die here. So I go 6 plus kill Rofellos, and Goblin Engineer welds this into the Aether Spellbomb. Okay, so tap, tap, equip GT to the Mutt, go to combat, attack. All right, damage, GT triggers. All right, this, weld, Aether Spellbomb, sack this guy, bounce this token. May as well kill this now. And then I'm just going to use all of these anyway. So gain 2. Oh, wait, no. I died to the Exalted. Oh, man. I miscalculated that. I died to Exalted. All right. Yeah, we're dead. Okay. I mean, they just won because they had a super fast start, right? Like, otherwise we'd be fine. I guess Vindicate can blow up Gaia's Cradle, although it's usually done its damage when it comes down. So what's, like, not good here? Like, these are all still fine. I guess I can kill off... Prismatic can kill off Monocrypt, which can matter. So we want that, and then what do we not want? Graveyard Trespasser seems quite bad against them since it doesn't pair well with any of the... Like, it doesn't block any of their creatures that well, and they're not like a removal deck. Maybe I just want more removal in this matchup, so Oust and possibly Vindicate. What's bad? Bowmasters actually seems quite bad here, right? No, it's not. It's good. They have a bunch of Monodorks that it kills. So Mentor kind of is bad. And this Shinobi's probably never actually doing anything. So let's play Oust. All right, that seems fine. Let's go with that. Let's see. We don't have a fast start. We don't have any interaction. We do have turn 1 Troll, turn 2 Reanimate Troll. So that's something. All right, keep. Volcanic, go. Plays a Grazer. That's fine. Puts another Forest into play. All right, cycle this dude. The only card we're missing is white mana. So grab Godless. All right. Death back our troll. Over to them. Forest number 3 into the Weather Seed Treaty. Search for a base. So ramp, make a 1/1, and then target creature gets plus domain and trample. Oliphant. All right. I'm almost certainly not cycling that. So let's go clamp here. Play this tapped, and then attack them for 7. All right, we got a 3-turn clock. Guy's Cradle, so now they have 6 mana. Deep Forest Hermit, which is actually a way to block our troll. It says Vanishing. I guess that's fine even if they do that, because then I at least get to redraw. They have to triple block it, so they lose a fair amount of their board at the very least. Plateau. We're also just drawing like nothing, so go to combat. They also don't even have to block this, but it is kind of precarious if they don't. All right, so they are going to block it. So we get to kill all of their guys and then Skull Clamp triggers. Damage, Clamp trigger. All right, so I can play Urza and Emery. So Island, Urza, trigger, make a Karnstruck, tap the Clamp, cast Emery, Emery triggers. We milled over Saheeli, Nightmare, Soul Ring, a land. All right, well, we can't do anything else this turn, so back to them. Actually, no, I could have equipped Skull Clamp. Yeah, I should have done that. All right, something gets +1 in trample. The squirrel gets +1 in trample, sure. More mana. 7, Battle Sphere. Ugh. All right, well, this we can actually fight through. Like, that is a lot of mana. This deals 4 auto attack, and then we have to block it somehow. Solarian Academy. Well, let's cast Soul Ring. So, cast Soul Ring, and then we've got Academy, tap, red, Oliphant. So this can trade with Battle Sphere if we clamp it, which we're going to. So tap this, clamp it, and then we just don't do anything. So it gets +X power and deals X to me. Vanishing trigger. Courser of Crufix. Top card of their deck is Titan. Attacking with the Battle Sphere. Triggers. Taps all of these dudes. Then we block with the Oliphant. So these trade. We draw 2 off the clamp. Ooh, a Vampiric Tutor, you say? Well, I definitely should cast that. What am I even getting, though? I definitely am supposed to cast it. Vamp Tutor. I guess if I go for... Oh, I didn't play Courtyard last turn, so I don't have double white / double black for Ashen Rider. I can grab Vindicate and Vindicate the Cradle. I mean, I guess. They're at 5 non-Cradle lands already, and if the top card of their deck is a land after that, then they just get to play the Titan anyway. The way to win this game is probably not through getting rid of their Cradle. So since that's not the way to win, how do I actually win? I don't have like a bomb that wins this game. I guess I can play Ashen Rider next turn. I can also grab a Spell Bomb, play it, draw a card, recast it with Emery, draw another card, maybe. There's just not a lot of good options. So they untap, they cast Titan, they find whatever. Then I cast Rider, eat the Titan, but then we're just back to like a stalling match, and the moment they find like rough triplets or anything huge, I'm just going to lose the game. So I should probably get a draw engine going. So I should grab Aether Spellbomb, as bad as that is. I just don't have that many, like now that Recurring Nightmares in our graveyard, I don't have a lot of good ways of actually fighting through this. I guess I can also just grab Goblin Engineer, play that, the Spellbomb goes to the graveyard, and then recast that with Emery. But then I'm not drawing another card that turn, whereas I draw 2 cards if I Spellbomb instead of Engineer. Oh boy, all right, let's grab Spellbomb. I took Mentor out and Saheeli's milled over, so I also can't spew tokens everywhere. I can also spin Urza. All right, Sapphire, then play Spellbomb. Oh boy. I guess I can bounce my Urza, replay it, and start making a ton of Karnstructs. That might actually be the play. So let's activate this to tap this, activate this to tap this, and then bounce Urza to my hand. Then we can replay Urza. It triggers again. We make another Karnstruct. Then I can grab the Spellbomb back, cast the Spellbomb, and I can do it again this turn. So Academy, make sure to tap this first, bounce Urza, replay it. All right, that's how we're going to win, through the Karnstruct recursion. And I can even spin Urza if I play a land here. All right, so activate Urza, spin it. What do we hit? A swamp that we can't play. All right, that's fine. I guess I can clamp something, although I don't know how much that matters. How much do I need on defense? This is going to vanish, so they have 1, 2, 3. So I have 1, 2. So I can block 3 things. This, and then take 4 and go to 4. I should apply some kind of pressure to them. All right, combat, attack. Yeah, trade with Grazer, that's fine. So then vanishing, this thing dies. Then they draw Titan. There is a land on top of their deck. So plays the land, Courser gains another life, and the Titan's going to come in, gain them 2 more life. I don't know what they're getting with the Titan, although the last time they Golosed for Temple Garden, right? So it's not going to be that much. Titan, Worm Coil on top. They grabbed Canopy and another Forest, all right? Oh, they're just attacking with everything? All right, well, block here, block here, block here. All right, so we're at 4 and they've got Worm Coil on top of their deck. That attack seemed really bad to me. Can we force them to chump block with Titan this turn? Actually, we can just bounce the Titan out of the way, right? And then just kill them? Why in the world would they attack there? Emery, pick up Spell Bomb, cast the Spell Bomb. I guess before we go to combat, let's spin Urza. Reanimate. Well, I can't really reanimate anything here, right? Because I'm too low on life. Tap this, Urza. Archon, Ashen Rider. All right, cast Ashen Rider. Trigger, eat Titan. Yeah, that attack made absolutely no sense. They have a lot of X1 creatures, so Ballista might even be good here. What would I play over it? Maybe Oust. Oust just delays them. All right, let's put Ballista in. All right, this hand, I mean, it has a lot of ways to kill early plays, like a lot of them. So if they have any just Monodorks, we can just pick them all off. All right, I'll keep this. And if they have Monocrypt, we can also eat that. Forest, nothing. All right, play this tapped, pass. Forest number 2. Monocrypt plays Oracle of Moldiah. Well, they had a start that had nothing to do with Monodorks. Amazing. All right, we got to eat Monocrypt to slow them down. So eat that. Play this. Back to them. Titan on top. They have at least 1 more land. 2 more lands. I can't actually kill this on my turn. So I guess I'm just playing a Saheeli and passing. So bad. Oh, and you have another play. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. So the lesson is any hand that's not busted, you just can't even keep it. Terrible. All right, I guess I'm playing Bowmasters and killing this thing. And then trading with Moldiah in combat, maybe? I don't know. Play that tapped, pass back to them. And just hope they can't play Titan this turn. They draw Titan. Oh, they can play Titan this turn. Amazing. Their deck that's loaded with Monodorks. All right, well, we have to Bowmasters here. We can't, like, so Bowmasters, trigger, kill that. And then I'm just going to double block this thing. All right, we're at 14. Now they play Titan. And my draw would have to be incredibly good to get out of this. Oh, no, Gruff Trip. They also have Gruff Triplets. Jesus. We've drawn another Monosaurus. I think we're literally dead on the board, right? Yeah, all right, I'm not continuing this. That was just absolutely ridiculous. I'm actually kind of mad. So the last draft, despite having what I thought was a really good deck, did not turn out well. And basically what I'm learning is if you've got a deck that's got Soul Ring and Sapphire and whatnot, you should really heavily mulligan to like the more busted hands. So let's go to the next draft with that in mind. All right, opening pack has Tropical Island and then nothing else that really stands out. So we've got Monofixing in a good dual color combination. And then after that, there's like just not really anything. Like Teferi and Hull Breacher are probably the most powerful cards individually in the pack. If you wanted to force Storm, you would take Jar or Cabal Ritual. That's really it though. So yeah, let's just take Trop. Okay, Sylvan Library. There's also Thespian Stage and Skull Clamp. So I could take Stage now and try to find the depths later, which is probably like, that's one of the highest payoff things you can do. So it makes me a lot more likely to do that. Skull Clamp can obviously be good, but you need to build very specifically around it. So I'm going to take Stage and just try and hope we hit Dark Depths at some point later on. Okay, what do we got? GSZ, Ugin as a big payoff, Garruk for ramp, Oracle is a win condition. There's Seething Song here for the Storm deck. Like nothing is really standing out here. Ugin is obviously very good, but it's also really expensive. The fact that this pack is like, for the relative power level of a cube, so incredibly low makes me want to just take Seething Song on the off chance we wind up being Storm. Because I don't feel like I'm really missing out on anything if I take Seething Song over anything else in this pack. So I'm just going to take Seething Song. All right, we've got what? Wasteland, which is fine. Bauble, Raphelos. Raphelos is pretty good to get early and build around into the mono green deck. He's the most individually powerful card in the pack, and the fact that we're getting him so early means we can commit to mono green immediately. So I'm going to sideboard the Seething Song and take Raphelos. Bauble's only good if you can pair it with other things like Luris or Emery to create draw engines. All right, what do we got here? Temple Garden is a forest that's also a dual land. There's also Turnabout for the Storm deck. So my thinking is that I want Turnabout because GT is also really good, but My thinking is that I already have one card for the Storm deck. This is a second card for the Storm deck. If I do wind up being a Raphalos deck, I don't necessarily need a Temple Garden as much as if I wind up the Storm deck, I need a Turnabout. So let's just take the Turnabout. Well, there's Citadel, which is also really good in a Storm deck. There's also Reservoir, which is not going to wheel with only 10 cards left in this pack. But there's nothing in mono green that I want. Like I don't want Endurance that bad. So at this point, it's looking more and more like we're going to be Storm. So let's move these to the main, Raphalos to the side, and then Citadel. Although we are still early enough into it that we could switch back. But let's just take the Citadel. All right, what do we got here? Crop Rotation, which is good if we find Dark Depths. Other than that, it would be Gix Probe for Storm, which is probably fine. Although this isn't really necessary for Storm, whereas this is pretty needed if we find Dark Depths. So I think I would rather just take, again, if we find the depths, the Crop Rotation is way better than if we commit to Storm than having a Gix Probe. So Crop Rotation it is. What do we got here? Dual land that I don't care about. Questing Beast, Loam. If we want to loop again, we have to find depths for this to be good though. There's a Helm of Awakening for Storm. We have way more cards for Storm than we do for a Raphalos deck, so let's commit to Storm at this point. And again, Questing Beast, very replaceable. Helm of Awakening, not nearly as replaceable. Orcish Lumberjack is also potentially a way to turbo ramp into like Citadel, but that requires very specific cards to be in our deck, so let's just, well, forget it. There's Sword of the Meek, if we find combos. Oh no, there's Cabal Ritual in here. Yeah, let's just take Cabal Ritual for Storm. Yep. Okay, we're off mono green. We're in Storm. I mean, Storm doesn't play Skull Clamp, but I don't particularly want anything else here. I mean, there's a potential that we find like Saheeli or whatever and have token engines that we can use the Skull Clamp with. Synthesizer is whatever. Definitely in Storm, it's not nearly as good. I guess I'll take Unctus, even though I think I'm probably not playing any of the cards in this pack. All right, let's just take duels. So blue duels are better. Well, I'm going to take Temple Garden over these cards. So take that. Reservoir Wield. Can't believe that happened. All right. So that tells me Storm is just absolutely not even, like Storm is completely open. If Reservoir is going 2 cards left in the pack, then Storm is open. Mox Ruby. There's also the Ring. Ugh. Yeah, well, we're taking the Ruby. I'm actually seriously debating not taking the Ruby and taking the Ring because the Ring is just so ridiculously busted. And we have multiple rituals to ritual into it earlier than normal. That just can't be right though, right? It has to be the Ruby, right? Right? This ain't wheeling. There's also a Grim Monolith that might wheel, maybe. All right, well, we're taking the Ruby. Okay, what's in this pack? We've got Golos. We've got Rona. There's nothing for Storm in this pack. None of the lands are in combinations that we want. Golos is good if we find Dark Depths again, but I just don't think that's that likely. I would rather take Rona and just have a way to fix. I guess Blackcleave Cliffs is in Grixis color, or is in Grixis color combinations, which we are. Yeah, all right, I'll take Blackcleave. Chalice, Upheaval, Valakut. There's a Corpse Dance that we're not going to play. There's a Night's Whisper, which we might play. Chalice is just like, we want to ramp. We want to have 0 drops that we can play to Storm. Teferi was in pack number 1, so we don't have the Teferi Kitten combo anymore. Kind of torn on the Night's Whisper, because what can happen a lot of times in these decks is you've got all these Storm pieces, but just not the velocity to do it. Yeah, you know what? I'll take Night's Whisper. That's fine. Workshop, well, there's Mind's Desire, and then... So, Citadel is an artifact, along with Aetherflux Reservoir, and there's a Workshop. But there's also Mind's Desire, which we probably just can't pass. There's also the Haunted Ridge, so we would be happy to wheel either of these cards out of this pack. Questing Druid can be acceptable as well. All right, take Mind's Desire. All right, what do we got here? Not much. There's Prismatic Omen, which if Valakut wheels is an actual card that matters, sort of, but not really. Alternatively, Stomping Ground if we wind up a Crop Rotation deck, although it's looking less and less likely. Pyromancer is not really a Storm card either, although we can ditch like stuff we don't need, and then this can buy us time. It's also Double Red, which is kind of awkward. It's also Through the Breach if we find like a big payoff. We can cheese wins with that. All right, I'm gonna sideboard Through the Breach, although there's obviously other things we could pick. Time Warp, Manifold Key, what else? Breeding Pool. Time Warp to buy us another turn. We're not really like an on the board. We're kind of like go off on one single turn deck. Manifold Key matters if we find, like the Grim Monolith is not going to wheel, right? And the Ring isn't going to either. So we'd have to find like Monovault or something. It's very unlikely. But none of the other cards are like that great either. So let's just, there's also like Breeding Pool again in case Crop Rotation matters. I'll take Breeding Pool. Well, there's the Dark Depths. Boy, am I glad I picked up Green Fixing now. All right, we got one avenue to killing our opponents, which is Dark Depths stage crop rotation. There's also a Narset here, so we're not wheeling anything at this point. I mean, we're technically wheeling a card, but taking the Dark Depths. Let's see. Rain of Filth is technically a Storm card, and nothing else here really stands out. So yeah, all right, take Rain of Filth. Volcanic Island. I can't believe it's this late. It's kind of shocking that it's this late. So take Volk. Let's see. Golos. I'm not taking anything else. I guess, like, if I need to, what? Kill creatures or blow up artifacts, it's better to have this thing or this thing. I mean, one way we lose is, like, getting aggroed out, so... This thing is a blocker and also blows up relevant artifacts, so I'll take this as a sideboard card. Wow, Valakut wheeled? There's almost no chance that Prismatic's going to wheel, right? Let's take Everflowing Chalice. And I'll take this thing, even though I'm probably not playing it. Technically, Grazer, I guess, is also a blocker that ramps us. It's also really good with Dark Depths if we can, like, get that stuff going faster. All right, I'll take Grazer. We have 3 green lands. It's not that much, though. I'd have to find more green fixing for that to be relevant. Holy crap, this actually wheeled. Valakut and this wheeled, and we didn't take Valakut. All right, well, I'm not taking it now, so I guess I'm taking Evolved Sleeper and just sideboarding that. Hearse sideboard, and this thing, which I'm also not playing. My thinking about all of that was that, like, I'm not a ramp deck. There's Mox Jet, taking that 100%. I'm probably not going to run Grazer, considering how few green lands there actually are in the deck. So other good cards in this... Oh, man, there's so much... Oh, my God, Ancestral Recall is in this pack, too? Oh, man, I didn't even see that. Yeah, let's take that. So, okay. So that ain't wheeling. So obviously the 2 best cards in the pack are Jet and Recall. The other good cards in the pack are Tundra, Fourth Aerolingus, Tundra, and then Dark Ritual for Storm, which will probably wheel. Okay, we've got Taiga, which is more fixing in colors that we need. There's also Mox Diamond, which is also really good. So Mox Diamond is better in decks that are, like, committing threats to the board, because then you can just deploy this early and then play it, whereas we're a deck that's not wanting to do anything until we go off later, which makes it worse, because by the time we're ready to go off, we probably played all the lands in our hand anyway. At the same time, I guess this gives me another green source so that I don't have to play, like, basic forests or whatever for this crop rotation, so... But the Mox Diamond also fixes my mana. This is also a way to get Dark Depths a turn faster. All right, let's take Diamond. Okay, Badlands is in our colors. There's also Echo of Aeons, Coveted Jewel, Yogwill. I don't have a Breach yet, so I probably just have to take Yogwill, right? I mean, not technically, because I do have Citadel, but I probably need to just take Yogwill. There's also DRC, which is really good in Storm. There's, yeah. So there's like that, Yogwill, Echo, Badlands. The Talisman would also be acceptable. All right, take Yogwill. All right, what do we got? There's Urza, there's Chandra. There's Once Upon a Time, which is okay. Also, Ophiomancer is a good blocker. Like, it doesn't commit to our Storm plan in any way, but it does just, like, generate a Death Touch blocker every turn against mid-range, like, Stompy decks. So the other options are Urza to add mana and Chandra to add mana. The only red card in our deck so far is Seething Song. So I'm overwhelmingly more likely to be heavy blue than have heavy red requirements. So yeah, okay, I'll take Urza. All right, what do we got? Time Twister has almost certainly got to be the pick, right? Oh, there's also Underworld Breach and Tendrils is in this pack. So Storm's just completely open. So my thinking is I already have Yawgmoth's Will and I already have Aetherflux Reservoir. So I don't have a big wheel effect though, which makes this card more of a priority than these 2 cards. Also, Arid Mesa fetches Volcanic and nothing else, right? So it just fetches Volcanic. There's 11 cards left in this pack. What's the likelihood that any of these Storm cards wheel? I guess pretty high, considering Storm's been wheeling a lot. So Time Twister it is. Candelabra, which only matters if we're High Tide, which we aren't. Mystic Forge. We do have some artifacts, but not like that many. So that just leaves Fiery Islet as fixing, and no other cards matter in this pack. Luris doesn't get anything back that's relevant. We don't have any, like, Mox, like, Mishra's Baubles or whatever. Yeah, Candelabra. I don't have High Tide effects, so therefore that's not useful. So let's take the Fiery Islet for fixing. Okay, what do we got here? I guess Doomsday, which we're not going to play. Basalt Monolith is a way to get to these higher things faster. I don't want this land. I can't even play Knight of the Reliquary with my current mana, so I'm not taking that. Doomsday only works if you're, like, on the... Like, Doomsday is a separate plan from Storm. You need Thoracle or something to win with that. Then I'm not taking Raging Ravine, so Basalt Monolith it is. Okay, there's Uro and Fire and Ice. And Uro is, like, generically better than Fire and Ice. And we have 3 green lands, right? 1, 2, 3. It's more awkward with our mana, though, because the only other green card we have right now is Crop Rotation, but I think it's worth playing. There's also Blooming Marsh, but I'm taking threats over that. Fire Ice is, like, fine, but not great. So, yeah, I'll take Uro. It also gives us another way to win the game. All right, Growth Chamber is whatever. The other cards are also fairly whatever. I guess if I find... I do have Deserted Beach as my one source of white fixing. I'm just so unlikely to play any cards here, but I would... If I somehow manage to play Enlightened Tutor, I would actually run that to grab Citadel. I guess I have Mox Diamond to fix too, right? So I've got one white land and Mox Diamond. That's probably getting cut, though. Taiga, Emery. Emery, I don't have that many artifacts, and there's nothing to loop with it. All right, Taiga it is. All right, DRC, I'm going to take that over Sacred, I think. DRC is just so good at, like, fixing our draws. Yeah, all right, I'll take Darcy. If I had more time to think, I would, like, actually do the math on how many cards I have that I'm playing versus everything else. Does Roaming Throne matter in any way? I can Roaming Throne for Giant on Uro. That's the only thing that matters. So Ophiomancer is the pick. All right. Well, these both wield. So Tendrils is the better payoff than Aetherflux Reservoir. Like, it's almost always the better payoff. It's much harder to stop Storm on the stack than it is a Reservoir. I'm not playing either of these, but I guess if I were to play one of them, it would be Earthshaker, just a block. Okay, so let's see. This is 10 lands plus the Ruby, so 11. So this is actually exactly 23. I didn't find anything to breach. I have barely any creatures, so the Skull Clamp is not relevant. Is Showdown better than anything else I'm running? It might be better than Unctus. So this is just a 3-mana 2/4 that loots when it attacks. Technically, if I also have Urza in play, I can tap it for mana and use that to loot. But that's it. We have two white lands in Deserted Beach and Temple Garden, and we've got Mox Diamond to fix for white. So let's see. I'm not playing any other card. So if I play Showdown, is there anything else here that I would rather not play and have Showdown instead? I guess Ophiomancer. I also technically don't need both of these. I only need one of them, but it's fine. All right, so how many lands do I need here? So let's color sort. Let's just say this is red, and I'm not counting green. I already have enough green fixing, so I'm not going to add any more green to the deck. So it's mostly blue and black with some red. So then let's see. Oh, this is blue too. So Dark Depths doesn't count. Oh, wait, I counted Dark Depths in the land count, right? So I actually do have to get rid of a card because this is 12. No, this puts me at 22. I'm actually under. Oh, this is Everflowing Chalice. So 11, 23. Okay, so that's fine. So red, this is every color. This doesn't count because it's colorless. So blue, blue, red, blue, black, red. This is red because I'm not counting green as its own thing. Green here. Trop is blue. Trop counts as blue. And then Volcanic is here. And I won't count Temple Garden. And we need the maximum blue and black with some red splash. So red right now is 5 with, or no, it's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then blue is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And black is the least. Black only has 2. That's really rough. So if I had 5 swamps and an island, that should do it. So black is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And blue is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of each is kind of rough. There's going to be hands where we just don't have anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So it's 7 each of our primary colors and 6 red, 4 green, and 3 white. Oh, our colors are going to be so rough in this deck, eh? All right, let's do it. Wait, am I under a land? So Dark Depths, no count. Ruby counts. Oh, I am a land short. So I can just cut Reservoir and then add in another blue. So like that. All right, let's do that. All right, we're on the play for round 1. This hand has some enablers, no payoffs though. It also doesn't have any red mana. Oh no, it does have red mana for Ruby. I guess I'll keep it, question mark. All right, keep. We just need to draw like, there's no black mana in the hand, so we can't Citadel, or Yogg-Will. But we've got 3 spells that we can cast into big mana, so. We also have a Dark Depths. If I draw Crop Rotation, I can Dark Depths. So there's a lot of ways of getting there. Swamp, back to us. All right, we drew a Swamp. Let's just play Tropical Island and pass. Island. Opponent plays JVP. Yeah, that's fine. Swamp. Well, we're still not drawing anything, so back to them. JVP loots. They discard a Swamp. Plays Grief, evoking, getting rid of Bone Shards. I guess technically our hand doesn't have anything that's like too important. So if I were them, I would take, yeah, turnabout. All right. So they didn't discard the Grief to the JVP, but they could have just wanted to double trigger it if they had a reanimation spell. Chart a course. Bins a nurturing peatland. Back to us. All right. Well, we're just not, we've drawn 3 lands in a row. Very cool. All right. I'm going to play this because I need triple black if I draw Citadel. JVP Mills, or Loots, gets rid of Cityscape Leveler. Mind Twist us. We discard a bunch of stuff, including Dark Depths. Cool. All right. I can't believe we've just drawn like absolutely nothing, though. Another land. Jesus Christ. All right. Well, they're going to Mind Twist us, so let's just run these out and make the Mind Twist less appealing. Like, not even just spells that don't get us there. Like, just actually just lands is our only draws so far. Spell Seeker into Reanimate. Yeah. All right. So they can reanimate Leveler, and then they have a clock. Yeah, Leveler comes back. I guess the only thing they can blow up is Ruby. Mox Diamond. Jesus Christ. Just nothing. Like, I understand that I kept a hand that couldn't do anything alone, but we have multiple draw spells in our deck. We have payoffs. We have, like, other things that we can do, and we've just drawn none of it. Yeah, okay, take 9. They blow our Ruby up. We get a Power Stone. Sure. All right, we're at 11. They just pass back to us. Even if I play that, they just level it. All it does is make their stuff cheaper, and then they just level it. All right, back to them. They plus Jace. They attack. We go to 2. Crop rotation. All right, so we just drew nothing. Just the whole game. Just nothing at all. Sideboarding. I don't think I change anything. Run it back. So now we can't keep this because we don't have lands. All right, I can keep this. It has a recall in it. Keep this. Putting back Breeding Pool? No. That's relevant if I get Uro later. Put back an island? Yeah. All right. Is there any reason to do this now as opposed to later? All right, recall. Well, 2 lands and Rain of Filth. Swamp, pass. Enlightened Tutor, which is the one color we don't have. So play a Breeding Pool tapped over to them. And Tombs on our end step. Putting in Triplicate Titan. Does not reanimate it. All right, we still don't have anything. So play a Swamp, pass the turn. Spellseeker. I assume they're going to go fetch the reanimate for the Triplicate Titan now. Exhume, yeah. There's Time Twister. I don't play that, right? They're just going to exhume on their turn, so I just run out Urza and then untap with more mana. All right, so play Urza. So trigger that. Back to them. I mean, technically it gets this out of their graveyard, but like, so like it was a consideration, but I feel like I just want to deploy this and just try to storm them. Oh, man. All right, we can take a hit from this, so that's fine. If I Time Twist now, the likelihood of actually being able to do anything with that is pretty bad. But my hand is just atrocious anyway. So, all right, Volk, cast Rain of Filth. We're going to shuffle it back anyway. Time Twister. So tap this, and then tap the Karnstruct that I'm not going to do anything with, and then tap Breeding Pool. All right, Time Twister. Does this resolve? Yes. We haven't drawn much of anything, though. We redrew Rain of Filth. I can't play Uro. I can play Darcy, I guess. All right, play Darcy. Actually, I can play Uro if I sack a land, which is technically neutral on the Uro part. So this is blue, green, and then I'm going to want to sack the Breeding Pool. No, not the Breeding Pool, the Volcanic. Cast Uro. So trigger, resolve this ability, put Islet into play, then he dies, then we cast Darcy, and then it's back to them. Opponent brainstorms, entombs, puts Ashen Rider in the bin, treacheries Urza. I mean, I think I honestly would have, if I were them, Treachery DRC. Death the Ashen Rider. I guess they just killing this. All right. So DRC dies. Then we're taking a lot. So we're dead next combat. We just can't draw anything. All right. Well, I have to go for it this turn. So black, Rain of Filth. I can't escape Uro and play Mind's Desire, right? Yeah. So tap this, tap this. So Helm of Awakening into Mind's Desire. Yeah, right. Helm. So blue, blue. Cast this, sack this, sack this, sack this. Mind's Desire, trigger. We only have a Storm 3, but I can't wait. We're going to die. Crop rotation, Seething Song, and Enlightened Tutor. I mean, I can make a Merit Lage right now. All right, cast this. Crop rotation, sacking the swamp, I guess. I don't know. The swamp. Grab Dark Depths. Play Stage. I have to do it now. So copy here. Spend the mana. Merit Lage, and then I guess I'll cast Enlightened Tutor. Why not? I mean, can I even do anything next turn? So they just have 2 flying blockers, so the Merit Lage is not going to be able to get in. So that leaves me with what? Just nothing that I can put on top? No, I can't do anything else at all, right? I guess if I put Mox Diamond on top, then I can do what with that? Nothing, right? I can't block Ashen Rider because then they just exile Merit Lage. So I can only block this thing, and then it splits into a bunch of different things. And this thing can just block the Merit Lage, so I have no outs. All right. I guess technically Turnabout is an out, so let's just not put anything on top. They have to have absolutely no interaction and for 2 turns, and then I also have to draw Turnabout so that I can tap all their creatures down. So that's not happening. Spins Urza and hits Exhume, which they're not going to cast. I guess thankfully if they're spinning the Urza, they mean they have like nothing else to do in their hand, which I don't understand how that can be the case if they have 5 cards, but somehow they have nothing to do. I mean, literally, they can just win with what's on the board already. All they have to do is just attack with Ashen Rider. I can't block it, because if I do, the Merit Lage dies. And then they still have this dude to block with. So then if I attack, they just block here and split this into 3. And then we're dead on the backswing. Actually, if they just attack with Ashen Rider twice, we're dead. Because then I can't block the first time, and then the second time they attack with everything, and we don't have enough blocks to not die. They're attacking with everything. Well, we have to block this, and I guess I get to block this for free. So those are the blocks. Then we're going to take 6, and they make a bunch of tokens. One of them has reach, right? For flying. Flying, vigilance, trample. Yeah, so they can just block with this thing. And then we're literally forced to block Ashen Rider next turn, although we're just actually dead on the board, right? Yeah. Oh, they cast Exhume and then get their Triplicate Titan back. Well, at least we get Uro. Yeah, all right, put a land into play. Well, we're dead. We're on the draw for round 2. And we've got a hand that has all our colors except white, although actually we have Mox Diamond. This hand's really sketch because if I just don't draw a 3rd land, we just immediately lose. I guess I can use the diamond to filter, sort of. All right, I'll keep. So I'm going to go Taiga, Darcy, and then probably just play diamond and try to find land on the top. So we're playing against Boros aggro. All right. Taiga, Darcy, Mox Diamond, trigger the Darcy. It's a swamp on the top. All right, leave that there. Then this hits and triggers, we discard this, and then we're not casting anything else, so back to them. I probably do just trade for this if they attack with it, because I'm not going to have to... Ugh. All right. Well, at least we got cards out of our hand, so this thing doesn't trigger. So swamp, and then, I mean, I have to play Uro. I can't not play Uro. Trigger, resolve this, not a land. So they get to trigger this next turn. Even if I play Chalice, that might not be enough, so let's just pass. I'm not going to run out Chalice on the off chance that they can't just play more stuff. Yeah, all right. All right, well, they are not exiling anyway, and they're just refusing to attack with this thing, even though they really just should attack with it. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. All right, Urza. Okay, Chalice, cast this with Kicker. So this triggered Darcy. Top is Unctus, bin that. And then I guess I can technically cast Reign of Filth in order to buff this up to a 3/3, right? Yeah, I'm probably just going to do that. I'm probably just going to cast Reign of Filth just to make this delirious. And also to try to fix the top of my deck, because I do need double blue. Although I can play Showdown as well, but... Selfless Spirit. All right. Robber of the Rich trigger. All right, so with that trigger on the stack, let's fix the top card of my deck so they can't hit anything that good. So let's cast Reign of Filth, trigger. Top card is Volcanic, which I don't want them to steal. God damn. I mean, I guess they can't play it, right? So they're just going to take a land that I kind of wanted, but oh well. So sure, I leave it there. Then the Reign of Filth resolves, doing nothing really. And then we will get Delirium. And the Robber resolves, exiling our Volcanic. Then they get the treasure, and then I can block them finally. All right, block the Shaman. Sack Selfless Spirit. Okay, that's fine. Make a dude. Yep. All right, we're at 15. Well, the only thing we can play is Showdown. So, Showdown trigger. God damn, this Robber is just going to keep exiling stuff. I mean, if it's not Tendrils, though, I just leave it on top, right? Like... Oh, wait, no, I'm going to get this off of the Showdown, so that's fine. Yeah, so Showdown trigger. So I do get the island. 3 lands in Mox Ruby. Jeez. All right, I guess I cast this now. Trigger, swamp on top, that's fine. They're for sure attacking with Robber, so leave that on top. Play Trop. Then I have to attack with DRC, so DRC attacks. All right, how much are we taking this turn? 7. Make another dude. We take the damage. They actually didn't exile the top card of our deck. All right. So next turn, the attack is 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Between 6 different attackers. I can get 2 blockers into play with Urza, and then I'm still going to die, right? Flicker Wisp, flickering I assume the Chalice, so we don't have mana with it anymore. Oh, Mox Diamond, right? Yeah, that's fine. And then the Mox Diamond will come back and die. And now... All right, yeah. So yield to that. Well, now, let's see. So play the island out of exile. So this is gone. So if I play Urza, I have 3 mana remaining. And then we're dead. Alternatively, so Yogg-Will doesn't work with the diamond. So I Yogg-Will, play the... Yogg-Will's in the graveyard. Then I play the diamond. It discards the land, but the land exiles, which leaves me with only 4 cards in my yard. Like, I feel like I have to escape Uro here in order to not lose. The alternative is just to pass and then turnabout tapping all of their guys down. They can also flicker the Flicker Wisp and then make me lose this Chalice, although the Chalice will still make mana with Urza in play. I guess if I cast Yogg-Will, I get to surveil first, right? And then I can bin whatever card it is, then cast the Mox Diamond, discarding, and then I'll have whatever card I surveilled into my graveyard plus Rain of Filth, Unctus, Yogg-Will, and Fiery Islet. And then so let's do the math. I escape Uro with, let's assume I hit like completely brick and I have nothing left to do after that, right? I escape Uro, and then I have 1 blocker and 11 life. So the 1 blocker blocks like this. Let's just say this thing over here, and then I take 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. Well, this can just copy that, so 12. So I'm actually dead if I do that. God damn, right? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 11, 14. Block one of the 2s. It's 12. I lose the game. All right. Actually, I guess that makes Darcy not delirious anymore, so I have 1 extra blocker. But no, I don't, because they just flicker it out of the way. They just copy Flicker Wisp, flicker it out of the way. So that doesn't work. So if Yogg-Will fails, then I'm dead. So it's better to pass and then turnabout them on their turn and then try to go off next turn. All right. Attack with Darcy. Copy Flicker Wisp. Flicker Wisp targets the Chalice. Sure. All right. The Chalice is flickered. Combat, turnabout, target you. Blue, this one. Blue, this one. Trigger, surveil. Crop rotation into the graveyard. Name creature. Tap the creatures. They play a land. Then the token dies and we get our no mana Chalice back. We drew Tendrils. All right, we can win now, right? So I'm going to cast this diamond, so I'm not going to play this land first. So, I have to do the math here. So I go Urza. I have 1 mana left over. So this is Urza here. I make a Construct, and then I have 3 mana for Yogg-Will, but then I'm out, right? I get diamond back, and I have 1 mana left, and then that fail. I guess I get 1 mana left, and then I cast Rain of Filth, and then I can sack all of my lands and cast Tendrils. How many spells is that? Urza, Yogg, Mox Diamond, Rain, Tendrils is 5. So we're 1 short. So we do 10 to them and then we kill them with Darcy. So let's make sure Darcy hits them first. So combat, attack with Darcy. All right, damage. So then I'm not miscounting this, right? I'm going to make the card, unless they have instant speed removal for Urza. I guess I could Yogg-Will first cast. That's 1, 2, 3, Rain of Filth. Yeah, all right. So it's safer if I Yogg-Will first because then I can keep double blue open. So Yogg-Will, black, red, this one. A trigger. I forgot I had that trigger on me. Whatever. Bin this. Resolve that. So this resolves. All right, I need black mana. That's fine. I can still just cast diamond. So swamp, Rain of Filth, triggers. So this should resolve. And then blue, sack 2 of these. Cast Urza. So Urza triggers. Then Urza taps this guy. Urza taps this guy. Cast the diamond. Bin this. So the diamond enters, immediately dies. Doesn't matter. Then we sack 2 more lands. Tendrils. Storm. Same target. With the amount of spells I cast, I probably could have just loaded up a bunch of counters on here. You've got to be kidding me. The 1 card left in their hand is Swords to Plowshares, and they're going to get out of range of it? Okay. Well, we can still kill them with Darcy next turn, right? Darcy's a 7/7 flyer. And we're at 18 off of all those Tendrils. Okay, good. Jesus. Oh, wait, no, this thing has reach. Right. Why does this have reach? Okay, so I think we still just win the race, though, right? Like, none of their attacks are good. Oh, wait, no, they can just keep making copies of the Robber every turn to chump block Darcy? For F's sake. All right, well, they're conceding the game anyway. I don't know. I guess Ophiomancer is probably good in this matchup. They're just all in on aggro, right? So some like lower end creatures to block them are probably fine. Unctus is actually kind of a decent blocker. What can go? Night's Whisper. Yeah, Night's Whisper, Ophiomancer, Switcheroo. Everything else is kind of like integral to actually making the deck work, right? And I'm not going to side these out just because they have Flicker Wisp. So, all right, let's do that. I mean, they did not have to concede that game. They could have just kept chump blocking forever with Robber. All right, I'll keep this. Tap land. I need more black sources. I kind of need everything here. So this is green and white. This is blue. Play this tap. I get really punished if they play Thalia and I don't play this now. So let's cast Mox Diamond and let's get rid of a swamp. Tapped Sacred Foundry. Okay. This one, play Ophiomancer. Make a snake. Plays Fable. Okay. So play this, play Unctus, and turn this snake into this thing so that I can actually loot with it. So attack with the snake, trigger, discard. I don't need a second swamp, so I can discard that. All right, they obviously don't block, and then it's back to them. So Fable goes off, discards 2 planes. Palace Jailer. All right, which one do they target? Targeting Unctus. All right, oh, is this only at sorcery speed? All right, well, Unctus goes away. I mean, we do have this Death Touch snake, though, so, like, they either have to trade or we get the Monarch. Ancestral Recall is going to do it, so let's recall here. That was kind of bad, like by a lot, like really, really bad. All right, well, combat. Attack with the snake, and just the snake. Blocks with the Palace Jailer. Okay, so these trade. Then I'll play, I don't know, Trop Island, Taiga, play Trop. Doesn't matter. Over to them. Upkeep, we get a snake. Then the Fable flips over. Grim Lavamancer. Well, that's an issue. Attacks with the Shaman. All right, well, I'll block here. All right, fine, whatever. Wedding announcement. So just 0 chance I can ever get the Monarch from them. Oh, cool. Another effing land. All right. Well, I can't just sit here doing nothing, so I guess I'm going to go Seething Song into Mind's Desire and just hope the top 2 cards are incredible hits. So red. I need double blue open. Seething Song. Blue, blue. Mind's Desire. All right. Let's hit amazingly off the top 2. Resolve the first one. It is a swamp. Resolve the second one. It is a Basalt Monolith. Cool. Just absolute trash. Gotta love it. All right. So we have 4 lands in our hand, and our opponent has this. Flicker Wisp, bye-bye. Well, I guess I get to keep the diamond. They're going to copy the Flicker Wisp and flicker, I don't know, flicker the Fable. Sure. Then attacks. We go to 16. Everything triggers. We get our diamond back. I'll discard Island. All right, it pretty much has to be like Citadel off the top or something. Discard an Island. Enlightened Tutor. That's almost Citadel off the top, but we're taking another, like, a ton of damage, so the Citadel off the top doesn't work anymore. Play land, go. They rummage. They discard Swords to Plowshares and a guy. Robber of the Rich. They're shooting us now for some reason. No? Okay. Combat. Attack with everything but Lavamancer. They make a treasure. Embercleave. Oh, that's very cool. Just everything. So we can't possibly survive this, right? How much is this? 913. So even if I Enlighten Tutor for Citadel, it doesn't matter. Very cool. All right, we're at 4. Trigger. Enlighten Tutor. I mean, I can't possibly win with anything but Citadel, right? I just have to Citadel and, like, I don't even know what I can hit that I'm not dead. We don't have Reservoir in the deck anymore, so there's, like, I have to, like, hit Tendrils first? I don't know. All right, let's just grab the Citadel. This stuff triggers. It's back to us. All right, black, colorless. Citadel. What's on top of our deck? Urza. So we're dead. Can't believe. Well, it seems like Ophiomancer isn't even good against them. So screw it. Let's just play this card. I don't know. What does it matter? Who cares? Nothing matters. All right, we're on the play. We have no blue mana. This is unkeepable. All right, this is keepable. Of all the cards in my hand, the card I want the least in my hand is Tendrils, I guess. So let's put that back. Let's go Island to them. All right, end of opponent's turn, recall. All right, I guess we're just running out Helm of Awakening. Over to them. Stoneforge Mystic for 1, fetch up, Batterskull, that's fine. Selfless Spirit. All right, Mox Diamond. Can I get Citadel this turn? So I go land, diamond, Cabal, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with the Helm of Awakening. All right, so I can. So diamond, discard Breeding Pool, play a swamp, play Cabal Ritual, and then Citadel, tap. Oh, I guess I didn't even need to play diamond. All right, that's fine. So I didn't need to play a land. So now, yeah, all right. I guess I could crop rotate one of my lands to just try to go off. I feel like it's better to try to win here than allow them to untap and maybe have an answer to the Citadel or something. So let's just green, crop rotation one of these swamps, and then let's just grab Thespian Stage, I guess. Man, it's just so bad though if they like untap, get rid of No, I guess it's fine. Yeah, okay, just grab Thespian Stage. Yogg-Will, so I can Yogg-Will and cast... No, I don't have any colored mana. So if I Yogg-Will here, it doesn't do anything. I mean, there's the potential to hit certain things, I guess. All right, Yogg-Will, Cast this for 0. Dark Depths on top. All right, well, back to them. Attacks with just Selfless Spirit. Okay, we're going to 15. A Braid on the Citadel. Uro costs 2 mana, so it costs this and this, but then I can't activate Stage if I do that unless I specifically hit a land. All right, so just play Dark Depths and pass, I guess. They have Swords to Plowshares in their deck, so like, yeah. Activate, Batterskull. At least if they do that, I guess we buy a lot of time. Uh-huh. No response. Take a bunch of damage. The Batterskull actually prevents them from dying to the Merit Lage. Jesus. Lavamancer. Uh-huh. So Stage here. Merit Lage it is. Ba-bam. The reason I couldn't do that first is that if I did it first, then Flicker Wisp just kills us. I actually can't even attack them, right? Because it's 4, 6, 7, 8, and 8 to 9 damage on the backswing. I guess Uro saves us a little bit of that, so I can hit them. All right, so green, blue, Uro, trigger. So then Uro dies. All right, well, I'm not going to win by just holding back, so let's attack them. Attacks with everything except Lavamancer. Yep. Oh, they have Embercleave. You've got to be kidding me. Well, we don't even win anything for going 1 and 2, right? Oh, I guess we do. All right, well, whatever. Let's play the saddest third game so far. I just can't even believe this. Yeah, sure, whatever. Who cares? Who cares anymore? Keep this. Play this tapped. Cast Mox Diamond. Get rid of Taiga, I guess. Over to them. Hard Evidence. Swamp. Swamp. Salt Monolith. Cycle Troll. We're missing the third black source for the Citadel, and we could turn about to get it, but we are missing... So we have the second blue source, but we have to tap Diamond to cast it, which means we still will only have 2 black sources. Mind Twist us, discarding Trop and Turnabout. DRC. All right. Red, DRC, go. Gris. Goodbye, DRC. Oh, no, they're not killing DRC. They're making an insect. Crop Rotation. Okay, that gets me the black source. So green, crop, sack this, DRC trigger. Can't believe they didn't kill DRC there. All right, bin that. Resolve crop rotation. So I need black. So I guess Black Cleave Cliffs. Then colorless, black, black, black. Cast Citadel, trigger. Ruby on top, sure. Cast Ruby, trigger. Seething Song on top. I don't know what I'm going to use all this red mana for, but that's fine. Top this. So resolve the Ruby, cast this thing, trigger, put a land into the graveyard. Time Twister, you say. All right. Cast Time Twister. At this point, I don't want Showdown, so get rid of that. Resolve Time Twister. Top card is a land. We've got this stuff to cast, which can get rid of this. I guess I haven't played a land yet, so I'm okay playing this, but then that locks out playing other things in my hand. So let's just Seething Song again, or let's just play Helm of Awakening. Helm of Awakening, trigger, put this in the graveyard. Then this resolves. I don't want an island, so cast Seething Song. Trigger, put this in the graveyard. Rain of Filth on top. Resolve that, cast Rain of Filth. Trigger, put that in the graveyard. Dark Depths on top. So I could cast Yogg Will, which is probably the correct move. So let's sack a swamp. I guess no, I'll cast Crop Rotation. No, because if I cast Yogg Will, then I can cast Time Twister again if I find a blue land. So Yogg Will, bin that. Night's Whisper on top, sure. So Yogg Will resolves. I have all access to all of this. Cast Night's Whisper. Sure, we get to Time Twister again. So top that. Then draw with the Night's Whisper. All right. I am running out of life. Cabal Ritual. Bin this. Turnabout. So I only have so much life left to pay. I don't want Turnabout. So let's cast Seething Song from my graveyard. Bin that. Mind's Desire on top. There we go. So let's recast Rain of Filth. Top this. And then cast Mind's Desire. Trigger. Resolve the DRC trigger first. Bin Urza. And then the Mind's Desire trigger resolves and we storm the rest of our whole deck. And then that will hit Tendrils. All right. Tendrils. Same targets on everything. Hey, look, our deck actually worked. And we didn't brick on like infinite lands and our opponent didn't have the answers to everything. And the only reason we won that is because our opponent misplayed and didn't kill Darcy. All right, we don't really know what their deck is, and I'm not really inclined to change anything as a result of that. I guess I should just have Reservoir in the main, right? What am I cutting for it? Not Night's Whisper in this matchup. I guess Unctus. Yeah, get rid of Unctus. All right, we can Enlighten Tutor for Mox Ruby, and then turn to Uro, or we can Enlighten Tutor for Diamond. No, it's not. It's like good enough to not throw away, so I'll keep it. I guess getting Uro down early is a benefit. Opponent duresses us, takes Turnabout immediately. Doesn't even consider Enlighten Tutor. All right, drawing another blue land changes the equation. So shock this in, back to them. Da-da-da. 2 black, him to Torok. Well, god damn it. Well, now I'm not going to do it because I want a higher chance that this will get discarded. I don't know. All right. Him to Torok resolves. Discard Urza and a land. And the land's the swamp, unfortunately. All right. Okay, Enlightened Tutor. Let's grab... I guess Showdown's the best bet to get back into this game. I can, like, wait 1 turn to cast Uro. All right, grab that. Back to us. Play this. Go to them. Now we drew the Ruby. So I can actually play Scalds first instead of Uro. I guess I get more shots at hitting lands if I do it the other way. All right, play that. Play Ruby. Play Uro. So green, blue, trigger. Resolve this. Put a land into play. Then Uro dies. Vampiric Tutor in response. Sure. They Vamp Tutored and then didn't play anything. So they could have Vamp Tutored for a counterspell, I guess. All right, Showdown. No, they didn't. What in the world did they go grab then? All right, Island. I guess right now I'm going to play this Helm. Responds with Fairy Mastermind. Okay, that makes no sense because they could have just allowed this to resolve and then only paid 1. Daze. All right. Oh, because they're dazing it? That's why? Sure. All right. Do we actually just not have any black mana? Black, 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 no black mana. We drew black mana. All right, so what is the turn here? It's Swamp Cabal Ritual. I assume I should like Yogg and then play as much of this as possible, although I don't know how much of that I can do. So I have 6 cards in my yard, so if I cast Filth first, then I get more with the ritual. Okay, so Reign of Filth. And then I have to sack one of my lands. I guess the lands that's the most expendable is the basic island. So tap this for blue, and then sack it for black, and cast Cabal Ritual. Then we cast Yogg Will, then recast the ritual. All right, so if I turn about, like the problem is I don't have an actual storm payoff, but my Yogg Will's gone already, so I may as well turn about myself. So blue, green, blue. If I copy a Blooming Marsh, then that gives me a second green source with which I can escape Uro. How much mana do I have left if I do that? So I go Thespian Stage, copy this, then I turn about untap. So Thespian Stage, I'm going to turn about myself so that I go down to 3 here. I go turn about, I have 2 left. It untaps this. And then I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. -4 to cast Urza. And then I have more blue mana. Okay, so copy the Blooming Marsh with the black mana. All right, Helm's in my graveyard. So if I Helm, I can turn about and leave green open. All right, so cast Helm with these. Turnabout targeting me, spending the blue and the black. Choose land, choose to untap. Then we can cast Urza, spending blue, blue, and then I guess we have double green anyway, so I can just eat the green that's floating here. Actually, I can't even escape Uro, right? So I can escape it next turn. So Urza comes out, Urza trigger, make a construct, and then I can cast Enlightened Tutor. Yeah, all right, so... And then how much mana do I have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I get to actually spin Urza. So I should spin Urza first and then Enlightened Tutor. So Urza, activate, tap this, this, this. Use its ability to tap this and use its ability to tap this. Spin Urza. DRC. Sure. Cast DRC. Trigger Showdown. Put a counter on, I don't know. They're not killing my Urza, which is kind of surprising to me. Put it on Urza. Resolve Darcy. Cast Enlightened Tutor. Triggers. Put this counter on Darcy. Resolve Darcy's ability. Knight's Whisper is on top. All right, well, that doesn't matter because I'm about to Enlighten Tutor anyway. So bin it and resolve that ability. And put Bolus's Citadel on the top. All right, well, they've conceded to that apparently. I actually couldn't even cast Citadel next turn because I only have 2 black sources, but all right. So that was just miserable. Just absolutely miserable. I should just force myself not to draft Storm because I don't like playing it and it takes forever. I'll have more thoughts on Vintage Cube in general at the end of all this. All right, we're on the last draft. So no power or anything super good. I guess Tinker. Tinker's really good. I like it more than taking a Badlands. Outside of that, it's basically the Badlands for fixing, and then everything else in the pack is kind of bleh. All right, Tinker, pick one. We can build around it. All right, what do we got here? There's 0 artifacts except Coveted Jewel, which is actually pretty good to tinker into. ETB, draw 3, adds 3 mana. The other cards in this hand, probably the single best card in the pack is 4th Aerolingus. Savannah's fine. Gruff Triplets is like a perfectly fine, cheaty threat. Fury's okay. Enlightened Tutor's okay. Hexmage is okay if you manage to be a Black Depths deck. So we'll take the Coveted Jewel since I have Tinker. If I wasn't a Tinker deck, I would slam 4th Aerolingus here over anything else. All right, there's an Underground Sea, and then a bunch of... I guess there's Sundering Titan, which... That can be good, depending on what we're playing against. Most decks have multiple lands, like types, generally. I think I might be able to wheel it, though. And Underground Sea is just a really important piece of fixing. And even if we don't wheel it, that's fine. There's just, like, other good artifact payoffs we can get. So I'm going to take the sea. All right, what's in here? Blightsteel, that would be a pretty good Tinker target. Tundra is also really good as fixing. Also, Urza's Saga is just insanely good. I actually think I want to take Urza's Saga. Urza's Saga just has this unique ability to win games completely on its own. It also generates the artifacts that we need in order to tinker. And again, as I said, big artifacts are more replaceable than like these very unique cards. Plus, again, there's 12 cards in this pack, and I think it's somewhat likely that this Blightsteel can wheel, especially given how good the rest of the pack is. There's 2 really good dual lands. There's like Dismember's good removal. There's like a number of other good cards here that could be taken over Blightsteel. So let's take the Saga. All right, what do we got? High Tide, we're not a High Tide deck. There's what? Coalition Relic is the only artifact here other than Embercleave. GSZ, we're not a GSZ deck. We're probably not a Beseech deck, although if we do find enough black sources, we can Beseech into Tinker. Although that requires sacking 2 things. That's not impossible. There's Valakut if we want the Valakut kill, which we probably don't. Coalition Relic's just not that good, though. Like, maybe I just take Murktide. I don't know. I'll take the Murktide. Okay, we've got Karn that makes artifacts. Makes Karnstruct. It's also colorless. There's also Tezzeret. So we're probably not wheeling anything of substance at this point. So the Tezzeret can tutor for things, but without anything that I can tutor yet, I'm not really inclined to take it. Can untap stuff, which is also fine. Karn's cheaper and makes Karnstruct tokens and is a every other turn draw engine, so I think this is the pick here. All right, what's this hand? We've got Spire Bluff for fixing. There's also Pented Prism, which is an artifact that we can both sack to Tinker and ramps us. There's also Shallow Grave to get back big threats. If Blightsteel wheels, this is actually really good with that. No, it's not. Blightsteel's a replacement. I'll take the Shallow Grave. You just gotta cheese wins in these cubes. All right, Tybalt. There's what? What else? Dam is whatever. Showdown is in the wrong colors for what we're doing. Patchwork, I guess if we're like super all in on artifacts, Patchwork could work. Tybalt, you kind of have to cheat into play with BTL or something. All right, I'll take Patchwork, I guess, even though that's really not that good. But, I mean, we're very artifact heavy. We got Saga, Karn, and Tinker, so there's a Badlands. There's also just Porcelain Legionnaire. We could be like aggro artifacts with Tinker as one of the payoffs, because it's either that or Badlands. The fact that we already have Patchwork makes me want this a lot more, so I'll take it. Okay, Enlightened Tutor does what exactly? There's also Tameshi. Tameshi can bring back Urza's Saga. Yeah, all right, we'll take Tameshi. Okay, so it doesn't look like we're wheeling the big artifacts. So this hand, I don't want anything really. I'll take Hard Evidence, I guess. I don't want that either. I'll just take the fixing, even though I'm probably not playing it. Dismember or Ophiomancer? I'll take Dismember. I really thought one of the 2 big ones would wheel, but I guess not. All right, I'm not taking Rotform or Lavamancer, so we'll just have this in the sideboard, and if we pick up some white fixing, maybe we'll play it. Well, Ashen Rider is a Shallow Grave target if we can get it into our graveyard, so... And we're not playing this, but it's the last card. All right, Candelabra, Preordain, we got Ancient Tomb, we got Jite, we got Delta... I'm inclined to take Ancient Tomb, especially since we have multiple, like, we have, Tinker, which has double generic in the cost. We've got Tameshi, double generic in the cost. Patchwork on turn 1. We can go turn 1 Saga, turn 2 Ancient Tomb. There's 4 generic on Karn. So it works with a lot of things we got going on. And it's also probably just the best card in the pack, period. The other 2 considerations were like Delta and Jite. We're taking this. All right, Ancient Tomb. What do we got in this pack? A bunch of nothing. Okay, we can flash Ashen Rider in if it's a card in our hand and get double exile triggers off of that. There's also Mystical Tutor, which finds Tinker. Actually, that's probably better. We just need to find any like big bomb aside from Coveted Jewel for that to be good. Whereas Flash really only works with the Ashen Rider and that's it. Although both are obviously very powerful. Also, Mystical Tutor's not wheeling, Flash might. All right, take this. How is Mox Pearl still in this pack? Man, there's also Portal to Phyrexia as a gigantic artifact payoff. We just can't pass, we cannot possibly pass. Okay, so the Pearl's the best card here. So if this Pearl wasn't here, I would take Portal. because it's specifically really good with Tinker. But if we weren't a Tinker deck, then the best card in a vacuum in the pack other than Pearl is Oko. But we have to take the Pearl. And then considering that Titan and Blightsteel didn't wheel, I guess the Portal's probably not wheeling either, which kind of sucks, but oh well. So Mox Pearl into the deck. Okay, what do we got? Mystic Forge, and it does seem like we're going to be really heavily artifact-based this time. There's Engineer, which can't really bin anything that I care about. There's the Talisman of Creativity, which is okay. Thran Dynamo, which we don't really have stuff to ramp into via this card, so there's also Treachery is pretty good. But I'm going to take Mystic Forge, and we're just going to really heavily build around artifacts. Jace, Shorikai, man, oh, Vamp Tutor's in the pack? Gee, how is this going so late, too? All right, well, Vamp Tutor. Battlesphere is a pretty good Tinker payoff. Other cards in the pack worth considering are Blood Crypt and Animate Dead, but we're going to take Battlesphere as our Tinker payoff. So now we don't have to take another artifact payoff over maybe some other better card later. Battlesphere it is. All right, what's in here? Grave Titan, Exhume, Fixing, well, although we're not red. So Exhume can get back Ashen Rider and Battlesphere. I don't have a way of binning the Ashen Rider at the moment. That's like the one issue. I don't have a way of actually putting it into the graveyard. There's also Unlicensed Hearse is just like another generically good stuff artifact, but it's not like that great, really. So I'll take the Exhume. There's Ballista and Kappa Cannoneer. I'm going to take Kappa. There's also, I guess, technically Concealed Courtyard, although we never actually intend to cast Ashen Rider. Kappa, it's an artifact. It's good with what we're doing. It's a beatdown card. We're taking Kappa. Kappa is also better to reanimate than Ballista. Okay, Hanger back wheeled, and there's nothing else here that I really care about. Like, maybe you could make an argument for Shieldred's Edict. Hanger back's not that good either, though, but it's okay. All right, so we're just not going to wheel like any of the big stuff, right? So this pack is Bone Shards or Concealing Curtains. All right, this is the pick, because we can discard a card from our hand. So we can discard Battlesphere or Ashen Rider and then reanimate them with either Exhume or Shallow Grave. So we found our discard outlet. Let's see, Snuff Out. We're probably going to be heavy black. I don't know how many swamps we'll have exactly, but I'll run this over anything else here because I don't know that we'll have red mana in the deck. So Snuff Out it is. Talisman, we're not taking Cabal Ritual. We're probably not taking this Bat. I might not play this either, but it's at least an artifact that we might play on curve. All right, Shorikai is white, which is unfortunate. We have the Pearl to fix, nothing else to fix. It's an artifact. It's also a pretty good artifact. Take that. There's an argument, I guess, for Gush, but Gush is more like a Storm card. All right, well, we don't want either of these, so I'll just put this in the sideboard. If we wind up playing Shorikai, I guess that means we're playing Vindicate, so we'll reassess those later when we figure out how much white we have. All right, Grave Titan is a playable card, I guess, as the last pick. Also pretty good to reanimate. Okay, we've got Imperial Seal, Worm Coil, but honestly, it's probably Dark Slick. So I have 2 tutors already, and I already have a good Tinker target in Battlesphere, so I don't need the Worm Coil. So then that just leaves Fixing or Urza. Man, there is Urza too. Urza's also just really good. It's really tough. I think I'm actually not going to take Urza here and just take the Dark Slick Shores. We have a lot of things that are expensive already. Well, Archon of Cruelty is one of the best reanimator targets ever. Triplicate Titan is also a far better Tinker target than Mer Battlesphere. And there's a Scrub Land, which we need to fix for white. So a lot of good stuff here. I think it probably has to be the Triplicate Titan because all of the reanimation overlaps with the artifact creatures. Therefore, this gets targeted by both Tinker and our reanimate cards, whereas this is only the reanimate cards. And then I can afford to not play these white spells, so I don't absolutely need to take Scrub Land. So then that just leaves this as the most obvious pick. Although actually I do need white in order to even activate Temeshi, right? So that's another basically white card in the deck. All right, yeah. So let's take this and then just hope we wheel some of that stuff. Although we've basically like filled up on all of the like big payoff things we need. All right, Copter is a great pick for our deck. It's a cheap artifact that loots and can put creatures into our graveyard for the reanimation. And then Deserted Beach is a land we would play, but I'm going to take Copter. Just watch your video on that. Oh, hang on. Library of Alexandria, and it's this late. I'm taking that, and it's not even remotely close with anything else. As someone who drafted Ravnica once, and other than that has zero clue about drafting, this seems mad fun. Yeah, drafting is fun. It's a shame that it's basically dead in paper. Just watch your video on that big event in Atlanta. How was that chocolate? The chocolate, okay, so it was a mixed bag. It's not bad. Like, it is good chocolate. Obviously, there's like flavors that I don't care for. So like I don't like mint, so one of them was mint. But I think the biggest issue with it is a lot of it tastes kind of the same. So some of it tastes different. Like there's some of it that's very, very distinctive. Like the peanut butter one is very distinctive. The toffee one is very distinctive. But a lot of the other ones just kind of all taste like the same generic marshmallowy fudge flavor. But I must reiterate, none of it was bad. All right, what am I taking here? Probably not a PO deck. Cryptic Command. Probably not going to have triple blue a lot of the time. Damnation is technically a card I can play against like aggro decks. So I can take this just as a sideboard card versus like the heavy beatdown stuff because I'm not going to take Boat. So let's just sideboard this card. Okay, man, Thespian Stage is insanely good with Urza Saga. So, although that would be our third colorless land. But the only other real consideration in here is Sunken Ruins, and filter lands suck. And you need a blue or black source with this as well anyway. So I'm going to take Stage. Okay, what do we got? Dark Ritual, I'm not playing that. I might sideboard this card, I guess. We're not going to play Sunbaked Canyon. Yeah, Bloodchief's Thirst to the sideboard. Plateau's in the wrong colors. We don't need red. Ketria is also in the wrong colors. Troll can cycle for Underground Sea, and it's a big creature that we can put in the graveyard to reanimate on turn 2 off of Exhume. So take the Troll. Imperial Seal Wield. Can we really play triple tutors in our deck, though? Like, the alternative is what? Roaming Throne, which combines with certain cards in our deck. It's another 4-drop as well. I don't want Basalt Monolith, really. Mightstone Weakstone's fine. All right, I'm going to take Mightstone Weakstone because I feel... Oh, Scrubland Wield, that's great. I feel like once you get to like 3 tutors, it's kind of too much. Take the Scrubland. The Deserted Beach also Wield. Yeah, baby. All right, we got our white fixing in. Balance is still here. I don't know if I'm even playing that, but... Oh, Golos is also here. Golos can fetch Saga and Thespian Stage and Library. Although by the time you're fetching Library, that's probably irrelevant. We can fetch Saga. All right, I'm just going to take Golos. I'm probably not playing this, but just sideboard this anyway. I don't have any green mana, right? So there's no way I can loam. Yeah, all right. I guess Coveted Jewel technically taps for anything, but you know, sideboard these red cards. All right, we're not playing Paradoxical, and our deck has how many spells for Murktide? 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're probably cutting that though. 9. Like it has some, but not a lot. All right, let me think about this. So now that the deck is completed, I probably never want to tinker for Coveted Jewel. I probably always want to tinker for one of these threats. And I probably always want to tinker for Triplicate Titan over Mer Battlesphere. I mean, there might be times where that's not correct, like against aggro if they're just swarming us, but most of the time I imagine you want to grab Triplicate Titan. Then the other cards that I don't care about are, let's see. Although we do have white mana, we only have 2 of it, which means that we're not casting white cards on curve a lot. And we have the Mox Pearl, so we have 3 white sources. So that being the case, Vindicate's also just not all that good to begin with. 3 is enough to have the splash for Tameshi, and then Shorikai might get cut too, depending on how many things we have to cut. In fact, it probably just will. I'll just cut Shorikai. Like it's... So it's a draw discard outlet. It always goes up cards, and it allows us to bin like Ashen Riders and stuff. So there is merit to having it. And then I think there's merit to having this Talisman because we have a lot of... so Snuff Out is 0, and the Troll is 1 mana. Kappa is also not 6. Kappa is like... It's variable, but you never know like how much it's going to be. So I also don't particularly like... where's Hangerback? Over here. Yeah, Hangerback is not great. It's really slow. We only have 1 way to sack it, and that's the Bone Shards. Like, it's not even that good. So then that leaves us with... I think this might not even be a patchwork deck either. How many artifacts do we have? Pearl. So there's Pearl. There's the Saga that makes the artifacts. Then there's the Copter, the Talisman. There's the Porcelain Legionnaire. Shorikai Mystic Forge is another 2. Karn makes artifacts. And then there's these 5 drops. So that's 10... I'm going to cut Murktide. It's either Murktide or Grave Titan. So I'm at 32 with 8 lands. So that is 6. So it's 24 cards. Then Pearl counts it, so I don't have to cut anymore. How many artifacts do I have in the deck total for Mystic Forge? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's enough. And spells for Murktide is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. So it's just 8. All right, that's probably not enough. So then the only question is like, do I want Grave Titan or Battlesphere more? I guess technically between the two, I want Battlesphere more because, so it's tinkerable. So like in the off chance that we have Tinker and we have Triplicate Titan in our hand, it gives us a second one to find. Also, we can cast it off of Forge, whereas we can't cast Titan off Forge. And the 4 artifacts that it makes are relevant for things like the Construct tokens and whatnot. I guess Patchwork only triggers on casting an artifact, right? Not an artifact entering. So it only triggers off of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards. Although we're never casting these, we're tinkering them. So it triggers off 8 cards. Oh, and Pearl. So 9 cards. All right, that's enough. Okay, so that's enough, and then we can sideboard probably these 3 and Hangerback and Vindicate, depending on what we're playing against. And then, so what is the color breakdown of this deck? So let's see. So color breakdown. So this is not a color because it's Phyrexian. So then there's all of this is all colorless. So it's mostly black. Troll also maybe doesn't count because it's a way to fix. So, and then I'm not adding any white as a result, and I'm not counting this because we're almost never casting it. So it's basically, this is the breakdown. So it's about even with a little bit of in favor of black, but not by a lot. So I think I can afford to run all of these colorless lands. All of these colorless lands. Then this makes our colors, and then I'm going to count all the white lands as whatever other color they are. So it's like that. And then we've got 8 cards to add to the deck. So if I just add 4 and 4, what does that come to? That means that it would be that each color would be 4. So the colors are exactly split down the middle. This is black, this is blue, these are both. So that would be 8 of each color if I just added 4, 4. All right, that's fine. That's fine. So 4 and no plains. So 4 islands, 4 swamps, and there we go. So this is the deck. Does it happen often in drafting that you kind of go for one line and then other packs just have nothing that supports it? Do you end up with dead cards a lot, or is that not an issue if you have a good idea of the card pool and possible strategies? So the early parts of the draft are typically where you don't know exactly what you're going to be in yet, obviously, because you haven't taken that many cards. So that's the time when you're taking the most ambiguous cards, right? You're much more likely to take cards that are colorless or that are only one color as opposed to multiple colors. You're way more likely to take mana fixing in cube specifically, where fixing is really important. And then as you go along, you should slowly kind of figure out what it is that you're doing. And then at a certain point, you have to commit to something. So if you start off and you're taking certain cards, like let's say you're trying to build Storm, right? But then you're just not getting past anything in Storm. So so you spend your first like 4 to 5 picks taking Storm cards, but then picks like 5, 6, 7, and 8 are not Storm cards. Then you might have to just go like, okay, Storm's not getting passed anymore. Like I have to abandon Storm, right? Usually by the end of pack 1 to somewhere in the first few picks of pack 2 is where you have to pretty firmly commit to a specific strategy. And if you took cards earlier that are not going to work in that strategy, that's just too bad. You've got to jettison those and commit to just one strategy. All right, then. The final cube on the play for round number 1. All right, we got a Tinker, although we don't have anything to tinker from. We also don't have a third land. I could Vamp Tutor for Talisman, play the Talisman on turn 2, and then have a guaranteed Tinker on turn 3. All right, I'll keep as that permits. So Swamp, go. A Mountain, a Voldaren Epicure, that triggers fine. All right, so this is aggro, so Vamp Tutor. Well, I guess it doesn't have to be aggro, but it probably is. Let's grab, where's Talisman? Talisman of Creativity. Then land, Talisman, over to them. Actually, I could have grabbed Mox Pearl and just done it immediately. Oh, I'm dumb, but that's been established already. Okay, blue, this one, Tinker, eat this. Let's grab Triplicate Titan, over to them. Welcome back, and was curious, what is your overall opinion of the Legacy format? Seemed like you thought it was all right for a bit, then you gave the impression that it's pretty degenerate. Well, so the problem is it's been infected by all the same... Oh my god, they actually had an answer for it? I was debating getting Battlesphere too. They actually had an answer for it. Jeez. All right, I don't think I can wait. I think I have to just play Karn, make a Karnstruct, then snuff out one of these guys. So make a Karnstruct, over to them. And then we got to snuff out the Kenra, I guess. And I don't want to block so that I can make another Construct next turn and have bigger creatures. It was Exile based too, so we don't even get the tokens. All right. The problem is Legacy has been infected by the same BS that's running around in Modern. So the power level of Legacy is higher and the answers are better. You know, Force, Swords, Wasteland. So the same degenerate crap can't run as amok in Legacy as it can in Modern, although Legacy also has its own unique BS crap from Commander sets and whatnot. Things like Minsk and Boo and other direct from Commander into Legacy cards. So I remember I started getting really frustrated as the Legacy Leagues went on, against specifically for Urza's Saga more than any other card, but Bowmasters is also heinous. The Ring is heinous. Like, all of their modern design philosophies and all of these super pushed cards that they're printing are just ruining all the formats that they're in. So, Sticker Goblin's also pretty bad in Legacy as well. Are they attacking Karn? Yeah. So my verdict on Legacy is not as bad. All right, snuff out this. Not as bad as Modern, but still pretty bad. So snuff out, they bolt their guy. So Karn takes 1 down to 2, and then I have to sack him in order to make a Karn struct. So it really depends on what we get now. Genesis, Engine, we don't have the white source. So I really don't want to just have to lose my Karn. So I guess I'm going to cast, if I plus him, then I maybe could get something good. I don't know. All right, so let's plus. So what happens? They exile 1 and I get to play it, and the other, Kappa, Golos. We cannot cast either one of those. So they're giving us Kappa, and then what's the thing on the other one? Put a card you own with a silver, count it from exile. Okay, so I can -1 to get it. Let's cast Mystic Forge. Top card of our deck is an island. All right, well, over to them. We can play Kappa next turn. We can also play Golos next turn. Not to sound mean, but I did love your video where you played Tron in the Modern cycle. It was pretty hilarious. Yeah, I mean, if we ever play decks where it's just literally autopilot, no decision making, then that's what I'm going to do. Is there a reason it's called Cube? I have no idea why it's called Cube. Well, Karn's going to die, or they're just going to hit us, but they're probably just killing Karn, right? I do not know what the origins of why it's called Cube. All right, Karn's dead, so we can't get Golos now. Golos is gone. I can play Kappa, though. All right, play this. Play Kappa, improvising the Forge. So Kappa is a fairly big blocker. Kappa is also another example of they clearly don't even bother to read their own cards. Because not only is it a made-for-Commander card that is clearly pushed to be Legacy playable and is not at all good in Commander, why does it trigger on itself entering? It's just so pointless and weird for no reason. It's probably called Cube for the same reason that there's a deck in Legacy called Nick Fit. Yeah, all that kind of stuff. Why is there a deck called Cephalid Breakfast? Like, top card is Mystical Tutor. So if I exhume right now, they get Earthshaker and we get nothing. Okay. If this attacks, I can't block it. I can block the Ragavan token or these guys and take a bunch of damage. But if I activate the Mystic Forge, it's just so bad. Like, just taking damage and hoping to find something on the top. So this represents 4 damage that's unblockable. I probably just have to activate the Forge, right? So if I draw Mystic Tutor, then I'm not even like casting the spell that I'm getting with the Mystical Tutor. So it's kind of like drawing dead anyway. So yeah, I should activate Forge here. All right, get rid of that. What's on top? Battlesphere, which I can't play. This has been pretty rough. All right, over to them. Obviously not attacking. So I have to upkeep do this because I can't afford to draw this card either. After Beanstalk got released, I think at this point WotC is just asleep at the wheel. Yeah. Are any of these warriors? Okay, they're not. Yeah, monkey. So then we block, robber. I don't think I can live at this point. All right, we have to upkeep, forge, and go to 1, and then we're just dead anyway. Like, there's nothing that we're going to be able to draw that's going to get us out of this. Ancient Tomb? Yeah, all right, great. Yeah, I can't do anything, so we're dead. All right, so they're the aggro deck. Therefore, I want Damnation and Blood Chief's Thirst in my deck, and I sort of want Vindicate. Hangerback's okay. I don't want Shorkai because it's too slow, and there's a lot of other cards that are just like slow things that don't do much. I may not even want Mystic Forge in this matchup. Just tapping out for 4 mana to do nothing against aggro is just not where you want to be. Let's see. Everything else is kind of fine. So Damnation, Blood Chief's Thirst. Is Hangerback better than anything else we've got going on here? I don't think so. Man, it sucks that so much of our cards damage us too. Vamp Tutor, Dismember, Snuff Out, Porcelain Legionnaire, Ancient Tomb. Is there an argument for Grave Titan instead of Ashen Rider? I don't think so. All right, let's go with this. On the play. Ancient Tomb into nothing. Like Patchwork, and then we just can't do anything. Yeah, Molt. Oh my god, we're going to lose to Monoscrew. Okay, so I can troll into Underground Sea and then exhume it. I guess that's... No, that is a good start. Okay. So we'll keep this and we'll put back Ashen Rider. Because unless I specifically draw Bone Shards, it doesn't do anything. Right, keep this, put back Ashen Rider. Done. Stage. Pass the Mountain. No action from them. All right. Cycle the Troll. Grab Underground Sea. Play Underground Sea. Cast Exhume. Turn 2 Troll. Turn 2 Troll. Molten Collapse. All right, they just had the answer for it. Our hand sucks now? Okay, back to them. So I'm either dismembering or Thespian staging my C. Blood Tithe Harvester. All right, I'm probably just killing that. All right, target this. Black, colorless, life. Snuff out. All right, can't do anything. Back to them. Earthshaker Kenra. All right, I will actually shallow grave my troll here. Will I? Or do I just snuff this out? Nah, I'll shallow grave my troll. No, that cannot be right. Nah, it's just like it depends on what I get. All right, I'll shallow grave the troll. All right, shallow grave. This comes back. Block this dude. I'll spend my shallow grave as a removal spell. That's fine. All right, drawing a land. Go. We can snuff out without hurting ourselves. How in the world do they still have 6 cards? I guess they were on the draw and we mulliganed. Tenacious Underdog, which I can't snuff out because it's black. All right. Copy Underground Sea. Back to us. All right. Golos mana. There we go. Golos. Trigger. Uses ability. Go grab Urza Saga. Trigger Urza Saga. I have no way of activating Golos, right? I don't have green or red mana in my deck. I have 1 green land in my sideboard, which is a fast land, so it's not worth it to play that just for that. This card's this thing. I guess technically I shouldn't F6 through this because snuff out. Yeah, they always have this thing. All right. Tenacious Underdog hits us. All right. Urza Saga ticks up. This is a fast land, so I can't actually do anything with that. So I've got make a construct, stage copies this. All right, back to them. Time to win the game just off the back of Urza Saga. 5 mana for Glorybringer. All right, I can actually kill that. All right, it's worth it just to kill it here with the 4 life. So kill that, then Construct, then Thespian Stage, copy this, and then no blocks. We'll take 3 here. All right, triggers. So make a Construct, and then Mox Pearl is the only thing in our deck that we can grab, right? Yeah, so Mox Pearl, then this ticks up, then we have a land to play, then we can... we do not have the ability to make a construct yet. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're 1 short of Battle Sphere, so back to them. Yet another one of these. They can reanimate Earthshaker. Goldspan Dragon. All right, another thing that we can't block. Very cool. It actually kills us in 2 hits. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. Yep, they've answered everything we've cheated in, and we have to top deck an answer to this or we're dead. Cool. Oh my god, and we draw a land. We're dead. I can't believe this. I cannot believe this. Round 2 on the play. We have not a great start, but an okay start. So I'll keep. We got 2 into 3 into Dark Slick. Go to them. Another red deck. Ooh, Copter. All right, we're playing that. Copter. Monocrypt. A 4-drop on turn 2. What are we playing? Oh, Minsk and Boo. We just lose on the spot. Yeah. All right. This, Phyrexian. Crew the Copter. Combat. Attack Minsk. Trigger. Use the ability. All right. That's a pretty good hit. So we can Shallow Grave that next turn. Then these both go on the stack. And then if they try to do anything with Boo, we can dismember it in response and kill this next turn. Always yield to Monocrypt. Wins the flip. This trigger's irrelevant because they have Boo already. So they can't fling it, right? So the only thing they have is plus. I lost a lot to Minsk and Boo when I first started playing Legacy. It took me forever to realize that Caracas just invalidates the hamster. Well, we're playing Draft and we don't have a Caracas. So, Targets this. All right, we got to kill this now before it gets too big. So then that ability fizzles. Bolts our dude, which is the worst thing they could have done because now we can't Shallow Grave Ashen Rider back. Well, I have to Shallow Grave because if I don't, the Minsk and Boo just goes again. If they have another removal spell for Copter, then we're just absolutely screwed. Actually, I guess I don't have to Shallow Grave. I can Karn, make a Construct Crew. I guess that's more mana efficient as well. All right, play this. Karn, make a Construct. I mean, the fact that they have 4 mana open and didn't do anything with it, like, they're going to have a response to this. Crew the Copter. Go to combat. Or attempt to. Nope, here comes the removal spell. Each opponent sacks a non-token creature. Oh my. So if I had reanimated this, it would have gotten around that. God. Well, I think I'm officially dead. So we get booed again. So Boo hits Karn. Karn dies. And then I have to, Shallow Grave a Porcelain Legionnaire so I can attack Minsk to death. Karn's dead. They still have 4 cards in their hand and 5 mana. If they play any blocker or have any removal spell, I can't kill Boo. I can't kill Minsk. Copter. Drew a land. All right, play Shallow Grave. Go to combat. Attack Minsk. Attack them. All right, Minsk dies at least. Now we still have to deal with 4/4 trample hitting us, and we have nothing. And they've got Copter and 3 cards. Crew the Copter. And take 3. We're looting away a land. No actions on their part. All right. Oh, we drew another land. Okay, well, we can't win. I mean, I guess what? Like, I could Tinker the Triplicate Titan, maybe? Can't even block Boo, so let's just, I guess, I don't know. There's the offhand chance they have like a haste creature. Let's just pass. They've won every single mana crypt flip so far. Cruise the Copter. This card's true. They're playing True Name in their deck with this mana. They also have True Name. Plains. And then pass to us. We drew Kappa, which I guess technically blocks Boo. So the Copter will hit us one more time. Oh my god. All right. Oh, I shouldn't have played that because I need a card in my hand if I draw Bone Shards. Well, actually, if I draw Bone Shards, I'm dead to Copter anyway. Kappa, trigger, over to them. Well, I guess I can Bone Shards the boost. They don't accruer, but if I draw Bone Shards, I can just sack the Karnstruct token. Copter hits us. This card's Murktide. How in the world do they have Murktide and True Name in their deck, and this is the mana that they've played so far? And they milled over a plane, or they looted a plains. All right, we're dead. Cool. Land, Kappa, land. I mean, I don't really want anything. Like, yeah, okay, Vindicate and Bloodchief's Thirst answer Minsk. If Minsk is already in play, then we're losing anyway. Let's just run this. I barely even understand what their deck is other than just playing Minsk and Boo on turn 2. We've got nothing. We've got a bunch of removal, which doesn't work at all if they just play Minsk. But, like, can I throw this hand back? It's got ramp. It's got, like, all my colors in it. So I guess I'm keeping. Sea, Pearl, go. Bad land. Back to us. We drew another land. All right, back to them. Vampiric Tutor. So this is perhaps another Minsk and Boo on turn 2, which if it is, we're just actually dead on the spot. We just immediately lose the game. Tapped green land. Drew another land. Back to them. Like, can we draw anything? Yeah, there's Minsk and Boo again. Of course it is. I think it's actually correct to take all the damage from it so that on their turn, they don't just immediately make another hamster and hit us again. Yeah, all right, take all this. Draw. Oh, cool. The most worthless creature in our deck at this point in the game. Patchwork, go. Can't even attack Boo to death next turn. So in this turn, I have to kill Boo. Yeah, dismember. Opponent plays Iteration. Leyline, Binding, and a land. And then they can pay the ward off of Ancient Doom. So even if I could somehow pump this to the point where it could attack Boo to death, it doesn't matter. It's also a Leyline Binding, so I can't even exhume it. Although that would also be totally meaningless, but same difference. Can we draw a threat? Oh my god. Ugh. We've drawn absolutely nothing all game. Absolutely nothing. It's been just mana sources all the time, constantly. I can actually cast Ashen Rider if I draw it now. Unbelievable. Yeah. All right, I think I kill it this turn, because if I don't draw an answer to Minsk and Boo next turn, I'm going to lose anyway. So, shoot this. Mind Twist, discard, exhume. We drew Battle Sphere. Okay. I have to tap Ancient Tomb to do it, but at least that's something, for God's sakes. Cast the Battle Sphere. Can this target walkers? Yeah. Our opponent's still 5 cards ahead of us and still has Minsk and Boo in play. I can't even kill Minsk and Boo next turn. Even if they have literally nothing, I can't even kill Minsk and Boo next turn. Does the hamster count as commander damage? No. They're going to fling the Boo at me just to draw a card. Okay. Does that mean they have a sweeper or what? Or their hand is just terrible somehow? How can their hand be terrible if they have 5 cards? Wrath of God. Yeah, of course they have a sweeper. Of course they do. Of course they do. We drew a land. All right, I'm done. Like, we're technically not have lost the game yet, but we've lost the game. We're on the draw for game 3. His hand is absolutely garbage. We can't do anything with it. We can't even play anything until turn 4. Mull. This is a turn 2 Tinker, so keep this. What am I putting away? I guess Bone Shards? Island. Ponder. They drew it. Dark Slick, Pearl, cast Legionnaire, cast this, Skull Clamp, and nothing else. All right, Saga, trigger. Let's go to combat, attack. Then let's Tinker, tap, eat this guy. It just immediately resolved. All right, even though Triplicate Titan is better, I feel like it's more vulnerable to exile removal, or like bounce effects, whereas like Battle Sphere isn't. And they're both similar clocks anyway, so let's just grab the Battle Sphere. All right, Urza Saga ticks up, play a land, go to combat. I have to tap all my guys, right? Swing, trigger, tap everything. So they're at 5. All right, back to them. Yeah, Battle Sphere is also good with the Saga tokens. So... I mean, I don't even know what they're doing, so I'm just going to keep everything the same. All right, we've got a hand that does nothing at all. We play a turn 2, 3-1. So let's mull this. I mean, this hand's slightly better, so I'll keep this and put away... Legionnaire's like the worst card in the hand, so we'll put that away. Underground Sea. Mox Jet. Valky. All right, so they can take Golos, and then I can't snuff it out because it's black. Troll. This thing, go. I'm going to cycle this because it's going to take too long to get to it. Dark Ritual, so they can play a 5-drop on turn 2. Oh, they're just making Valky a Golos? All right. So it does 3 damage instead of 2. It's fine. Wait, it's an artifact creature now, right? It's not... So I can kill it? Oh, I just shouldn't have cycled through that. All right. Well, took unnecessary damage there. I don't know. I was just so taken aback that they did that. Like, why turn it into a creature that I can snuff out after they already saw my hand? All right. Back to them. They did nothing. Back to us. All right, let's play Thespian Stage. Let's play Karn. Maybe they didn't like the artwork on Valky's card. Solid theory. Let's create the Copter. The Combat. 3 mana. Dismember. Sure. All right. Back over to them. Talisman of Progress. If we exhume, they get their Valky back. We get our Troll back. So we're not doing that. Let's play Golos. Resolved. So we're going to grab Urza's Saga. Then I will make a Construct and attack with this 3/3. Opponent Shield with Edicts, making us sack Golos. Okay. They have 6 mana and 2 cards. Paying the white life off of the Talisman to do Shorikai, okay? This card's Ponder. Really? Okay. This ticks up, so let's tick up Karn. I somewhat kind of wanted a cast Exhume this turn, but because all they have is Valky. So they gave us Shallow Grave and exiled Ancient Tomb. So I want the mana to activate this Saga, and I also want the mana to Thespian Stage it, but I can't do everything. So... And exhuming a Valky is fine because its trigger means nothing to me and it's just a 2/1. So I exhume, then I still have 2. I guess I can always copy the stage next turn, but I want to copy it now so I can just keep making more constructs. So let's play a Talisman, then go to combat, attack with these dudes. All right, no blocks, make another construct. So they take 8, go to 8. Damn to blow the field, sure. Shorikai activation, yeah, that's fine. This card's a swamp. All right, copy the Saga. So untap, these triggers go on the stack. So we'll resolve this one first. Then we will activate this one. Man, we drew Tinker. Jeez. Tap this. Make a construct. Resolve this ability. Grab Mox Pearl. So I don't think anything is exactly lethal right now. I can exhume the Golos and then Shallow Grave Troll and go put them to 1. Or what can I tinker out, right? I can tinker out Battle Sphere. I can tinker out Triplicate Titan. Nothing that's going to kill them immediately, but I should still cast Tinker. I may not even actually have to do that. No, I should. I definitely should. All right, so let's Tinker first and then Karn. So Tinker, tap this. Let's eat the Talisman. So if I grab Battle Sphere, I can grab Kappa as well, and that's just like... Now I should grab Battle Sphere because it forces them to have another sweeper. So grab the Battle Sphere, trigger, then let's plus Karn. Triplicate Titan Swamp. So I assume they'll give us the Swamp. Yeah. I'm just going to pass back to them here. Activates Shorikai. This card's another land. True name. Okay. Unlicensed Hearse. Okay, I have to respond to that. Shallow Grave. So it puts Golos into play, and then I at least get the Golos trigger. All right, they conceded to that. So, Cube. So here's my final thoughts on it. So Cube doesn't have to be built this way, but traditionally... The traditional way that cubes are built is it's all the cards in Magic's history on the like vintage legality, and it'll be singletons with, you know, all the power included. So the general idea is to include all the most powerful cards, right? And I think so if we're talking cube in that context of singleton, everything that's legal in vintage, all the most powerful cards you can find, cube is garbage. And here's the basic idea of it. So it's really, there's a big novelty factor and a big fun factor the first time you draft Moxes and Black Lotus and Ancestral Recall, and you bounce like, you draft all this broken stuff like Soul Ring, Mana Crypt, Time Twister, Mana Drain, like, you know, all of these busted cards, right? There is a certain novelty factor, a certain like uniqueness and a freshness to it that's fun the first few times. But then as you keep playing it, the problems with the way that type of cube is built is, and as you saw in basically every single league that we played, the games all boil down to people doing broken nonsense. So there is no interactive magic. It's all just who can ramp out their 4-drop on turn 2 off of free mana, who can storm combo or find the depths combo in the cube, like who managed to assemble Dark Depths plus Thespian Stage, and then they just activate depths on turn 2 or 3, and you don't have an answer to Merit Lage and you lose. Or Storm, or who manages to like tinker out a giant threat or reanimate a giant threat. And almost all the games boil down to that. That kind of thing is incredibly unfun. Like, it's fine the first time, but then after that, it's really dull. It's really just frustrating and awful. is even that last league showed. Your opponent plays Minsk and Boo, and you just lose the game. You don't have an answer to Minsk and Boo, you just lose on the spot. There's also a huge power level disparity, where I'm not even talking about like, oh, the Moxes are clearly better than everything else. I'm talking about just the cube in general. There's so much garbage chaff cards that are awful and are bad, and just like bad relative to the power level of everything else. And in particular, usually aggro decks tend to be almost unplayable. And every deck basically boils down to either multicolor soup piles of generic value cards that could be anything, and there's no synergies, or combo decks, where the combo is storming or cheating out a big threat either from your graveyard or like just getting it into play somehow, like with Tinker, or just, even if you're not like straight up, or like Dark Depths, or even if you're not just straight up AB comboing, you are just trying to abuse fast mana to put like Minsk and Boo into play on turn 2, or to put Shieldred into play on turn 2. The gameplay is really bad, and it gets incredibly frustrating. And I think that was borne out in my own feelings playing the cube, where the first however many times it was kind of fun, and actually fun enough that I wanted to keep doing it. And then as it progressed, it just became more and more frustrating. Also, because the power level of the cards are so wildly different from each other, some people draft decks that are unbelievably broken, and then other people draft decks that are like okay, but not that great. And the thing is, you really can't, 3-0 these events, or even 2-1 these events, unless your deck is really good, because you're going to go up against other really good decks. And if your deck is just trying to like play normal stuff on curve, or you're even like a storm deck, but you don't have all the pieces, or you never managed to draft any of like the Moxes or recalls or any of the broken Power 9 stuff, or you did, but you just didn't draw it in your games. And you'll have so many games also where you draw your opening hand, and the hand looks reasonable. Like, you've got 3 to 4 lands, you've got a threat that you can play on turn 2 and 3, or a threat that you can play on turn 3 and 4, and then your opponent just goes like land pass, and then land Mana Crypt or land Mox into broken 3 and 4 drop, and you're just immediately losing the game. And the thing is, like, there's a way to do this that actually makes it fun, where it's not super broken. Like, I get that that's the novelty factor, right? Oh, we want to play with our Moxes and Black Lotuses that we don't get to play in other formats other than actual Vintage. But that stuff just really degenerates super fast and becomes not fun. Like, you need to not have all that broken nonsense in there. And like, you want to have Reanimator as an archetype that you can build, that's fine. But your Reanimator card needs to be like on Burial Rites, right? Like, your reanimation cards need to start at like 4 and up, not 1 mana or 2 mana. You want something that puts stuff into the graveyard, that needs to be like, you have to have drawn it and you need a looter effect to get it in the graveyard. Not Entomb. Not turn 1 land, pass, end of your turn, Entomb, untap, reanimate a broken bomb, you lose the game. Did you have fun at least, or was it a waste of time? I mean, I had some fun in the earlier ones, but then as they went on, it just became frustrating. I would say this applies to all Magic in general and not just Cube. So I keep putting out lists of cards that I wish were banned, and people keep going. I mean, some people agree with me. Other people say, I don't think that like these specific cards that you mentioned need to be banned, or that they're fine. Or some people just say, you seem to hate the game, quit. So I want to put it like this. Damn, that sucks. I hope you have a good holiday season. So I want to put it like this. So one of my favorite games of all time is Dark Souls. Love Dark Souls. I've played this game. I've lost count of how many times I've played it. And like, here are the bosses of Dark Souls, right? Like, so Dark Souls 1 is a great game, but it is also a heavily flawed game. And there are many parts of Dark Souls that are not fun and that are total bullshit and are just frustrating and annoying and bad, right? So there are certain sections of the game, like the most bullshit part of the entire game, I think, is that one section in Anor Londo where you have to run up a slanted spire while 2 archers shoot at you from the rooftops. That part is horrible. And it's not just that part. Like, there's the meat grinder in the Tomb of the Giants that houses one of the embers that just has like a whole bunch of giant skeletons in it, where it's basically impossible to get it without either just like suicide charging through there, grabbing the ember and dying. Or I one time managed to do it by having like area of effect spells, but for the most part, it's impossible to do it without getting yourself killed. There's tons of spots where there are instant death drops, including with like wonky slanted collision on the lands. There's like the invisible shafts that you have to walk on in the crystal caves. Like, there's a lot of bad stuff in Dark Souls 1. And in particular, like some of the bosses that stand out, like the Capra Demon is awful. The Centipede Demon is awful. Ceaseless Discharge is bad. And then obviously the one boss that everyone brings up is Bed of Chaos, right? Like Bed of Chaos is universally accepted as a terrible boss, right? So when I played Dark Souls the first and second and third and fourth and fifth time, right? Like I thought all of that stuff was bad, but relative to the rest of the game and the quality of the rest of the game and how much fun I was having in the rest of the game, I was able to brute force my way through those areas, to push on and make it through the bullshit, right? I had to fight the Capra Demon like 30 times with an annoying corpse run back to him every single time, but I persevered because I was having so much fun with the game up until that point, and I knew that if I could just get past this one annoying boss, that there would be more fun to have, right? So Dark Souls 1, great game, but let's not pretend it's perfect. Let's not pretend it's even mostly good. There's a lot of bad, but if you can get through the bad, there's a lot of fun to be had. But what is the point of this analogy, right? Let's go to Bed of Chaos. How does this relate to magic? Well, Bed of Chaos is to Dark Souls like Minsk and Boo is to magic, like Oko is to magic, right? All of these banned cards or cards that are clearly too pushed, right? So let's say modern right now, right? Or any magic format. Let's take any magic format, right? Format's really fun. Then you add the evoke elementals. So that's adding a Bed of Chaos into the format, right? Now every time a Fury shows up in a match or a Grief shows up in a match, it's kind of like having to fight the Bed of Chaos. Like I'm having fun with the rest of the format, but boy, this Grief of Chaos is sure some bullshit. I wish I didn't have to do this part. Okay, but you get through that game. And then you play Tron, and then that's another Bed of Chaos. And then Cascade, well, that's another Bed of Chaos. And then Urza Saga, well, that's another Bed of Chaos. And then Yawgmoth, that's another Bed of Chaos. And then Urza Saga, that's another Bed of Chaos. And at a certain point, the number of Beds of Chaos has outnumbered the amount of fun in the rest of the format. So you have one or two Beds of Chaos in the format. Like, yeah, I don't like playing against Tron, but I'll put up with it because the rest of the format is fun. Yeah, I don't like playing against Grief, but if the rest of the format is fun, then, I can play the one scam matchup that I'm paired against in the tournament. But when you get to the point where 80 to 90% of the format is the Bed of Chaos, why am I playing this format anymore? If every game is Bed of Chaos, then it's not fun. It makes it complicated and weird when everyone got a different Bed of Chaos. Okay, Tron is Bed of Chaos and Grief is Capra Demon, right? So let me put it like this for anyone who hasn't seen Dark Souls. Here's my run of Dark Souls, right? Okay, so anyone who's unfamiliar with this, this is how this boss fight works. You run around, and the Bed of Chaos sweeps its giant arms through the arena, and if it catches you, it can knock you into a hole and instantly kill you. Also, the ground will collapse underneath your feet, and if you're not careful, you will instantly die. So let me get to that part. So the correct optimal way to do this, by the way, is that so stage 1 of the fight, it doesn't have any of the ground collapsing yet. Stage 2, it does. So the actual optimal, most efficient way to do this fight, to not die, is to quit the game, jump back into the game, and run back to the boss arena so that you're at the entrance rather than having to run along the path back to the center while the ground collapses around you. So you run back to the arena. So ground collapses, as you can see right there. And I've played this game so many times that I know where the ground collapses, but if it's your first time through, you don't know where the ground actually collapses. So then here, you're supposed to shoot all of these branches. This is, again, the most efficient way to do it. Shoot all of these branches with arrows from a distance so that you're not stuck over here trying to break the arrows in melee combat while the Bed of Chaos attacks you. This is so dumb that this is the most efficient thing to do, right? So shoot arrows over here, keep shooting the arrows. And then the whole arena has collapsed, so I have to run around. Let's just speed this up. So speeding up, running through the arena. Look, it sweeps the arm. If you're not careful, it can knock you into the pit. By the way, it can just knock you into the pit regardless of what you do. Sometimes it doesn't even matter what you do. You will just get knocked into the pit. Then the correct move, quit and go back to the arena again. So run back to the boss door. Now we're back in the arena. And now you have to run through the center while it sweeps its arms at you. Then the floor collapses and you have to make sure to jump/roll into the center in a very specific spot so that you don't drop into this pit. And if you don't know how to do that, you will drop into the pit and die. So when it's your first time, You don't know where you're supposed to jump from. It can also sweep its arms and hit you in midair and knock you off of your jump path. So it's awful, basically, right? It's a horrible boss fight. And similarly, the Capra Demon is also a horrible boss fight. So the Capra Demon, what happens is it fights you in this very narrow, tight room. And within 1 second of entering the room, it's already charging at you. Now, if you understand how the boss fight works, you can get around this. And now I can beat the Capra Demon first time every time, right? Because I've fought him like 30 times already and I understand the gimmick of the fight. But if you don't know that, you're just going to die immediately every time you fight this guy for the first 10, 15, 20 times. Okay, so apparently I didn't have my own footage of fighting the Capra Demon. So this is a video from Boss Fight Database, and this is the Capra Demon fight in Dark Souls 1. So he's about to enter this door. Let's see how much time you have before the Capra Demon attacks you. All right, 2 seconds. Now remember, the first time through this, so the camera jams up behind you, so you can't even see what's happening. He's already running towards you at this point, right? First time in the game, you don't even know what's happening. You die literally before you even understand what's happening in this boss fight. You have to dodge within 1 second of entering this room or block within 1 second of entering this room, or you're just dead. Now that I know that, I can do this boss fight the first try every single time. But before you know that, you just get killed immediately upon entering the room, which makes the Capra Demon an awful, awful fight, right? So to put that analogy towards magic, so here's my ban all of these cards list. So Atraxa, like that's a Capra Demon. Blood Moon, that's a Bed of Chaos. Beseiju, that's a Running Up the Bridge in Anor Londo. Cascade, that's a Crystal Cave Invisible Floor that you just slide off of, etc., 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 right? The more of this kind of bullshit that you have in your game, the more the format just devolves into being not fun, and it washes out all of the fun parts of it. So it used to be, what were the unfun parts of Modern, right? The unfun parts of Modern typically was Tron. That was something usually most people would agree is not fun. And then after that, it was basically some people didn't like Thoughtseize, some people didn't like playing against Blue-White Control, and some people didn't like playing against Burn or other like super fast aggro decks like Infect. I guess some people didn't like playing against Storm or combo decks, but mostly it was agreed like Tron was not fun to play against, and after that, everything else was sort of subjectively individual choice, right? But now everything is Tron. Everything is miserable. So Modern's dead, and Legacy is not far behind it, but these cards are not quarantined to just Modern. They're spreading out and infecting everything. So they're also in Cube, they're also in Pauper, they're also in Pioneer. Yeah, basically at this point there is more bad than fun in Modern. Yeah, and these cards have also infected the Cube, right? So like Moxes and Black Lotus, like all the fast mana Crypt Soul Ring, like these cards are clearly broken. But if you are just playing like a Hero of Blade Hold on turn 2 off your fast mana, like you can beat that. It's going to be difficult, but you can beat that. But your opponent plays Minsc and Boo on turn 2, you're just dead on the spot. I think it would help people understand if you explained ideal MTG in your opinion. Okay, ideal MTG is, it's a little complicated. Like it's not something that can boil down to one sentence, but let's put it like this. All right, this is 2017-ish Jund, right? Bloodbraid Elf Jund. Your threats are Bob, Dark Confidant, Tarmogoyf, Bloodbraid Elf. You have some removal. You've got some Thoughtseize and Inquisitions. You've got Liliana the Veil as removal or like a discard outlet. Culligan's Command, Skoos, Maelstrom Pulse Terminate. So some hand disruptions, a bunch of removal, and then a bunch of threats, right? Dark Confidant, also a card draw engine, right? And then you've got like Raging Ravine in your lands as more threats that you can have as lands, right? And that's it. Now, I want to be very clear. I am not saying that ideal MTG means only mid-range as an archetype, or that I'm saying that cards on the power level from this period is what you should aspire to, and that you can't have anything more powerful than this. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is these cards are not only at the right power level, but they have necessary and interesting trade-offs, upsides and downsides, deck building restrictions, etc. So we're going to contrast some of this stuff, right? So let's take a look at Dark Confidant, and let's compare it to Inti, Seneschal of the Sun, okay? So what does Dark Confidant do, right? Well, it's a 2/1, and on your upkeep, you reveal the top card of your deck, and you get to put, and that card goes into your hand, and you lose life equal to its mana value. Okay, so what does that mean? So that means it's a 2-drop that's a card advantage engine, right? But what are the downsides? Well, you take damage or you lose life equal to the mana value of the card. So sometimes you just hit a land and you get it for free, but other times you hit other cards and you lose life. So that's not only a downside, but it's also a pretty significant deck building restriction. You can't have too high of a mana curve in your deck, or else the Dark Confidant is going to take too much damage. So that's why you would have other decks with maybe higher mana value cards, and you just couldn't afford to run Dark Confidant in those decks. You would be risking taking too much damage. Secondly, it's a 2-1. So it's not a good blocker and it's not a good attacker. The big reason to play is its card drawing ability. The stats are not good. And what does this mean? Well, this means that this card has trade-offs. Yeah, it draws you extra cards, but the stats are bad. Like, they're really bad. It dies to every single piece of removal. It can't block anything without dying. It can't attack into anything without dying. It's not a clock. Your opponent, can survive some hits from this thing, right? So some serious drawbacks here. You also don't get the card immediately. You have to play Dark Confidant and pass the turn. And your opponent has an entire window in which they can kill it before you even get the card. And because of this life loss drawback, there were many games where your opponent would actually kill themselves to their own Dark Confidant triggers. It's mandatory. You can't choose not to do this. You have to do it. So your opponents could get really low, and then they could die to Dark Confidant. Or if you had burn spells, or you could race them, you could get them low enough that their Confidants would kill them. And it meant that you really could not afford to play a second Confidant in a lot of cases. Now, sometimes you would. And sometimes you'd have 2 Bobs in play, and the amount of damage you would take off your own Bob triggers would be so much that the Jund player would actually die. They would lose the race because of how much damage they're taking off of their own Bob triggers, right? So this card has necessary downsides and trade-offs and deck building restrictions. You can't just jam it into every single black deck, and you can't just put anything else in your deck. You have to consider the mana value drawback here, and you can't run too much expensive stuff. So if you look at this deck, it's got 4 Blood Braids and 4 Lilianas and 3 Kolaghan's commands, and then everything else in the deck is 2 or lower. Okay, now let's compare that to Inti in the most recent Ixalan set. So what is Inti? It's also a 2-mana creature that's also a draw engine. But now let's look at its abilities. So first of all, whenever you attack, you may discard a card. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. It gains trample until end of turn. And whenever you discard 1 or more cards, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card until your next end step. So let's look at this card. So first of all, it's a 2/2, so it's already better stats than Dark Confidant, but it's not that much better. The ability, the attack trigger, grows the creature. It also doesn't just temporarily grow it, it's a +1 counter, so the counter is permanent, so the creature is permanently buffed. So even if you just have Inti, this attacks as a 3/3. So already it's actually a clock, and it's a clock that accelerates with every attack. It also has trample, meaning you can't even really chump block it to prevent them from drawing the card, or rather, getting the trigger, right? Additionally, the trigger is on attack, not combat damage, attack, meaning you don't even have to have a clear board or removal spells to get blockers out of the way. No, you just get the trigger on attack. Also, the attack trigger applies to any creature that you attack with, not just Inti. So now you don't have to play Inti, wait, pass the turn, give your opponent a window to kill Inti, come back to your turn, and then attack with it. You can just have any creature on the battlefield, play Inti, attack with that creature, and trigger the creature. Also, the counter goes on any creature, not just Inti, so you can also pump other things. And then lastly, the absolutely most ridiculous part of this card, the trigger is on discarding for any reason. Not just Inti's trigger, it's any discard at all, which means that it also triggers from blood tokens that you sacrifice that are generated by Blood Tithe Harvester, Smuggler's Copter looting, Fable of the Mirror Breaker rummaging on Chapter 2. So it's not only a card draw engine, it is also a clock. It has absolutely no drawbacks whatsoever. There's no window in which you can try to kill it. There's no real counterplay to this card. The counterplay to this card is hope you immediately have an instant speed removal spell so you can kill this the moment it enters the battlefield. Yeah, it triggers on channel lands, etc. OG Jund is a pretty good example of fair MTG, but I think the game would get very boring very fast if every deck was mid-range. I don't think MTG needs combo or temp. I assume you mean tempo. But the lack of aggro or control would get very old very fast. Okay, so again, let me make this clear. I am not arguing that the only legitimate form or the only fun form of Magic is mid-range. That is not what I'm arguing, and I will get to other examples of good decks that are not just mid-range in a moment, but I'm comparing these, right? So Inti, it has no drawbacks. It's pushed beyond belief. It is a card draw engine. Absolute insanity, right? This card's going to be like $10. Just wait. It's friggin' ridiculous. So let's compare another card. So Tarmogoyf used to pretty much be the premier threat, right? So what does Tarmogoyf do? Tarmogoyf is a variable power toughness creature, right? Let me try to zoom in on this. So Tarmogoyf is a variable power toughness creature. It's always at least 1 toughness, and its power and toughness increase based on the number of different card types in the graveyard. So it's the pre-delirium, basically, right? It checks both graveyards, and then it's bigger based on those graveyards, right? So you have to have what exactly? Well, so does Tarmogoyf draw cards? No. Does he make tokens? No. He's just a big threat. Also, you can't just jam him into any green deck. The requirement of having a bunch of different card types to make him actually have good stats does require certain deck building restrictions. You have to have a certain mix of creatures, lands, instant sorceries, and planeswalkers, or like maybe artifacts, but typically, you didn't run artifacts or enchantments in these decks. So you needed a good mix of different card types in your deck, and you needed a good amount of each different card type. Additionally, you often really needed to play Tarmogoyf in a hand disruption deck. Why? Because you needed to turn 1 hand disrupt your opponent, so that whatever you discarded would be another card type in the graveyard to buff Goyf. And at the end of all of that, Goyf was usually a 4/5. Sometimes it would be a little weaker as a 3/4. Sometimes it would be a little stronger as a 5/6. Generally, it was a 4/5, and it would hover around there on the stat. Now, let's compare that to Murktide Regent. Now, on the first glance, you might say, well, Murktide Regent does have a cost, right? You have to play a bunch of instants and sorceries. And I would say that blue decks that already want to play, blue tempo decks that already want to play a bunch of cheap cantrips is not really a cost. It might be superficially a cost, but it isn't really one. It's kind of like saying, well, in order for this creature to be good, you have to have lands in your deck. It's like, well, you're going to have lands in your deck anyway. And if you're blue X tempo, you're going to have a bunch of cheap cantrips in your deck. So Murktide, that's not really a cost to it. In fact, the card really doesn't have any cost to it. You have to play a bunch of Preordains in your deck. Oh my god. Wow, really? I have to play Lightning Bolt. Don't know if I can manage that. Secondly, the card is also 2 mana, and the card is an 8/8 with flying. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then it has this, for some reason, other thing here, this last little, just to drive the screw into the open wound. Whenever an instant or sorcery leaves your graveyard, put a +1 counter on Murktide. So even if, for somehow, you're not dying to the Murktide initially, you can't preemptively stop them from casting the next Murktide, because any instants and sorceries that are left over in their graveyard, if you get rid of them, pumps the current Murktide. And if you ever have 2 Murktides, you play the first Murktide, exiling as few spells as possible. Then you play the second Murktide, and they both trigger, and they both become gigantic. Now, let's look at the play patterns here. If your opponent has a Tarmogoyf, okay, you can take some hits from it. You can chump block the Tarmogoyf, maybe with some tokens or something. Maybe you even have a creature that can trade with it. If you have a removal spell in your hand that can kill the Goyf, you don't necessarily have to kill the Goyf immediately. Maybe you want to save that removal spell and try to kill Dark Confidant, because you know it's going to be a grindy matchup, right? You can take a few hits from the Goyf. These are meaningful, interesting decisions that you have to make. Against Murktide, you have to kill it right now or you lose the game. You're going to lose in 2 hits. So if you don't kill it right now, you're dead. There's no decision to make. It's, do you have the removal spell? If yes, you must kill Murktide. If no, you're dead. If no, you have 1 turn to draw your removal spell. If you don't draw it, you lose. Correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I can gather, your preferred Magic is interactive decks that make games fun and fair. I would argue that every deck has to be interactive to be fun. If you are sitting down and you are playing solitaire and you do not care at all what your opponent's doing because your threats or combo or whatever is so powerful or doesn't matter in any way to what your opponent is doing on their side of the field, then that's not fun. Yeah, it's not a cost when, so the spells, it's not a cost when that's what you're running in the deck anyway. It would be like, again, it would be like saying, oh, for Tarmogoyf to be good, you have to have fetch lands. Like, well, okay, That's not a cost. And we can keep comparing, right? What does Bloodbraid Elf do? Well, it's a 4 mana 3/2 with haste and it has Cascade. So this is an important part I think I want to stress. It used to be that if a card generated value in some way, like if it was a creature and it generated value, whether that be it drew a card or it like killed something, its stats would have to be bad compared to how much you were paying for it. Why? Because that was the cost of getting the ability. Because the ability was generating some kind of value. So you had to balance the stats out. So it's a 4 mana 3/2 with haste. If Bloodbraid Elf didn't have Cascade, you would never play it. The Cascade was also variable, which I generally don't like variance-based mechanics, but at least in terms of fairness or power level, we're talking about here, sometimes you would Cascade into like a Thoughtseize after you're in top deck mode, and that Thoughtseize wouldn't do anything. Or you would Cascade into a removal spell, and your opponent wouldn't have a creature to kill. So there was some kind of cost to it. Like sometimes your Cascade would be bad. Interesting, I think this philosophy is positive for the game, but Wizards and players don't want it. I think Wizards doesn't know what they're doing, and I think most players do want it. So let's compare this to, what would be a good comparison for Bloodbraid? Minsk and Boo. These cards cost the same amount. Now, yes, I know Minsk and Boo is like a legacy card. This isn't, but let's just go with it for a second. Minsk and Boo is the same cost. What does it do? Well, it creates a 4 power trample haste. So already those stats are better. And then even if you kill the Boo, it makes another Boo every turn. And the plus counters are not even a negative. So it can keep making a 4 power trample haste every single turn. So just dealing with Boo doesn't matter because the Boo just comes back. So you immediately need 2 removal spells just to get rid of Minsk and Boo. Secondly, it can then sacrifice a creature to fling the creature at anything, including you. And if it's the Boo that it's flinging, they draw cards. So it's a gigantic trample haster that is a card advantage engine and a removal spell. And it's a built-in 2-for-1. You have to have 2 spells, or you have to have like already be high enough on the board that you can attack into this and kill it through their 4/4. It's completely ridiculous. And it's yet again, if your opponent plays a Bloodbraid Elf and like they cascade into Tarmogoyf or something, like or Liliana, like that's pretty good, but you can beat that. If they have Minsk and Boo, again, you must have the answer to Minsk and Boo immediately. If you don't, you lose the game. And it's a problem when every threat is an Avengers level threat. When every threat is something that you can't wait, you can't take a hit from it, you can't let your opponent untap with the card, you must kill it immediately. And it's often also a built-in 2-for-1, so you're always going down on resources in order to deal with it. Here's another comparison. Now, I know these cards are not exactly comparable because they're in different colors, but I want to illustrate this as a concept. Kitchen Finks versus Fable. So these are examples of 2-for-1s, right? Kitchen Finks is a creature that comes back when you kill it. So it's a 2-for-1. You need 2 removal spells to get rid of it. Unless that removal spell is exile-based, but at the time, the only really exile-based removal spell was Path to Exile, which also gave them a land, so it was also sort of a 2-for-1 even if you did it that way, right? Now let's look at Kitchen Finks. It's a 3 mana 3/2 that gains 2 life. That's it. Gaining the 2 life is irrelevant in most matchups, and the stats are bad. It's a 3 mana 3/2. But this used to be one of the most played cards in Modern. It would show up in all sorts of various Coco decks. It would show up in like all sorts of Abzan junk value decks. Sometimes it would even be in Jund. And notably, the Persist also brings it back as a weaker version. It comes back as a 2/1, which is also very not threatening and dies to everything and doesn't attack or block well, right? Now let's look at Fable the Mirror Breaker. It makes a shaman that whenever the shaman attacks generates a treasure. Then it rummages 2, and then it transforms into a Kiki-Jiki that is basically Kiki-Jiki except you have to pay 1 to activate it, right? You can't let your opponent untap with shaman. Generating the treasure is too much value. They're going to get ahead on mana. If they ever attack you multiple times with it and have multiple treasure tokens, oh boy, you are so far behind. So when they cast the Fable, you've got to kill that shaman token. It's not a Kitchen Finks that you can just leave alone. The shaman has to die. Next, they rummage, so they get to smooth out their hand and get rid of anything that they weren't using, like bulk lands that they don't care about, or if they were missing lands, get rid of spells to find the lands. And you can increase it with, graveyard synergies by bidding Kroxas and other things that are used from the graveyard. And then the final chapter is a Kiki-Jiki, which you also have to kill immediately. If you ever allow your opponent to untap with the Fable flipped over, and they can copy Shamans, or heaven forbid, they can copy Blood Tithe Harvesters and have infinite removal, or they can copy like Bone Crusher Giants or other threats that they can just smash your face in with, Or they can just generate infinite chump blockers, so you can never attack into them. So it's a 2-for-1 that generates mana, smooths draws, and is 2 threats that you have to deal with. And the threats are also delayed, so it's not even like they play the Fable, and then if you have a sweeper, you can deal with both of them. It's always a 2-for-1, because you gotta kill the Shaman, and then you have to have another removal spell to kill the flip side later. Or copy the Grief with the Fable. If they ever Grief Fable you, you just lose the game, because they'll just draw step Grief you every single turn. Or if they have any cards that draw more cards, like if they can copy Seasoned Pyromancer or they can copy Bowmasters, like the Reflection has to die and the Shaman has to die. You should do a video going over criticism, debate about this topic. That's what this is going to be. Maybe I could, like, I wanted to have an actual debate with viewers, but I don't know how many people would show up to that. I don't think, so basically here's my thesis. I don't think Magic is fun when every threat is an Avengers level threat that must die on the spot or else you lose the game. Or even if you don't literally lose the game, you're so far behind on resources that you're very likely to lose the game. Also, when every threat is an Avengers level threat that must be killed immediately, and you have so many triggers based on attacking, then play draw matters way more. It's a serious problem. And when threats are built in 2-for-1s that are not calibrated, like, again, Dark Confidant, draw engine, it's only a 2-1. Bloodbraid Elf gets you another card, it's only a 3-2-for-4. These are necessary balances between stats and cost based on the value it's giving you, whereas nothing has any of that balance nowadays. So, okay, I said I would give examples that weren't just mid-range, right? So, like, I think the ideal matchup is Jund mid-range mirror because it's very fair. It's all about trading resources and trying to leverage card advantage over your opponent. And so here's and also one of the fun things about it was you never could be clear on who was going to win the game based on the board state, right? So you could have a board state of your opponent had one player has nothing in play other than just lands, and the other player has like a Tarmogoyf and a Liliana, right? And you're like, well, obviously the player with the Tarmogoyf and the Liliana is going to win. Like their opponent doesn't have any permanents. And then the player could untap, their opponent could untap, cast Bloodbraid Elf, find a removal spell like a push to kill the Tarmogoyf, kill the Goyf, attack the Liliana to death, and then boom, they're right back in it. So you'd have this really good back and forth. Anyone could potentially win the match, even if they were ahead on the board or behind on the board. There was nothing like crazy that snowballed out of control. And one of the heuristics that you would use is in the Jund mirrors, you would board out all of your Thoughtseizes and you would board out all of your Inquisitions. Why? Because the matchup was going to go long. You were going to be trading resources a lot, and you never wanted to draw hand disruption after the first 1 to 2 turns because you'd eventually get into top deck modes. Like the game was going to get into top decking. And if you ever drew these later, they were dead cards. So you wanted these out of your decks. Nowadays, the cards are so powerful that you cannot board out your Thoughtseizes. It's insane to board out your Thoughtseizes. Like if you board out Thoughtseize and your opponent has the Ring, oh my god, you just lose the game immediately. So you might say like, oh, well, that's Jund, right? Okay, I'm going to give an example of what are the decks that people tend to hate the most, right? Combo, right? It's usually combo. Maybe control. More casual players, I think, tend to hate control, but let's say combo. So, all right, this is Gift Storm. So Gift Storm's a combo deck. What's the combo? You get a Baral and or Goblin Electromancer into play to reduce the costs of all your spells. And then at some point in the game, you cast a bunch of rituals, Desperate Ritual, Pyretic Ritual, Monomorphose. You generate a bunch of mana. You cast Past in Flames, or if you don't have it, you gift Ungiven to get Past in Flames. Then you Past in Flames, you recast all of your spells from the graveyard. And then you eventually win by grape-shotting your opponent to death. You know, Storm, deal 1 per spell. Or if for some reason the grape shot's not going to work, you also have Empty the Warrens to generate a bajillion goblin tokens. All right, combo deck. Everyone hates this, right? But this deck usually couldn't win until like turn 4. Now, it could win earlier than that, but oftentimes it would take till turn 4. And notably, the combo really requires that you have one of these cost reduction creatures in play, right? So either Baral or Goblin Electromancer. Now, the deck could win without them, but it would have to have a lot more mana, a lot more critical mass. So if the deck didn't have these, it would take till like turn 6 or 7 to be able to win the game. Because you'd need to get a sufficient amount of mana that all of these rituals could eventually get all the way up to all the spells that you need to cast in one turn, right? And because the deck needs Baral and Goblin Electromancer, a 1/3 and a 2/2, that are both 2 mana, that meant that regular old removal spells could interact with this combo deck. So if you were a deck that was just playing Fatal Push, Bolt, whatever, you could interact with the combo deck because you would kill Baral and Electromancer, and then eventually you could just try to race your opponent so before they found enough spells to chain together, right? So any deck playing creature-based or creature-targeting removal could deal with Gift Storm. And the deck also relied on its graveyard a lot because you really usually needed to be able to flash back a bunch of spells out of your graveyard with Past in Flames. So if you had Tormod's Crypt, Rest in Peace, etc., you could just graveyard hate your opponent out of the game. So you had creature removal dealt with the deck in the first game, and then in the second game and third game as well. And then also you could sideboard into graveyard hate, and that would be another way of combating the deck. And Gift Storm, a lot of its cards are dedicated to storming. It doesn't have a lot of ways of actually interacting with the opponent. So if you're playing removal spells, if you're playing graveyard hate, it doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with that. They would either usually have to like remand your card when the turn you played it and then try to immediately win, or they might have a few bounce spells like Repeal or Echoing Truth, but they couldn't play too many of them. Like usually maximum, they would have like 4 pieces of interaction, usually in the form of like bounce spells to try to get rid of hate pieces or whatever, but they didn't have a lot, right? So that's Gift Storm. Now let's compare that to Lotus Field. So this is also a deck that is trying to generate a bunch of mana on the same turn and cast a whole bunch of spells together and win the game, right? What's the difference? The difference is that this deck can't be attacked in any way. You don't need your creatures to win. You can win just based off of Lotus Field and Thespian Stage. Your combo cards are not Electromancer and Baral, they're Lotus Field and Thespian Stage. Lands, which already most things don't deal with, and even if they did, it doesn't matter because Lotus Field has hexproof, so you can't even get rid of it. And then, if you want to deal with them, your best answers are typically permanents, things like Alpine Moon, Damping Sphere, that kind of stuff. Well, the deck runs Boseiju and Otawara now. So at no cost, it doesn't have to side into Echoing Truth or anything like that. At no cost, it just has all of these lands in the deck that can also just deal with permanents at instant speed. Permanents like Alpine Moon and Damping Sphere, which means that those cards are not effective long term. You have to make sure that you have a Damping Sphere, your Lotus Field opponent can still win at any point because they can just go end step, Boseiju the Damping Sphere, untap, win the game. Additionally, graveyard hate, artifact hate, none of that works. All of their cards are exclusively the lands, and then everything else is on the stack. So if you're not a deck with counterspells in it, you can't interact with anything they're doing. Now you might say, oh, can't you just run cranial extraction effects like Necromentia, Unmoored Ego, etc.? No, not effective. Why not? Can't I just Unmoored Ego their Lotus Fields out of their deck? What if they play Lotus Field before you get Unmoored Ego? Like, what if they're on the play? Or what if they just have an Arboreal Grazer that triggers and puts it into play? Then your Unmoored Ego doesn't work. Well, can't I just Unmoored Ego the Emergent Ultimatum? Nope. Because they have ways of just generating the same combos even without it. Well, can't I just name Chandra? Like, if Chandra's their win condition, can't I just name Chandra? Nope. Because they have ways of killing you that aren't Chandra. So they can have other threats. I know this specific list doesn't have them, but there are many times when they will have other threats. They might have Lair of the Hydra in their lands. They might have Zakama in their sideboard. They are going to have other things in the deck that are threats that they can kill you with. There's not one card that you can name that gets rid of it. So basically, there's no way to fight the deck. You have to either, and even if you're a counterspell deck, they can just generate so much mana that they can cast their spells through your counters. Or they can duress you, or cast Silence, so that you have to have multiple counterspells in order to interact with them. So this deck is absolutely miserable to play against. Why? There's no trade-offs, there's no downsides, there's no way to fight it, there's no like good efficient points of interaction with their combo. It's just, can you kill them by turn 4, because otherwise you're going to lose. And you can see these are both combo decks, but one is actually kind of fair and has ways that you can interact with it, and the other one isn't and doesn't. So that's the main point I have. Cards have to have trade-offs. They have to have downsides, right? Birds of Paradise. This could be any mono dork, but let's just say Birds of Paradise, right? How good's this card? You play it on turn 1, and then you're effectively 1 land up, right? It ramps you. So it's really good. You can play stuff off curve. You can play stuff sooner than you would be able to normally. Really good card, right? If you ever draw Birds of Paradise or any other mono dork after turn 2, it's a dead draw. Because later in the game, you already have your land. You don't need more ramp at that point. You need payoffs, but you have all of these mono dorks in your deck. So they have a significant cost. Say what you will about Nykthos ramp with Karn, that deck had a lot of dead air. Also, Monodorks tend to be, bad stats. Like really bad. Like they can't really attack or block at all and die to every single piece of removal. So the card's really good, but only in certain specific situations, and it has other situations that's really bad in. These are trade-offs. Ugin is an extremely powerful card. It kills things or just straight up burns the opponent, exiles everything on the battlefield. But you know what it also is? It's also 8 mana. Takes a long time to get to it, and that's its drawback. Early in the game, or even in the middle of the game, you can't cast this thing. Your deck typically has to be a dedicated ramp deck in order to get to Ugin, which means that a lot of your deck is also like bad Monodorks and other ramp cards that aren't payoffs. Drawback, Fable of the Mirror Breaker. It's always good. It's good early in the game because the Shaman is a okay attacker that also generates treasures. It always smooths out your draw on the Chapter 2, and the final Saga is also busted. It's good all the time. Sheoldred the Apocalypse. It is 4 mana, which means you can't play it early in the game, but it's good all the time. It's 4, which means that it's not an unreasonable amount to be able to cast decently quickly in the game. It has Death Touch and is a 4/5, so you can basically never ever trade with it. The creatures that can even kill it at 5 toughness are few, and even the ones that can, it still trades with them because of Death Touch. So it makes it very hard to block or attack it. Your opponent gains life, so you can't race them, and you lose life. And if you don't have the removal spell for this, you can't even use your draw spells to try to find it because it will punish you for drawing cards. When Sheoldred hits the field, the entire game revolves around Sheoldred. And if you can't kill Sheoldred in usually 2 turns, you lose the game. It's kind of like a Murktide in that regard. The One Ring. It draws a card immediately, so even if you somehow have removal for it, they will still get a card out of it, so you're always down a card to them. And if it ever goes uncontested, it will draw more and more cards. You can also pair it with all kinds of stuff that totally invalidates the damage part of the card, the supposedly one part of the card that is the drawback. Things that untap the ring, so you can draw multiple cards in the same turn, and you don't take the damage until your upkeep. Cards that are just another ring, or anything that can clone it to get it off the field, or any effect that can bounce it or flicker it to reset it so that you don't take the damage. Effects that untap it, like the Keys or Manamo, that allow you to just turbocharge, draw a bunch of things all at once. And the Fog makes it so that you're not even punished for tapping out. Jace the Mind Sculptor. It's 4 mana, and it draws cards. It also bounces things. It also Fate Seals your opponent. It's really good. When it was released, it was the most powerful Planeswalker they'd ever printed. It had to get banned out of Standard. It was so powerful, and considered a design mistake in Worldwake. But Jace, if you're behind on the board, and you just play a Jace, and the best thing you can do is brainstorm or bounce one of their creatures, then they just attack Jace, or they just attack you and kill you. It's also blue, which means it can only go in decks with blue. The ring is colorless, meaning it can go in anything, and it fogs, so your opponent can't even attack you that turn, or even try to Thoughtseize the card you just drew with it, because it turbo protects everything, so your opponent can't even target you. Burn doesn't work. Grape Shot doesn't work. Nothing works. This card is busted beyond all reason, and is absolutely miserable to play against, and this card, remember, most powerful Planeswalker at the time it was printed, staple of the format for years, had to get banned in Standard. This card is not even playable in Modern anymore. And that's another thing. Dies to Bolt. If you didn't Fate Seal, if you brainstormed first, your opponent could bolt it and kill it. Now that still wasn't a good trade because it meant that you still were up a card, but your opponent could bolt and kill it. Now your Planeswalkers plus to draw cards. They don't even zero. And they have removal that's actually meaningful. Not just bouncing back to your hand, but actually getting rid of it for multiple turns. And they untap their land so that you always have protection up for it. Be that protection veto, get lost, whatever, doesn't matter. You always have removal and counterspells up to protect it so it doesn't die. And if you ever leave it alone, it gets to its ultimate faster than Jace does. Well, not so Jace, if you wanted to ult Jace, you at least had to take time off and Fate Seal your opponent and not draw. Here you keep drawing. And then you get to the ultimate and you win. This is bad. This is really, really bad. And let's take another look. Okay, so this is blue-white control from Return to Ravnica Standard. This is what a fair control list looks like. So let's look at this deck. Are these tap lands? Tap lands that don't even like turn into giant creatures? Oh my god, look at how many tap lands there are. We've got 2 Guild Gates, we've got 4 blue-white temples, and then another black-white temple and blue-black temple. My god. And then a bunch of basics. Man, this mana base looks terrible because you actually had to pay a price for playing colors. And then let's look at the deck. So what are our interaction spots? So we've got Syncopate as our quote-unquote 2 mana removal, but your opponent could easily pay the mana, and it would cost you more and more mana as the game went on to use Syncopate. Or you had 3 mana Dissolves to hard counter stuff. You also had some draw spells, and look at this. Divination, you actually have to tap out for your draw spells. So you mean on turn 3, I can't just memory, or like turn 4, I can't just memory deluge? I can't just hold open answers to my opponent, and then if they don't cast anything that I want to counter or kill, cast memory deluge? I have to actually pay 3 at sorcery speed for divination? And I draw 2 cards. I don't even look at 4 and pick from among them. Indeed, you actually had to tap out. And these quickens, they're just crappy cantrips that don't even let you filter. They're not even like considers or anything that allow you to select from the card. And is this last breath? The creature has to have power 2 or less, and it can't kill anything that's bigger than that. And in order to kill bigger stuff, I have to cast my sweepers? My god, I don't just have Get Lost that can kill anything, including multiple different card types, and creates map tokens that are completely irrelevant because you just temp lock down them away anyway. And then we've got our Verdict and Planar Cleansing. And my god, if we had to play Planar Cleansing, and if we had Planeswalkers in play or something, they killed our own Planeswalkers. And then let's look at our amazing card advantage engine here. Jace, Architect of Thought. My god, it pluses to make our opponents have 1 reduced power on their creatures, or minuses. Again, it's the card advantage is minus, not plus. I have to actually tick my Planeswalker down, and then if I don't want it to die again, I have to plus it before I can minus it again, and it's going down, so it's more susceptible to getting killed or burned. And the -2 is reveal the top 3, opponent separates them into 2 piles, you put 1 in your hand. So at most, I'm drawing 2 cards off of this, but I can also draw 1 card, and also my opponent can pick the kind of things that they want me to get, and like there's some kind of interaction in the terms of like them splitting the pile up and me having to figure out what to take. My god. And it's also sorcery speed. I can't just cast Deluge on the end step. I have to actually tap out for this thing. And then let's look at, oh my god, our big card draw spell, Sphinx's Revelation, where we're paying 5 mana to draw 2 cards, or 6 to draw 3, or 7 to draw 4. This was really expensive, and you had to get pretty late into the game to cast this thing. Like, it's not Memory Deluge on turn 4. You do have to get significantly long into the game, into the late game, before this card actually becomes good. And it doesn't even have flashback. Look at that. Look at that garbage, right? We can't draw 4 cards off of the 1 card that we have off the flashback. We have to pay 7 to draw the 4 cards. We can't pay 4 now and then 7 later. My god. And then, the piece de resistance. Our win condition is either attacking incredibly slowly with Mutavaults that can die to any sort of instant speed removal or get blocked by anything, or not like Restless Anchorage or other flying lands or Hall of Storm Giants that's a 7/7 with Ward. Our kill spell is Aetherling. So what is Aetherling? It's a 6 mana 4/5, and it doesn't draw any cards. It doesn't make any tokens. It doesn't have Ward or Hexproof. Well, sort of. It's got blue, exile Aetherling, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. So if you wanted to protect it from removal, you had to actually pay mana. It doesn't just have Ward fucking 4 built into it or Hexproof or anything. My god. So you had to, at minimum, have 7 mana before you cast Aetherling, right? Because you needed 1 open so that you could protect it from removal. And if you only left 1 open and your opponent had double instant speed removal, they could kill it in response. Meaning, you might need more than 7 mana. You might need 8. And it meant that your mana was always tied up every turn because you always had to make sure that you could protect your Aetherling. And what is this? You have to pay to make it unblockable? It doesn't just have flying built into it? My god, you have to pay to increase its power? It doesn't just trigger when you draw cards like Dream Trawler? It doesn't have lifelink, so it's not unraceable? This card was very expensive, and you couldn't play it until very late in the game. You had to pretty well establish, like, take control of the board before you could drop Aetherling onto the table. And then even after you did, you still had to spend a lot of mana. And you had to pay mana to pump it, and you had to pay mana to make it unblockable, and you had to pay mana to exile it. And if you were going to hold it back as a blocker, it came back on the end step. So your opponent could spend a removal spell to try to kill it, and then you'd blink it out, and then it would be gone. And you could attack them while the Aetherling wasn't around to block. I know, right? This is a card that has downsides. This is a card that has trade-offs. This is a card that you actually have to invest in, as opposed to Dream Trawler, which is a fucking 5-power flying lifelink that you can't possibly race, that draws cards every turn, that once your opponent has it, you lose. This is a 2-2. It's not Hall of Storm Giants, that's a 7-7 with Ward 3. It's a 2-2. You can block this, you can kill it. You might ask, why is the Elixir of Immortality here? Because sometimes the game would go so long that you'd have to shuffle your deck back in. Because you really only have this one Aetherling and these 2 Mutavaults to win the game with. And that might not be enough. You might have to churn through a lot of cards. You could actually be in danger of decking out from all the Sphinx's revving you were doing, and you'd have to shuffle your cards back to not lose the game, especially in the control mirror. This is good Magic. Now let's look at blue-white control in today's Pioneer metagame. So this is blue-white control. The only card that is maybe arguably bad is Make Disappear, but even that is fine. And you have incidental tokens from things like Shark Typhoon and Samurais. And you never have to tap out because aside from your sweepers, all of your cards are at instant speed. So you can just have Deluge and Wandering Emperor in your hand and a counterspell or a removal spell. And your opponent can never play around anything because anything that they do can potentially get killed, countered, or they can flash in card draw or flash in the Wandering Emperor. And Teferi protects himself and draws an extra card every turn at no cost. And the Shark Typhoons cycle early, but then late game, they're also a giant 6-mana bomb that's unbeatable. And they've got sweepers, and the temp lockdown eliminates the downside on the map tokens for the get losts, and the get losts can kill anything with no drawback because the map tokens aren't really a drawback. And the veto's a hard counter that you can't even counter yourself in any way, and it's also got Dig Through Time and Narset, and the lands are insane with Hall of the Storm Giants and Anchorage. What are you supposed to do here? What you're supposed to do here is hope your draw was better than theirs. So what am I getting at with all of this? Because yes, a lot of this is power level problems and a lot of this is byproducts of power level, but it's not strictly power level that's the issue. It is can't meaningfully interact with the opponent. No window in which to meaningfully interact with threats. Removal doesn't hit the things. Cards are built in 2-for-1s. Cards are too cheap. Cards don't have any downsides. Cards are good at all points in the game. Cards have no drawbacks whatsoever. You never have to take a turn off. You never have to expend resources. You never have to pay mana to get the abilities. Cards that snowball out of control. Cards that protect themselves. Cards that work well with other cards so that you never have to put yourself in a position to make one decision and possibly have that decision be bad. Cards that are unbeatable bombs later in the game so that, or sometimes not even later in the game, sometimes early in the game, so that your opponent resolves this threat, and if you don't have a removal spell for it immediately, you lose. Or even if you do have a removal spell, you're down a card because the card immediately draws a card, or immediately makes a token, or immediately generates some kind of other resource, etc., etc., etc. It's not that control as an archetype is unfun, or that combo as an archetype is unfun. It's the way they're designing all of these cards. And that's why these 2 lists here are absolutely a problem. I actually would have put Shieldred on here if I had thought of it at the time. So Shieldred should be in this spot. These are major issues, and they are ruining the game. Modern is completely unplayable, and Legacy, Pioneer are both infested with this kind of crap as well, even if they're not as bad. And Pauper also has its fair share of annoyances. And I can't comment on Standard because I haven't played it recently. Oppo Agent in Legacy, yeah, that one card shuts down my entire deck. And yeah, that's another one. Cards that say you just don't get to play the game anymore. You can't draw, or you can't search, or you can't activate your abilities, or you can't play at instant speed. You don't get to play the game anymore. Blood Moon, your lands don't tap for mana that is relevant in your deck. You lose. You can't draw. You can't draw. You can't activate artifacts. You can't cast things at instant speed. You can't search. You can't draw. I win on turn 2. Uninteractable emblems that you can't get rid of with removal. Cards with ward for some reason. Cards that trigger on entering and attacking as if the first enter the battlefield trigger wasn't enough, they keep getting it at no cost. Cards that draw a card every turn. Cards that draw multiple cards every turn. Cards that you have to kill immediately or you lose the game. I run mono green Cloudpost, and all that deck does is search with Crop Rotation, GSC, Expedition Map, Eye of Ugin. Yeah. I don't like cards like Rest in Peace, Null Rod, any of these, or the War of the Sparkwalkers, any of these cards that say you just can't do something. I am much more lenient towards cards that are one-time effect. Your opponent's running a graveyard deck, and you need graveyard hate. Tormod's Crypt, Relic of Progenitus, Endurance, Ravenous Trap, one-shots. You exile their graveyard, they have to rebuild their graveyard. Rest in Peace just says, you have a graveyard deck, you just can't do anything now. If you're Dredge and your opponent has Tormod's Crypt, you can put some Dredgers in the graveyard. And then they kind of have to pop the Crypt and kill your Dredgers. And then you can maybe put some more Dredgers in the graveyard and actually play the game. But if you're Dredge and your opponent has Rest in Peace, you can't play the game anymore. You either draw a removal spell that can get rid of Rest in Peace, or you lose. What about Leyline of the Void? Same thing. Leylines are even worse because they increase the variance of whatever's in your opening hand matters, and they're free. Are you running an artifact deck, including that has lands that are also artifacts? Shatterstorm's brutal. They blow up everything. Hurkyl's Recall bounces all the stuff to your hand. Brotherhood's End. Any kind of these sweepers. Shattering Spree, etc. But you know what? You might well lose the game if your opponent Shatterstorms your affinity deck. But you can rebuild. You can play some more artifacts, maybe manage to claw your way back onto the board. If you're playing Affinity and your opponent has Stony Silence in play, you lose. None of your cards do anything. Did you draw one of the 3 or 4 removal spells that you have in your sideboard to get rid of Stony Silence? No, you lose the game. I think the only reason that any players consider those cards defensible is because cards like Hogak, right? These linear like artifacts-based strategies, graveyard-based strategies, these linear strategies are so pushed and broken that sometimes the one-shot effects aren't actually good enough because they're so absurd that the only thing that can answer them are the Rest in Pieces and the Null Rods, which speaks more to a problem with those archetypes that should be curbed rather than having nonsense gameplay, nonsense non-games where one card at 2 mana decides the entire match. Oh, decks with multiple colors or that have lands that ramp you in some way, like Amulet Titan, Tron, Lotus Field, etc., are a problem. Blood Moon is not the answer. Blood Moon just says you lose. I play Blood Moon, you lose. You need to stop lands that are getting out of hand because of like too many colors or they're ramping you. Damping Sphere, Alpine Mood, Fulminator Mage, and those kind of LD effects, Wasteland. These things are fine. Did he just say Wasteland's fine? Yeah, Wasteland's a 1-for-1. You spend your Wasteland to get rid of their one land. You're also down a land. You're also playing a land in your deck that produces colorless, which is not great. Blood Moon over here just says the game ends immediately. You just lose. I play Blood Moon, you just lose now. So that's what I'm talking about. It's about player agency. It's about you have meaningful choices to make, both during the game and when you're building your deck. You have decisions to make in terms of what cards to include based on the metagame, based on your own internal synergies, based on how you expect the matchup to go, how you expect various matchups to go, what's good and bad, what drawbacks you can afford, what you can't. Then you have decisions to make in the game. What hands can you keep? What removal spells are relevant in the matchup? What threats pair well against their removal or their threats? Do you attack or block? Etc. When every threat from your opponent, it has to be killed on sight. There is no, do I kill this now? Do I spend this removal? It's like, no, do you have removal? You have to use it right now or you're going to lose. Can you attack this Planeswalker, or can you afford to leave it alone and attack them instead and try to race them? No, you've got to kill that Planeswalker right now because it's going to generate too much value. It must die. As much as I hate Wasteland and Legacy, it's a necessary card that's not over the top. Yeah, turn 2 Wasteland my post, I'll find more. The only time that I have a problem with Wasteland is when you start getting Wasteland loops, where you're like, oh, I have Wasteland and I have Life from the Loam, and I'm just going to keep playing Wasteland every turn. That's my only problem with it. I think as just a Wasteland, it's okay. Like, it's still not fun, but it's okay. It's also more of a necessity in Legacy, where you got to kill Dark Depths. But yeah, that's my outlook. Hopefully that was comprehensive enough.